Chapter 701. On Earth, as promised, Xiao Aier took her class monitor, Yao, on a long tour of the solar system. They took photos together in a crater on the moon, sat atop a Martian mountain to photograph the beautiful starry sky, ran to the icy Neptune to experience its frost storms, and wrote Earth's words in the center of Pluto's giant heart. Finally, Xiao Aier dragged Yao to an asteroid in the Kuiper Belt for a chat, discussing their views on the world and their plans for the future. Seeing that it was almost time, the two returned to Shangjing City. Let's rest at that dessert shop over there. Back on Earth, Yao pulled Xiao Aier to a sweet soup shop near her home, ordered 2 bowls of mung bean soup and 2 cups of bubble tea, and sat down with Xiao Aier on a small chair outside the shop, her face flushed. I don't even know what to say anymore. Recalling the events of the past 2 hours, Yao felt like she was dreaming. Little L, do you know? In the game Aquarius era, Miss Jialan is set up as a mysterious traveler from another world, capable of using spatial and healing powers. Back then, many people online said this new character's background was a bit too grandiose, and it caused quite a stir. But after traveling around the planets of the solar system with you today, I realized the game settings are still too conservative. Little L, you're practically a creator god. I'm not exactly a creator god. Little L took a sip of mung bean soup and said in a flat tone, if I had to say, I'm just an administrator. The creator god is someone else. This is the conclusion Little L has reached after traveling through various worlds and gaining a basic understanding of the laws of the Mystic River. Of course, while Little L isn't the creator god, she does possess the power of creation. To put it bluntly, Little L can use the energy of the Mystic River to create any night or day world she likes, and she can freely modify the laws of existing worlds, but she cannot create another Mystic River. However, Little L cannot yet confirm whether the Mystic River was created. After all, during the severe crisis the creator faced back then, the creator didn't come out to maintain order. Either the Mystic River doesn't have a creator, and the Mystic River itself is the end of the world, or the creator wasn't interested in this matter and, seeing Little L's merit in protecting the Mystic River, granted her administrator privileges, and then ran away. If it's the latter, then Little L can indeed be considered half a creator, a case of when the cat's away, Little L reigns supreme. Pay up. You touched me. Huh? Are you talking about me? Don't even think about leaving. Pervert. Miss, what are you saying? I didn't touch you at all. Then show me the proof. You did touch me just now. You're not leaving today. Just as Xiao Aier and Yao were chatting and drinking milk tea, a man and a woman's argument suddenly broke out in the bus waiting area across from the dessert shop. The woman looked to be around 40 years old, somewhat plump, and dressed in the typical clothing of middle-aged women. The man was probably under 30, likely a young office worker who had just finished get-off work at a nearby small company and was preparing to take the last bus home. Miss, can't you be reasonable? I didn't even touch you. Impossible. There are only the 2 of us here. You looked at me with a lecherous grin, pretended to wait for the bus, and then touched me. You can't just accuse me like that. Near the bus stop, the young man whose pants were being grabbed seemed rather taciturn, but he quickly blushed, provoked by the woman's loud voice. I didn't touch you. Let go. Why should I let go? Ah, catch the pervert. Catch the scoundrel. This guy just touched me. I didn't. I just got off work. Well, you just got off work, and you're already touching someone inappropriately. Looks like you've been planning this for a long time. How did your parents raise you like this? How my parents raised me is, that's none of your business, okay? None of your business? You touched me, and you say it's none of my business? The commotion across the street quickly attracted a large crowd of onlookers. This young man, he looked so handsome. How come he's doing such lewd things? Several elderly men pointed and whispered among themselves at the young man who had been apprehended. Should we call the police, young lady? Young man, why don't you just apologize? It's not a big deal. Apologize for what? The young man's face turned even redder. Are there any security cameras around here? We can check the footage. There aren't any security cameras in this farmer's market. Besides, what time is it now? Even if there were, it's pitch black, and we wouldn't be able to see anything. Exactly, you should just apologize to the young lady. If you keep arguing like this, even more people will come, and you have even less room to explain yourselves. Seeing the growing crowd, Yao, who was drinking milk tea at the table, sighed softly. That woman is slandering that man. Xiao Aier was somewhat surprised. Class monitor, did you see that? Yes, I saw that man walk over from that direction. He sat down at the station and started playing on his phone. He didn't even touch the woman. It was that woman who suddenly went crazy and grabbed him. Yi Yao shook her head helplessly. Unfortunately, we're far from the city center, and the conditions are terrible. There aren't any security cameras nearby, and the man isn't very eloquent. He fell into her trap of self-defense. Sigh. Yi Yao's words made Xiao Er silent for a few seconds. Class monitor, have you encountered anything similar? I've seen many online. This is how so much gender antagonism arises in this era. The predecessors cut down trees, and the successors are left to suffer the scorching sun. Yi Yao gestured with her eyes to the middle-aged woman across from her, who was shouting at the top of her lungs. In the past, when a girl shouted "Catch the pervert," everyone would enthusiastically gather around to help. Now, many people treat this as a business. I guess in a few years, even if a girl is actually bullied, no one will care. Personally, I really want to help that man, because this really concerns me. I don't want. In the future, if I'm bullied here, even if I scream my lungs out, everyone will just ignore me. Under the night sky, Yi Yao placed her milk teacup on the table, leaned back, and sighed softly. It's a pity I didn't take out my phone to take pictures. Seeing that Yi Yao was indeed a little uncomfortable, Xiao Er got up and took her hand. What's wrong? The creator god you speak of is here. There's nothing he can't do. Xiao Er gestured for Yi Yao to take her phone. Let's go see the light cone that just happened, and then record what happened. Chapter 702. In a peculiar dark space, Little L led Yi Yao out of a void rift. With a ding, Little L casually conjured a ball of light so Yi Yao could see her surroundings. Where is this? Stepping into the completely intangible darkness, Yi Yao asked curiously, the depths of some star system? This is a world I created, a very simple world. Little L explained, there aren't many things or laws here, basically like a newly created folder. I usually use this as a light cone projection room. Light cone? The term left Yi Yao somewhat bewildered. It feels like a completely unfamiliar realm. Within the light cone lies destiny. Little L waved her hand, creating a full moon in the distant sky. So we can use the light cone to recreate some things that have already happened. Ah. Yi Yao gave a bobble look. How do I do that? Little L thought for a moment. Does the class monitor still remember? The physics textbook's information about sound? The speed of sound waves in the air. I remember. Yi Yao replied without hesitation. Sound waves travel at 340 meters per second at one standard atmosphere, and a temperature of 15 degrees Celsius. That's right. The principle of the light cone is actually similar to this speed of propagation. Imagine if a super terrifying explosion happened somewhere, and the class monitor was only 340 meters away from the explosion site. Then, the class monitor would hear the explosion 1 second after it happened. While explaining to Yi Yao, Xiao Er mentally recalled the light cone scene that had occurred near the dessert shop. If I were 680 meters away from the explosion site, then it would take me 2 seconds to hear the explosion, 1 second later than the class monitor. Similarly, those two people arguing at the station just now, the class monitor and I already saw their argument. Because we were so close, the light traveled back in an instant, and we knew about it. But if there's a planet a light year away from Earth, and intelligent life on that planet points a telescope at where we were just now, then they wouldn't be able to see the two people arguing for a year. This example might not be entirely accurate, but that's the general idea. If I wanted to see what happened again, I just needed to travel faster than the speed of light, get to a suitable observation distance, and wait for the light from Earth to reach me. Of course, the laws of the universe don't allow this. No one can exceed the speed of light. Only I can use mysterious powers. Go and temporarily modify this cosmic law. Ah, found it. As she spoke, Little L waved her little hand again. I recreate the scene in this empty universe. Class monitor, you can take out your phone and record it. Although what's about to happen here has already happened, if it's just a recording, no one will notice any flaws. Oh. Although still not quite understanding what Little L meant by light cone, Yi Yao took out her phone and turned on the recording function. The next second, mosaics suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Earth, roads, green belts, train stations, dessert shops. These elements from Earth seemed to have entered creative mode, quickly filling the surrounding space. A few seconds later, as the night sky and stars appeared overhead, this static world came to life. After traveling around the planets of the solar system with you today, I realized that the game settings are still too conservative. Little L, you're simply a creator god. Not far away, in front of a dessert shop, Little L and Yi Yao were chatting while drinking milk tea. These are all illusions simulated based on the light cone. Seeing Yi Yao's attention drawn to the dessert shop, Little Elle patted her shoulder and gestured to the young man who had just come out of the office building. Is that the big brother? You can start filming now. Okay. Yi Yao jogged over, found a relatively suitable spot, clicked the recording function, and turned the resolution to the maximum. The young man in the video seemed very tired and hungry after a long day. He sat down on a metal chair at the bus stop, first rubbing his stomach, then yawning, glancing at the chart on the bus stop platform, and then taking out his phone and turning on the screen. A moment later, the middle-aged woman also walked over. Seeing that there was only one person on the metal bench at the bus stop, the middle-aged woman looked around, seemingly searching for security cameras or passers-by, until she was sure no one was paying attention before walking over to the young man and sitting down next to him. Feeling someone sitting next to him, the young man glanced at the middle-aged woman, and seemingly worried that it would be too crowded for them to share the same bench, he deliberately moved to the edge of the bench. However, this action seemed to anger the middle-aged woman, who said displeasedly, "What are you doing? Do you think I'm fat?" "No, no." The young man waved his hands repeatedly. "I just think this way there's a safer distance, and everyone can sit more comfortably, or why don't you move to another chair? It's so late, there's hardly anyone around." "Safer distance? Does that mean you think I'm fat?" The middle-aged woman became agitated. "What do you mean? Just say you think I'm fat. Why make up so many excuses?" Perhaps sensing the middle-aged woman was mentally unstable, the young man stood up and walked to another chair. The middle-aged woman, however, persisted. "What exactly do you mean? Explain yourself. Am I scary?" The young man glanced at her, said nothing, and continued playing on his phone. "You, very good." Suddenly, the middle-aged woman rushed forward, her expression agitated, and grabbed the young man's hand. "You dare to molest me? You're a pervert, aren't you?" The young man looked bewildered. I didn't do anything." "A pervert? Someone's a pervert here." Pay up. You touched me." "Huh? Are you talking about me?" Then, the middle-aged woman's voice grew louder and louder, gradually turning into screams, attracting the attention of Yi Yao and Xiao Yair. Yi Yao, who was filming, gave Xiao Yair an inquiring look. Xiao Yair nodded, indicating that the recording could be saved. "Just what I guessed." After saving the recording, Yi Yao sighed. "Recently, there have been more and more similar news stories online. Everyone's on edge. Looks like this is part of the internet pressure cooker I need to deal with." Xiao Yair opened a spatial portal. Let's go back and give that big brother the truth." Chapter 703. When Xiao and Yi Yao returned to the vicinity of the dessert shop under the cover of night, they found that the conflict between the young man and the middle-aged woman had escalated, and a large crowd had gathered, completely blocking the area. "You're not allowed to leave. You can't let him go. This isn't over until I pay you 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, you can expect me to sue you in court. I never seen such a shameless person, molesting someone, and then trying to deny it." In the center of the crowd, the middle-aged woman was tightly gripping the young man's suit, tearing several holes in it. "Let go of me. You're slandering me. I didn't even touch you. You were the one who suddenly said you thought I was fat, and then leaned against me." The young man clearly had no experience handling this kind of situation. His face flushed with anger, and he seemed to be teetering on the edge of losing control. His voice rose several decibels. "Who would want someone as fat and chubby as you? Am I blind? Who are you calling fat and chubby?" The middle-aged woman screamed and threw several punches at the young man. He didn't back down, and the two quickly began to wrestle. Most of the surrounding crowd took out their phones, pointing their cameras at this spectacular scene. "What are you doing here?" A few moments later, several police officers arrived at the scene. "Stop fighting." The young man and the middle-aged woman then released each other, their faces red with anger as they glared at one another. A policeman stepped forward. "Who called the police?" An elderly man nearby raised his hand. "I did." "This young man? He seems to be harassing me." "Sign here first." The police officer handed a document to the elderly man, then turned to the young man and the middle-aged woman. "What happened? Why were you fighting?" "He groped me." The middle-aged woman pointed at the young man. "We were waiting for the bus here, and this guy probably thought no one was watching, so he came over and touched me." "I didn't." The young man retorted angrily. "I just got off work, I'm exhausted, all I want to do is go home and sleep. Who would be interested in someone like you?" "Look, officer, he's even cursing at me." "When did I curse at you? Isn't dog an insult?" "I said I was exhausted, did I curse at you?" All right. The police officer interrupted them, glancing around. Are there any security cameras here? A police auxiliary officer leaned closer. No, this seems to be Shangjing City. In a few areas that haven't kept up with modern planning, the traffic lights at the intersections are all broken. It's 2030 already, how come they're still? The policeman clicked his tongue and turned to the old man who had claimed to have called the police. Sir, did you see anything? I didn't see clearly. The old man quickly shook his head, pointing to a chessboard under a street lamp not far away. We were playing chess over there when suddenly, we heard this girl shout, "Catch the pervert." She could be my mother. Some of the hot-headed young men exclaimed angrily. A girl, my foot. Don't interrupt. The policeman glared at the young man, then looked at the old man again, and then I saw this girl grabbing this young man's hand, and not letting him leave, saying he had just molested her, so I called the police. The old man shrugged, that's it. The policeman turned to the others. Does anyone know the specifics of what happened? The onlookers looked at each other, their eyes conveying their ignorance. The middle-aged woman wore a smug expression. This remote place obviously has no security cameras, and no one's watching. The woman thought to herself. Then why don't you two come with us to the police station? The policeman didn't waste any words, waving his hand. Stop watching, everyone. Move aside. Don't obstruct traffic. Huh? The young man was somewhat reluctant. Officer, it's already past 10 o'clock. I haven't had dinner yet, and by the time I get home and take a shower, it'd probably be past midnight. I have to get up at 7 a.m. to catch the bus. See, officer, he doesn't even want to go to the police station. He must be guilty. Hearing the young man say this, the middle-aged woman became even more smug. This guy definitely has something to hide. You're talking nonsense. The young man finally snapped. Who has the time to argue with an old hag like you? I have to earn money to support my family. Look, he's lost his temper. He started swearing. Officer, you heard it, right? You too, come with us to the station. The policeman turned around. All right, we talk about it at the station. Wait. At this moment, Yao and Xiao Ai finally arrived, squeezing through the gap in the crowd. I recorded this. Hearing the word recorded, the middle-aged woman's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the little girl, who had squeezed in from outside in disbelief. Impossible. Little girl, do you know that lying to a police officer is punishable? I didn't say anything, I really have a video. Yao glared at the middle-aged woman. You're the one who's lying. The police are here and you're still lying. You're exploiting our rights as women. Who are you? The middle-aged woman snapped. Why should I, a little girl, lecture my sister? All right, that's enough. The policeman closest to Yao walked over and glanced at her school uniform. Little sister, are you a student from around here? Why aren't you home yet? Yes, I'm a student at Beijing number 36 middle school. I was just having milk tea with my friend at that milk tea shop over there. Seeing this older brother come out of the office building, I told my friend he looked very tired. My friend suggested we record a video and make it into a research project called When We Grow Up. Even when facing the police, Yao maintained a firm expression. Then I tried filming this older brother with my phone. I filmed for over a minute, capturing the entire argument. Oh! The police officer looked intrigued. Is the video still on your phone? Yes. Yao unlocked her phone, opened the video, and handed it to the police. Several officers exchanged glances, and then crowded around. What are you doing? Do you think I'm fat? No, I just thought this would create a safe distance. Safe distance? Isn't that still saying I'm fat? Pervert. Someone's perverting here. The 1-minute video quickly finished playing. With Xiao Ai's help, the video Yao filmed was of high quality, and their words were very clear. Alright. After watching the video, a police officer sighed and looked at the middle-aged woman. What else do you have to say? She faked this video. The middle-aged woman panicked. With AI video recording so advanced now, she definitely colluded with that scoundrel and prepared the video beforehand. Then you two should come to the police station. The police returned the phone to Yao and Xiao Ai. Little sisters, you should come too. We explained to your parents. Chapter 704. It was nearly 11 p.m. when Xiao Ai and Yao emerged from the police station. Who here is Yao's parent? Seeing a group of people outside the station, a policewoman led Yao and Xiao Ai out. Yao's parent? Are you here? I'm here. A middle-aged man hurriedly ran over. I'm Yao's parent. The policewoman took out an ID card reader. Oh, what's your name? Yi Baoqiao. Did you bring your ID card? Yes. The man, who identified himself as Yi Baoqiao, quickly handed over his ID. The policewoman took the ID and scanned it on the machine. Yi Bao Chao. Parent. After confirming the information, the policewoman nodded. Your daughter was very brave tonight. She deserves encouragement. She then took out a small red flag. Give her a red flag as a reward. Thank you, officer. Yi Bao Chao was somewhat flattered. May I ask? What happened to my daughter? Nothing much. Specifically, it has nothing to do with her. A man and a woman in Baonan district got into an argument, each with their own version of events. Your daughter happened to have video footage, so we took her back to the police station to show the two parties the video and mediated the situation. The policewoman smiled. Sorry to have taken up your daughter's time. Oh, that's good. Yi Bao Chao breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Yi Yao into his arms. It's getting late, you should go home and rest. Okay. Just as Yi Bao Chao was about to leave with Yi Yao, he seemed to see Xiao Aier standing next to the policewoman and asked with some concern, Child, didn't your parents come? We can't contact her parents right now. The policewoman said helplessly, We might have to wait a while. Can't contact them? My mom and dad are dragons. They're very busy. They've probably just gotten up. Xiao Aier waved to Yi Yao. Don't worry about me, you guys go back first. Can't I take this child with me? I have a car. I can just take her home. Yi Bao Chao pointed to Xiao Aier. She's my daughter's classmate. This is the first time my daughter has brought a classmate. Go back to school. No. The policewoman shook her head. It's the rule. We have to contact the parents of children under 16. Please understand. Well, okay. Yi Bao Chao took a business card from his pocket and handed it to the policewoman. Officer, if you really can't reach her parents, just let me know. I run a fruit shop in the farmer's market over there. Many people around here know me. You can call this number. The policewoman hesitated for a moment, then took the business card. Thank you for your concern, parent. Go back now. Hey. Yi Bao Chao pulled Yi Yao away. Before leaving, Yi Yao waved to Little L. See you tomorrow, Little L. Need me to bring you breakfast? Little L waved back. No, I can make it at home. Then I bring you a bottle of milk, Watching Yi Yao and her father, Yi Bao Chao, walk away, the policewoman turned around and patted Little L on the shoulder. Your parents are dragons? Girls your age really do have a rich imagination. But my mom and dad really are dragons, Little L said, sounding a little aggrieved. It should be afternoon in the other world right now. Dad probably just woke up and hasn't come to Earth yet. Do you usually like to write novels? You seem to enjoy daydreaming so much. The policewoman ruffled Little L's hair. Speaking of which, your hair is so beautiful I'm envious. Back at the police station, the policewoman had Little L sit down on a small chair nearby and then took out her phone again to dial her contact number. Hello, the number you dialed is not in service area. That's strange. How can it be out of service area? Hearing the message from her phone, the policewoman frowned. Isn't it usually just temporarily unavailable? Which mountainous area have they gone to? In Longlin. Wearing an off-the-shoulder t-shirt, a jacket over which her cute belly button was exposed, and hot pants with cute casual shoes on her little feet, Little L swung her snow-white feet on the chair. And Dad hardly ever uses his phone. He probably came. It's not even on. So what do we do? Are you going to spend the night at our police station? Or should we arrange for some officers to take you home? The policewoman approached Little L, sizing up the little girl dressed in a cyberpunk style. Wow, I've been wanting to say this since earlier. Little girl, your skin is amazing. Your eyes are as beautiful as gemstones, just like a doll. Her name is unique too. A police officer passing by, making coffee, remarked, Gallon L, this is the first time I ever heard of anyone with the surname Gallon in our country. Her parents' surnames are both Gallon, Galland and Gallana. Are you foreigners? Little L thought for a moment. Sort of. As she spoke, Little L noticed the police officer serving coffee was holding a crispy shark candy, and her eyes immediately lit up. Can I have some? Huh? This? The police officer was taken aback at first, then held up the crispy shark. This is for replenishing energy when we stay up late at night. Children can't eat it. Oh, you're only giving her one, so stingy. The policewoman immediately went over, took the crispy shark, and handed it to Little L. Here, consider it my treat. Thank you. Little L winked at the policewoman and the other police officer, then happily tore open the crispy shark packaging and started eating. It feels like our police station has a new pet cat. It's become the group's darling. The officer whose crispy shark had been stolen wasn't angry at all. He cheerfully made some coffee and returned to Little L's side. Little girl, if we can't reach your parents by 11 o'clock, we have to drive you home in a police car. Do you remember where you live? Of course I remember. I'm not a child anymore. Little Elle said, munching on her crispy shark like a little hamster. Do my parents have to come pick me up? Yes, that's our rule. The officer blew on his coffee and carefully took a sip. We have to ensure your safety. What if you get kidnapped by human traffickers on the way home? Human traffickers can't catch me. Little Elle thought for a moment. Or, could I contact the people at the Beijing Data Research Center? They're probably still working overtime right now. Do you know them? People from the Data Research Center? Hearing this, the officers exchanged glances instinctively. How do you know people from this organization? It was a coincidence, I guess. After finishing his crispy shark, Little Elle carefully folded the packaging, then skipped over to the trash can and threw the trash in. Is that okay? Chapter 705. Shangjing City Data Research Center. As usual, team leader Liang Kaiyu stared at the endless stream of data on the computer screen, a look of utter dejection on his face. No way, how can they be so mean? They invest so much money every year just to create gender antagonism? Typing furiously on the keyboard, Liang Kaiyu grabbed a Snickers bar and tore it open. Women have always been symbols of purity and beauty in my eyes, and now these rotten apples have ruined that. Especially. Our internet environment is already so stressful, with all sorts of conflicts making everyone easily ignited, and they still have to stir up trouble over gender. Don't be angry, don't be angry. A female employee walked over and handed the team leader a few small cakes. There are so many left over today, here you go. Huh? There are leftovers again? Liang Kaiyu turned around. Did you buy this many? Didn't you say it yourself, team leader? The female employee said aggrievedly, you said. That little Elle likes sweets, and told us to keep some in the office every day, so we wouldn't be left with nothing if she suddenly came over. That's right, team leader, you even applied for special funding from above. We now have 500 yuan a month in Elle's funds. Every day I buy some milk, cookies, and small cakes and leave them in the office. If Xiaoer doesn't come, we eat them ourselves. A nearby employee turned around. You forgot? Oh, I really forgot. That's why we had so many snacks in the office these past 2 months. I thought you guys were getting rich and buying them to improve our meals. Liang Kaiyu suddenly realized, scratching his head as he said, speaking of which, hasn't little Elle come in a while? It's actually good that she doesn't come. It means our world is still relatively stable. After all, she's a god of the universe. I don't want little Elle to suddenly come over one day and say, the world is going to be destroyed, and we should hurry up and do what we want to do. The female employee spoke with a regretful tone, although I miss that little one very much, she is so cute. Just seeing her sitting in our chairs and listening to her talk makes all the fatigue of the day disappear. Hey, you know what, I feel the same way. No sooner had the female employee finished speaking than someone else chimed in. My allergic rhinitis used to be very severe, but ever since little Elle came to our office those few days, my rhinitis hasn't flared up since. Oh, so it's the same for you guys? A bespectacled employee sitting in the corner looked up. I thought I was the only one like this. I had stomach surgery, and it would hurt terribly every mealtime. After Xiaoer came, my stomach hasn't hurt at all. Holy crap! I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. My gout hasn't flared up in ages either. I was wondering why something seemed off these past 2 months. Turns out, my body has become healthier? Really? You guys. Are you serious? Liang Kaiyu felt a chill run down his spine. Although I don't have any major health problems, I definitely been sleeping better every night these past 2 months, and I have more energy than before. If what you're saying is true, then Xiaoer must be. If little Elle is truly a creator goddess, then it's quite possible that when she comes to our office, she casually cures these minor health problems. The female employee had a sudden realization look on her face. I get it. Little Elle must be thanking us for feeding her in this way. You mean the cakes and milk that cost tens of dollars a day cured my years-long stomach problems? The previous employee looked incredulous. This is a post-operative complication, a physical one. The doctor said it can't be cured with current scientific methods. That little Elle. She rarely even looks at me when she comes over, and she just casually cured me like that. What? Don't judge gods by our human standards, okay? The female employee put her hands on her hips. Like you said, are cakes and milk tea costing a few dozen yuan precious? Not at all, and they're easily obtained by gods. But little Elle probably just likes the atmosphere here. We fed her cakes, and in return, she cured our ailments. Ah. Liang Kaiyu picked up a piece of cake, eating it while saying regretfully, I really want to see that cute little one again, but unfortunately we can't bother her. Ring ring. Just then, the office's landline rang. Hello? Liang Kaiyu quickly finished his cake and picked up the receiver. Who is this? Huh? The police station? What do you want? Who? Less than 2 seconds later, a look of surprise appeared on Liang Kaiyu's face. Are you sure? That child's name is Jialan L? I know her. We're old acquaintances. Oh right, she's at your police station, isn't she? Can't get in touch with her parents. No problem, we'll be there right away. Okay, 10 minutes at most, our people will be there. After hanging up, Liang Kaiyu jumped up from his chair. A call from the Baocheng District Police Station, ha ha ha. What? The female employee next to him looked at him with disdain. Are you so happy that the police station called you? Ha ha ha, guess why the police station called us? Liang Kaiyu picked up another unopened cake box from the table. Little L is with them. They said they can't get in touch with her parents, so they want us to come and pick her up. Huh? The surrounding employees were instantly dumbfounded. What do you mean they can't get in touch with little L's parents? Just now, 2 people in Baocheng District were arguing and then, after the police were called, Xiaoer and her classmates happened to be at the scene and had recorded the whole thing. The police asked them to submit the video to the police station as witnesses. Liang Kaiyu took his car keys out of the drawer. Today's our lucky day, hee hee. Let's leave work early. Wow, team leader, you're hogging the food, aren't you? A female employee protested. I want to go too. Another employee stood up. Me too. Me too. Don't leave me behind. I haven't seen Xiaoer for over 2 months. The first time she came here, I wasn't even there. If you're all going, then we have to drive Xiaolu's van. No, we're going to the police station in a van. And then a whole bunch of people will get out? What if we get arrested? It's okay, I know people at the police station in Baocheng District. Liang Kaiyu waved the keys in his hand. If possible, I see if I can get a drink with their station chief tonight. Chapter 706. After sitting obediently on a small chair in the police station and eating who knows how many crispy shark snacks, Xiao El finally received the arrival of the Beijing Data Research Team. So how did you know such an organization existed in our city? Having seen the van drive in through the surveillance camera, the police station chief looked at Xiao El with curiosity. This is a highly classified organization. Many of our colleagues here don't even know about it. Xiao El thought for a moment. Perhaps because of some kind of connection? A connection? Well, I admit I'm a bit out of touch with you young people's thinking. The chief chuckled. Speaking of which, little sister, are you sure your hair isn't dyed? It's so pretty. Old wine. Ha ha ha, long time no see. At this moment, Liang Kaiyu cheerfully pushed open the police station door and walked in, greeting one of the officers at the door directly. Old Liang, you're finally here. The police officer looked distressed. You guys better take that child away quickly. She can eat so much. She's almost devoured all the crispy shark chips, Snickers, and Xiaoying's secret stash of wafers. TSK, you guys really don't know how lucky you are. Liang Kaiyu held up one finger. Do you know who that child inside is? Galan L, a very rare surname. The officer looked curious. To be honest, she is indeed very cute. This is the first time I encountered a child who looks like a doll. When I first saw her, I asked her repeatedly to confirm that she didn't have albinism? I think that's it. It's said that children with this disease are as beautiful as dolls, but also very fragile. She doesn't have albinism, the others. Oh well, never mind, I won't talk to you. Is the child inside? Yes. The police officer pointed to the office inside. She's eaten so many of our snacks, you better take her away quickly. Trust me, she's not losing out no matter how many snacks she eats. Liang Kaiyu said, and his colleague who had come with him also came in. Where's Xiaoer? My god, you guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are there so many of you? It's just picking up a child. Why all this fuss? The police officer at the door was startled by the commotion. Anyone who didn't know better would think you come to rob the police station. I told you, you don't understand. Liang Kaiyu shook his head and, together with his colleagues, entered the office along the side path. Little L? Uncle Liang. Upon seeing Liang Kaiyu, Little L jumped off her chair. And Sister Luan Jiayu and Uncle Wang Bowen. Wow! Little L actually remembers my name. The female employee, Luan Jiayu, quickly stepped forward. Little L, can I hug you? Yes. Little L stretched out her hands to the female employee. Then she was picked up like a kitten. Hee hee. Little L is so sweet and soft, so lovely. The female employee's eyes almost squinted with laughter as she helped tidy Little L's bangs. Has your little cutie had dinner yet? Yes, I ate mung bean porridge and herbal jelly outside. Here, I was even fed crispy shark, Snickers, and milk wafers. Little L, what about me? Hearing that Little L remembered several colleagues' names, but hadn't greeted them, the Data Research Center staff, who had come along, were a little jealous and stepped forward, saying, "Tell us quickly, what's your uncle's name?" Little L quickly checked their names through the administrator's data backend. Uncle Liang Ziming, Uncle Li Wenhao, and Uncle Wang Jia. Wow! That's great, they actually remembered our names. Several employees showed happy expressions, as if having their names remembered by Little L was something to be incredibly proud of. What are you doing? How old are you? Why are you all acting like little kids? This scene amused the police officers in the office. You're so happy that a little girl remembers your names? Of course we're happy. Liang Kaiyu put his hands on his hips. Brother, trust me, in a few weeks or months, when you recall what happened today, you probably understand. I won't say anything more, you figure it out yourselves then. Huh? You mean you're talking about metaphysics with us police officers? No, this isn't metaphysics. It actually has a scientific basis, but this science, well, it's more complicated than we imagined. Liang Kaiyu turned to the station chief. What procedures are needed to take her back? No, we only left her here because we didn't want her to go home alone so late. It's dangerous. Mainly, we can't get through to her parents, and our police cars are too busy. The station chief waved his hand. Since you know this little girl and know where she lives, take her home. Okay. Liang Kaiyu looked at Xiao Er. Then, shall we go back? Okay. Xiao Er was a little embarrassed. I'm so sorry to trouble everyone so late. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Anything you ask of us is no trouble at all. Just say the word, and we help with anything we can. Liang Kaiyu said earnestly. You know we're not being polite. Wait, something's not right here. The director, who was on good terms with Liang Kaiyu, scratched his head. Old Liang, if I remember correctly, your department reports directly to higher-ups, right? In a sense, your power is greater than our little temples. How come you treat this little sister like a little emperor? Well, you're absolutely right. She is a little emperor, or rather, Her Majesty the Empress. Liang Kaiyu said without hesitation. If you put a crown on her right now, I guarantee it wouldn't look out of place at all. No. Why is that? Her parents. What's their background? It has nothing to do with her parents. Little L is the Empress of this world. Liang Kaiyu said seriously. I made myself clear enough. Saying more would be impolite. Why are you playing the riddle teller now? I have to be a riddle teller, my good brother. You just need to remember, even if our planet is hit by an asteroid tomorrow, Little L's priority is far greater than protecting Earth, understand? Okay, I get it. You guys have all been infected by this kid's Chinibu. The director waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up, and take her away. This kid can really eat. Hee, we love for her to come over and eat more. So you guys don't know how lucky you are. Liang Kaiyu gave the female employee holding Little L a look. Let's go, we take Her Majesty the Empress home. Chapter 707. On the way back in the minivan, Xiao El tried to call her father on her phone. To her surprise, the call went through. Beep. Hello? Who is this? Dad. Xiao El sighed weakly. You don't even have your daughter's phone number saved in your contacts? Uh-huh. I don't use this thing. I guess it's called a cell phone, much here on Earth, right? Dad just got here recently, so I charged my phone. Nasad's voice sounded tired. What's wrong? Is something the matter? You? Hearing the weak girl's voice on the phone, Xiao El seemed to understand something. Mom didn't let you rest again last night. Sigh. Don't even mention it. She's been like this every day for the past few months, saying things like, I'm going to do everything I haven't done with you all these years. She never lets me sleep at night, and I can't even beat her now. Little L covered her mouth and chuckled. Then I try harder to solve Lumelin's problem. Or maybe have a heart-to-heart talk with Mom or something. That's not urgent, and there's even less need to talk to Nana. Actually, I understand her feelings. Back then, I really owed her a lot. It was clear that even though he was bullied by Fafner every day after becoming a young girl, Nasad still loved his wife very much. By the way, you must be Little L, right? When I came here, I sensed that Little L had been near Minar Academy not long ago. Yes, I am Little L. Huh? Little L, normally you should just teleport home if anything happens. Why are you calling me? Well, something rather unusual happened. My classmate and I went to the police station to give a statement, and I need a parent to pick me up. But a friend I know has already taken me home. I'd be there in about 10 minutes. Little Elle switched the phone to her other ear. Dad, why did you suddenly decide to come to Earth for a visit? Oh, I came here to relax and also to avoid your mom. She's been too much lately. I can't handle it. You guys always say that only oxen die from overwork, not fields that are ruined. Now that two fields have collided, one of them is bound to break down. Ah, I think this side of Dad is kind of cute. What did you say? Nothing. Well, let's get straight to the point. Little Elle, sitting in the back of the van, glanced at the members of the Beijing Data Research Group who were silently listening inside. Using his administrator powers, he gauged their mood and, confirming no one was acting maliciously, said, Dad, a new student at Minar Academy has joined the class. Her name is Lala Anima. Strictly speaking, she's a descendant of a desert dragon and a fire-breathing dragon. The Anima family? Naysod on the other end of the phone seemed to have a memory stirred. I remember this family. They made enormous sacrifices during the Anubis War. What's wrong with this desert dragon and fire-breathing dragon hybrid you mentioned? She herself is fine, but her mother is Laura Anima of the Anima family. I know Laura too. I held her when she was a baby dragon. Did something happen to Laura? Yes, she encountered a fire-breathing dragon. There are quite a few fire-breathing dragons on the Eve continent now. Even if there are, they're mostly sub-dragons like Seren. Naysod still didn't understand. Encountered a fire-breathing dragon, and then? This fire-breathing dragon is from the other shore island. He's only 3,000 years old. His name is Smode. The other shore island? Hearing this, Naysod's previously calm tone suddenly became excited. Daughter, you mean? A fire-breathing dragon escaped from the other shore island? Yes, not only did it escape, but it also became lovers with Laura from the Anima family, and gave birth to Lala. I only found out about this from Aisha. Little Elle paused here, allowing Naysod to quickly process this information. However, that little fire dragon only stayed in the Nia desert for about 10 years before leaving. And then? It's been over 100 years. A few days ago, Sister Laura found me and asked if I could help find information about this little fire dragon, so I found the other shore island. My dear daughter, I remember telling you about this when you were little. Naysod's voice trembled slightly. The other shore island. Also known as the Demon Island. Back then, there was a fire-breathing dragon of equal strength to me. For the sake of all living beings, he used a huge barrier to lock himself and his dragon clan to this island, and that barrier has remained for 500,000 years. Yes, that's right. Little Elle nodded. Dad, you also said that according to the agreement, you can't break the barrier on this island. Then, my dear daughter, what are you doing? Your agreement stipulated that Naysod couldn't break the barrier, but it didn't mention Naysod's daughter. We can't break the barrier, can we? Little Elle said in a light tone. When I tried to enter that island with Sister Laura, we found that the magical beasts inside were still fighting the fire-breathing dragons, but most of the magical beasts had evolved intelligence, just like the two little devils you sealed in the Aurora Temple beneath Minar Academy. The magical beasts inside have evolved intelligence? Naysod's tone was quite shocked. Is that possible? I was quite surprised at the time, but then I realized that it must be determined by the nature of the magical beasts themselves. Then you... Naysod hesitated for a while. My dear daughter, did you encounter, that is, if the fire-breathing dragons inside the other shore island are still alive, who is their current leader? Sister Igniza? Igniza? Is she still alive? Yes, she is. I feel that her mental state is quite good. Little Elle changed into. In a playful tone he said, Oh right, after Igniza heard my story about you, Dad, she kept saying it was impossible. Like, Dad, how could you possibly have a female dragon liking you? Oh no. Huh? Oh no, this is really bad. What happened? My dear daughter, since you entered that barrier and saw what was happening inside, does that mean their battle is about to end? Yeah, those monsters aren't actually that strong. I cast a little blessing magic on Igniza and her few minions and came out. I think they should be able to defeat those monsters. That means Igniza is going to come out of the barrier. Oh my god, there's no escaping it. Dad? My dear daughter, don't tell Nana about this yet. I handle it myself. On the other end of the phone, Naysod used a pleading tone for the first time ever. Please, I want to live a few more days. Chapter 708. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic data research team members, Xiao returned to Qiuxiu's room and found Nasod engrossed in a game. She was wearing a girlish red top with a skirt and black stockings, sitting gracefully in front of the computer, her style somewhat reminiscent of Yumiko Jabami, the protagonist of Kakagurui. Judging from Nasod's posture and tone of voice, it's hard to believe she was once a man for countless millennia, and even a Chunibu, middle school syndrome, father with a daughter. However, to be fair, a Chunibu-obsessed pretty girl is, in some ways, more pleasing to the eye than a Chunibu girl. Sorry everyone, it's been so long since I streamed. I've been struggling with life lately. Yeah, literally struggling with life. No, it's not that I'm short of money, it's just that life is a bit of a struggle. Please don't give me any more tips. It's really not about the money, my family isn't short of money. Fake breasts, what the heck? I wish they were fake, they're such a nuisance when I walk, but unfortunately, they're real. So heavy. After watching Nasod play casual games and chat with his viewers for a while, Little L knocked on the door. Dad. Streamer, your daughter's back. Wow streamer, I'm always amazed by your daughter, she's so cute. Streamer, are you really okay? Why is your hair black, but your daughter's is light blue? Nasod turned around and glanced at Little L, then explained to the viewers in the stream. The child takes after her mother in that way, it's normal. Then, she quickly stood up and went to Little L. You're back? Still in the mood to play games. Little L glanced at the computer screen. Looks like Sister Ignice's matter isn't that important. Shh. As if afraid this matter would be discovered, NSD covered Little L's mouth, led her out of the room, and then closed the door. Tell Dad in detail what happened. It's like what they said on the phone. A new student of the Rock Elemental class came to Minar Academy, and Sister Aisha told me that her experience was somewhat similar to mine. Then her mother came, hoping I could help find her. Her husband. Little L said in an innocent tone, so I took her to the other shore island, found her husband, and met the Fire Dragon King's sister Ignice on the island. What's the situation on the island? Tell me in detail. The situation on the island. Well, the fire-breathing dragon clan and the monsters are evenly matched. They say they've been fighting for 500,000 years, and the battle is over. Little L thought for a moment. The fire-breathing dragons shouldn't have changed much, but the monsters have evolved intelligence and become somewhat similar to the magical beasts on the Eve continent. That's alright, it's not the worst-case scenario. Nasod breathed a sigh of relief. What about Ignice? How is she? She's alright. She's the Dragon King there, and she's huge. Little L held up his hand to show, about, over 300 meters tall. Did she say anything about me? Sister Ignice seemed a little incredulous that you, Dad, could find a girlfriend. She seemed quite shocked when she heard you were already married, but other than that, nothing much. Ah. Ha ha ha. Nasod scratched his head awkwardly. So it's been 500,000 years already. So Dad you. Little L leaned closer to Nasod, curiously examining the shapely girl before him. Back then you and Sister Ignice, weren't you? There was really nothing between us. Back then, we were both, in human terms, young and naive. Besides, there were monsters everywhere, the whole world was in chaos, and we didn't have the mind to develop any feelings. Nasod sighed softly. At most, we were comrades in arms, but later we separated because of differing ideals. I formed my allies, she assembled her elite forces, and in the end, Ignice even activated the Ignice Great Barrier on the other shore island to hold back the main force of the monsters. We haven't had any contact since then. 10,000 years, my dear daughter, you must know that's 500,000 years. Nasod added, my impression of Ignice is still from when she was very young. Of course, she probably felt the same way about me, like a 7 or 8-year-old human. What could such a young child understand? Then why is Dad so flustered? Of course, it's because of your mother. Nasod smiled wryly. We're currently in the throes of a passionate romance, or rather, Nana's love for me has entered its second phase. You know, we weren't actually husband and wife at first. It was only after you were born that we were forced together. Although my feelings for Nana have warmed up over the past 100 years, it's never reached the level of lovers. It's more than friends, but not quite lovers. Of course, I personally love Nana very much, but she never seems to feel the same way about me. Until the Lumilon incident, after I became like this, Nana's feelings for me suddenly heated up, and heated up incredibly fast. Nasod looked somewhat frantic. What's that word again? Yandere? Her feelings for me are already developing in that direction. If she knew I knew this Dragon King, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get out of bed for the next few months. So what does Dad plan to do? Little Elle covered her mouth and laughed. Now that the seal on the other shore island has been broken, the monsters and fire-breathing dragons inside will soon be released. As the Fire Dragon King, Sister Ignicia will definitely come into contact with Mom, right? It's okay, I try my best to handle it. At worst, I won't be able to get out of bed for a month. Naysod. A slightly indulgent expression appeared on his face. Anyway, I chose Nana back then, so I take responsibility. Dad's really a man. Little Elle glanced at the two prominent bunnies on Naysod's chest. Want some late-night snack? I make it. What? My daughter is so wonderful. Naysod looked touched. Any dessert or iced tea will do, but it has to be chilled. Okay, Dad, you rest for a bit, I make it. Little Elle glanced at the next room. Hasn't Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaoyu come back yet? They said they went shopping at Sunflower Pedestrian Street. Why don't you go check it out, and buy some snacks while you're at it? Sure. Little Elle walked towards her cardboard box in the living room. I change my clothes, and then go check it out. Chapter 709. Untying her ponytail, and letting her light blue hair fall naturally, Little Elle changed into her everyday sundress, tied the ribbon on her left wrist, slipped her little feet into a pair of bunny slippers with cat paw patterns, quickly tidied her hair in front of the mirror, slung her small backpack over her shoulder, and went out. In this world, or rather, this country, the game Aquarius Era is currently very popular, practically a national mobile game. Little Elle's hair is very conspicuous in a crowd. If she wore casual clothes, she would easily be pointed at and whispered about as a bad kid with dyed hair. But if Little Elle went out in this nightgown, she would be mistaken for a cosplayer. She must be cosplaying some character, right? This is Miss Joan, a very popular character lately, and also the most cosplayer-friendly character. I have that dress at home too. So dedicated. Wearing a wig while out shopping at night, I feel hot just looking at her. You don't understand, that's how anime girls are. Wow! This kid is so cute. Her height is so accurate. As expected, when Xiao, dressed in a nightgown, arrived at Sunflower Pedestrian Street near Qiu Shiyou's house, many passers-by looked at her with admiration. That wig is so long. If it were me, I wouldn't wear a wig with that cosplay outfit, it's just too hot. Exactly, the biggest challenge in cosplaying Miss Joan is the wig. Her hair is so loose and long, and that color. Generally only girls with exceptionally high looks can pull it off. Wow, that kid is so pretty. She's not even wearing makeup. Why don't we go try asking if we can get a stamp? That's not a good idea. This isn't a comic convention. Just go ask. Even if we get rejected, it'd be nice to talk to such a cute kid, right? So, after walking for a short while on the pedestrian street, a large group of people gathered around Little Elle. Her skin is so good. Wow! Even up close, you can't tell she's wearing makeup. Her eyes too. Little girl, are you wearing colored contacts? Where did you buy your wig? Ah. Faced with the curious crowd, Shower had to switch into business mode. These aren't colored contacts. My eyes are naturally this color. It's not a wig either. My condition is a bit special. My hair color was born this way. Can we take a picture with you? Sure. Click click. Thank you. Speaking of which, that little girl looks more and more familiar. Isn't she that Jolin L who was super popular 2 months ago? The one who did a super large magic trick at the anime convention? It really is her. I wouldn't have remembered if you hadn't mentioned it. We actually took a picture with such a big shot? Where is the big shot? After dealing with these passers-by, Shower tracked down Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu on Sunflower Pedestrian Street using their scent. On the street, the two were dressed in clearly matching outfits. Lu Xinyu wore a pink and white t-shirt with half a heart on the back and a denim overall skirt. Qiu Xiaoyu wore a matching pink and white t-shirt with a half-heart design on the back, facing the opposite direction from Lu Xinyu's. When the two were close, they could perfectly form a complete red heart. Moreover, perhaps to emphasize their couple vibe, Lu Xinyu had long hair on the pedestrian street side, while Qiu Xiaoyu had her hair tucked into a baseball cap. The two girls, one cute and one cool, looked incredibly well matched, even Shower thought. At this moment, Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu seemed to have bought a bag of pineapples. Every few steps, Qiu Xiaoyu would use a bamboo skewer to pick up a piece of pineapple and feed it to Lu Xinyu. Open your mouth. Xiaoyu, you eat it yourself. I will eat it, but since Xiaoyu is the bottom tonight, of course you should eat more. Damn it. The couple's affectionate appearance reminded Shower of the legend of lesbian couples eating pineapple first. Will this really work? Although Little Elle really wanted to use her administrator privileges to see the answers, considering that keeping such folk tales mysterious was best, She gave up on this cheating behavior. Sister Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu. Little L ran towards the two from the crowd. Good evening. Oh. It's Little L. Seeing Little L, Lu Xinyu seemed very happy. It feels like it's been ages since we talked. I've been in the cardboard box the whole time. Little L stuck out her tongue. Sister Xiaoyu can open the box anytime she misses me. Little L's cardboard box is like Schrodinger's cat. You never know what's inside until you open it. Lu Xinyu covered her mouth and chuckled. So Xiaoyu and I usually don't dare to go over to check on things. So we just assume Shower isn't home. By the way, why did Shower have time to come see us? Didn't you just register at school today? Well, I don't go to evening self-study. I just went to the moon, Mars, and Uranus with my classmates. Now I'm out buying some snacks for my dad. She's facing a major crisis in her life. Shower explained. Dad said you guys were buying things here, so I came along. Is it bad timing? No, you come at the perfect time. Lu Xinyu pointed at Xiao Xiaoyu with a "Sir, I'm going to report this to the authorities" expression. Shower, be the judge. It's one thing for Xiaoyu to always bully me at home, but today she even made me eat so much pineapple. Isn't that too much? Pineapple is what makes it sweet. Even Xiao Xiaoyu, whose skin was as thick as a city wall, blushed slightly. Besides, I also. Even if I don't eat, I still eat a little. Eat a little? What do you mean? Eat a little means just a tiny bit. Look at her. Lu Xinyu gave Shower a pleading look. Every morning when I wake up, my body feels like it's about to fall apart, and she still thinks it's not enough. Why are you two starting to resemble Nasod and Fafner? Then, Shower thought for a moment. If all else fails, I put a healing crystal in the room? Like in the game, if you feel back pain, dizziness, or weakness, you can touch the crystal, and the healing magic inside will instantly restore your energy. No. Absolutely not. Shower was interrupted by Lu Xinyu before she could finish. We absolutely can't have that in the room, or I truly never have a chance to get ahead. Eh? Well, okay then. Although she didn't quite understand, Shower nodded. Then, I can only wish Sister Xiaoyu good luck. Chapter 710. The next day, Little L woke up early as usual, crawling out of the cardboard box in the living room and stretching. She quickly cleaned herself and her clothes with water magic, then went to the kitchen, put on an apron, and prepared to start making breakfast. Little L planned to make a very famous dish in the capital city, glutinous rice, mung bean, and sausage. This was also the most popular breakfast stall among vendors around schools, as it was easy to carry, quick to make, and profitable. Many vendors started their businesses by selling breakfast to students. First, cook the glutinous rice and mung beans I bought yesterday, then the sausage. Turning on the stove, Little L washed the glutinous rice and mung beans, set up a cotton net, and placed the two grains separately in different steamers. As for the seasonings, could I make some yellow plum jam and chili sauce, or some pickled vegetables? This kind of breakfast actually didn't require much skill. Simply steam glutinous rice until it's soft and sticky, then grind similarly steamed mung beans into a paste similar to mung bean cake, wrap it in the glutinous rice, and stuff it with a hot sausage. That's it. For other flavors, you can add various sauces, such as chili sauce, fermented black bean sauce, or yellow plum jam, or even a fried egg or peas. Because this glutinous rice and mung bean sausage is very filling, high in calories, and inexpensive, even with an egg, it costs less than 10 yuan in Beijing. It's very popular with students. Some students even buy 2 servings of these glutinous rice sausages in the morning to take to class and eat when they get hungry at lunchtime or in the afternoon. Cheap and filling. So Shower decided to learn how to make a similar breakfast. Currently, only she and 3 other girls live in this small house. Whether it's Lu Xinyu, Qiu Xiaoyu, or her unreliable father, everyone always seems to have endless things to do, so the task of making breakfast fell to Xiao. It seems like I could add some beef and vegetables? Trying to knead the steamed glutinous rice and mung bean paste together, adding sausage and sauce, and looking at the rice ball like food on the plate, Shower turned on the fire on another stove and put the beef in. My dear daughter, so early. Just then, Nasod walked in from the kitchen doorway. It smells so good. What are you making? Frying beef. I put it in rice balls later. I feel this breakfast doesn't have enough protein. While skillfully frying the beef, Little L washed the lettuce, blanched it in the boiling water used to cook the glutinous rice, took it out, cut it into the shape of a flower, and gave Nasod an apologetic look. Did I disturb you? Ah, no, not at all. Nasod shook his head. Now, there's a time difference between the continent of Eve and Earth. When I arrived, It was still daylight on Eve's continent, but it was already night here. Actually, I didn't sleep very well. Oh, I see. Little Elle walked to the refrigerator and took out a carton of water buffalo milk. Here, have some milk, and then you can take a good nap. It feels like our roles are reversed. As your father, shouldn't I be the one taking care of you? NASD was somewhat amused and exasperated, but still took the milk. This won't make my breasts bigger after drinking it, will it? Theoretically, no. Little Elle chuckled. When I was little, I used to sleep until very late every day. Didn't you and Mom take care of me? I must have caused you a lot of trouble back then. In the first few years after hatching, Eline slept more than 23 hours a day, sometimes even 24 hours straight, sleeping and sleeping until she was 20. While many dragons love to sleep, some can sleep for decades or even centuries. That's only true for adult dragons. Once an adult dragon's body is fully developed and their elemental energy is saturated, they have nothing to do and choose to sleep out of boredom, not because they're physically tired. Take the dragon Siren as an example. As a legion commander, Siren was like a warrior on the battlefield. Her only skill was fighting. After Nasod cleared most of the monsters from the continent of Eve, bringing true peace to the world, she had nothing else to do but sleep. What else would they do but sleep? Watch ant-like humans fight, or see Nasod and Fafnir bickering every day. To put it bluntly, dragons love to sleep because they find the world too boring. As the world's most intelligent beings, they have no worries about food, no fighting, and no entertainment, so sleeping is their only option. The situation is similar for angels, except they have a great library to pass the time, and they aren't as large as dragons. They can kill time by playing chess, cards, or reading, so many angels don't sleep all day long. A situation like Eline's childhood is considered a serious illness by dragon standards. Young dragons are at a crucial stage of growth, needing to absorb elements and learn. Sleeping for over 20 hours a day, or even several days without waking up, is definitely problematic. At the time, neither Nasod nor Fafnir knew what illness Eline had. As a holy dragon and a black dragon possessing the most abundant resources and connections on the continent of Eve, it's impossible for them not to panic at being completely unaware of their daughter's strange ailment. Moreover, Nasod and Fafnir only had one daughter. Therefore, Eline has always been deeply grateful for her parents' silent sacrifices during her childhood. They must have suffered greatly and worried for decades because of her. Isn't it a father's duty to take care of his daughter? Seeing little Elle's wistful expression, Nasod said matter-of-factly, taking a sip of milk. Quick, quick, my dear daughter, teach your father a few dishes. When we get back to Dragon Forest, I cook for Nana. Huh? Little Elle, who was grilling steak, turned around. Did I hear that right? Our great Dark Emperor, the invincible Lord of the Night, actually wants to learn to cook. I like to learn occasionally, after all. Right? Nana has sacrificed so much for this family, and she's been so good to me all these years. It's not too much for me to cook for her a few times, is it? Nasod leaned closer. Once your father learns, your dear daughter won't have to get up early and work late in the kitchen every day. Oh. Little Elle gave a mischievous look, her little mouth pouting into an adorable 0W0 shape. Why do I feel? Dad, your mindset has changed a lot since you became a girl? Is it just my imagination? Chapter 711. To help Nasod, who knew absolutely nothing about cooking, learn to cook from scratch, little Elle had to explain the different types of rice to her while frying steak. This is the most basic type of rice. There are far fewer varieties of rice on Earth compared to the Eve continent. Here, Sister Chiu Xiaoyu has fragrant rice, pearl rice, and wuchang rice. Different types of rice have different cooking methods. Some types of rice are suitable for cooking rice, which is the most common staple food in this country. Just add the right amount of water to a rice cooker or pressure cooker. Actually, the texture of rice cooked in a pressure cooker and a rice cooker is different. Dad, if you can't remember, start by learning how to cook rice in a rice cooker. Some types of rice are suitable for making porridge and congee. For example, in Shangjing, a city in the south, there's wuchang rice. There's a tradition of cooking corn porridge by putting rice and cornmeal together in a pressure cooker. Another tradition is to cook pearl rice or fragrant rice into a paste, add preserved egg and lean pork, and make preserved egg and lean pork porridge. This is mung bean, which is cooling in nature, suitable for making mung bean porridge. It doesn't matter how much you cook it. In some places, they add dried tangerine peel and kelp to the mung bean porridge, making dried tangerine peel and kelp mung bean porridge, adding rock sugar or brown sugar and ice cubes for summer refreshment. Like what I made today, it's glutinous rice, mung bean, and sausage rice. This is a fairly common breakfast in Shengjing City. Sausage Dad should know that many human villages on the Eve continent like to make sausages from leftover meat. I know that. Taking the sausage from Little L, Nasod examined the firm texture on it. Are the sausages on the Eve continent the same as those here? It's different. Many meats on the Eve continent taste far superior to those on Earth. For example, the heavyweight ducks of the Lehman Empire, and the fragrant yaks from the Hennessy Heavenly Lake area. They're like plus versions of Earth's ducks and beef. Especially the Hennessy Heavenly Lake yaks. Whether sliced for barbecue or dried for beef, they're incredibly fragrant. Oh! NSD said, seemingly understanding. So, like magic, the food on the Eve continent is more abundant, and the cooking methods are more diverse and freer than on Earth? Yes, most of the delicacies on Earth are at best basic, given the limitations of available ingredients. Here, the strength lies in the processing techniques and science. Little L pointed to the cooked beef in the pot and explained, this is ordinary yellow beef. In the capital, there's a dish called cumin and perilla beef. If the same method were applied to the Eve continent, there would be at least 20 ways to cook this dish, because on the Eve continent, there are over 20 varieties of just cumin and perilla alone. Moreover, some cumin and perilla on the Eve continent are semi-elemental organisms. Some perilla absorbs ice elements, giving it a cool, refreshing taste. Some cumin is full of fire elements, and if stir-fried quickly over high heat, it becomes incredibly flavorful. Add some chili, and anyone who takes a bite will feel like they're ascending to heaven. This sounds like cooking on the Eve continent is even more complicated than on Earth. Seeing Little L rattle off so much, Nasod panicked a little. Can I really learn this? I believe Dad can. Little L handed Nasod the spatula, then took out a small bag of cumin powder he bought earlier from the cupboard. Let's start by learning how to pan-fry steak. Here. Chapter 712. As usual, dressed in her pretty British-style school uniform, paired with white stockings and school shoes, Little L slung her backpack over her shoulder and left home. Before leaving, she could still hear Nasod and Fafner talking inside the house. Darling, I came to Earth for no other reason than to learn to cook with our daughter. Look, I already learned how to fry steak. Shall we go back and catch some level 9 magical beasts to cook for you? Compared to eating magical beasts, I'd rather eat you. Stop! Can I rest for a day, just one day? What's wrong? The mighty Dark Emperor, the former Dragon King of Eve Continent, can't even handle this? Shall we continue yesterday's double-slit interference experiment? Double-slit interference, darling, listen to me. This isn't a question of whether it's possible or not. It's, stop! Don't suddenly bite me. Listen to me properly. I suggest you replace I with she in the future. It'd be even more tempting. Even Earth isn't safe anymore. Mom and Dad's relationship is getting better and better. Walking downstairs, Shower covered her mouth and chuckled softly, heading towards the exit of the residential area. Her light school uniform shoes clicked against the bricks of the tree-lined path, creating a youthful pat-pat sound. Because the 36th Middle School of Shengjing City wasn't far from Chiyo's residential area, Shower could walk there without any problem. At the same time, she also planned to experience a little bit of the feeling of going to school with a little school bag every day. Shengjing Sunshine Breakfast Project. Sunshine Breakfast today, welcome to purchase. Specialty rice noodle rolls, 2 yuan for vegetarian, 3 yuan for mixed meat. Roast duck rice noodles, dry rice noodles, sour rice noodles. Stepping out of the residential area, Xiao Er saw that the street was already packed with vendors at this hour, selling everything from glutinous rice and fried noodles to steamed buns. The aroma of various foods filled most of the street. Xiao Er knew this was a choice made out of necessity. Many of these breakfast vendors worked 2 or even 3 jobs a day. They had to get up before 3 a.m. to prepare ingredients, finish making breakfast before 6 a.m., find busy spots to sell, and usually sell out by 11 a.m. Then, they would pack up, go home to sleep, and wake up in the afternoon to prepare ingredients again, heading to another part of the city to open a barbecue stall. In 2030, the economy of almost the entire planet will be in a slump. In some countries, even 70-year-olds are still delivering food, delivering packages, or driving taxis. Beijing is actually considered relatively better off. Little sister, want some fried noodles? Oh my! Your hair is dyed. Are schools allowing students to dye their hair now? Seeing Xiao Er, dressed like a student, walk out of the neighborhood, many nearby vendors enthusiastically called out their wares. Then, they noticed Xiao Er's beautiful hair color. Is she cosplaying? Haha, She looks a lot like that popular character, Miss Gallon. Miss Gallon? You play Aquarius Era too? Of course. I'm a game booster. When there are no customers at my stall, I use my phone to grind materials for my boss. What can I do? It's all about making a living. Facing the enthusiastic vendors around her, Xiao Air simply gave them a slight smile. When did such a pretty girl move into our neighborhood? I don't know. This is the first time I've seen her either. That school uniform on her, paired with white stockings. Wow. Absolutely stunning. Speaking of which, why do I always feel like she doesn't really suit this kind of clothing? She'd be better suited to more regal dresses and accessories. Like a crown on her head? Like Shower, there are quite a few students from nearby schools in the neighborhood. It was rush hour, so there were many students and parents buying breakfast nearby, and Shower's light blue hair naturally made her stand out among the students. However, these comments and glances were nothing new to Xiao. She bought 2 sandwiches and a bottle of yogurt from the nearby Fan's bakery, and interacted with the cats at the shop entrance, rubbing their little heads. With her school bag on her back, Shower quickly walked along the intersection near the neighborhood to the gate of the 36th Middle School of Shangjing City. Little L. Here, class monitor Yao, perhaps having waited a long time, excitedly waved her little hand as Little L approached. Good morning. Morning. Little L walked over. Have you been waiting here long? No, less than 10 minutes anyway, hee hee. Yao naturally took Little L's hand, and the two swiped their cards together at the card reader at the school gate, entering the campus. The person we helped yesterday posted the video online, saying he was very grateful for the evidence we submitted. Walking along the tree-lined path of Beijing No. 36 Middle School, Yao took out her phone and opened a video. Now the internet is full of praise for us, saying it's good that there was a recording, otherwise that guy wouldn't be able to explain himself, hee. Let me see. Taking the phone, Shower quickly checked the video. The video was edited together from the perspectives of many passers-by, roughly showing the scene of the young man being falsely accused of indecent assault last night. Scrolling down the video, Shower found that, just as Yao had said, several top comments were praising them. This guy must have saved the world in his past life, right? At this time, in such a remote place, he managed to meet a little girl who happened to film the false accusation, and the picture and sound are still so clear. You better give her 2 sets of 5 years of middle school entrance exams, 3 years of simulation study guides. That blue-haired little girl is super cute. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Isn't that Miss Jialan? Now who dares to stir up trouble in the game Aquarius Era saying that Miss Jialan has a powerful background? She may have a powerful background, but she's always doing good deeds. I didn't expect to see Miss Jialan herself here. This kid is going to be famous. Is this the temporary cosplayer who was so popular at the anime convention before? Who made it snow at the convention on a hot day and even summoned a train? After watching the video and reading the comments, Xiao returned the phone to Yao. He didn't blur our faces. Is that okay? Yao shook her head. I'm fine with it. If Xiao minds, I can contact him to delete the video. Ah, that's not necessary. Xiao smiled and shook her head. I don't mind either. That's good, hee hee. When I saw this video, my first thought was whether Xiao would mind if others posted your video everywhere. While chatting, the two arrived at the classroom door of Class 11, Grade 7. Unlike usual, the windows on this side of the classroom were open, and the students who should have been eating breakfast in their seats were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. What's wrong? Yao walked over. What happened? Class monitor, you're here. The class's academic representative looked indignant. Our classroom was robbed. So many learning machines, cell phones, and other valuables left here are all gone. Chapter 713. Because the teaching building of Shangjing No. 36 Middle School has a circular structure, most classrooms here use a double window design. That is, there is a row of windows facing outwards from the teaching building, and another row facing the corridor. Furthermore, the windows facing the corridor are manual pull-out type. These windows are somewhat similar to screens with rollers at the bottom, divided into front and back sections, each consisting of 2 large panes of glass. The switch is located on the side facing the classroom, and normally can only be opened from inside the classroom. Because the windows facing the corridor have no railings, anyone can jump over the windowsill to enter the classroom if the window is fully open or not properly latched. Shangjing No. 36 Middle School usually ends evening self-study around 10 p.m. The normal procedure is that everyone must leave the classroom within half an hour after the evening self-study bell rings. Boarding students return to their dormitories to shower and wash clothes, while off-campus students swipe their cards to leave the school gate. Then, the student on duty for the day closes the windows and doors. But, not all students on duty are conscientious and responsible in their duties. Most students on duty only check if the two doors are locked and visually inspect if the windows are closed when leaving the classroom, without physically pulling each window open to check if it's securely latched. This means that when the classroom air conditioner is on at night, the windows facing the corridor are likely to be ajar, not fully closed, making them easy targets for thieves. The person who stole from our class definitely knows the window mechanism. I clearly saw the windows were closed last night. Inside the classroom, facing questioning glances from the surrounding students, the student on duty looked aggrieved. The doors were locked too, I can guarantee that. Did you check if all the windows were latched? A girl put her hands on her hips. Our homeroom teacher came to the windows several times during evening self-study yesterday. I saw her open the window to peek at us, and then secretly close it again. So according to you, this is the homeroom teacher's fault? Of course it's your fault. You didn't check the doors and windows properly. Why is it my fault? How can you be sure the thief came in through the window? What if the window was already closed, but the thief had the classroom key? Only the homeroom teacher and the class monitor had the classroom key. Are you saying the class monitor is the thief? The class monitor doesn't even attend evening self-study. Then the thief must have some skills. Even if the door is locked, they can still pick the lock. The student on duty argued, many locks aren't secure these days. I just checked the boxes in the dormitory. I bought a new lock, and Tan Li Jiang opened it with just a few pokes of his old key. Let's not argue about who's responsible now, shall we? We should unite and hold the thief accountable. Having listened for a while, and finally understanding the situation, Yao quickly interrupted the student's argument. Does the teacher know about this? Liang Tong has already informed the teacher, and he should be here soon. Just then, the back door of the classroom opened, and the homeroom teacher, Li Mingzhi, walked in. What happened? Teacher. The students rushed over. Our classroom has been robbed. My learning machine, colored pencils, and calculator that I put under my desk are all gone. How many times have I told you not to leave valuables in the classroom? You all just ignore me. Li Mingzhi looked troubled. She quickly walked over. Anything else? Has anyone else lost anything? Quite a few. The student on duty gestured with her eyes towards the classroom, which was in complete disarray, with books scattered all over the floor. Do we have security cameras in our classroom? Would you like the school to install security cameras in the classroom to monitor everyone? Li Mingzhi shook her head, went to the podium to check the multimedia equipment and computer mainframes, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that nothing was missing. Check what you lost first. When the academic affairs office comes, I go talk to them. Teacher. The student on duty asked cautiously, can we catch this thief? There are 2 cameras outside the classroom. We see if we can capture his face. The homeroom teacher, Li Mingzhi said. He sighed, but these things. All I can say is, it's difficult. I don't mean to discourage you, but even if we get a picture of their face, and we take the evidence to the police station, it's hard to say whether they even arrest them. Yeah, the police stations are so indifferent these days. They don't care about petty theft. A girl chimed in, I had something stolen on the pedestrian street before. I asked the nearby shops for the security footage, and it even showed the thief's face. I went to the police station, but they wouldn't even let me give a statement. One of them even said in dialect, just send this girl away, don't waste your time. They think I can't hear you. And our class has lost so much stuff. The student on duty scratched his head. Several learning machines must cost several thousand yuan, and they don't care about that either? I don't know. The teacher will try contacting the administration office, and then call the police. Li Mingzhi turned to Xiao Aier. New student, you didn't lose anything, did you? I didn't leave anything in the classroom. Xiao Aier shook her head. Only textbooks and workbooks. I packed them in my bag when I went home tonight. See? You should all learn from the new student. Don't leave everything in the classroom. Even if you're too lazy, it won't kill you to grab your learning machine, phone, pencil case, or stationery. The homeroom teacher was clearly getting anxious, her tone much harsher than usual. Yao, you need to tally up how much stuff your classmates lost and report it to me. Yao nodded. Okay. Go back to your seats and have breakfast. I'm going to the administration office. With that, the homeroom teacher left the classroom. Little L. Watching the homeroom teacher leave, Yao quietly approached Little L. In this situation, could we use something like the light cone from last night to find out who stole it? Yes, we could, but since we weren't in the classroom last night. Little L lowered her voice. If we film it with the light cone, How do we release the video? That's a problem. Could we anonymously send it to the homeroom teacher? At this point, Yao seemed to realize something, but the homeroom teacher just mentioned that even if they get a clear picture of the face, the police station might not have time to investigate and arrest the person. That's understandable. A city's police force is limited. Little L thought for a moment. If the class monitor is free tonight, we could go and arrest the person, right? Chapter 714. The theft at Beijing No. 36 Middle School reportedly resulted in a loss of nearly 30,000 yuan. According to information obtained by homeroom teacher Li Mingzhi from the Academic Affairs Office, last night, in addition to the grade 7-11 class where Xiao Air was located, several other classes, including the adjacent grade 7-10 class, the downstairs grade 7-7 class, and the grade 7-3 class, all experienced varying degrees of theft. Although these classrooms had different layouts and were on different floors, their experiences were vastly different. All the windows facing the corridor were opened, and the front and back doors were also open. All the desks inside were ransacked, valuables were taken, while less valuable items, such as textbooks and notebooks, were roughly thrown on the floor. Clearly, the thief was very familiar with the classroom structure of No. 36 Middle School and had a strong sense of counter-surveillance. He probably opened all the doors and windows to make it impossible to determine whether the thief entered through a window or a door, and ransacking everyone's desks also served to confuse the situation. The Academic Affairs Office has already submitted all the collected evidence to the police. During morning reading, homeroom teacher Li Mingzhi stood on the classroom podium and said to the students in a serious tone, "Let me first pour some cold water on your hopes. This case will be extremely difficult to solve. Don't have too high expectations, everyone. Focus on your classes and studies, and don't worry too much about this." Huh? Difficult to solve? Why? Don't we have surveillance cameras? There are so many cameras throughout the school, surely none of them could have missed the thief's face? It's obvious the police station is just shirking their responsibilities. They can't be bothered with such trivial cases. Seeing the students becoming increasingly agitated, homeroom teacher Li Mingzhi slammed his hand on the podium a few times. "Are you trying to rebel? Why are you yelling so loudly?" He glared at the students, seemingly realizing it wasn't entirely their fault, and sighed, "All right, I give you a heads up. The thief climbed over the wall behind the badminton court near the flagpole around 3 a.m. last night. You know the badminton court, right? There are a few old toilets there. Because they're connected to some vegetable gardens outside, they can't be demolished. It's a stubborn problem our school has never solved." "Teacher, I don't understand." A student raised his hand. "The old toilets behind the badminton court? Are there toilets there? When our school was planning the land use, for some reason the line they drew passed through those old toilets. In the end, during construction, we had no choice but to tighten the fence. Go past that toilet, and outside the wall are some self-built houses, surrounded by vegetable gardens. I don't know what agreement the people there made with the Beijing municipal government, but anyway, that large area had to be cleared out for the surrounding residents to grow vegetables. And that toilet is for the vegetable farmers' daily use. We can't demolish it." "Oh." Class monitor Yao understood the teacher's implication. "You mean, the thief climbed in from the toilet behind the badminton court last night?" "At least from that direction. Our school's basketball court surveillance cameras caught his shadow. And this guy is particularly cunning. He seems to know where the blind spots are. Even if he appears in the footage, he's at least 100 meters away from the camera. Forget about his face. We can't even get a clear picture of his general build." Li Mingzhi gestured with his hands, indicating the structure of the toilets near the vegetable garden. "All the walls around our school are designed like mushrooms. Except for the toilets, ordinary people can't climb over them at all. You have to go inside the toilets in that vegetable garden, climb the stairs to the top, and you can enter the school grounds. Also, that's a blind spot for our surveillance cameras because someone from the vegetable garden complained before, saying they didn't want our cameras pointed in the direction of the toilets. We suspect they brought a ladder when they came in, and it's highly likely it was a group crime. They first brought the ladder to the top of the toilets, then moved the ladder up to our school side. That means it was an outsider." Xiao Air's desk mate, Lan Zhuiyue, unusually awake, raised his hand. "Teacher, wouldn't it be better to just have the police come and investigate the traces near the toilets, find the fingerprints?" Lan Zhuiyue's words made the homeroom teacher's lips twitch. "Brother Lan Zhuiyue, I'm not trying to discourage you." A classmate turned around and said helplessly, "The techniques you mentioned are technically feasible, but those are the methods used by the Criminal Investigation Department. No one died in this theft case. You're expecting the police station to call in the criminal investigation department to investigate ladder traces and fingerprints. That's not appropriate, is it? Yeah, it sounds unrealistic. My bicycle, worth 5,000 yuan, was stolen when I was in elementary school, and I reported it to the police. It's been 2 years now, and I haven't heard a thing. So, are we just going to let this go like this? Lan Zhuiyue said, somewhat frustrated. I even lost my old cell phone, which I kept in my drawer. It's not just you, many classmates have lost things. Yeah, everyone's anxious right now, but there's nothing we can do. This kind of thing will most likely just fizzle out in the end. Even if the surveillance cameras caught it, it won't work. Ahem. The homeroom teacher on the podium interrupted Lan Zhuiyue. As the previous teacher said, because it's nighttime, the surveillance footage is very blurry. The cameras on the playground only show them coming from the direction of the toilets behind the badminton court. The cameras in the teaching building captured the thief's approximate build, about 1.7 meters tall, male. That's all the information. I feel really strange. Yi Yao raised her hand again. I think only our teaching building in Shangjing City has this kind of window structure, right? Then, how did the thief manage to bypass all the surveillance cameras so precisely, and even know that our students on duty often forget to check if the windows are closed? Either this thief has an inside man in our school, or he himself is a graduate of our school. The homeroom teacher shrugged. All right, that's all I have to say about this. The police station has already opened a case, and we've done everything we can. Now we just wait for further notice. Everyone, don't discuss this too much. Take out your English books and start your morning reading. Okay. Watching the homeroom teacher leave, Xiao Er noticed that her desk mate, Lan Zhuiyue, seemed somewhat unwilling. New student. Sure enough, a moment later Lan Zhuiyue turned around. Do you think this case can be solved? I don't know much about these things. Xiao Er immediately saw the sadness in Lan Zhuiyue's heart. Was there any important file on your stolen phone? Yes, there were photos of me and my grandma when we were little, and recordings of my grandma. My grandma passed away the year before last. Chapter 715. Little L was curious why Lan Zhuiyue would leave such an important phone in the classroom. Logically, if he truly loved his grandmother, shouldn't he have carefully placed this phone, which contained photos and recordings of her, in a small box and kept it in the safest place at home? Bringing a phone with recordings to the classroom was one thing, but why didn't he take it home with him at night? Besides, shouldn't such important files be backed up multiple times? Photos and recordings could be transferred to a computer at some point, so even if the phone is lost, the files can still be retrieved. These questions even made little L almost want to use her administrator powers to check Lan Zhuiyue's past. However, in the end, she restrained her curiosity and subtly asked her desk mate about her doubts after morning reading. Because that phone is quite old, Grandma used it as long as I can remember. On the way to morning exercises, Lan Zhuiyue explained, it was a no-name brand phone. Back then, phone file formats were all over the place, and it was very difficult for anyone but a professional to extract the files. Even if they could, they have to take the whole phone apart, so I didn't agree to it. However, the phone system was very stable. Grandma used it for decades, and it never broke. It can still make calls and send text messages. After Grandma passed away, her family found photos of her and me, along with birthday wishes for me, on the phone while sorting through her belongings, so they gave it to me. As for why I brought this phone to the classroom, it's mainly because At this point, Lan Zhuiyue seemed to hesitate for a moment. My health has never been very good. Whenever I feel really unwell in the classroom, I take out my phone and look at a photo to comfort myself. If I can get through it, I continue attending class. If not, I go see my grandma. It's not a big deal. At first, I would take my phone home every day, until one day I forgot to bring it to class. That day I had a high fever and felt terrible, and I hadn't brought my phone. From then on, I developed a habit. To avoid forgetting my phone, I only bring the battery home every day. Little L, do you know about removable phone batteries? Back then, phone batteries could be removed, and you could easily swap them out. At home, a universal charger would fully charge it in an hour or two. Little L nodded. Nodding, I looked into the structure of similar old cell phones. Yes, I take the battery home to charge every night, leaving the phone in the classroom, hidden at the back of my desk in my pencil case. I originally thought with so many security cameras at school, no one would dare steal anything, or at most wallets or educational devices. I never expected that thief would even steal my pencil case. Then, Little L tentatively asked, if this case can't be solved, or the police don't care, what do you plan to do? What else can I do? I can only learn to adapt to life without Grandma. Lan Zhuiyue gave a bitter smile, then seemed to remember something. I don't know why, but this morning when I woke up, I felt much better than before. Although I'm a little sad that my phone was stolen, my body isn't as tormented as before. Little L. During their chat, class monitor Yao jogged over. Do you know how to do our school's morning exercises? Little L was a little embarrassed. No. Then stand behind me for a bit, I explain as I go. After saying that, Yao looked at Lan Zhuiyue. Lan, are you feeling better? Huh? I am feeling better, but... Lan Zhuiyue was a little confused. Class monitor, how did you know I wasn't feeling well? As the class monitor, how could I not tell? Yao grabbed Little L's hand. Do you two have anything else to say? If not, the new student is mine, okay? Ah, whatever. Lan Zhuiyue was clearly still reeling from the sadness of his grandmother's phone being stolen. When did you two become so close? Okay. Our relationship has been great since the day we first met, Yao said proudly. Last night, Xiao Aier even took me to the moon, Mars, and Pluto. I posted about it on WeChat Moments, and you even liked it. Didn't you take those photos at an AI photo studio? And you went to the moon and Mars. Lan Zhuiyue rolled her eyes at Yao. There's no air, and no signal on the moon. Let alone how you posted it on WeChat Moments. An ordinary person wouldn't last 3 seconds there, right? And Pluto, it's so far from the sun, you all be frozen solid by then. Hee, don't worry about that. Yao proudly pulled the kitten like Xiao Aier into her arms. Anyway, since last night, Xiao Aier has been my wife. Meow. Little L felt a tuft of hair on his head standing on end. Is this really okay, class monitor? Perfectly okay. Yao said with a nonchalant air, or I could be Little L's wife. Little L gently tapped him on the head. Naughty. Ouch. A beating is a sign of affection. Little L hitting me means you care about me. Looks like I have to send you to Neptune tonight to calm you down. Playfully teasing each other, the two arrived at the school's back playground. This was also Little L's first time participating in the morning exercises at number 36 middle school. In the vast crowd, Little L, with his long light blue hair, naturally became the focus of attention on the playground. See that? That new student in class 11 of grade 7 is super cute, and supposedly a little celebrity. She is a little celebrity, isn't she? Several of her videos from the comic convention went viral. It's a pity she didn't register an account, otherwise she would have at least 300,000 fans. So the Miss Jiaoan who caused such a stir back then is only in grade 7? How did she learn magic? Such complicated magic tricks take at least 2 or 3 years to learn, right? Did she start learning when she was 7 or 8? Or was it a special effect? In the noisy crowd, across the street, even someone from class 10 of the first year of junior high school shouted at Shower, Miss Jiaoan, could you do a magic trick here? Yeah. If you can do a magic trick for everyone here, then everyone will acknowledge your skills at the anime convention. I don't care whether you acknowledge my skills or not. Hearing the cheers around her, Shower subconsciously thought to herself. But considering that these were all just kids around 10 years old, she casually pulled a pigeon feather from her school uniform skirt and tossed it into the air. Immediately afterward, with a poof sound and a soft light, the feather transformed into a large flock of pigeons, flying into the sky. Poof! At the same time, the principal, who was drinking water under the flagpole not far away, saw this scene and immediately spat out the water in his mouth, cursing. Holy shit! Chapter 716. Holy crap? Really? She really changed? No, I was just joking. She really prepared a magic trick? Seeing Little L casually conjure a flock of pigeons from a single feather, not only the students on the playground, but even the principal under the flagpole couldn't help but swear. How did she bring the pigeons in? Normally, the principal of number 36 middle school wouldn't come to watch the students do their morning exercises. But today was an exception. Because today was the first day of exercises for Galen L, a new student in class 11 of the first year of junior high. The principal planned to come and see if this rich young lady would be unhappy because she wasn't used to the new environment. After all, no matter what, the principal had received real benefits. Not to mention the principal, even the entire office of teachers and leaders had received benefits. That's not just a few thousand or tens of thousands of yuan, it's millions. Shengjing number 36 middle school is a public school. Normally, the higher-ups wouldn't allow this kind of private enrichment. However, miraculously, shortly after the mother, Giolana, said, I will voluntarily donate some money to everyone, the director of the Shangjing Municipal Education Bureau, and the mayor of Shangjing called, subtly conveying the city's message. That is, you could accept the money, we won't investigate, and then quickly get the person into the school. Even the connections with the director of the Education Bureau and the mayor have been established. What could the principal and leaders of a mere school possibly say? Even if an ordinary person worked in a school for several years or decades, they couldn't possibly earn that much money. Therefore, the principal and leaders of Beijing No. 36 Middle School almost without hesitation chose to transfer Jiaolan, accepting her mother Jialana's financial assistance. Although they couldn't understand why such a wealthy young lady would choose to attend a non-top-tier school like No. 36, a school that wasn't particularly special. In the principal's teaching experience, such pampered princesses usually found it difficult to get along with their classmates in a new school, especially during morning exercises. Their school had students on duty to check the exercises, and if they saw students performing them incorrectly or lazily, they would remind them. The principal came to tell the students on duty in advance not to make things difficult for the new student. And he wanted to confirm what kind of personality this Jiaolan had. She hadn't learned morning exercises before and could only learn little by following the other students, a process that could easily lead to her being laughed at by other students. If Gallinaire became discouraged and gave up because she was being laughed at or couldn't keep up with her classmates, and simply stood there assuming the airs of a spoiled princess, then the principal could intervene and guide her in time. Don't ask why a principal would be so attentive to a student, the answer is simple: he's being paid. However, the principal never expected that the new student would be a magician, and not just any magician, but a superhuman one at that, capable of conjuring a flock of pigeons out of thin air. Under the azure sky, the principal, standing below the flagpole, tremblingly raised his head, observing the pigeons scattering in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 4. At least 10 pigeons. How did she bring so many live pigeons into the school? Even if she could, how did she predict that someone would call on her to perform magic during morning exercises? These questions left the principal completely baffled. He glanced questioningly at the head of the academic affairs office beside him, who shook his head, as if to say, I don't know either. Maybe we should check the security footage together later? My goodness! Miss Jiaolan, are you really a magician? Performing magic on the spot is so cool! I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. This isn't just magician, Miss Jiaolan, you're a sorceress. Girl, how did you bring so many pigeons in? Teach me, it'd be easier for me to bring breakfast for my classmates next time. Like the principal under the flagpole, the students near Little L who witnessed the pigeons taking flight all looked on, with disbelief and immense envy. Meanwhile, the commotion aroused the curiosity of the surrounding students. Several classes further away from Class 11, Grade 7, were completely unaware of what was happening. Most of them only saw a flock of pigeons fly into the sky, followed by a commotion coming from the direction of Class 11, Grade 7, causing many to instinctively look around. What's going on? What's happening? What are they making a fuss about? It seems that the new student conjured up a flock of pigeons? Nonsense. There are at least 7 or 8 pigeons. How did she conjure them? With magic? I don't know either. That's what the class next door said. It seems that the new student does have some reputation. She was already very popular before she came, known as Miss Jiaolan, and several of her videos at anime conventions have over 100 million views. Seeing the chaos, several students on duty quickly came out to maintain order, signaling the noisy students to return to their seats. Stop looking. Stand still. Those who don't stand still will have points deducted from their class's score. With the cooperation of the students on duty and the homeroom teachers of each class, the students who were initially a bit restless in the square quieted down a little. What a pity, I didn't record it on my phone, otherwise it would have at least 1 million views online. This is the real Miss Jiaolan. Should we ask the school for the surveillance footage after class? By the way, is it okay for you to call her Miss Jiaolan like that? Miss Jiaolan is a character in the age of Aquarius, right? Doesn't the new student have a name? Isn't this a bit disrespectful to her? Guess what the new student's name is? It's what? Jiaolan L, surname Jiaolan, given name L. I have brothers in class 11 of the first year of junior high school, and they told me about her. Ah? Then the Miss Jiaolan in the age of Aquarius isn't designed based on that new student. Most likely, haven't you noticed the main storyline has been all about Miss Jiaolan lately? I've been grinding for her materials non-stop, almost maxed them out. Amidst the bustling voices of the students, the assembly music from the loudspeakers near the square gradually faded, replaced by the prelude to morning exercises. National Middle School morning exercises, the times are calling. Young eagles take flight, the vitality of youth. Ready? Little L Yao, standing in front of little L, turned around and winked at him. Follow me. I try to slow down the pace. Okay. As she spoke, little L also put his eyes and brain into high performance mode. Class monitor, I'm ready. Chapter 717. Little L's high performance mode doesn't actually increase many parameters relative to her body. That's only high performance compared to ordinary humans. Because at little L's level, when she's going full power, her brain's computing power can't be summarized by simple numbers. It's on a completely different level from humans. Therefore, in her normal state, little L is actually forcibly compressing her physical performance to a level similar to that of an ordinary human, leaving only her mysterious power for assistance. This is also why little L hardly needs to sleep. After all, for her, this low-energy mode is no different from stopping physiological activity. To avoid the class losing points, and to avoid disappointing class monitor Yao, little L has to slightly increase her brain performance and visual observation skills so that she can quickly capture Yao's movements and imitate them. In high-performance mode, little L's state is actually closer to her father Nasod or mother Fafnir. As dragons, their observation and computing power are naturally stronger than humans, and their reaction speed is much faster. This is the main reason why Nasod can stand out in various games, even rivaling cheats. In FPS shooting games, the most crucial aspects are controlling the battlefield, gathering information, and mastering skills like tracking, aiming, and positioning. These two key FPS elements, tracking and engaging in gunfights, test a person's ability to process information, what's known as talent. Some people possess astonishing precision in controlling their arms, easily memorizing all the recoil frequencies of a gun and correcting them. The instant their eyes see an enemy, they instantly calculate the enemy's direction and all possible trajectories, simultaneously multitasking to assess their own position and whether they are in danger. This allows them to quickly adjust their aim, track, headshot, and instantly kill the enemy, achieving the same effect as most cheats. However, not everyone can do this. Leaving aside recoil control, even if another enemy team appears on the screen during a gunfight, their eyes may see it, but their brains won't process it, thus ignoring this potential danger. This is also why in many first-person shooter, PFS games, if you stand still in a corner, it's difficult for enemies to spot you. Even if they see it, their brains will filter it out. The same applies to MOBA games. Some people are naturally gifted at this. They can keep an eye on the minimap while landing, accurately last-hitting minions, dodging enemy skills, and calculating the possible positions of enemies in all three lanes, multitasking. Others, however, simply don't have the energy to look at the minimap and analyze information while landing. Dodging skills and last-hitting exhausts all their brain power. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. As expected, in high-performance mode, Xiao Ai only needed to follow Yao's movements once to memorize them deeply, and then caught up with the surrounding classmates on the next beat. This scene was also observed by the old principal on the flagpole. This new student is quite remarkable. She's learned the exercises so quickly. Has she done similar morning exercises before? The old principal remarked, picking up his water cup again. The first-year students had a math diagnostic test yesterday. That test was extremely difficult. The average score for the entire grade was below 60, and the last question was answered incorrectly. A teacher approached. Only Joliner got a perfect score on that math diagnostic test and pointed out the error in the last question. The professor who prepared the test said that with her score, she would likely get a top 3 finish in the provincial math Olympiad, and might even bring back the provincial champion. The teacher's words caused the principal to spit out the water in his mouth again, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. You mean, this young lady's grades are cough, cough. Still very good? The old principal turned around. Are you sure you haven't mistaken her for someone else? I heard she self-studied all her subjects before coming to our school. No mistake. How could we mistake her for someone else? She's the only one in the whole school with triple-digit scores, and with such a unique name as Galen L, no teacher would mistake her. The teacher who spoke quickly explained, all the math teachers in our school have looked at that test paper several times. Not only is the problem-solving clear, but the handwriting is also particularly cute. Many teachers printed out a copy and gave it to their students, saying that this is a role model for all of us. I estimate that after today, most of the students in our school will remember this name, Gabrielle. Incredible. The old principal cast another surprised glance at little Gabrielle. Her grades are so good, her personality so strong, it doesn't seem like she needs to pull strings. Why? Perhaps others just missed the start of the school year? The head of the academic affairs office slapped the old principal's hand. Is it really okay for a principal to use the word pulling strings? Ahem. Never mind, I'm just so surprised. Isn't this like our school getting a math whiz for free? Oh no, I can't say free, this kid is practically being paid for. Hearing this, the head of the academic affairs office quickly lowered his voice. Don't say any more. If these words are recorded and spread, our school's reputation will be ruined. Is it really that serious? Of course it is. The internet is a pressure cooker these days. Everywhere you go, a bunch of eyes are watching. Why don't you apply to the Education Bureau to add a public relations department to our school? No, a school. A place for teaching and nurturing. Is it really necessary to add a public relations department? Of course. This department can not only protect our school's reputation in emergencies, but also, if necessary, offer an elective course so the children can learn some relevant knowledge. You know, many kids are now involved in social media or cosplay and managing their own accounts. These things can be helpful to them. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. The principal thought for a moment. How's the theft from last night? The police station will most likely not get involved, but because our school allows children to bring cell phones, there will definitely be a lot of related videos online in the next few days. That's why I just told you about the importance of adding a public relations department. The head of the academic affairs office crossed his arms, his expression quite serious. Don't wait until public opinion escalates and our number 36 middle school is labeled online as disrespectful of students' property and incompetent in management. That would be too late. Chapter 718. Seeing that Xiao Er was learning morning exercises quickly and seemed to have no conflicts with her classmates, the old principal of Beijing number 36 middle school felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and waved to the surrounding teachers. Notify all grade-level homeroom teachers and the academic affairs office to hold an impromptu meeting. Soon, while the students were still doing exercises on the playground, the impromptu meeting initiated by the principal was already underway in the nearest office. I'm very sorry to have called you all here so early for a meeting. The old principal cleared his throat in his office, having his secretary hand out drinks to each teacher present. Well, it's like this, he said, while watching the exercises under the flagpole earlier. Someone from the academic affairs office made a suggestion. I personally think it's excellent, feasible, and worth elaborating on. I won't waste time with pleasantries, he continued. Our school plans to establish a public relations department. This department will oversee both teachers and students. If it proves effective, we might even offer additional public relations courses for students. This public relations course will prohibit any subject teacher from rescheduling classes under any pretext. I've done some research online, and it seems no school in the entire city of Beijing, or even nationwide, has established a similar department or offered related courses. So we're essentially feeling our way in the dark. Judging from your expressions, it seems you all have some questions about this public relations course. Seeing the teachers and department heads below frowning, the old principal casually gestured to a teacher. Ms. Wu, is there anything you don't understand? The middle-aged woman, referred to as Teacher Wu, stood up. Principal, she said, I don't quite understand why we're going to bother with this, or I'd like to ask what's the purpose of this so-called public relations department. Won't this increase our school's expenses? Regarding the extra expenses, please rest assured, Teacher Wu, the old principal patiently explained. Someone has already covered our school's expenses for at least the next 10 years. He continued, as for the role of this public relations department, besides helping our number 36 middle school prevent some public relations crisis, it can also help handle them when they occur, mitigating negative impacts. For the students, the public relations department can also act as something like a psychologist. It's okay, I know you might not quite understand yet. Actually, a few teachers and I had similar ideas 2 or 3 years ago. As everyone knows, the internet is a huge pressure cooker now, including in the workplace and on campus. Many people are resentful and under a lot of pressure. A slight setback can easily ignite this bomb. For example, at our number 36 middle school, students are allowed to bring cell phones. In this context, if students encounter problems at school and can't resolve them, they post them online seeking help. Once this happens, it will affect our enrollment work and the school's reputation. Then some teachers might say, can't we just ban students from bringing cell phones? My answer is, even if we ban students from bringing cell phones, similar problems are unavoidable. Look at our neighboring number 33 middle school. They ban students from bringing cell phones to school, but some students still secretly bring them. Even without cell phones, if they encounter problems, and the teachers at school don't help them resolve them, they still go home after school and post about it online. Even if a student doesn't have a phone or computer at home, they still go to nearby internet cafes, even unlicensed ones, to seek justice. It's like controlling floods. Blocking them won't work, you have to guide them. After listening to the principal, several teachers exchanged glances, clearly still not understanding why this meeting was being held. Teacher Wu in the front row spoke again. Are there any specific examples? I mean, are there any real examples that can prove the necessity of establishing a public relations department in the school? Our school itself is an example. Wasn't the previous cafeteria incident a big enough scandal? It was because of a lack of supervision that the previous principal acted lawlessly, allowing students and teachers to eat that kind of food. The old principal sighed softly. Now that students all have phones, the cafeteria staff, and even we ourselves, are more careful when we speak, because if we say something wrong, students will really record videos and post them online. The purpose of this public relations department is to prevent similar incidents from happening in the school. Similar things, like training the school cafeteria staff and convenience store clerks, making them aware of what to say and what not to say, what to do and what not to interfere in. This is the main role of the public relations department. Prevention is better than cure. The same applies to us teachers and leaders. The public relations department will tell you what not to say and what is taboo in the eyes of students when dealing with students you have oversight. Let me give you an example. Sensing the teacher still didn't understand, the old principal coughed. For example, if I were the school cafeteria staff, what would be my biggest responsibility at school? It's about recognizing that you're just a server. Knowing you're just a cafeteria worker at this school, recognizing your role as a server, it's that simple. What are the main tasks of a server? Serving students, getting them food, answering their questions, and providing them with emotional support. As a server, students don't expect you to always be smiling, but at least don't have a long face, like they owe you hundreds of thousands. Just work with a normal attitude, and don't mock students for saying things like, eating so much like a pig, or can't you explain which one you want? And so on. Huh? Hearing this, a teacher raised her hand. Does any of the cafeteria aunties really talk like that? Otherwise, how did things get so chaotic in the cafeteria before? It was because a student was standing at the window and couldn't clearly say what he wanted, and that auntie made a few sarcastic remarks to him. The principal smiled wryly, leaving aside the aunties. Actually, we're all the same. We're not saints, we all say the wrong thing sometimes. This public relations department plays that role. They tell us what not to say, what things might easily trigger a controversy, nipping any problems in the bud. That's the biggest function of the public relations department. At the meeting room door, no one noticed that while the old principal was speaking, the director of the academic affairs office standing at the door took out her phone from her pocket and opened an email she had read many times before. The email was sent by little L, and the title was, Dear Director of Academic Affairs, regarding the importance of establishing a public relations department at the 36th Middle School of Shangjing City. Chapter 719. Here, I must emphasize to all teachers again that the primary responsibility of the school's public relations department is to nip a public opinion crisis in the bud, not to try to fix it after it happens. Seeing the teachers below silent, the old principal on the stage continued, It's like firefighting. The greatest purpose of the fire department is to teach you how to prevent fires, such as installing fire extinguishers in schools and educating students about fire prevention, not to try to put out fires after they occur. Even if you put out the fire, what's burned can't be recovered. The primary purpose of the public relations department is to teach teachers and staff how to prevent public opinion crises. Like fires, the best way to deal with public opinion crises is to prevent them from happening in the first place. Once they occur, they will damage the school's reputation. And in a sense, the public relations department can also be considered a kind of psychological counseling department. Some of our teachers have just graduated from teachers' college. Some things are taught in school, but others, especially things related to student psychology, aren't taught. That's where the public relations department comes in to help supplement that. For example, a few years ago, a student in the third year of junior high at a neighboring school jumped from the third floor of his classroom. Why did he jump? Media reports at the time said it was because of excessive pressure from his family, and he was also being bullied at school. So why does this happen? Academic pressure is the same for all students. Everyone is tense at school. But when they go home, some parents put pressure on their children, while others encourage them. This leads to completely different psychological states for each person. As for the school, some media interviewed his classmates at the time. Those classmates said that the bully child had approached his homeroom teacher several times, but his homeroom teacher said, "Why do those people only bully you and not others? Look for the reasons within yourself." Teachers, did you hear that? Saying why do they only bully you and not others is pushing the child into a fire pit. The child trusted his homeroom teacher so much, believing the teacher could uphold justice, and all he got in return was look for the reasons within yourself. Can you imagine how desperate he must have felt at that moment? This incident was posted online, and within a few days it caused near devastating damage to the school's reputation. Do you still think such a public relations department is unnecessary? If our school had a public relations department, they would instruct our teachers not to say such things to students, tell teachers what can and cannot be said, and how to best handle similar situations. Hearing this, a teacher raised his hand. Leadership, I feel this should only be the teacher's problem. Students in my class are also bullied, but why do they only bully you and not others? This kind of question appeared in the teacher qualification exam, and now practically no teacher would say it. What other similar things? The old principal turned around. For example, in class, if a student is late, will any teacher say something like, "You're 1 minute late," which is 1 minute wasted by all 50 students in the class, rounded up to 50 minutes. Have you ever said that? There are also some teachers who like to put pressure on students, questioning why they can't do a problem when others can, or making sarcastic remarks in front of the whole class about students who lack a sense of collective honor, saying they're dragging the class down. These kinds of behaviors are actually putting pressure on these students. Are the teachers aware of this? I think a little pressure isn't necessary, is it? The teacher who spoke looked conflicted. Isn't it said that only pressure can make people improve? We need to analyze each situation specifically. At this moment, the head of the academic affairs office walked in, putting his phone in his pocket. For example, some students come from poor families or are from impoverished backgrounds. In this case, don't pressure them about not having money when they can't pay the class fees. Some children already face immense academic pressure from their families, and they're always gloomy at school. For these children, when they make mistakes, they should be encouraged, not pressured. Of course, as someone from the academic affairs office, I'm not qualified to say this because I've never been a homeroom teacher and haven't observed students in such detail. But I believe this is what you should do. And if our school has a public relations department in the future, this is also what it should do. Society is under tremendous pressure now, and the probability of children suffering from depression is rising sharply. There's a saying, a child with depression is actually the least affected at home. The primary responsibility lies with the parents, followed by the teachers. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. You might think that saying a few words about a child dragging the class down is just a small pressure, but if this child is already under immense pressure at home, on the verge of collapse, and then is punished by teachers at school, what if they do something drastic, and their classmates post it online? How do you think people will view our number 36 middle school? At that point, will people have the patience to listen to our explanations? They only think we're the last straw that drove the kids to their deaths. Having a PR department to salvage the situation can salvage some of our reputation. But if we do what the neighboring school does, say nothing and just spend money to get websites and forums to remove trending topics, it will only incite even greater dissatisfaction among netizens. That's right. Sister Huang is absolutely right. The old principal nodded. As we just mentioned, besides what the PR department can do, it's also a kind of alternative psychological counseling room for the children. Kids these days mature early. Many of our students, besides attending classes, will post short videos online out of curiosity or express their opinions on forums. Opinions? There's controversy everywhere online now. When these children's personal accounts encounter any public opinion crisis, for example, if they say something that incites public outrage, even unintentionally, they're likely to face a barrage of insults from netizens. These little kids certainly don't know how to handle it, which is where the public relations department's guidance comes in. Even if these children don't have accounts on public platforms now, and rarely speak online, they definitely come into contact with the internet as they grow up. Learning more about this will certainly benefit them. They definitely use this knowledge later. The words of the head of the academic affairs office and the former principal finally brought a sense of relief to the teachers below. Since there are no objections, then this resolution is passed. Considering that our school will have a public relations department in the future, which will increase the learning workload for all teachers, the school has also submitted a proposal to the Education Bureau to raise teachers' salaries. We believe it should be approved in the next few days. Chapter 720. School's out. Like most of the boarding students in her class, after quickly packing her textbooks and stationery, Xiao Ai slung her cute little backpack over her shoulder and walked out of the classroom with Yao from her class. Jialan. Jialan Ai. To Xiao Ai's surprise, two teachers from the Academic Affairs office were standing outside the classroom door. Seeing Xiao Ai come out, both teachers quickly stepped forward. How was it? The classes these past 2 days? Hello, teachers. Standing obediently in the corridor, Xiao Ai smiled. As for the classes, I personally felt they were great. The students were very enthusiastic, the teachers explained things very carefully in class, and the atmosphere was great. The subject teachers at Beijing No. 36 Middle School perfectly matched Xiao Ai's stereotypes of subject teachers from her Earth memories. The Chinese teacher liked to ramble on about many strange little stories, and often made the dozing students stand up and read the text aloud. The math teacher was old-fashioned. Like a strange old man, his lectures were so boring they made you drowsy, but he was undeniably a very skilled teacher. The English teacher seemed like a young girl fresh out of teacher's college. Her personality was as lively as a child's, but she could be serious when necessary. The physics teacher's lectures were methodical and structured, not as dull as math classes, but not as lively as English classes either. The chemistry teacher was a master of creating chaos, enjoying all sorts of explosions and ignition experiments. The history teacher was like a novelist, and he liked to have students underline important content to indicate this will definitely be on the exam, resulting in textbooks covered in underlines by the end of the class. Biology teacher. Okay, there's no biology class for grade 7, 11, these 2 days. That's good, that's good. Seeing that Shower seemed quite satisfied with school life, the head of the Academic Affairs office breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that something was stolen from your class this morning. Did Jialan lose anything? No. Shower shook her head. I haven't been at school long, so I didn't bring anything valuable. I took all my books home last night, so nothing was stolen. Oh then. Realizing that asking Jialan, did you lose anything? Was a bit too pointed, the teacher from the Academic Affairs office added, what about the other students in your class? Was the loss serious? Pretty serious. Shower thought for a moment. The student sitting in front of me lost 2 learning machines. Our class's English representative also lost a similar electronic watch for learning English. And my classmate lost an old cell phone with pictures of his grandmother on it. The conversation between the teacher from the Academic Affairs office and Shower quickly attracted the attention of many students around them. However, perhaps because it was evening and everyone was rushing to the cafeteria or the small restaurants outside, the crowd wasn't as large as it had been in the morning. Class 11 of grade 7 was also robbed? It seems so. I hope they didn't steal Shower's things too. That little one is so cute, I don't want her to transfer schools because of this. Don't worry, Shower probably didn't lose anything, but the students in her class are in a bit of a mess. Apparently, class 11 of grade 7 suffered the most, losing several cell phones and learning machines. Sigh. I really hope they solve this case soon. It's difficult. The police station doesn't really handle these kinds of cases. It's good enough if they even file a case. The surrounding students' chatter made the 2 teachers from the Academic Affairs office feel a little embarrassed, and they quickly gestured for everyone to go back. Stop looking. Stop looking. Go back quickly. Remember to swipe your card when you leave the school gate, and be careful on the way. At this moment, Yao, the class monitor who had finished her work in the classroom, also came out. What's wrong? Nothing, just saying hello to the 2 teachers. Xiao Ai took Yao's hand and pulled her towards the stairs. Well, we go back now, okay? Goodbye, teachers. Goodbye, Jialan. Watching Xiao Ai and Yao leave, the 2 teachers from the Academic Affairs office exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Now, Xiao Ai can be considered a major shareholder in the school. Because of this new student, Jialan, all the teachers and leaders of the 36th middle school received a raise. She was practically a god of wealth. However, this goddess of wealth had only been in school for 2 days when a theft occurred in her class. How could the school not panic? So, 2 teachers from the Academic Affairs office were sent over to gather intelligence. They wanted to know what Shower thought of the environment and teachers at number 36 middle school, and whether the theft last night had left any negative impression on her. Fortunately, so far, it seemed there weren't any major problems. Then we only have one problem left to face now, the teacher from the Academic Affairs office said in the corridor after Shower and Yao left. How do we urge the police station to solve the case as soon as possible? It's quite difficult. I heard our principal is already pulling strings, but the main problem is our surveillance footage is very blurry. It doesn't capture any useful evidence. If the police station investigates, they can only go to the Criminal Investigation Department. If only someone outside could capture a clear picture of the thief's face, like the false accusation last night. Impossible. That damn thief committed the crime around 3 a.m. last night. Who would be around at that time? Unbeknownst to the two teachers from the Academic Affairs Office, during class today, Xiao Er had already used her administrator privileges to review the entire light cone of this incident. The culprit is a boy from Class 3, Grade 7. After walking out of the school gate with Yi Yao, on the way back, Xiao Er lowered her voice. If the class monitor wants the school to solve the case quickly, we can do it again tonight like yesterday. I pull you into that light cone projection room, and the class monitor can record the video. A boy from Class 3, Grade 7? Yi Yao's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. But Class 3, Grade 7 was also robbed. Is he a boarding student? Or is it a gang crime? Well, to be precise, that boy was just an accomplice. He provided information about the school's internal affairs to thugs from other schools, and then guided them into the campus to commit the theft. Xiao Er explained, in a sense, that student, Sheng, was a bit wronged. He was a boarding student, and on his way home, he had to pass through a small alley. Not long ago, he was robbed alone in that alley after evening self-study. But because the robbers were a group of junior high school students, the police station didn't take it seriously after he reported it to the police. They just filed a case and didn't investigate further. The second time, that boy was robbed again. This time, he didn't have any money to give the thugs, so they beat him up. Then the thugs forced him to reveal how he got into the school, and asked him if he knew any ways to get money from their school. At first, the thugs wanted to enter the classrooms to steal multimedia equipment and computers, but our school's multimedia equipment all had combination locks, so they couldn't steal them. In the end, they only stole some learning machines and cell phones from the classrooms. Chapter 721. After saying goodbye to her class monitor Yi Yao at an intersection, Xiao El looked at the bustling crowds and endless stream of cars on the street. She thought for a moment, then took out her phone and dialed her father, Nason. My dear daughter. Her mother, Fafner, answered the phone. Her tone was full of satisfaction, as if she had just eaten something and was quite full. What's wrong? Did you encounter any difficulties at school? We're out of school. Xiao El smiled. Where's Dad? Is he asleep again? Her. Fafner seemed to glance at someone beside her, then asked in a doting tone, What do you need your dad for? Just tell Mom. I mainly wanted to ask what she wants to eat tonight. Xiao El looked at a large farmer's market across the street. I'm going to buy some ingredients on my way back to cook. That's a bit much, isn't it? When you were little, it was always Mom taking care of little Elle. How come my dear daughter only remembers her father, and not her mother now that she's grown up? Fafna said in a deliberately sad tone, Don't you even ask what Mommy wants to eat? Because I know what Mommy likes to eat and... Little Elle, standing by the roadside, covered her mouth and laughed. Daddy needs us to take care of him more now, doesn't he? That's true. Fafna's tone suddenly became much lighter. Then my dear daughter, buy more meat to make soup, ribs, chicken, beef, to nourish someone. If we're making chicken soup, what kind of mushrooms should we put in? White mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, or... It doesn't matter, my dear daughter, you can decide for yourself. Before Fafner could finish speaking, Nasod's weak voice came from the other end of the phone. Mushrooms. Add mushrooms? Hearing this, little Elle couldn't help but chuckle. Dad, you're awake? Nasod seemed to be talking to Fafner. Give me the phone, quick. Oh, not bad, you can still get up. Looks like we can continue tonight. Go away, don't teach our daughter bad habits. Nasod took the phone. The chicken soup should have mushrooms, the pork rib soup should have corn and yam, and buy a lot of beef. The kind you taught me to fry this morning, that kind of seasoning called cumin. Cumin something? Cumin. Little Elle said helplessly. Cumin steak is generally more suitable for breakfast or a late-night snack. It's okay, I can eat dinner too. I feel like I could eat a whole dragon right now. Even without video calling, little Elle felt like he could see Nasod's incredibly weak appearance through the phone screen. Dad, maybe you should drink some water, or an energy drink or something. Because Earth doesn't have elements or magic in its setting, Nasod and Fafner can only replenish their energy by eating like humans after arriving on Earth. Little Elle had also told them not to transform into dragons unless absolutely necessary, because dragons can't absorb elemental energy here, and their stamina would be depleted very quickly. Even so, Nasod and Fafner in their human forms are actually relatively resistant to hunger among Earthlings. Under normal circumstances, they can go 3 to 5 days without eating. To bully Nasod, who had just eaten a full breakfast, like this, One can imagine what Fafner's mother had done to her father throughout the day at school. It's all right, my dear daughter, just buy all the yummy food you want. Daddy promises you can finish it all. As if remembering something, Nasod added, oh, by the way, those two next door were quite noisy today too. They're probably hungry by now. Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaoyu? Yes. Okay. Little Elle was even more amused and exasperated. Then Daddy, is there anything else you want? I try my best to fulfill it. Lots of delicious food, lots of meat, anything my dear daughter is good at cooking. Chapter 722. Back home, seeing that her parents and Xiaoyu were still in their rooms, Xiaoer went to the kitchen alone and opened the spatial portal to her Linny's location. Mom and Dad are fighting. Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaoyu are probably resting because they were tired from fighting this afternoon, so we're a little short-handed here. After Erlini came out of the spatial portal, Xiaoer casually handed her a bag of sori. You're in charge of this. Although Erlini and Xiaoer were of the same mind but different bodies and shared memories, like some people who like to talk to themselves at home, Xiaoer still spoke directly to Erlini upon seeing her make half pan-fried fish and half sori with pickled cabbage. The pickled cabbage is in that bag over there. Yes. Eline, who had just come from Lumilan, took the sori and put on the apron beside her. Looks like school life here is pretty leisurely. It is quite leisurely. So leisurely that a 12-year-old goes home after school to buy groceries for the whole family and then chats with herself. Little Elle turned on the gas on the stove and lit it. We don't have enough pots and pans here. Here, take these too. I use magic to make soup over there. Their impoverished experience living alone on Earth had given little Elle and Eline considerable cooking experience. While Eline might not be very familiar with the diverse ingredients and seasonings of the other world, Eve's continent, the various home-style dishes, and cooking methods for different ingredients on Earth were a piece of cake for her. At that time, Eline's greatest skill was making one meal multiple times. For example, if Eline bought a discounted fish at the market in the evening and steamed it, she would usually only eat half of the dish. The other half would be saved for the next morning and steamed with an egg, making the fish and egg breakfast. By noon, the leftover broth from the steamed fish would become a delicious sauce. Adding water to the remaining broth would create a soup base, which she would then use to cook noodles and add some vegetables for a tasty and nutritious lunch. Similarly, she would make mushroom and chicken soup and corn and pork rib soup. The leftover broth wouldn't be thrown away, it could be reheated the next day and used with noodles for another meal. Through this accumulation of experience, Eline's culinary skills were honed. However, her only weakness was making desserts, such as various small cakes and cookies, because that was time-consuming, laborious, and not very filling. You summoned me here just to show off your love, right? Pouring some oil into the pan and waiting for it to heat up, Eline poured in a prepared sori while saying, after all, Mom and Dad, and Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu are all couples. Do we even need to show off our love? Little Eline then conjured a water sphere in midair using water magic, placed the washed pork bones and corn inside, and created a flame beneath the sphere. Speaking of which, isn't it strange for us to chat like this? From our personal perspective, it does seem strange, but if Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu wake up later, or if Mom and Dad come over, they probably won't find it odd. Okay. While frying the fish, Erin also grabbed some spare ribs to make sweet and sour pork ribs. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Soon, the commotion in the kitchen caught the attention of Qiu Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu. The two, still in their pajamas, came out of their room. Seeing Xiaoer and Erin in the kitchen, they were stunned for a moment before Qiu Xiaoyu finally reacted. Did your main body and clone come together today? Yeah, because Mom and Dad came, and we're short-handed. Erin gestured to the roast duck and shredded chicken still steaming in the living room. There's cooked food over there. If you're really hungry, you can eat something first. Not hungry, not hungry. Lu Xinyu leaned in. I'm not like Xiaoyu, that big eater who eats 8 meals a day. What did you say? Qiu Xiuyu's head immediately. She formed a well shape with her fingers. When did I ever eat 8 meals a day? Then, Qiu Xiaoyu seemed to remember something and her expression suddenly dawned on her. Oh! With the look of Tom from Tom and Jerry discovering something incredible, she hugged Lu Xinyu from behind. Our Xiaoyu is being sarcastic, right? You mean? I eat you 8 times a day, is that not enough? I didn't say that. Don't misinterpret me. I said you eat 8 meals a day, and that's it, you little piggy. Lu Xinyu subconsciously struggled a couple of times, then gave Erlini an apologetic look. Seriously, aren't we being a bit too high class, actually having the Dragon King and the gods from another world cook for us? It's okay, I'm just an ordinary middle school student in this world now. I eat this myself later. Little Elle gestured towards Nasod and Fafner's room with her eyes. Besides, tonight's meal is mainly for Dad. She's been... Cough cough, these past few months have been pretty tough. Right now, the 5 people in this room, Nasod, Fafner, Lucinu, Chiu Xiaoyu, and Little Elle, almost feel like a family of 5. Nasod and Fafner are husband and wife. Chiu Xiaoyu is their eldest daughter, Lucinu is their second daughter, and then there's Little Elle, their youngest daughter. The family situation is similar to a playful dad, a gluttonous mom, a sister who earns money to support the family, and a sensible girl. Oh, by the way, I'd be making a sauerkraut fish dish later. Do you want some chili? After frying the fish until it was almost done, Erlini added seasonings to the pan, while saying to Lucinu and Chiu Xiaoyu, "Or I can make 2 portions, one spicy and one non-spicy." Chiu Xiaoyu raised her hand. "I want it spicy." Lucinu shook her head. "I don't really like spicy food lately. Let's make them separately. By the way, is there anything we can help with? Are you busy? You 2 sisters can prepare the dishes and chopsticks like yesterday, but today we need to prepare enough for 6 people. Okay, we go get them now." A moment after Lucinu and Chiu Xiaoyu left the kitchen, a spirited Fafner came in. "It smells so good. Is this my good daughter's cooking? Mom, you've seen my cooking before. I can make almost anything except desserts." Aline, who had just finished making a sauerkraut fish dish, arranged the dish on a plate, garnished it with 2 sprigs of cilantro, and gestured for Fafner to take it out. "Oh right, Mom." As she relit the stove, Aline added, "Tonight, like yesterday, I plan to go to class monitor Yao's house to play. I made a pact with her to be the school's little detective and gather evidence of today's school theft." Go ahead, go ahead." Knowing that little Aline was just playing house, Fafner took the dishes. Come back soon. Chapter 723. After dinner, after letting Erlini return to Lumilan first, Little Elle arrived at the fruit shop run by Yao's family as agreed. "You're here?" Seeing Little Elle, Yao, who was cutting watermelon for a customer, quickly finished her work, went to the back room to wash her hands, and then said to her parents in the shop, "Dad, Mom, I'm going out to play. Okay, come back soon." Her father, Bao, came out. "Don't go too far, there are a lot of bad people at night." "It's okay. Little Elle is here. No matter how many bad people come, I'm not afraid. Your Little Elle isn't a god. She's a girl too. Can she really protect you?" "Really?" Bao rolled his eyes at Yao. "Remember to keep your phone on. Call if anything happens." "Okay." After getting her parents' permission, Yao skipped and hopped out. Little Elle noticed that she was wearing a cute style of overalls today, looking very lively. "What's wrong?" Noticing Xiao Er's gaze, Yao twirled around, clutching the straps of her overalls. "My dad bought me this for my birthday, and I love it. It really is cute." Xiao Er nodded, glancing at Bao in the store. "Your parents seem pretty open-minded." Generally, for middle school students, many parents strictly limit their children's activities in the evenings, at most allowing them to play ball with other kids within 100 or 2 meters of their home. It's very rare to see someone like Yao's father, Bao, who completely lets his child play with classmates and doesn't force him to come home at a certain time. "Really? Sometimes I feel like my dad isn't very strict. He rarely checks my homework or asks me how many points I got on tests." Yao put her hands behind her head, looked at the full moon in the night sky, and said, "I remember a few times I did poorly on tests, but he wasn't very angry. He just told me to check the test paper a few more times next time." After saying that, as if she had thought of something, Yao turned to Xiao Er beside her. "Wait, Xiao Er, what you're saying? Does that mean my parents are very unenlightened in other parallel worlds?" "Well, in parallel worlds, any tiny change will eventually cause a huge butterfly effect." Xiao Er didn't answer the question directly, but said in a calm tone, "Some parents might have a strong sense of pride. They can't accept that their child is less capable than other children, so when they see their child doing poorly on a test, they get angry and put pressure on their child. But even such parents will get angry because of some seemingly insignificant thought or actions ultimately change one's mind. For example, one day your father might not know whether to eat fish or pork rib soup for dinner. In one parallel world, he might choose fish, but in another, he might go to the nearby market to buy pork ribs. When he got to the market, a child was about to jump off a building. The father, drawn by the commotion, went over and heard the child arguing with his parents. The parents were criticizing his grades, and the child said, "I tried my best." Does that mean a child with bad grades doesn't deserve to live? Soon after, the firefighters arrived, and together they persuaded the parents, saying that they were putting too much pressure on their child. In today's society, academics aren't the only path to success. The child's mental and physical health is paramount. Even if the child's grades aren't good, if their relationship is good, when the child grows up and succeeds in society through other abilities, he will still come back to visit them during holidays and take care of them in their old age, won't he? Unfortunately, the child's parents didn't heed the firefighters' advice and continued to verbally abuse their child sitting outside. Ultimately, the child couldn't take it anymore and jumped, dying in the middle of the crowd. The father not only listened to the firefighters' advice, but also witnessed the consequences of parents putting too much pressure on their children, so he had a change of heart. After this change, the father would go home and persuade the mother, who also changed her mind. The family atmosphere changed, the family environment changed, and the child's mental health improved. She not only studied harder at school, but also had a better relationship with her parents at home. Ultimately, this father's simple thought of going to buy ribs triggered a butterfly effect like a tsunami, directly impacting the child's life. A different mindset led her to attend a different school, making different friends, acquiring different knowledge, finding a different job after graduation, and starting a completely different family. So, discussing events in parallel worlds isn't very meaningful. Sometimes, because of certain things, even your parents. I can't even remember that name. Lil L's words made Yao's expression suddenly clear. So that means, in a sense, even if the Yao from another world has the same appearance and name as me, she actually has nothing to do with me. That's roughly how you understand it, but the real information is more complicated. Little L smiled. These are all philosophical matters. The two of us won't be able to reach a conclusion through discussion. Yes, let's record the thief's video. Yao took out her phone. If it's a gang crime, do we need to record a lot of videos? Yes, we can record the whole story, and then anonymously send it to the teachers in the school's academic affairs office. Together with Yao, they went to a relatively quiet area. Xiao casually summoned a portal. 2 teachers from the academic affairs office came to see me after school this afternoon. If we send this crucial evidence directly there, those teachers will definitely go straight to the police station, making the investigation much easier. Xiao paused for a moment. However, we expect to face an investigation by the police station, as such close-up filming and a complete chain of evidence are theoretically impossible. The police station will definitely question the authenticity of the video. In a little while, Xiao and Yao will need to film the video of the student from class 3 of grade 7 being bullied on his way home, the video of the police being called but no investigation being conducted, the video of the student being bullied again a few days later, the video of the thugs proposing to steal property from the school, the student being pressured to tell the thugs about the specific situation at number 36 middle school, and the video of the thugs entering the school last night to steal and then selling the stolen goods. To be able to film so many videos without being discovered, besides the thugs staging it themselves, there's only one other possibility. That is, this video was filmed by God from God's perspective. Chapter 724. Upon entering the light cone projection room, Xiao Ai gestured for Yao to take out her phone and stand with him. This student from class 3, grade 7 of Beijing number 36 middle school is named Wang Hongwei. Due to family reasons, he is rather withdrawn. Xiao Ai projected a bird's eye view of the area near Beijing number 36 middle school onto the void before them, pointing to a road near the school gate. This is our school, and this is Wang Hongwei's home, 3 streets away. He is a boarding student. Every day after school, he needs to leave the school first, then go to the school's bike shed to get his bicycle, and ride along this road to leave the school. Xiao Ai used his mysterious power to mark Wang Hongwei's route home with a red line. The class monitor should be very familiar with this road. It's very close to the dog hole. Yes, I remember this is a newly built road, only built in the last year. Going straight after passing through here leads to Taoyuan Road, and turning left leads to Wuji Road. The bird's eye view before them made Yao's eyes widen. Wow, this looks so convenient. It feels like if Jialan's abilities were bought off by the government, no country would dare bully us. I generally don't interfere in the power struggles between major powers, but of course, if things go too far, I might issue a warning. Little L smiled, then marked another road on the bird's eye view. Since Wang Hongwei lives here, he rides his bike home every day, not taking Wuji Road or Taoyuan Road, but this way. He turns off this small road, then onto Nongyuan Road, and goes straight for about 1 kilometer to reach the entrance to his residential area. This path is 800 meters long, and there's another fork in the road here. Turning the bird's eye view around, Yao could see the other exit in the middle of the path. This road leads to Xinguang Road. At the end of Xinguang Road, there's a school, number 29 Middle School. Oh, I know number 29 Middle School. Everyone says it's a terrible school. Yao said, seemingly realizing something. Could it be that they stole from our school last night? Yes, it was students from number 29 Middle School, mostly first and second year junior high students. So the police didn't do anything about it. Those first and second year junior high students are considered bad students at number 29 Middle School. They often skip classes, fight, and hang out with outsiders every day. These thugs were together, and this theft was actually instigated by them. At this point, Xiao Air zoomed in on a small river near number 29 Middle School. Class monitor, let's start filming from here. We might need to shoot a lot of footage. Okay. Yao nodded. Was the first crime scene at number 29 Middle School? No, this is the origin of the whole incident. Starting from here, we can film the relationship between those thugs and the students of number 29 Middle School. Because those thugs also participated in dividing the loot afterward, they are the true masterminds. Okay. Yao picked up her phone, pointed the camera forward, indicating she was ready to start. Xiao Air understood, and with a wave of her hand, quickly loaded the day's light cone. As dawn broke, images appeared before Yao and Xiao Air of several number 29 Middle School students chatting with two blonde-haired thugs by the river. Seeing the scene had loaded, Yao pressed the record button. Boss, I'm so bored lately, I don't know where to get any money. By the river, a student in a number 29 Middle School uniform looked enviously at the cigarette in the blonde-haired thug's hand. My old man at home absolutely refuses to give me money to buy cigarettes. Yeah, my dad hasn't given me any money lately either. I told him the school was charging for extra classes, but he didn't believe me. Hey Huang, got any more cigarettes? Can I borrow one? Go away. One of the blonde-haired thugs rolled his eyes at the students. Short on money. Can't you earn it yourself? Huh? How do we earn money? Yeah, Huang, how do we earn money? Teach us, brothers. You bunch of good-for-nothings. You want me to pay you for your money. At this point, the blonde-haired thug. He tossed his finished cigarette on the ground. Really want to make money? Several students quickly crowded around. Yes. School is so boring. We've been wanting to make money for ages. Alright, then come with me, but let's make it clear first. No matter how much we make, we split it 30/70ths. We get 70%? No problem, no problem. What are you thinking? We get 70%, you get 30%. What do you kids need so much money for? Besides, if we get something good, do you even know where to sell it? We're the ones doing the work, aren't we? This okay. The blonde-haired guy led several students from number 29 Middle School away from the frame. Little L gave Yao a look, signaling her to save the recording. The main culprits in the theft are probably these few. 4 students from number 29 Middle School, and 2 young men from the streets. Oh. Yao nodded. So this theft was actually quite complicated. Actually, the real case is far more complicated than it appears on the surface, Xiao Air explained. Of the 4 students from number 29 Middle School, 1 was a left-behind child, 2 had divorced parents, and another came from a single-parent family. Most of them had suffered verbal and physical abuse from their parents at home, resulting in severe aversion to school. After school, they didn't want to go home, spending their time either in internet cafes or hanging out with delinquent youths. As for the 2 thugs, one of them also came from a single-parent family. During university, he was involved in an armed fight, seriously injuring someone, causing a significant negative impact. He was imprisoned for several years, and has been idle ever since. The other thug consistently had excellent grades from elementary to high school, but he had a huge argument with his family about choosing a major in university, and ended up choosing one he didn't like. After entering university, he had no interest in studying, spending his days playing games in his dorm, wallowing in self-pity. He didn't look for a job after graduation, and his parents, feeling ashamed, kicked him out of the house. That's how this thug met the other thug in an internet cafe, and they became, well, friends. Little Lu. Hearing Little L rattle off the past experiences of everyone in the scene almost without thinking, Yao was astonished. You even read their family backgrounds and dark histories? I glanced at them, or rather, I had a general idea before I even looked at them. I just wanted to confirm it a little. Little L said calmly. Social pressure and social conflicts can generate a large number of crimes, like a butterfly effect. For example, some of these people's parents met through arranged marriages. There was no love between them, but they got married under pressure from their elders. When they had children, and the children were 12 or 13 years old. The elders, who had put so much pressure on them, had either passed away or were no longer able to help them raise the children. These long-standing grievances between the couples will erupt, and after the divorce, it's the children who suffer. Then the pressure or dark side these children experience in their families will be reflected back into society. It will be like dominoes, triggering a chain reaction. Chapter 725. When the scene before them lit up again, the camera had moved to the vicinity of the small road between number 36 Middle School and number 29 Middle School. This is the road I mentioned earlier. The making money those thugs were talking about was teaching a few kids from number 29 Middle School to rob passers-by. Standing with Yi Yao at one of the forks in the road, Xiao Er pointed behind him. The people from number 29 Middle School and the thugs will come out from here in a little while, and then we can start recording. It's 6 p.m. now. They've been squatting here for about 5 or 6 minutes after they came out, and Wang Hongwei from class 3 of grade 7 at our school rode over. Wang Hongwei also comes from a single-parent family. His father is very strict with him. This kind of family background has made Wang Hongwei develop a timid personality from a young age. He usually only listens to his father, and has no opinions of his own. He doesn't have many friends at school because he can't speak well. As he was speaking, for students from number 29 Middle School, and the two blonde-haired thugs walked over and passed by Yi Yao. We can start recording around here. Wang Hongwei will ride his bike from the direction of number 36 Middle School in a little while, and they stop him. These people will steal his bicycle, phone, and wallet, forcing him to walk home. By the time Wang Hongwei got home, it was already dark. Unable to contact his son, his father gave him a severe dressing down. When he heard that Wang Hongwei had lost not only his bike but also his phone, the scolding became even worse, lasting almost an hour before he finally remembered to call the police. Then, when the police heard that the robbers were a group of middle school students, and that the stolen bike, phone, and wallet totaled less than 500 yuan, they simply filed a case and let them go. Back home, Wang Hongwei was scolded again by his father, who then gave him a makeshift old bicycle to ride to school the next day. Because the police station didn't focus on this case, the student who successfully robbed number 29 Middle School was back here a few days later. This time, Wang Hongwei's bicycle was too badly damaged to sell, and he had no phone or wallet, so these people forced him to reveal if there was anything valuable at the school. Little L's words left Yi Yao with mixed feelings. Only 12 years old, still a middle school student, she could never have imagined that a small family problem could escalate into so many social conflicts. Then, following the students from number 29 Middle School to the exit of the alley, Yi Yao tentatively asked, if they steal from the school this time and the police station doesn't intervene, what will happen? That's a matter of parallel universes, and I personally can't really predict it, Xiao Er said helplessly. In cases like this where they steal from a school, if the principal repeatedly pressures them, the police station might intervene, or they might not. If the police station doesn't intervene, then those students and thugs, having tasted success, might continue to do more and more outrageous things. They might go after Wang Hongwei again, demanding money from him, or they might follow this line of thinking and steal from other schools. If they continue to go after Wang Hongwei, I briefly looked backstage. Although this kid is timid, he's not completely incapable of fighting back. What if he's robbed 3 times in a row, and each time he goes home, his father pressures and berates him, and that father doesn't go to the police station for answers, but just keeps blaming the child? How could you be so careless? Are you a pig? Can't you take another route? And so on. Then, there's about a 40% chance Wang Hongwei will lose his mind and explode. Well, that is the darkening often seen in novels. Because from Wang Hongwei's perspective, he hasn't done anything wrong, and he comes from a single-parent family. The only person he trusts in this world is his father. But in this father's eyes, his child being snatched is because he was careless, because he took a shortcut home. Why did others only snatch his child, and not other children? So he tries to wake his child up through verbal abuse. In this way, if Wang Hongwei loses his mind and explodes, his first step will definitely be to completely abandon his family. Because his most important father is pressuring him when he needs help the most, he might take a knife to seek revenge on those thugs, or he might choose to end his life. These are all possibilities, and each possibility will lead his entire life to a different parallel world. Chapter 726. Under the warm sunset, Wang Hongwei, a student in class 3, grade 7 at Shangjing number 36 Middle School, rode his newly purchased mountain bike away from the school as usual. After riding along the familiar main road for a while, he turned onto a side path. This side path was also the intersection of Shangjing number 36 Middle School and Shangjing No. 29 Middle School. Mango trees over 10 meters tall grew on both sides of the path. Although there were few pedestrians, it wasn't remote. Every 7 or 8 meters, there were small repair shops or general stores. Since being admitted to Shangjing No. 36 Middle School with excellent grades, Wang Hongwei, as a boarding student, would walk home along this side path almost every night. At first, he walked home, but because the journey was quite long, walking every day would be very inconvenient. So, he begged his father to borrow an old bicycle, and he would ride it out before dawn every day until sunset. This old bicycle, what the older generation calls a 28-inch heavy-duty bicycle, is a well-known Phoenix brand in the area, named for the horizontal bar running across the middle. Wang Hongwei, 13 years old this year, is less than 1.4 meters tall. His height makes it very inconvenient to get on and off the bicycle. Plus, the bicycle itself is really too old, covered in rust and unsightly. So, on his 13th birthday, Wang Hongwei begged his father to buy him a new bicycle. This is the one he's riding now. Wang Hongwei still remembers what his father said in the bicycle shop. "I bought you such a good bike. If you don't get into a top high school, you have let your father down. Also, this bike is going to cost you your birthday presents for the next 2 years. Don't even think about asking Dad for money again." Despite the slightly bumpy process, Wang Hongwei finally got his desired bicycle. What's wrong? Are you tired? What happened to happiness? Riding his beloved bicycle under the green mango trees, listening to the music coming from the repair shops and general stores on both sides, Wang Hongwei recalled the test content his teacher had explained in class that day, while gazing at the end of the road ahead. Because this road was lined with tall mango trees, and both sides were lined with bungalows and alleys, it sometimes gave off a gloomy feeling. But Wang Hongwei had been riding this road for almost half a year without any incidents. There were also occasional shops and pedestrians nearby, so he never thought there was any danger in such a place. However, just as Wang Hongwei was riding his beloved bicycle as usual past the intersection leading to the 29th Middle School, several students suddenly ran out from around the corner. "Stop!" A student, holding a brick, kicked Wang Hongwei's front wheel without warning as Wang approached. Wang Hongwei wasn't one to ride fast, and he never experienced anything like this before. Seeing someone rushing towards him, he was instantly terrified and reflexively pulled the brake lever. This allowed the student from No. 29 Middle School to easily kick Wang Hongwei's wheel, flipping the bike over. "What are you doing?" Before Wang Hongwei could even question the student, the remaining students from No. 29 Middle School rushed over, each throwing a brick at his back with a series of thuds. Wang Hongwei was stunned by the beating. He staggered back a few steps, then saw a student get on his bike and ride off towards No. 29 Middle School without looking back. "You guys, still not dead?" As he spoke, the student who had kicked over Wang Hongwei's bike swung a brick and struck him directly on the head. Boom! As if struck by a heavy hammer, Wang Hongwei felt dizzy, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. "Take his phone and wallet, quick!" All right, let's go. These were the voices Wang Hongwei heard a second before he lost consciousness. He didn't know how much time had passed. When Wang Hongwei woke up again, he saw a large crowd surrounding him. Robbery in broad daylight, TSK. Did you get a good look at the robbers? Looks like a group of students. If they're under 16, that'd be troublesome. He seems to be awake. Still groggy, Wang Hongwei instinctively propped himself up, managing to sit up with difficulty. "Kid, how are you feeling? Should we call 120? Uncle can lend you his phone to call 110 or 120, but let's be clear, I'm not responsible for any subsequent disputes or evidence." Several middle-aged men, seemingly employees of a nearby auto repair shop, gathered around, each holding up their phones, seemingly recording. "Kid, can you speak?" Feeling a slight itch on his head, Wang Hongwei subconsciously reached out and touched the spot where he had been injured. Then, he touched a pool of blood. "You were hit on the head, and you're bleeding. Should we call 120? An elderly woman watching couldn't bear it any longer, and pulled a pack of tissues from her pocket, handing it to Wang Hongwei. "Stop the bleeding first. I call 120 for you, but you have to pay for the medical bills yourself." Wang Hongwei stammered, feeling wronged. He took the tissues, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Can I call my dad first?" "Sure." The woman swiped her phone screen. "What's your dad's number?" "I call him for you." Wang Hongwei forced himself to give his father's number. "What? Robbed? This kid's always causing trouble at school. What did he steal? Bicycle? Cell phone? And wallet? I told him so many times." That bicycle was a big brand. It wouldn't break no matter how much he rode. He insisted on buying a new one. Now, someone else has their eye on it. What a tragedy. As soon as the call connected, after the woman briefly explained the situation to Wang Hongwei's father, the man on the other end was practically furious. Where's my son now? How is he? Is he dead? He's not dead, but his head is still bleeding. I suggest you come over right away and take him to the hospital. The woman frowned and said, And what kind of father are you? Your child was robbed. Beaten like this, and you still blame him? Is this his fault? Why isn't it? Why didn't they rob someone else but only him? It's because he insisted on buying that piece of junk. He just wants to show off. Wang Hongwei's father on the phone angrily said, Let my son answer the phone. The woman hesitated for a moment, but still handed the phone to Wang Hongwei. Wang Hongwei, fighting back tears, said, Dad, why are you crying? A real man shouldn't be so effeminate. How much stuff were stolen from you? Was your car really stolen? Yeah. Well, now you lost 1,000 yuan, and your phone was stolen too? Yeah. How much money was in your wallet? A little over 80 yuan, but my school card and water card are in there. How much are your school card and water card worth? How are you now? They said you were beaten? Yeah, my head hurts a little. Can you stand up? I think I can. Then hurry home. What are you standing there for? Are you making a fool of yourself? Wang Hongwei was confused. Am I walking back? Walk back, what else? No, are you really this child's father? The middle-aged woman took back her phone. The child's head is still bleeding. You don't even ask about his condition, and you're making him walk back? How can he walk back like this? Would it kill you to come and get him? Why can't he walk back? In our day, climbing trees to steal bird nests, hiking mountains to catch pheasants, breaking arms and legs was common, and we always ended up walking home ourselves. Are kids these days so fussy? Wang Hongwei's father retorted irritably, Don't worry about him. My son will walk back himself. He won't learn his lesson otherwise. Let's see if he dares to buy a new car again. Auntie and uncle, thank you. At this moment, Wang Hongwei, leaning against a nearby mango tree, stood up shakily. I can go back by myself. The woman who had borrowed the phone seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she just sighed and shook her head. Okay, then be careful. We can't help you much. It was clear that these older men and women really wanted to help Wang Hongwei, but considering his father's personality, they ultimately chose to remain indifferent. Wang Hongwei waved to the surrounding crowd, took the blood-stained tissue to a nearby trash can, threw it into the non-recyclable bin, and walked towards the setting sun. The afterglow of the distant sunset cast a long, long shadow of the boy on the road. Seeing that the light cone had almost finished playing, Xiao Er gently patted Yao's shoulder, signaling her to stop recording. Chapter 727. Just as Xiao Er described, upon returning home, Wang Hongwei's father didn't comfort the boy who had been robbed of all his belongings and knocked unconscious. He simply gave his injured head a basic bandage, and then made Wang Hongwei stand in the corner. How many times have I told you to be careful at home? You always ignore me, don't you? You survived this time, but what about next time? What will you do if you encounter a situation like this again? Huh? Faced with his father's questioning, Wang Hongwei's lips were practically deathly pale. There were physical and psychological reasons. In the past, he would have stood silently in the corner until his father calmed down. But this time, perhaps due to the lingering pain from his head wound, Wang Hongwei mustered his courage and retorted, I was very careful. I was robbed. I didn't do anything wrong. You learned to talk back, haven't you? Seeing Wang Hongwei's defiance, his father instantly flared up. Why would someone rob you if you didn't take secluded spots? There are so many main roads near number 36 middle school. Why did you choose to squeeze into side streets? Who can you blame for getting robbed? That road wasn't secluded. It was surrounded by shops and people. How was I supposed to know someone would come out to rob me? You still have the nerve to argue? Wang Hongwei's father's voice suddenly rose several decibels. Just answer me, why did they rob you instead of others? Isn't it because they think you're easy to bully? Look at you, you don't eat properly, you're not growing taller in middle school, you always drag your feet when dad calls you to eat, and when you get home you don't go out for a run or exercise, all you do is play on your phone. I only play on my phone for less than half an hour a day now. If you used that half hour to memorize English, how many words could you have learned? While you're playing on your phone, your classmates have probably completed countless test papers. When the light cone played this part, Xiao Er walked over to Yao, whose expression was a bit strange, The last half hour is basically just those two arguing. Do you still want to watch? I think I pass. Yi Yao sighed softly. Wang Hongwei's dad is practically a carbon copy of my dad from before. Eh? Xiao Er asked curiously. Yi Baoqiao. Yeah, my dad was pretty much like that with me when I was little. Even when it wasn't my fault, he nagged me for ages, and he liked to say things like, "Why don't they hit others, but they hit you?" If I explained things like that, I'd be accused of talking back and disrespecting my elders. Yi Yao said helplessly. Then it triggers a chain reaction, and they start connecting this to things I'd done in the past that they think were wrong, and they continue to nag me. But thankfully my parents haven't been like that much since I graduated from elementary school, and their discipline isn't as strict or rather, inexplicable anymore. Is that so? Lil L raised her little hand. Then let's skip this part, and go straight to the part where they report the crime. Yes. Yi Yao picked up her phone. Do we need to record the part where they report the crime? We can record it. If the video is submitted in my name later, recording the part at the police station will actually be more convincing. Shower said softly. The police station is full of cameras. We submitted this evidence to them, and they checked the surveillance footage, but didn't see anyone at the location where we were recording. This in itself is a deterrent. Either we become invisible, or we use some kind of technology they can't understand. Then this case will definitely be taken seriously, and the probability of solving it will be very high. Shower herself didn't really care about her identity being exposed. Or rather, she didn't care if those within the system suspected her. In fact, being suspected by those within the system, being considered not an ordinary person, was good. It would actually make things easier for her next time she encountered trouble. Okay. Yi Yao gave Shower an okay sign and raised her phone. I'm ready to record the video. Then, next scene, Wang Hongwei, accompanied by his father, goes to the police station to report a crime. With a thought from Shower, the scene in front of them quickly disappeared. The next second, the two of them were standing in front of the police station near Wang Hongwei's neighborhood. Wang Hongwei, his head still bandaged, followed his father into the police station's reception hall. Hello. A policewoman approached. What can I do for you? We're here to report a crime. Wang Hongwei's father said excitedly. My son was robbed and beaten on his way home from school. The policewoman looked at Wang Hongwei, then at his father, and gestured for them to come in. Did this happen recently? Yes. About 2 hours ago. Wang Hongwei's father pointed at his son. That brat. He never takes the main road home from school, always choosing those dark alleys. I told him so many times, it's safer to stay on the main road, but he just won't listen. Excuse me, parent, you don't need to raise your voice like that. Please calm down, the policewoman patiently asked. Did this happen 2 hours ago? 2 or 3 hours ago, I guess. Wang Hongwei's father thought for a moment. Around 6:30. Excuse me, it's already 10:30. Oh, that late? Anyway, it was around that time. Wang Hongwei's father turned around. When were you beaten? Wang Hongwei glanced at his father, then at the policewoman, and said weakly, 6:20. Clearly, after more than an hour of confrontation with his father, Wang Hongwei seemed unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer. His eyes lacked their usual sparkle, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. See? That's my son. He never listens to anything I say. He's such a coward, not like a man at all. Okay, please come this way. The policewoman interrupted Wang Hongwei's father's complaints and ushered them into the room to give their statements. Is your child's head all right? It's fine, the bleeding has stopped. He walked back by himself. I just bandaged him up a bit. Oh, he walked back by himself? Your child was robbed and beaten by the robbers, and you let him walk back by himself? I hadn't even finished get off work yet. I couldn't exactly take time off to pick him up, could I? Theoretically that's how it should be. After all, he's still your son. Hey, it's okay, my son's tough, and he managed to get back by himself, didn't he? Excuse me, parent, you didn't take him to the hospital? Why waste money at the hospital? I'm already angry enough about being robbed. Why would I spend more money on a hospital visit? Besides, he wasn't seriously injured. As long as you think he's alright. Chapter 728. It was another not-so-gentle evening. Wang Hongwei, his wound still healing, pushed his bicycle out of the school as usual. The bicycle was an old Phoenix brand 28-inch model, with obvious rust everywhere, very worn out, the kind of bicycle young people wouldn't even bother to look at. Brother Wei. What kind of bike is that? It's quite unique. After pushing his bicycle out of the school, several students from Class 3 of Grade 7 chased after him, taking out their phones and snapping photos of Wang Hongwei's bicycle. Why did you polish this bike so much? Is this even allowed on the road? I remember there was a regulation in our city that strictly prohibits substandard electric bikes from being driven on the road. This isn't an electric bike, it's a bicycle. Oh, a bicycle. I thought it was the latest model. Look at this, all black, like it came out of a cesspool, ha ha ha. Amidst the surrounding students' laughter, Wang Hongwei remained silent and pushed the bike across the street from the school. Then, he pushed the bike forward a short distance and indifferently straddled the seat. Just as Wang Hongwei's father had said, aside from being a bit ugly and inconvenient to get on and off, the bicycle itself was of good quality. Moreover, because of its rusty frame, even thieves wouldn't bother to give it a second glance. There was one thing Wang Hongwei had never dared to tell his father. When he first got the bike, he went to the school store and bought a universal lock. The next day, he rode his bicycle to the parking lot near the school, forgetting to lock the basket before leaving. When he returned in the evening, the bicycle was still there, but the lock and key in the basket were stolen. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under the setting sun, Wang Hongwei rode his old, worn-out bicycle to the entrance of that tree-lined road again. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the main road, but getting from number 36 middle school to his home by taking every main road would require him to take a detour of at least 5 kilometers. By then, the food would be cold by the time he got home, and he would certainly be in for a scolding from his father. Besides, this road wasn't some remote alley, it was surrounded by shops and pedestrians. If people were really interested in robbing someone, they would do the same on the main road. And this time, Wang Hongwei was no longer the cowardly Viagra. Riding his old bicycle along the tree-lined road, Wang Hongwei's mind drifted back to his father's attitude towards him when he returned home from the police station the previous night. Wang Hongwei could sense that his father didn't care about his head injury at all. He only cared about how much money was lost. The statement taking went smoothly, and the police station said, "If there are any new developments, we will notify you immediately." But Wang Hongwei felt he no longer cared. His grades, his relationship with his father, none of that mattered anymore. After taking a shower, Wang Hongwei didn't even do his homework that day. He went straight to his bed and burst into tears. This was the first time he had cried so bitterly since starting 3rd grade. Because from a young age, his father had constantly taught him, a real man doesn't cry. Chapter 729. That evening, a minivan arrived at the police station near the 36th Middle School in Shangjing City. Then, the minivan's door was opened, and a large group of people jumped out. "What are you all doing?" Seeing this commotion, the on-duty police officer immediately became alert and cautiously walked out from the reception hall. "Old Wu, don't you remember me?" Liang Kaiyu, the leader of the data research team, carrying a small backpack, walked at the front of the team. "It's me, Old Liang." "Oh, Old Liang Kaiyu? You're the one who does data research?" "Haha, not bad. It's good that you remember my name." Liang Kaiyu gestured to the crowd behind him. "Don't be nervous, they're all my colleagues." "Oh." The police officer called Old Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. I was wondering why so many people were rushing to the police station in the middle of the night. I thought someone was up to something." As he spoke, Old Wu looked at Liang Kaiyu's backpack. "What's wrong? Is there? You need something?" "Strictly speaking, it's not exactly a request, but I do need something. I really do need something." Liang Kaiyu took out a stack of documents from his backpack. "It's like this, your police station handled a robbery case before. Let's go inside and talk." Seeing that Liang Kaiyu looked like he was about to discuss something important, Old Wu quickly ushered him into the police station. "Is it a private matter or an official matter?" "Theoretically, it's a private matter, but I personally suggest you handle it like an official matter." "Oh, it sounds like this is quite a big deal." After entering his office, Old Wu poured a glass of water for Liang Kaiyu and his colleagues. "Don't my people have the right to know?" "Easy, after all. I came to talk to you about a case today, and we need your colleagues' help to solve it. But I think you should look at the files first before deciding whether to tell them the truth." Liang Kaiyu sat down on the sofa in the room without any ceremony, and had his female colleague bring over a tablet computer, placing it on the table and turning it on. "Don't ask where these videos came from yet, just look at the content." With that, Liang Kaiyu clicked on one of the videos. The video showed 4 truant students discussing where to make money with 2 petty thugs on a river near the 29th Middle School in Shangjing City. "Yeah, Brother Huang, how do we make money?" "Teach us, brothers." "A bunch of good-for-nothings. Do I have to teach them how to make money?" At first glance, the video seemed quite ordinary, with nothing particularly special about it. This. After watching the video, Old Wu from the police station was puzzled. Old Liang, what do you mean by showing me this? Although they did mention doing something illegal or criminal, but based solely on this video, we can't convict these people. In the popular internet parlance these days, they're just talking nonsense. It's immoral, but not illegal. I know. Seeing that Old Wu didn't see anything unusual about the video, Liang Kaiyu casually swiped the tablet to start playing the next video. The video began with Wang Hongwei, a student from number 36 middle school, riding a bicycle on a tree-lined path. A few seconds later, several students suddenly rushed out from a side road, holding bricks, and blocked Wang Hongwei's way. Stop! Bang! Immediately afterward, Wang Hongwei, who had suddenly slowed down, collided with one of the students and fell to the ground. What are you doing? Before Wang Hongwei could even react, the students rushed at him, brandishing bricks and smashing them against his back. One student even struck Wang Hongwei directly on the head with a brick, knocking him unconscious. Take his phone and wallet, quick! Alright, that's enough. Let's go! Seeing Wang Hongwei unconscious, 4 students from number 29 middle school frantically pulled his backpack off his back, rummaged through it for his phone and wallet, and then rode off on his bicycle. The incredibly clear robbery footage on the tablet computer made Old Wu from the local police station frown deeply. You should know this student. Liang Kaiyu leaned back, hands behind his head, striking a gangster boss pose. He came to your station to report a case before. Old Wu was silent for a moment. When did that happen? Don't you remember? Liang Kaiyu swiped the screen again, playing a video of Wang Hongwei and his father coming to the police station to report a case. Wait, something's not right. It wasn't until he saw the policewoman at the station entrance receiving the father and son that Old Wu seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "How did you film these videos?" As he spoke, Old Wu stood up, swiped the tablet forward, and glanced at the first and second videos again, his face full of disbelief. I felt something was off since just now, and it wasn't until I saw these two enter the police station that I realized what was wrong. Who filmed these videos? Judging from the angle and height of the first video, the person filming should be about 1.5 meters tall. She is standing right next to this group, taking a picture so close to their faces, which means the person being filmed and the person filming definitely know each other. The second video is similar. My only question is, if the person filming is really with these robbers, why didn't she run away? And why would they film themselves doing these crimes, even sending it to you as evidence? Finally, the third video is the most incomprehensible to me. I observed our on-duty police officer twice, and she didn't look at the camera even once. That's impossible, unless the person filming can become invisible. After listening to Old Wu, Liang Kaiyu shrugged. You could say the person filming can become invisible. Huh? Old Wu. Stunned. Old Liang, this isn't funny at all. I know you guys work with data, similar video material. With your abilities and current AI technology, synthesizing one shouldn't be a problem. But what do you mean by showing me these videos? I can tell you responsibly, Old Wu. Hearing the other parties suspect the videos were fabricated, Liang Kaiyu sat up straight, his expression becoming much more serious. The videos aren't fabricated, nor have they undergone any technical processing or editing. These videos are all taken in one continuous shot, and they all depict real events. Seeing that Old Wu still seemed somewhat unconvinced, Liang Kaiyu simply gestured to the technical department beside him. How about this? You can take this video to the police officer on duty that day and retrieve your surveillance footage to compare the situation at the time. Come back after you confirmed it, and we continue our discussion. Chapter 730. Half an hour later, a policewoman and several of Old Wu's subordinates entered Liang Kaiyu's office. The policewoman, her forehead beaded with cold sweat, turned on the tablet again, playing footage of Wang Hongwei and his father entering the police station. How were these videos filmed? She asked. Just moments before, she and the technical department had compared all the police station's surveillance footage from that day, and the station's technicians had carefully analyzed the videos several times. They confirmed that the videos had not been technically processed or edited, and matched perfectly with the surrounding surveillance footage, just ordinary videos recorded by a Tingyun K90 Pro mobile phone. 3 years ago, Tingyun phones had a very high market share in Beijing. Many young people, especially middle and high school students, loved this series of phones. The Tingyun K90 was a popular model 2.5 years ago, around 2027. The technical staff easily identified the recording device of the 3 videos based on the relevant feature codes. But, It's precisely because the video itself wasn't fake that the police officer responsible for receiving Wang Hongwei and his son that night felt ashamed. From the perspective of the person filming the video, she should have been standing about 1 meter behind Wang Hongwei and his son, with no obstructions between them. In other words, if the police officer on duty could see Wang Hongwei and his son, they would definitely have seen the person filming the video. The biggest problem now is that neither the police officer who received Wang Hongwei and his son nor the police station's internal surveillance cameras can see this mysterious video filmer. She was like an invisible person. Not only was she invisible, but even the phone she used to take the photos was invisible. How could this be? After the technical department officers released the test results, nearly half of the police officers at the station were plunged into deep self-doubt. Because the person who filmed Wang Hongwei and his son not only filmed the female officer receiving them from outside, but also went inside the police station and filmed the entire process of them giving their statements. Logically speaking, outsiders are absolutely not allowed to enter the area where statements are taken, and it is absolutely forbidden for the person reporting the crime to hold a phone and take photos. Even places like this could be filmed and uploaded to a tablet. Is there anything more terrifying than this? If the person filming can even enter the area where statements are taken, then could she also enter the prison cells and the filing room? Does our entire police station have any secrets left? You ask us how we filmed this. I can't really say the specifics. Facing the questioning gazes of Lao Wu and his men, Liang Kaiyu sighed softly. I can only say that the person who provided these videos, you can consider her a deity. A deity? Lao Wu frowned deeply. You're talking to us, to the people here about deities? Lao Liang, can't you be normal for once? However, that's the truth, believe it or not, that's all I can tell you. Liang Kaiyu's tone suddenly turned stern. Besides, we don't actually need you to believe us. Our data research group's authority is above yours. You should know that better than I do. Oh yes. Reminded of this, Old Wu covered his head. Okay, I accept your request and assume this person filming is the god you're talking about. And then what? You showed me these 3 videos. What do you expect us to do? Catch these students who are robbing people on the street? No rush. Liang Kaiyu gestured to the tablet. There's a 4th video. Another one? Chapter 731. At the request of the thugs, 2 students from number 29 middle school, carrying backpacks, climbed the stairs into number 36 middle school in Beijing. Meanwhile, judging from the angle of the video footage, the person filming seemed unaffected by gravity. From the moment the thugs climbed up the toilet outside the school gate to their entry into the number 36 middle school campus, the camera was essentially locked on them the entire time, like a scene from a video game. Seeing this, the police officers at the police station seemed to understand what Liang Kaiyu meant by you can treat her like a god. Leaving aside the fact that even a well-trained special forces soldier would need considerable skill to climb that 3-meter-high toilet with their bare hands, the fact that they could climb up while simultaneously filming with a mobile phone is simply beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Moreover, these thugs weren't stupid, they wouldn't allow someone to record their entire crime on a mobile phone. This video proves 2 things. First, the person filming the video is invisible to the thugs, just like when she filmed Wang Hongwei giving a statement at the police station. Second, the person filming is definitely not an ordinary person. She might not even be human, because an ordinary person couldn't achieve that filming angle without a drone. But if it was a drone, why is there absolutely no noise in the video? Furthermore, many shots in this video are practically close-up shots to the thugs, something a drone couldn't possibly capture. In conclusion, while the previous video of Wang Hongwei giving a statement could be somewhat explained by the fact that the person filming used an invisible, cutting-edge device, the video presented to them now is completely inexplicable by science. To achieve the shooting angle shown in the video, either a few thugs would have volunteered to cooperate, allowing a professional photographer to set up a high-rise camera like those used at concerts, or the person filming would be able to fly, move freely, and become invisible. As a police officer, Lao Wu didn't believe those thugs would specifically hire a professional photographer to film their crimes before stealing, because that simply didn't make sense. So the only remaining possibility was Liang Kaiyu's theory. The person filming was a god. Here, the camera is over there. Don't go! After entering the school, 2 students from number 29 middle school, using the light from their phones and the moonlight overhead to check Wang Hongwei's map, tiptoed towards the teaching building. Do you know how to disassemble a computer's graphics card? No. What about the RAM and keyboard? How would I know what RAM or a hard drive is? I just know how to play around. Okay, if Brother Huang asks later, We just say the multimedia system in the classroom is locked and can't be removed. Okay, let's say that. After a brief exchange of statements in the square, the two, like thieves, crouched low and sneaked into the number 36 middle school's teaching building. The camera followed them steadily, using night vision mode. The map says the classrooms are on the second floor, and the first floor seems to be all teachers' offices? Why don't we try stealing from the teachers? Are you crazy? Stealing from students might not bother the teachers, but if we steal from the teachers, even if the police don't care, those old witches will definitely go crazy searching for clues. The student from number 29 middle school pointed to the stairs not far away. Go up from here. But I'm still not satisfied. Another student took out his phone and shone it on the office in front of him. This is right opposite the main entrance. It must be the Academic Affairs office or the Student Council office. There are definitely a lot of valuable things inside. Just thinking about what the teachers in our school's Academic Affairs office say makes me. What? The student, who had already reached the top of the stairs, turned around. Are you planning to download the Mandela supercomputer from those teachers' computers? Or are you planning to steal room cards from their clothes and then steal the African star? I just want to take as much money as possible and leave. Wake up. Absolutely do not touch the teachers' things. Trust me, the school might turn a blind eye if we steal from students, but if we steal from teachers, we're really finished. The student at the top of the stairs waved his hand in their direction. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Old Liang, I think I understand what you're saying. Seeing this, Old Wu in the office pressed the pause button. He tilted the video back slightly, freezing the frame at the moment when students were talking near the registrar's office entrance. You all noticed, haven't you? You're all veteran detectives. Gathering his colleagues, Old Wu pointed to the window in front of the student in the frame. This glass, illuminated by a cell phone light, perfectly reflects the scene behind it. You can see the corridor and the flower beds beyond, but you can't see the person filming, or even the equipment they used. Generally, from this angle, the person filming would be reflected in the window, but that's not the case in this video. And this part too. Dragging into the image bar, Lao Wu played the footage of the two students climbing the stairs again. See these stair railings? They're metal, and from several angles we can see the two students' faces through the railings, but we can't find who filmed it. Lao Wu's words sent a chill down the spines of the police officers in the office. Only the members of the data research team who had come with Liang Kaiyu stood by, drinking beverages and scrolling through videos on their phones the entire time. So does this world really have gods? While the two students were walking up to the second floor in the video, Lao Wu looked at Liang Kaiyu. Lao Liang, can you tell me the truth? How did this video come about? And who filmed it? I already told you the truth, Liang Kaiyu said seriously. It was given to us by a god. What kind of god? What kind of god? You stumped me. Liang Kaiyu thought for a moment. This god is almost omniscient and omnipotent. She can even send our people to the moon and then use an excavator to dig up several tons of lunar soil and bring it back. Do you understand what I mean? Lao Wu's lips twitched. Then why did this god send you the video? To be honest, I'm not quite sure either. I can only give you my guess. Tell me. The reason our country established the data research group is, as you all know, to cope with the increasingly complex network environment, and it seems that the deity came for this too. I suspect that the deity foresaw that if we let our current environment continue to develop like this, even without external invasion, humanity itself will perish. Back then, when Wang Hongwei reported the crime, you didn't take it seriously, you didn't even investigate the case immediately. If you had just sent someone to number 29 middle school to let the students know that the police were aware of them, those kids wouldn't have been so arrogant, and they certainly wouldn't have robbed Wang Hongwei a second time. If they hadn't robbed Wang Hongwei a second time, the case at number 36 middle school wouldn't have happened. What I mean is, many things in this world have a cause and effect. Some insignificant little things, if left unattended, will eventually escalate into major cases. Oh, by the way, that deity does indeed have some connection with the teachers and students of number 36 middle school. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 732. Lumilan, entrance to the forest of Erin. Travelers in. Another peaceful morning. Erin slowly opened her eyes in the soft light of dawn. Sitting up with a big yawn, the little girl on the bed instinctively ran her little hands through her flowing hair and looked out the window. It was a small wooden cabin of about 30 square meters, filled with various supplies and simple, clean furniture. On the table were bowls containing brewed wine, dried raisins, dried mangoes, dried strawberries, and preserved peach strips, bayberries, plums, and more. Besides, there were several boxes filled with staple foods, including various flavors of bread, toast, and rice balls. Also, inside the wardrobe next to the boxes hung several adorable outfits. A light green sailor uniform, a soft nightgown, a gorgeous Lolita dress, and so on. Using water magic to tidy her beautiful hair, Erin jumped off her small wooden bed, grabbed her black and white pillow, and went to the mirror next to the wardrobe to style her hair into cute pigtails. The Traveler's Inn, as the name suggests, is a place for travelers passing through the area to use or stay overnight. After decades of development in the world of Lumilan, the profession of traveler has gradually become popular. Because not all girls like to stay in their manors farming, planting trees, and mining, some little girls are naturally free-spirited and unrestrained. After planting the fairy tree, they entrust the manor to the guardian fairy and travel around with their bags. Other little girls, after decades of accumulating wealth in their manors, have basically summoned the main fairies and are familiar with the surrounding environment, so they want to take some time to explore other places. Travelers, also known as Lumilan Rangers, primarily refer to girls who don't return to their manors for months at a time, have no fixed jobs, and love to travel the world and see the sights. Although Lumilan is free of disease, and food is generally plentiful, no one can guarantee that these Lumilan Rangers will find food and water wherever they go. Traveler stations were born under these circumstances. Traveler stations are generally built at the entrances of forests or in grasslands, or in the heart of deserts where food is relatively scarce. Supplies are provided by nearby manor owners, and anyone can replenish or take supplies. Recently, a new profession called Traveler Station Supply Officer has emerged, dedicated to traveling between Lumilan's various traveler stations to ensure they have sufficient food and clothing. This situation was something Eline had never anticipated. When Lumilan was established, even she herself couldn't have guessed what kind of world would be born from bringing together a group of absolutely kind Earth souls. The emergence of traveler stations was like a warm signal, letting her know that her choice was correct. Everyone at Lumilan is so kind. Standing in front of the mirror, Erin looked at a message board to her left. On it were messages from girls displayed in various cute fonts. The box on the left contains my homemade wine, about 10% alcohol. Feel free to take some. That green matcha flavored bread is super delicious. I ate so much. Please give my thanks to its owner. I took the green sailor uniform. It fits perfectly. The skirt is a bit short though. It feels chilly under it when I run. I put 7 red berries in the middle box. They should taste fine for at least 3 months. They're a relatively large variety, so don't eat too many, silly little girl. Hee hee. They're not big at all. I ate 3 in one night. I put a sweet-style dress in the wardrobe. I suggest wearing it with white stockings and round-toed shoes. It'd be even cuter. Just looking at the heartwarming words, Erin felt as if she could already see a future filled with happiness and laughter. This was the continent of Lumilan, free and without strife or conflict, a place of kindness and freedom. Pushing open the clean, unlocked wooden door, Erin stepped out of the Traveler's Inn. In Lumilan, she didn't even need to use the dragon dance. Although Erin's small feet, encased in white stockings, might pick up some mud or grass clippings from the grass, Lumilan was free of pathogens, so theoretically her stockings weren't dirty. Little Erin. Outside the inn, noticing the commotion, Sophia, who was making breakfast with Tina, turned around and waved her little hand at Erin. Good morning. Beside the 2 girls was a large group of fluffy sun mice. These mice were mostly pale yellow, but many were pink or sky blue. At first glance, they looked like little balls of fluff, incredibly cute. Besides the sun voles, several deer, servals, and caracals were also lying on the lawn around Tina and Sophia. Some of these small animals were playing with their companions, while others lazily lay in the soft grass, some even exposing their bellies and licking their little paws. Good morning. Erin walked over to Sophia and Tina. Are you making breakfast? Yes. Wendy picked a lot of mushrooms nearby this morning, and they smelled like chicken, so we're planning to make some chicken soup. Sophia pointed to some strawberries, hawthorns, and coconuts beside her. These were picked by Sister Lilia in the Aran forest. Where did they go? Wendy said she went for a stroll in the Aran forest, and Lilia went for a run to exercise. Sophia covered her mouth and chuckled. It seems that ever since Lilia received some guidance from little Elle, she's been very attentive to exercising. That's how the children in Arcana are. Tina ladled a bowl of fragrant mushroom soup from the pot and handed it to Eline. Little Elle, would you like to try some? We're not very familiar with the seasonings here in Lumilan, so we only added some salt and a few spices like star anise. Thank you. Eline took the bowl. Didn't you go back to your continent yesterday? Tina asked, pointing to the sun mice, servals, and little leopards around her. No, we slept in the grass outside all night, Tina replied, gesturing to the sun mice, servals, and little leopards around her. These little guys all gathered around us in the middle of the night. They seemed worried we'd get cold, so they surrounded us. Some of the leopards even offered to be our pillows. It was so heartwarming. Yes, after spending last night together, I now roughly understand what kind of world Lumilon is. Sophia placed a river strawberry in the ground, and with a flick of her hand, it quickly grew into a strawberry plant. This place is just like Little L, kind, beautiful, and the meaning of Little L's name in dragon language. The brightest star in the night sky. Chapter 733. With Little L's help, a police car pulled into Shangjing No. 29 Middle School the next day. What's going on? Seeing the police car, the school security guard's voice trembled with fear. Did our student commit a crime? Actually, as a security guard at Shangjing No. 29 Middle School, even without the police officer in the car saying anything, he was well aware of the school's situation. Located near Lanjiang in Shangjing City, this school was built in 2010 and is an ordinary public school, divided into junior high and senior high sections. Its overall level is relatively mediocre among the 64 middle schools in Shangjing City. To put it more bluntly, this school is one where anyone can get in, and even those with poor grades can get in. Precisely because the school's student body is not good, it mainly enrolls left-behind children or problem students, and fights, truancy, and absenteeism are commonplace. It's fair to say that out of 50 students in a class at the school, at least 40 have skipped class or been involved in fights. Besides, many students in the school like to hang out with young people from outside the school. Various thugs frequently appear at the school gate, brandishing bricks and shouting things like, "Get so-and-so from your class out here." The security guards at No. 29 Middle School are used to this. However, a police car driving directly into the school like today is a first for the security guards at No. 29 Middle School. Which building is the teaching building for your grade 7-8 class? After driving the police car into the school, several police officers got out of the car carrying pens and paper and headed straight for the security room. Class 8, grade 7? A security guard paused for a moment, then seemed to remember something. Did Wang Kai and Zhao Junyong commit a crime? You seem to know their class quite well. The police officer wrote a few words in his notebook. So how do I get to class 8, grade 7? You're not here to arrest anyone, are you? Class 8, grade 7 in our school is all a bunch of kids. Of course we know they're a bunch of kids, otherwise we would have come in with sirens blaring. The police officer was both amused and exasperated. You want to cover their escape? What's wrong? We just need directions. Oh. A security guard came out and pointed to a building to the west. Go in from here, cross the path between these two buildings, turn right. See that sign? Turn right there, and the teaching building is up ahead. Class 8 of grade 7 is on the 3rd floor. Okay, thanks. It's nothing. The security guard hesitated for a moment. Can I notify the academic affairs office? Sure, no problem, just notify them. The police officer put away his notebook and returned to the police car with his colleague. In the car, seeing his old friend Old Wu return, Liang Kaiyu, dressed in plain clothes, joked, "Looks like our station chief is taking this case very seriously. He even came personally." How could I not take it seriously? You, Old Liang, have spoken. Old Wu sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. Should we just go straight into their classroom and take them back? What other choice do we have? These are all left-behind children from nearby urban villages. Their grandparents are old and don't have cell phones. Taking them away in front of their classmates is better than arresting them in front of their grandparents and the villagers. Old Wu, tilting his head slightly, said, "Hey, by the way, Old Liang, that deity you mentioned before. Could you reveal more details? Does this world really have a god? What exactly can she do?" Liang Kaiyu said mysteriously, "Didn't you notice?" Noticed? Old Wu looked puzzled. Noticed what? I remember you mentioned before that your stomach wasn't very good, it always hurt. I did mention it to you, it was Captain Wang, who invited us out for barbecue. What does this have to do with the deity you mentioned? Haven't you noticed your stomach still hurting these past 2 days? Have you felt your appetite improve? Or that you've been sleeping better at night? In the classroom of Class 8, Grade 7 at No. 29 Middle School in Beijing, as the bell rang, after the teacher left, several students sitting in the back row aggressively approached a chubby boy wearing glasses. "Hey, Li Zhenjin, where's the money?" "Yeah, what happened to the 20 yuan we agreed on yesterday?" You're not trying to renege on your promise, are you? The chubby boy surrounded by the crowd cried, I already gave you 20 yuan yesterday, didn't I? It was 20 yuan each, are you deaf? That's right, if you want to get beaten up, just say so. Do you think we won't hit you? The commotion caused several girls nearby to pinch their noses and leave. These people, they're at it again. They stink. Those guys reek of cigarettes. They're probably going to start fighting soon. Let's go outside. After the girls left, seeing that the chubby boy in the classroom still hadn't paid, the people surrounding him raised their fists. You have 10 more seconds. 20 yuan each, cash or QR code, understand? Don't force us to beat you up. What you're doing? Faced with the constant pressure from the surrounding students, the chubby boy mustered his courage. What you're doing is illegal. I checked online. Illegally demanding money from classmates constitutes extortion, and you go to jail. Ha 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 ha. What did he just say? Jail? Chubby, where did you learn extortion from? That's a pretty high-class word, huh? Amidst laughter, a student handed over his phone. Here, dial 110. Go ahead and dial. Just say you were bullied at school. See if the police come. Hurry up and dial, use my phone. Don't say we're not giving you a chance. You can at least press 110, right? Didn't you say it's illegal? Come on, call the police now. See if they come back or not, that be it. Saying this, the student slammed his phone down on the fat boy's head. Didn't you hear me tell you to call the police? What are you doing? What are you guys doing? At this moment, several uniformed police officers walked in through the classroom's main entrance. Bullying, huh? What bullying? We're just trying to get our money back from Fatty. The student didn't even look at who came in, his face full of arrogance. Fatty even said he called the police to arrest us. Isn't that hilarious? After saying this, the student turned away chuckling. Then he couldn't laugh anymore. Wang Kai, Zhao Junyong, Hu Mingtao, and Li Gang. The police officer at the front showed his badge to the students in the classroom. No need to call the police, just come with us. And those who were bullying and extorting money here earlier, come along too, the police car has air conditioning. Chapter 734. At noon, Shower and Yi Yao, who had bought fast food and milk tea outside the school gate, arrived at the rooftop of the school's teaching building and found a small chair to sit on. This area also served as the lunch break area and temporary canteen for boarding students of number 36 middle school, where students could be seen eating everywhere. Wow! You're Jiaoan, the new student in class 11 of the first year of junior high, right? It really is Jiaoan. Oh my god! She's so cute! Rather than cute, I feel she's more suited to the word dreamy, especially her hair, it's so beautiful. Hello. Hello, seniors. As expected, the moment Shower arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building, she became the focus of everyone's attention. Countless curious, envious, and surprised gazes converged on her, as if they were looking at some cute and precious little animal. Shower simply greeted the seniors on the rooftop with a friendly smile. The student-made restaurant on the rooftop of the number 36 middle school's teaching building is also a unique feature of the school. It doesn't serve food, but the view is fantastic, overlooking a large residential area and streets, and there are many tables and chairs left behind by alumni. It's said that a long time ago, students were forbidden from going up to the rooftop of number 36 middle school. Since the school allowed students to eat outside at noon, some boarding students who lived far away started to consider using the rooftop. If these boarding students chose to go home after school at noon, the journey back and forth would take a lot of time and money. However, if they spent the entire noon wandering around outside the school without sleeping, they would be extremely sleepy in the afternoon. Therefore, some boarding students thought, maybe I should just find a quiet spot on campus for a nap at noon. After searching high and low, the rooftop of the teaching building became the ideal spot for these students. The rooftop was quiet, spacious, and had fresh air. Most importantly, they wouldn't be discovered by the school security guards. Over time, some boarding students who didn't go home for lunch learned of this secret. They brought tables and chairs, ate their lunches, took naps, and went straight back to their classrooms when the afternoon bell rang. Finally, some students who didn't like eating out simply ordered takeout, picked it up at the school gate, and went straight to the rooftop to eat and chat together. Surprisingly, when the newly appointed principal learned of this, instead of issuing an order strictly prohibiting students from sleeping on the rooftop, he had railings and wire mesh installed and bought some benches, tacitly allowing boarding students to sleep there. To this day, the rooftop of the number 36 middle school's teaching building has become a unique feature of the school. Xiao Aier only learned about it from Yi Yao, who mentioned that everyone hadn't gone home for lunch, but had come here to eat and sleep together. Our principal seems like a really lovely person. While sitting side by side with Yi Yao for lunch, Xiao Aier couldn't help but remark, if it were any other school, they would definitely arrest those selfish students who climbed onto the roof, issue a public reprimand, weld the door shut, and permanently ban students from the roof. It's said that our principal isn't a professional and is rather lazy in managing students, but a lazy principal has its advantages. Yi Yao placed a shrimp from her bowl into Xiao Aier's bowl. Here, this is for you. Chapter 735. After lunch, Xiao and Yi Yao took a nice nap together on the school rooftop. In Xiao's memory, this kind of sleeping in public dates back to her time living alone on Earth. As an orphan, Erlini often slept on makeshift beds outside with her peers at the orphanage. The orphanage was small, and the city's funding was always insufficient. It was impossible for the orphanage to provide individual beds for every child. The so-called dormitory buildings were practically unfinished. Basically, the cleaning lady would clear a space, and the director would buy a bunch of cheap mats and pillows from the city, spread them out, and call it a bed. 50 or 60 of these beds could be crammed into one floor of the dormitory building. Basically, every morning when the dormitory supervisor entered, she would see a sea of children sleeping haphazardly. Furthermore, when there were so many abandoned children that the dormitory building couldn't accommodate them all, the corridors inside and outside the dormitory often became their beds. Sleeping on a mat on the floor like this also had its drawbacks. You never knew what small animals might run in while you were asleep. The orphanage was located far from the city center, surrounded by mountains. It was common for cockroaches, centipedes, frogs, and venomous snakes to crawl into your bed at night. Eline remembered one night, when a small gray rabbit entered her bed, it wasn't afraid of people, and simply crawled into her blankets and slept with her all night. At first, Eline thought it was a rag doll that one of the children at the orphanage had picked up outside and kicked over, but she realized it wasn't after waking up. Fearing that the orphanage staff would catch the rabbit and cook it, Eline grabbed it and threw it into the distant forest at dawn. After leaving the orphanage, Eline's first dormitory, during her junior high school military training, was a standard 12-person room, 6 people on the left and 6 on the right, with only one toilet and sink. Many of the city kids complained about the poor conditions, but Eline found it spacious, with a private toilet and sink, and even a place to hang clothes, making her love it. Perhaps it was because of these childhood experiences that, after arriving on the Eve continent, the perpetually sleepy Eline developed the habit of falling asleep anywhere. Little Eline never expected that after becoming a god of the world, she would experience open-air rest again at the 36th middle school. We won't do anything fancy this class. After warming up, you can exercise on your own. Basketball, badminton, table tennis, anything is fine. If you really can't, you can go back to the classroom to do your homework, but absolutely no playing on your phone or video games on the playground, understand? After lunch break, the first class of the first year, 11, of number 36 middle school was physical education. Unlike the previous PE class, this time, the PE teacher didn't ask the students to run. The new student is new here, and might not know where the sports equipment room is. The sports committee member will take her there in a bit, and ask her what sports she likes. After a brief warm-up, the PE teacher pointed to the sports equipment room and asked the class monitor to take shower there. It seemed like this was a free activity PE class. To put it more bluntly, you could do whatever you wanted this PE class. As long as you weren't squatting on the side playing on your phone, the teacher wouldn't interfere. Oh, okay. The class monitor was a tall boy, easily over 1.8 meters, but he seemed a bit shy. He approached Shower with an embarrassed expression. Jialan, you come with me. I can take her too. Yi Yao took Shower's hand. What sport do you like? Huh? Shower was a little confused. I don't know. Ping pong? Badminton? Volleyball? Or basketball? Yi Yao glanced towards the basketball court. Basketball is usually played by the boys in the class. Our classmates don't really like playing volleyball, so we probably have to compete with class 10. I'm fine with anything. Little L was a little embarrassed. It's just that it might be a bit unfair for me to play in competitive games like this. Although Little L had been suppressing her physical and spiritual abilities since awakening in the Mystic River, her state was practically dormant. She was still the administrator of the Mystic River, and to this world, she was practically a god. Even with her physical abilities reduced by 99.9%, a god could still crush most ordinary earthlings. Wow! Just then, perhaps coincidentally, 2 girls from the next class walked past Little L and overheard her words. Such a confident new classmate? Little L turned around and noticed that one of the girls had white hair and eyes that were different from Yi Yao's light blue. Lilia. Li Qi. Yao seemed to know the two girls and waved to them. Want to play volleyball? Sure, but two girls in our class are absent today, so we might not have enough players. The black-haired girl walked towards Yao, cautiously looking at Xiaoel. Is she your new classmate? She's so cute. He right? I think she's super cute too. Yao put his hands on his hips and proudly said to the two girls from the next class, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Jialanel, you can call her Xiaoel. Xiaoel, this is Li Qi, and that's Lilia. They're both from class 10, right next to us. Leading Xiaoel by the hand to the two girls, Yao introduced, remember what I told you before? There's a Russian girl in the class next to us, also with white hair and blue eyes, very pretty. That's Lilia, her. Her full name is a bit long, I can't remember it. Just call her Lilia, that's all you need. I'm different from her. Lilia's Mandarin didn't seem very standard. She pointed to Xiaoel, then to her own hair, and said, her hair is a bit blue, mine is white and yellowish. Oh, they're pretty much the same. Yao laughed. They're both very pretty. Lilia, classmate. Seeing that the other person seemed to be struggling with Mandarin, Xiaoel took the initiative to say in Russian, nice to meet you. Wow. This Russian sentence instantly made the Russian girl in front of her widen her eyes. Your Russian is so fluent. Are you Russian too? No, I'm not. I just studied many languages. Xiaoel smiled. Are you guys going to play volleyball? Yes, but two girls in our class are on their periods today, so they can't play. Lilia said, then, as if she had thought of something, she held out her hand to Xiaoel. Why don't you and Yao come and play with us? Chapter 736. With his fluent Russian, Xiaoer quickly gained the trust of Lilia, a girl in the next class, 10, of the first year of junior high school, and the two quickly developed a deep relationship. My mother told me that when she went to this country with her family to buy things, she really liked the steamed buns, mantou, soy milk, and fried dough sticks from the north, and she often went to my father's shop to buy them. My mother especially liked the chive pancakes and dumpling soup from my father's shop at that time, and she would buy several bags almost every week. My grandmother joked that since you like him so much, you might as well marry him and save yourself from running around every day. As a result, my mother actually believed it, and went to confess her feelings to my father on a sunny winter day, and even sang a love song. Later, my parents got engaged and lived together in the north for a while. They watched a lot of food programs. My mother said she wanted to do a national tour with my father to see if the food styles of different cities in China were really the same. It was as vibrant and colorful as described in the video. My parents set off with all their savings. They visited many cities, tasting countless local delicacies. But when they arrived in Shengjing, my mother suddenly vomited. A hospital checkup revealed she was pregnant with me. My parents believed it was a sign from heaven, so they chose to settle in Shengjing. However, my grandparents adored me and insisted my parents continue their travels, taking me back to Russia to raise me. Then I spoke Russian for 10 years, before recently being sent back to this school. But my Mandarin is far from standard, and with my white hair, my classmates always make fun of me. After Lilia's explanation, Little L roughly understood her family situation. Simply put, Lilia's parents were the type who were love-struck. Lilia's mother was Russian and worked as an artist, while her father was from northern China and worked as a breakfast shop owner. Well, that's an exaggeration. According to Lilia's description, her father was at most a small-time street vendor. However, Lilia's mother didn't mind his humble background at all, and they got together without hesitation. The two were very happy after their marriage, traveling the world, and eventually had Lilia in Beijing. They raised Lilia in Beijing until she was about 2 years old, then decided to continue traveling, so they left her with her grandparents in Russia until she was 12. And Lilia didn't disappoint her grandparents' expectations, passing the entrance exam for the 36th middle school and becoming a full-time student there. Like Lilia from the Eve continent, the Lilia on middle school 36 is also about 1.6 meters tall, with fair skin and a very clean face. However, Little L isn't sure if she really has any connection to Lilia, the princess of Arcana from another world. After all, Lilia is a fairly common pronunciation in both Russian and Arcana, similar to Tom or Jerry in English. Similarly, the Russian word for Lilia on Earth originates from the ancient Greek word for lily, referring to the flower lily. Where's Galen? Beside the volleyball court, after introducing herself, Lilia looked at little Galen with curiosity. Galen speaks Russian so well, you must have had some connection with my country, right? Well, if I had to explain, I actually know many languages, not just Russian. Facing Lilia's innocent yet curious gaze, little Gallon explained, I know a little bit of German, French, and Latin. A little bit? Lilia's aho curled into a question mark. But you're way beyond knowing a little bit. When I hear you speak, it's like hearing the people from my grandparents' house back home speak, even with a certain accent. Chapter 737. Shortly after Yao and Li Chi returned with the air volleyball, the remaining 4 girls from class 10 of the first year of junior high school, who were also preparing to play air volleyball, arrived. Yao. Got a ball? Of course. With our relationship with the PE teacher, it's a piece of cake. Why is your new classmate here too? Can she play air volleyball? It's okay, I already explained the rules to Xiao Air, and she said it's no problem. It was clear that class monitor Yao seemed to have a particularly good relationship with the girls from class 10, as they greeted each other very naturally upon meeting. So will it be just the 8 of us playing today? A tall, thin girl from class 10 looked Xiao Air up and down. Is she really okay? She looks like a porcelain doll, cute yes, but... It was clear that this girl wasn't being discriminatory or sarcastic when she said this. She was simply curious whether your new classmate can really play volleyball. Don't underestimate little L, Yao said seriously, she's very strong. Is that so? The tall girl walked towards little L. Hello, new classmate of class 11, my name is Xie Shanshan, the sports committee member of class 10. Hello, Xie Shanshan. Little L stood up from next to Lilia. My name is Jialan L. Oh, I remember that name, it's very memorable. Xie Shanshan nodded, and said jokingly, when they told me your name was Jialan L, my first reaction was, what? Jia? Is that a surname in our 100 family surnames? And isn't the name Lonel a bit strange? Then, they explained that it wasn't, your surname is Jialan. Haha. Little L was a little embarrassed, this name actually has quite a lot of meaning for me. In fact, little L's name was chosen to commemorate the Eldar sprites of the Mystic River. In a sense, the Eldar sprites of the Mystic River were little L's second parents. Nasod and Fafnir gave little L life, while the Mystic River sprites rescued her from the turbulent currents of the void and raised her. Little L is a shortened pronunciation. Theoretically, her name should be Little Eldar or Little Eldar Sprite, meaning a child raised under the care of the Eldar sprites. Everyone's name has its own unique meaning. Xie Shanshan took the air volleyball from Yi Yao's hand. Do you have any questions about the rules of our air volleyball? Have you played air volleyball before? Yes, I have, but that was a long time ago. Xiao Ai looked around. There are 8 of us, for against 4, right? Yes, because we're just playing casually, the rules aren't that strict, just remember the general idea. I'm fine, class monitor Yao just told me. Okay, no problem, let's get ready then. Xie Shanshan took the ball, and walked towards the 3 girls from class 10. They're all set. Air volleyball is a volleyball-like sport, but overall more lightweight, and with more freedom of play. This sport is suitable for men, women, and children of all ages, but it's generally played more by girls. This refers to an environment like a school, where girls tend to play air volleyball or badminton more often, because most boys play basketball or soccer. The rules of volleyball in class 10, grade 7 at number 36 middle school are slightly different from what Xiao remembers, but not by much. Here, the number of players required for volleyball is 4 on each side, 2 in the front row and 2 in the back row, divided into 4 positions. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Position 1 serves. If they win, the entire team rotates counterclockwise. The student in position 1 moves to position 2, the student in position 2 moves to position 3, and so on, until the student in position 4 moves to position 1 and continues serving. If they lose, the entire team remains stationary, and it's the opposite team's turn to serve. Under these rules, everyone on both sides has the opportunity to serve, play in the front row, or defend in the back row. Of course, the rules are fixed. It doesn't mean there have to be 4 people on each side. If many students want to play together, then 5v5, 6v6, or similar lineups are perfectly fine. Even, once everyone gets to know each other and knows which student is stronger and can take on 2 opponents, then everyone can discuss and form an asymmetrical battle mode like 4v5 or 5v6. According to class monitor Yao, Xiao Aier's class isn't very interested in volleyball. The boys in class 11, grade 7, prefer soccer, and during free time in PE class, they head straight to the soccer field, while the girls play badminton on the open space next to the playground or play table tennis in the gymnasium. As for class 10, grade 7, it's the complete opposite. The girls in their class love volleyball, and they can form a complete volleyball team every PE class. Unfortunately, several girls are on their periods and can't come today, so Xie Shanshan thought of her best friend Yi Yao from class 11, grade 7, and asked her to randomly invite one of the girls in her class to play. Then shower was pulled over. Speaking of which, Jialan. Jialan, right? After arriving at the court together, the girls in class 10 of the first year of junior high school were full of curiosity when they saw Shower's somewhat unfamiliar face. You look so small, like a little kitten. Did you not eat properly when you were little? Are you sure you're okay playing volleyball with this physique? Don't cry if you get hit by the ball and fall down later, okay? Amid the girls' well-intentioned teasing, Shower skillfully tied up her long hair into a small ponytail. No way, whoever cries is a puppy. Generally speaking, girls' developmental period is from 6th grade of elementary school to the 1st or 2nd year of junior high school. Girls grow very fast during this period, especially those from well-off families with good genes from their parents, who can grow to 1.6 or even 1.7 meters tall. Even girls from ordinary families can grow to at least 1.5 meters tall by the 2nd semester of junior high school. Someone like Xiaoyai, only a little under 1.4 meters tall in the first year of junior high, is indeed a bit short. Haha, you said it yourself. Seeing Xiaoyai's confident look, Xie Shanshan gave Yi Yao a "you're responsible for the person you're mentoring" look. If your classmate Jialan cries later, you be responsible for comforting her, okay? I think the person in this world who can make her cry hasn't been born yet. Yi Yao said while doing warm-up exercises. Even if our solar system explodes, she won't cry, Miss Ya, you can rest assured. Chapter 738. After a brief discussion between Yi Yao and Xie Shanshan, the rosters for the volleyball match were quickly finalized. The red team consisted of Xie Shanshan and 3 girls from class 10 of the first year of junior high. These 4 girls looked rather intimidating. Their captain, Xie Shanshan, was tall and imposing, while the other girls were either physically strong or exuded confidence, seemingly ready to intimidate Jialan. On the blue team, the captain was Li Qi from class 10 of the first year of junior high, a close friend of Yi Yao. Li Qi was about the same height as Lilia, with short hair and glasses, looking rather refined and not at all like a sports specialist. The remaining 3 team members, Yi Yao, Lilia, and Jialan, were not particularly tall, with Jialan being the shortest among them, like an Angora rabbit straying into a lion and tiger's hunting ground. I heard our class is going to play volleyball against class 11. Don't just hear it, look for yourself. The blue team is so obvious. Lilia and that new student from class 11 both have white hair. It feels like we're playing against a foreign team. It does seem like it. At least Lilia is from abroad. But don't be too biased later. Don't just cheer for our class, okay? Hey, do I have such low emotional intelligence? For a friendly match, both sides should cheer together. Our class 10 and class 11 have always had a good relationship. A short while later, someone spread the news that class 10 and class 11 were going to have a friendly match, and within minutes a large group of people from class 10 rushed over. On the other hand, only Lan Zhuiyue and a few girls came from class 11 of grade 7. Hey Lan, it's rare to see you not sleeping in the classroom. What brings you here to watch the game? I'm here to support my new classmate. After all, she's my deskmate. Haha, we're here to see our new classmate too. But why does it feel like her side is so weak? It seems like there aren't many players who can really play. Can't the new classmate play? Don't forget how many laps she ran with the teacher during PE class. And our class monitor, even though she's short, she ran the whole track. But air volleyball isn't about endurance. It's more about agility and explosive power. Soon, a large group of students gathered around the volleyball court. Little L, you stand in position 1. You serve first. While lining up, Yi Yao gestured for Little L to go to the designated position 1, and winked playfully, don't hold back on the first ball, scare them to death. Okay. Little L responded with a cute smile, I try not to make too much noise. Yi Yao and Little L's conversation left Lilia silent. She had witnessed the entire process of Little L exerting her superpowers. That 10-ruble coin from Grandma's room was a very special coin with considerable commemorative value in the area. If it were in China, such a coin would fetch at least tens of thousands of yuan. Leaving aside how a child her age got hold of that coin, even if she had superhuman abilities and could get her hands on anything, it was impossible for her to conjure up that coin the instant she said I want Grandma's coin. Unless she could read minds. At this point, Lilia was almost entirely convinced of Little L's godlike identity, and was also very curious about how well this girl with similarly pale hair could perform in volleyball. You guys talk like you got it all figured out, said Li Qi, completely unaware of little L's identity, her face full of curiosity. Xie Shanshan and those three guys on the other side are really strong. Don't underestimate them. Shanshan, why don't you switch with Jialan? It feels like you're bullying them like this. Many of the onlookers looked worried about the obvious differences between the red and blue teams. It's okay, Jialan said. She won't cry. Chapter 739. Bang. Little L serve stunned most of the volleyball players on the court. Huh? What? What just flew over there? Where's the ball? The spectators stared wide-eyed at the court, while the volleyball players, including Xie Shanshan, looked bewildered at the spot where the volleyball had landed. They weren't even sure if Little L's serve had actually landed there. Because in their eyes, Little L had simply tossed the ball into the air, and then with a bang, the pale yellow volleyball flew past in a blur, disappearing the next second. If the referee hadn't announced blue team scores, Xie Shanshan would have doubted her own eyes. Is she that strong? Confused, Xie Shanshan looked at Little L, who had just returned from her serving position, and was now standing in position too. Undoubtedly, among all the athletes on the court, Little L was the smallest. Standing less than 1.4 meters tall, with a petite and slender figure, you could easily mistake her for an elementary school student, let alone a middle schooler. However, this seemingly harmless little girl unleashed a powerful serve that spun the volleyball into an oval shape, creating a loud air-popping sound as it flew towards the court. Your balls are flying all the way over to the basketball court. A moment later, a boy in a sports shirt walked over with a volleyball. It flew over here, right? I remember there are only 3 classes having PE this period. Yes. Xie Shanshan quickly ran over. Thank you, senior. Oh, the new transfer student is here too? The boy who spoke, handing Xie Shanshan the volleyball, noticed Xiao Aier on the volleyball court and immediately showed a surprised expression. I thought the new student was the kind of kid who didn't like sports. She ran 3,000 meters in PE class before, without even breaking a sweat. A classmate who knew Xiao Aier quickly explained, this new student has better stamina than most people here. Really? I only heard she was good at math. Can she really run 3,000 meters? Senior, you must be in the 3rd year of junior high, right? You know Jialan too? Who at number 36 middle school doesn't know her now? Not just junior high, even high school. Her photos are all over the class group chat in the middle section. A lot of the 1st and 2nd year high school students gossip about where Jialan came from and what her family background is. One of the senior students said, then seemed to remember something. Oh right, especially the anime club members. That video of Miss Jialan was already pretty popular. A lot of people saved it on their phones and watched it repeatedly. Now that she's transferred to our school, if it weren't for the wall separating our junior and senior high sections, people from there might have come over right after class. That anime convention video, is it really Jialan from our school? One is the new character Miss Jialan, and the other is Jialan herself. Although she hasn't admitted it. I can't say for sure. The senior student shrugged. I heard she even performed a magic trick during morning exercises, didn't she? Wow. Jialan is simply. The girl who spoke looked at Shower. So cute, can perform magic tricks, has excellent math grades, and is so physically strong. To be honest, I was quite surprised too. The senior student, who had come over, waved to the girls on the volleyball court. I'm going back now. I suggest you assign someone to specifically retrieve the balls, so they don't fly over to the basketball court again. After the senior student from the 3rd year of junior high left, Xie Shanshan also came to her senses, and threw the volleyball to the other side. Not bad, Jialan, I underestimated you earlier. Hee. Shower smiled happily. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, that last ball was already her limit. Because if she suppressed her strength any further, Shower felt that she really couldn't do it. I told you. Don't underestimate my wife. Yao, holding the ball, went to the service point and tossed it high into the air. Watch this strike, imbued with faith and power. Explode, reality. Bang! Yao's strength wasn't small, but compared to Xiao Aier, it was still a bit lacking. Her ball landed steadily near Xie Shanshan, easily headed away by a girl. When did the class monitor of class 11 become so childish? Looking at the volleyball high in the air, Xie Shanshan also leaped high, delivering a powerful backhand spike with a resounding bang. The volleyball flew towards Li Qi, who, in desperation, managed to head it up with both hands. Seeing this, Lilia quickly ran after the ball and headed it up again. However, due to the poor angle, Lilia's headed ball went directly out of bounds. Red team score. While little Elle was playing a friendly volleyball match with the students from class 10 of the first year of junior high school, Eleni, along with Sophia, Wendy, and other girls, arrived at the gate of El City, the only main city in Lumilan. The appearance of the city was something I never expected. Looking at the city gate topped with 2 giant sunflower volleys, Eleni sighed, the people in this world come from all walks of life on Earth. There are computer experts, senior students in civil engineering, and many architects. But according to my back-end big data estimates, after arriving in Lumilan, most people will likely choose to live their own lives, because Lumilan is rich in resources, and they can survive even without communicating with anyone. Moreover, those who are qualified to come to Lumilan, and who are willing to come to Lumilan, are generally children who have seen the dark side of society or experienced certain things. I feel that they will need more time to heal themselves. Lumilan has no monetary system, and people's desire for resources is not particularly strong. Even if a city is built, they will not get any real benefits. But El City still became a major city within 10 years. It's finished. It feels a bit unbelievable. After listening to Eline's words, Sophia thought for a moment, could it be because of little Elle? Because of me? Eline was a little confused. I didn't do anything back then. Because little Elle created this world. Sophia walked over and gently ruffled little Elle's long black and white hair. When little Elle created Lumilan, she probably didn't think about any reward, right? So I guess the children who created El City had similar thoughts. They wanted to thank little Elle for her contributions in this way. Back in Atlantis, my mother always liked to tell me, if you love the people, then the people will love you as much as you love them. Little Elle loves Lumilan so much, then the children of Lumilan must love little Elle too. Perhaps. This is also a kind of Teresa. Chapter 740. The 2 giant sun voles at the gates of El City are said to be made from the fur of over 500 sun voles. Sun voles are known for their fluffy nature and versatility. Keeping them in fields helps loosen the soil. Their furry bodies can be used as cushions or blankets, and their fur is a natural textile material. Since sun voles come in many colors, including white, pink, blue, green, and yellow, clothing made from their fur doesn't even require fuel. Over time, these fluffy little creatures became the mascots of Lumilan. Furthermore, the sun voles at the El City gates have eyes made from the largest and most beautiful star stones that Lumilan girls could find at the time. The left sun vole has light yellow eyes, and the right one has red. The light blue one faces east towards the rising sun, while the red one faces west towards the setting sun, creating a cute and beautiful sight. Entering El City along the wide main road, just like before, the first thing that catches the eye is the beautiful little gardens and orchards on both sides of the road. Although it's the main city of Lumilan, El City is actually like the Wonderland from Alice in Wonderland. Almost no building has anything to do with the city. Even the cake shops, mobile phone shops, and general stores along the roadside are shaped like mushroom houses or small wooden cabins, creating a fantastic atmosphere. I remember this mushroom house sells desserts, mainly pineapple buns, said Eleni, holding a pillow, gesturing to the slightly ajar wooden door, as she walked with Sophia and the others to the familiar mushroom house. Has anyone here ever had a pineapple bun? Never tried it. Sophia shook her head vigorously. But judging from what little Elle said, it must be a delicious dessert. Lilia, who usually knew little about food, asked innocently, is a pineapple bun a bun with pineapple in it? A pineapple bun isn't a bun, it's a kind of, how to say it, a baked dessert. Eline was somewhat amused. Should we go in and buy some? Lilia still didn't understand. Didn't we forget our Lumilan currency? Lumilan doesn't have currency. Didn't little Elle say that before? Wendy reminded her. Lumilan's only currency is. It's about emotional value, or to put it more bluntly, once you enter the store, see something you like, and take it away, the store owner has essentially paid for it. Huh? Lilia scratched her head, her little face saying, I feel like I'm finally getting a brain. Just walking into the store and taking something, that's paying for it. I don't quite understand. Lumilan is sparsely populated. For the children here, encountering a fellow countryman in a store is probably a very rare thing, Tina explained. They make desserts hoping for customers to come in. When customers come in, they're happy, and that makes me happy. This is a kind of currency. It's like the customers who enter have already paid, so all the goods here are free. Although in their eyes, it's not free, but a form of equivalent exchange. Lilia was confused. I still don't quite understand. Let me give you an example. Tina walked over to little Elle. Sister Lilia, do you think little Eline is cute? Of course. Lilia didn't hesitate at all. Little Elle is the cutest in the world. Okay, then now. In your hand. There's a strawberry. Tina placed a river strawberry in Lilia's hand. You're a merchant, and you're planning to sell this strawberry. Then I ask you, would you like to hug little Elle? Lilia's eyes lit up. Yes. Okay, now little Elle wants to buy the strawberry you have, but she doesn't have any money. However, she'd like you to hug her. Tina returned to Alini's side. Sister Lilia can hug little Elle, but in exchange, little Elle wants to eat this strawberry. Is that alright? Absolutely. Here. Chapter 741. After saying goodbye to the owner of the pineapple bun shop, Erin led everyone to Alicia's alchemy cabin. At the time, what impressed Erin most about this place was its exterior, resembling an alchemy workshop, and the charmingly lived-in interior. This shop not only sold mobile phones, but also game consoles, and various desserts. Velvet cakes, Portuguese egg tarts, milky cookies, and so on. Unexpectedly, several years later, the owner, Alicia, had transformed this little cabin into a 3-story villa with a rose-colored exterior. Those who knew it immediately felt it resembled Alicia's wedding room, while strangers would think the pink house looked like a princess's castle from a fairy tale. Pushing open the door, you can see that the first floor of this shop is filled with all sorts of mobile phones, computers, and peripherals for tablets. Bluetooth speakers shaped like Angora rabbits, cute multifunctional gaming chairs, unique Starstone keyboards and mice, and even foldable and detachable Starstone gaming desks. It's fair to say that the first floor of this room is a giant mobile phone store and computer mall. What surprised Irini the most was that the so-called computers here were actually large, semi-transparent monitors. The monitors in Alicia's cabin were similar in size to those on Earth, with smaller 15-inch, 17-inch, and 19-inch models. These monitors felt like large tablets, perfect for taking with you when you need to browse the internet while out and about. They also had 24-inch, 27-inch, and 32-inch home monitors, and even larger ones like 42-inch, 60-inch, and even over 80-inch monitors, presumably catering to girls who prefer large screens. Because of the existence of magic and starstones in Lumilon, and the unique laws governing starstone magic, which eliminate the need for heat dissipation and far surpass Earth's cutting-edge technology and speed, the computer hosts here can be directly integrated into the monitors. The graphics card, CPU, memory, hard drive, everything inside the host can be integrated into the monitor. Even the speakers can be hidden on either side of the screen, which is less than a millimeter in size. Theoretically, in this store, the only thing you need to consider when buying a computer is the screen size. Because the computing power of all the graphics cards here far exceeds that of any game currently available on the Lumilon internet, even if you run dozens of games at once, the CPU and memory usage will be less than 1%, and the hard drive capacity is so large that even if you filled it with all the games on the market, it wouldn't occupy more than 0.1% of the total capacity. Even if the girls here filmed themselves in 32K high-definition video for 2 hours every day, it would take at least 1,000 years to fill a new computer's hard drive. In other words, unless you prefer to use a keyboard and mouse to operate the computer, you only need to take a thin, glass-like computer screen home and turn it on to use. Lumilon has now achieved continent-wide internet connectivity, and the Starstones built into the Starstone computers can last for hundreds of years. Even the issues of power supply and charging have been resolved. Are these the computer's little heir mentioned earlier? Upon entering the house, Wendy, who has always been very interested in all kinds of machinery, tried to pick up a 27-inch screen near the window by the door. Isn't this a bit too big? Computers are usually kept at home. Eline walked over and picked up another piece of glass. This is the one specifically for taking outside, like the student ID card from Minar Academy, but it's called a cell phone. Actually, Lumilon's cell phone and computer are essentially the same thing. The only difference is that a cell phone screen can be held with one hand, making it more convenient to carry, while a computer requires 2 hands to hold, but its advantage is a larger screen that's much clearer. The cell phone Eline was holding seemed to be in the Alicia style, with rose, pink, and white gemstones inlaid around it, making it look like some kind of work of art. Welcome. Just then, accompanied by a familiar voice, a pink-haired girl ran downstairs. What can I buy? Wow! Seeing so many people suddenly on the first floor, the girl gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Is today some kind of holiday I don't know about? Ellie! Eline waved to the pink-haired girl. Hello, it's nice to see you again. Unlike the somewhat reserved little girl from before who seemed clueless about girls' clothes, Ellie had completely shed her childishness. She wore a cute pink and white Lolita dress, her slender legs encased in printed Lolita stockings, and low-heeled round-toed shoes with bows on her small feet. Her beautiful long pink hair was meticulously styled, cascading naturally down her back like a proud flower. If the Ellie who previously visited Little Elle's friend's manor still retained some traits from her Earth days, then she is now completely transformed. Her demeanor, mannerisms, and overall appearance are now indistinguishable from those of a 12 or 13-year-old princess. You are? After scrutinizing Erin for a while, perhaps puzzled by her long, black and white hair, Ellie asked uncertainly, Little Elle? My name is Erin Garland. Erin nodded. Little Elle is also me, or you can think of Little Elle as my alter ego. Little Erin, you look so cute. Ellie trotted over with her little steps. No wonder I felt so familiar earlier. Little Elle has a divine aura, but little Erin doesn't, and her hair color is so unique. Are they all your friends? Yes, they're from the continent of Eve, which is like another world from Earth. Erin gestured to the girls beside her and introduced them one by one. This is Windy Purista, my older sister, and a very powerful wind elemental mage. This is Sophia Carroll, from a place called Atlantis on the continent of Eve. The princess of that country. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should become the queen of Atlantis. Sister Sophia is skilled in grass elemental magic and light magic, and is an exceptionally warm-hearted healer. Then this is Lilia, Her full name is Lilia Katerina Mikhailovna. Sister Lilia is the princess of the Arcana Empire on the continent of Eve. She is skilled in ice magic and swordsmanship. Arcana is somewhat similar to Russia on Earth. Finally, this is Tina Plant, a maid of the plant family in the Aspera Empire, especially skilled in housework. Chapter 742. After introducing Sophia and the others, Erin stood next to Ellie and introduced the pink-haired girl to them. Her name is Ellie, full name Ellie Stardust. She's a super genius computer expert and software engineer in Lumilon, single-handedly driving the advancement of Lumilon software and hardware technology. She's known as Lumilon's Computer Lolita. Computer Lolita? What the heck? Ellie was a little embarrassed. Everyone can just call me Ellie. Actually, it's not as exaggerated as little Ellie says. I'm just an ordinary programmer. Most of the computers in the shop were invented by Ilya. She's the real father of Lumilon's computers. Cough cough, Computer Lolita. No need to be modest. I asked Ilya before, and she said that without you, Lumilon's computers wouldn't have been invented so early. Erin tilted her head, looking at the pink-haired little girl with rosy cheeks beside her. By the way, have you gotten used to Lumilon after all these decades? I gotten used to it for a long time. I'm used to it, whether it's the world of Lumilon or this new body. Ellie blushed. A few years ago, a fashion designer named Descended Star came to Lumilon. She designed so many super beautiful clothes, and every time I went to her shop, I couldn't help but buy a lot of new clothes. So, you have feelings for that Descended Star? No. Aw, no, I mean, I do like her, but not that kind of liking. It's okay. Liking someone isn't something to be ashamed of. When your feelings for each other are stronger, it's not something to be shy about saying it out loud, okay? Erin patted Ari's shoulder. Let me guess. The fashion designer you mentioned earlier, the Descending Star, did she come to this world in the form of Raiden May? Huh? Ari was a little dumbfounded. How did you know, sir? This dress you're wearing was designed by her, wasn't it? Erin reached out her small hand towards the bow on Ari's chest. The dress is mainly rose and white, but some small details incorporate blue and purple. For example, there's a sapphire embedded below this bow. It's small, but I guess it's some kind of hint. A hint? Ari's ahogue curled into a question mark. I don't quite understand. I'm just guessing. Erin smiled. Well, actually, I'm not very clear about things like feelings either. Anyway. Ari. Sister, please do your best. Does that mean? When she helped design this outfit, she incorporated these purple elements. Is it some kind of hint? I don't know. Elaine gave a playful look. Okay, let's leave it at that about Ellie for now. I brought my friends here today mainly to visit Lichiel City, and let them learn about the Lumilon world. Then we go to the Eve continent to catch a few cats, so they can get used to the Salsa continent. The Salsa continent? Ellie asked curiously. Is that the legendary continent inhabited by all sorts of beast-eared girls? Does this continent really exist? Yes, the Salsa continent has existed since the beginning of this world, just like the Kongwa continent, Dragon Island, and Sky City. However, the permanent residents there haven't been fully determined yet. Chapter 743. This is a world shrouded in yellow sand and scorching sun, dust storms, and howling winds. In the desert, a squad of over 200 mages braves a sandstorm, relentlessly launching attacks against a colossal dragon-like beast ahead. Maintain formation. Don't retreat. Fire mages. Quick! Endless flames. Artillery. Artillery ready. Aim at its head. Fire. Fire! Facing the dragon-like beast, over 10 meters long, atop the dunes, the mages, under the command of their generals, continuously waved their wands, unleashing a dazzling barrage of magical missiles as if they were free. No one noticed that 100 meters away, on a metal billboard, Eline sat adorably atop it, her small feet, encased in white stockings, swaying leisurely back and forth in the air. Eve 1770, the name of this world. This is a different world, similar to the continent of Eve, where swords and magic coexist, and it's also a world of polar day. Because this world's general worldview is very similar to that of the continent of Eve, and its location at the Mystic River is 1770 Mystic River units away from the continent of Eve, Eline named it Eve 1770. The humans in this world primarily use magic, with technology as a secondary skill. Their technological level is close to that of Earth shortly after the invention of the steam engine. Iron smelting technology is relatively mature, and many machines have been invented. However, because magic is more convenient and powerful, many people still prefer to cultivate magic rather than learn mechanics. Against this backdrop, creatures resembling dragons also inhabit this planet, constantly threatening human lives. The dragons of Eve 1770 are quite different from those of Minar. The dragons here are relatively small, with adult dragons averaging around 10 meters in length and young dragons less than 2 meters. If one had to compare, the worldview here feels closer to the anime world of Ling Cage on Earth. Humans are not the masters of Earth, but they are not as weak as those on the continent of Eve. Monsters like dragons and sandworms are not excessively powerful. Dragon slaying is common in this world, and many people have tamed dragons through their own efforts, becoming dazzling dragon knights. At this moment, the notice board where Rin is sitting features a dragon and a symbol of forbidden hands, with the words dragon stalking, beware written in human script below. It seems like the human mages are about to give up. Rin yawned slightly, watching the fierce battle unfold before her. The reason she chose to come to this place with both dragons and human mages was simply because she had nothing to do these past few days. As a transfer student at the 36th Middle School in Shangjing City, Little Elle would be a model student there for a long time to come. Meanwhile, at Minar Academy, the freshman wilderness survival training had just ended, and school wouldn't officially start for another week. Sophia and the others had been sent to Lumilan to familiarize themselves with the environment, and Salsa's cat girl had also been properly taken care of. With nothing to do, Elle could only search for interesting worlds along the Mystic River and travel the world. Today, she chose another world with a fantasy setting. Roar. Under Eline's gaze, the desert dragon let out a terrifying roar. It suddenly broke free of the vines binding it, and charged towards the army of mages. Roar! In an instant, a storm arose. The enraged desert dragon summoned a terrible sandstorm, instantly sweeping the frontline mages high into the air. Ah! Why is grass magic ineffective against it? Calm down. Maintain formation. Don't break formation. I don't want to die. Ah! Seeing their comrades being swept into the air by the storm, the mages in the back panicked. They dropped their magical tools and turned to run. Don't retreat. Did you hear me? No one is allowed to retreat. Come back. The generals were still trying to stabilize the situation, but the terrifying desert dragon had already pounced on them. Clang. Several generals drew their great swords and assumed a blocking stance. Then, they were slapped hard by the desert dragon and sent flying. Erlini, sitting on the dragon stalking, beware sign, yawned slightly. Today, she was still wearing her classic dragon girl nightgown paired with white stockings. The little girl on the metal sign had a snow-white, delicate face, her large golden eyes half open, looking as if she might fall asleep at any moment. Her tiny feet, encased in soft white stockings, seemed so small they could be grasped in one hand, swaying playfully in the high-altitude gale. In the sandstorm, the wind whipped Erlini's long, black and white hair, making a whoosh-whoosh sound, making her look like a blooming magnolia flower against the blue sky, beautiful and ethereal. Run! Run! I knew it! How could humans possibly defeat a dragon? This desert dragon is so ferocious. Even if we call 200 more mages, it wouldn't be enough. Go! Run! If we don't leave now, we all be dead. Under the terrifying pressure of the desert dragon ahead, the mages' formation was completely disrupted. Countless people panicked and fled in all directions. Through Arin's golden pupils, one could see that some mages and generals, who couldn't escape were instantly slapped to death on the beach by the enraged dragon, becoming the beast's meal. Witnessing this scene, Erin simply hugged her pillow and yawned. The strong prey on the weak. Survival of the fittest. It's the same in every world. Clearly, the group of mages who appeared here today must have accepted some bounty at some place, like the Adventurers Guild, intending to slay the dragon and seek enlightenment. Since they failed to slay the dragon, they should have been mentally prepared to be eaten by it. For some reason, this scene reminded Erin of her first encounter with Carrick. Back then, this heir of the Piarista family had foolishly rushed into the Minar forest to slay a dragon without doing any investigation. Fortunately, the Piarista family's aura emanating from Carrick saved her. Why is there a child sitting here? Little sister, how did you get here? In the chaos, several mages fleeing towards Erin seemed to notice the little girl on the notice board, casting curious glances at her. Never mind, let's take her back first. That dragon has gone berserk. Anyone who comes today will die. Just as Erin was thinking about how to greet them, a female mage suddenly flew over on wind magic and scooped the dragon girl into her arms. Little one, it's dangerous here. Come back with me. Chapter 744. Anurand. This is a small city located in the southern part of the Ketlia Desert. Little sister, are you a magician too? That was the lair of a desert dragon. Why were you in a place like that? Where are your parents? Why are you wearing such strange clothes? Speaking of which, your clothes feel so nice. Are they made of some kind of fine silk? After carrying Erin back from the notice board, the magician beside her kept chattering away on the way back. Not knowing how to explain, Erin could only bury her head in the pillow, pretending not to understand them, and remaining silent. These questions, how am I supposed to answer them? To be honest, I'm actually a dragon too, a dragon king from another world. The only reason I'm sitting on that notice board is because it's high up with a good view. I just wanted to wander around and relax in this world. She doesn't seem to understand our language? It's normal that she doesn't understand. Her clothes are clearly not from Annuland. She's most likely from the north. Why would a little girl from the north be here? I remember some dragons attack human cities, and dragons have a habit of collecting treasures. If they're interested in something, they just carry it back to their lair. I guess this little girl was carried here by a dragon from the north. So this little girl is likely a princess from a noble family in a northern city? Then why is she near a desert dragon's lair? I think we should leave this little girl alone for now. Once we get to Annuland, we can hand her over to the local rulers. Our biggest problem right now is that we deserted. If they come after us, it'd be difficult. Can this be considered desertion? Wasn't it the grass mage in the front row who made a mistake and caused the desert dragon to go berserk? If we hadn't fled, would we have survived? Would we have been able to save this little girl? Amidst the argument, the group led Eline to the gates of a large city. The Coyote Mercenary Group. The man at the front handed what looked like an identification tag to a guard, then turned and gestured to the group behind him. These are all members of our mercenary group. Your mercenary group. The guard immediately noticed Erin, dressed in a nightgown and clutching a black and white cushion. You even allow such a young child to join? Oh, strictly speaking, she's not part of our mercenary group. The female mage who lifted Erin down from the notice board said, She's my distant cousin. Yes, that's right. Cousin. The guard approached Erin. Little sister, what's your name? Erin deliberately spoke in a timid tone. Erin. Erin? The guard frowned, writing the pronunciation in the local language in his handbook. The name's a bit strange, but this little sister doesn't seem like she's been bullied by you. I won't pursue the matter this time. With that, the guard waved his hand. Go in. Thanks, brother. The man who greeted the guard quickly gestured for his squad members to enter the city first. So, little sister, you can speak. After entering the city, the female mage beside Erin lowered her voice. Is it because you're shy? Or are you not very good at speaking our language? Yes. Erin nodded, not specifying what it was, and covered her face with a cushion. What could I say? I was watching the dragons peacefully, and then you all pounced on me and pulled me down. Chapter 745. After a brief conversation, Erin learned that this was a small mercenary group belonging to the Coyotes organization. In this world, since humans are not the strongest beings, and things like airplanes, cannons, or even nuclear bombs haven't been invented yet, people's lifestyles are somewhat like a combination of Earth's steam age and otherworldly magic. For example, the city Erin was in, Anurand, was a very typical small to medium-sized city located in the southern desert. On the streets of Anurand, steam-powered cars, various horse-drawn carriages, camels, and even people riding giant lizards were everywhere. As for the city's architectural style, Erin didn't know how to describe it. It was distinctly different from all the architecture in Earth's history. If she had to compare, it was somewhat similar to ancient Egyptian architecture, but these buildings had a mechanical feel to them. For example, some people would place a huge machine in front of their houses, or design their windows to be hand-cranked, with the internal gears clearly visible. Ancient Egyptian style combined with medieval British style, and then combined with steampunk style, that's roughly the feeling. Meanwhile, although ultimate creatures like dragons exist in this world, dragons are not invincible. Many covet the dragon's treasures, and there are rumors that weapons forged from dragon claws can cut through iron like mud, and eating dragon skin can make a man erect for 3 days and 3 nights. Many people form various dragon-slaying teams and exchange information in major cities. In this context, mercenary groups have emerged. The Coyotes' mercenary group that captured Eline on their escape was not large. The Coyotes only numbered 500 or 600 throughout the entire desert. Theoretically, they were just there to make up the numbers for today's dragon-slaying operation, so when they saw the situation spiraling out of control, Yuno and his group ran faster than anyone else. Speaking of little Eline, the more I look at you, the more I feel. Your identity is not simple. After bringing Eline to the staff dormitory of the Coyote mercenary group, while several team members were explaining the desert dragon matter to headquarters, Yuno sat down next to Eline, admiring the little girl's long hair, one black and one white, and remarked, "Your hair is more beautiful than the finest silk I ever seen. Girls from ordinary families can't maintain such smooth, long hair." Eline mumbled between bites of her Solomon bread, "Yes, my identity is not simple." Yuno had bought the bread for Eline at a snack shop not long ago, along with some locally famous sugar-roasted chestnuts, but the little girl had already eaten most of it. Seeing that Erin so readily admitted her not-so-simple identity, Yuno was amused. How simple? She seemed to know she was cute. As he spoke, Yuno subconsciously thought to himself. At this moment, in the female mage's eyes, Erin was like a proud Persian cat, relying on her cuteness to freeload everywhere, and the key was that humans actually fell for her act. My dad is a very powerful black dragon, my mom is the greatest holy dragon, and I'm a 100-year-old dragon king. After finishing her bread, Erin turned her little head. Isn't that amazing? Yuno was once again amused by the little girl's serious expression. Little one, there are no black dragons or holy dragons in this world, you know? In our desert, there are only desert dragons and fire-breathing dragons. In some more extreme environments, like Antarctica or the Arctic, there might be some ice dragons. Besides these types of dragons, there are only forest dragons or green dragons, or some forest dragons have darker scales, fitting your definition of a black dragon? After saying this, Yuno subconsciously reached out and ruffled Erin's hair. It's okay if you don't want to say. You can travel with us before going home. In Yuno's and the members of this small coyote mercenary group, Erin was a noblewoman from a northern city. Due to some historical reasons, this desert is divided into 2 large sections, north and south. The north is more prosperous, with many large cities, while the south is considered the southern barbarian land, lacking resources, ravaged by magical beasts, and plagued by bad weather, frequently experiencing severe sandstorms. In most people's eyes, only those without ability, who can't survive in the north would choose to try their luck in the south. Because although the environment there is treacherous, the opportunities to make money are also plentiful. For example, in the dragon extermination plan that Yuno and his group participated in, if the plan succeeded and these mages truly defeated the desert dragon, it would be no different from discovering a gold mine for everyone present. Dragons are treasures from head to toe. Their claws, scales, blood, and so on can all be sold for money. Moreover, the dragons of this world have a habit of flying around the world carrying treasures back to their lair. Even if one dragon isn't enough to share among more than 200 people, the treasure in its lair would be enough to make everyone involved in the battle incredibly wealthy. But dragons aren't so easy to kill. Enraging a dragon means that forget about the treasure in its lair. Even the safety of ordinary people returning to the city would be a problem. In a sense, Yuno's squad was lucky, at least they suffered no casualties. As for Eline, Yuno had already come to regard her as a noble princess, who had been carried from the north to the south by a dragon, and was having a falling out with her family, and didn't want to go back. She was even quite proud of bringing Eline back. If we hadn't brought this child back, even if she hadn't been eaten by the wild beasts outside, those unscrupulous mercenary groups around would probably not have let her go. Keep in mind, this is a noble princess from the north. In the south, she's practically walking gold. Yuno. At that moment, the members who had gone to report to headquarters returned. I submitted the materials related to the desert dragon, and headquarters hasn't blamed us. They have no reason to blame us. Yuno stood up. How can they blame us? We're just a bunch of errant boys. The frontline mages messed things up. Were we supposed to just run and wait to be eaten by the dragon? Yeah, the people at headquarters also said we shouldn't mention the desert dragon again. The man who seemed to be the team leader handed over a document. The bad news is, headquarters has assigned us a new mission, this time to explore the lair of the desert giant lizards in the Taklamakan region. He then gestured to Eline. What about this child? Should we let her come with us to suffer? Chapter 746. Under the watchful eyes of the other 4 members of the team, Irin, sitting on a small chair in the room, calmly munched on her bread. She had come to this world, Eve 1770, with the intention of relaxing and eating good food. As for where she would go, or what she would eat after arriving in this world, she didn't care. Because every place in this world was unfamiliar to Irin, and she had never tasted any of the food before. For example, this golden bread called Solomon bread was very soft yet chewy, becoming more fragrant with each bite. It was unlike any bread from Earth or the Eve continent, and Irin quite liked it. Perhaps we should hand her over to the city lord first. The man speaking seemed exasperated by the way Eline was munching on her bread. The desert giant lizard's lair is at least 30 kilometers from here. This child clearly hasn't experienced much hardship. It's inconvenient for her to come with us. This man, Halsey, was the squad leader of Yuno's team, and the only fire mage in the group with an intermediate mage certificate. But little Eline says she doesn't want to go back north. Yuno hesitated. If we hand her over to the city lord, he most likely contact her parents in the north, and order someone to come and take her back. And in the process, the city lord might even extort money from her parents. What else can we do? She won't tell us about her family. How are we supposed to know who her parents are? Halsey scratched his head. Yuno, you really picked up a huge problem this time. So you're blaming me now. Yuno put his hands on his hips. That child was sitting on the notice board. If we hadn't intervened, the desert dragon might have come after we left and swallowed this cute little thing whole. Could you bear to see that? Could you bear? See such a cute little girl die in a dragon's belly? Yuno, you first need to understand. Why we joined the mercenary group, isn't it for money? Halsey sighed. We risk our lives every day for the coyotes. Working hard, frankly speaking, is just about making money, enough money to live comfortably in the next life and retire in the north. This little girl has clearly had a falling out with her family. We can't possibly have the time to meddle in other people's family affairs, can we? I understand the logic, but we can't just abandon her like this. Yuno argued, the Lord of Annuland isn't a philanthropist. If we hand the child over to her, that guy will definitely try to extort a huge sum from the child's parents. And what if that unreliable lord suddenly has some evil intentions towards this little one? Sigh. Seeing that Yuno still wanted to take her in with him, Halsey shook his head. I think you're completely captivated by this child. You lost your mind. Captain. A squad member weakly raised his hand. Actually, me too. When I first saw her, I felt like I was under a spell. My eyes couldn't leave this little girl. She's just so cute. Yeah, Yuno's a girl, and girls all like cute things. Another squad member chimed in. I understand Yuno. So we're in a dilemma now. Halsey was at her wit's end. Taking her with us means she only suffer with us, and we can't guarantee her safety. We might even fail to complete the mission assigned by headquarters. But if we don't take her, none of us can guarantee that someone won't have malicious intentions after taking over Irin's care. What do we do? Chapter 747. After a short rest, Irin became a temporary member of Halsey's Coyote squad and left the city with the team. Their mission was to explore the desert giant lizard's lair in the Taklamakan region south of Annuland City. Taklamakan means the boundary between life and death in the local language, corresponding to the boundary between desert and forest in reality. Compared to the place where Irin had previously watched desert dragons fight, the sandstorms in the Taklamakan region were not as severe, and the further south one went, the more oases there were, with a considerable amount of vegetation. However, because the environment was no longer harsh, it was also home to many dangerous creatures. Desert scorpions, desert giant lizards, desert emperor snakes, etc. An ordinary person could easily become prey for these beasts if they weren't careful. Out so soon? Another new mission? Just like entering the city, when leaving, squad leader Halsey showed his identification to the guard again. Since the time spent in and out of the city hadn't been too long, the guard remembered him and immediately joked, "You brought your distant cousin with you?" I couldn't help it, I just couldn't leave her behind. Halsey said awkwardly. Aren't all kids this age like this? Haha, you're right. I had a little sister like that before, around 10 years old. She saw me standing guard outside and insisted on coming out to stand with me. But she couldn't stand it for even half an hour and started yelling that she wanted to go back to drink juice. The soldier returned the identification to Halsey and looked at Eline, who was floating in the air. Why isn't she wearing shoes? Oh, she's a wind mage. Halsey explained as he put away his identification. The little one likes to do this, using wind magic to prop herself up on her feet, then stepping on the wind, using the wind element as her shoes. Can her magic handle that? The soldier asked incredulously. Even a high-level mage couldn't withstand that, right? I don't know. Anyway, our mission doesn't require such a young child to fight, so let her have her way. Halsey waved to the soldier. Good work, brothers. On our way. Yeah, good luck. After saying goodbye to the gatekeeper, Halsey and his group left Annual End City, officially heading towards the Taklamakan region in the southern desert. For this trip, they brought 7 days' worth of water and rations, as well as equipment for camping at night, such as tents, blankets, pillows, etc. Under the scorching sun, Yuno walked in the middle of the group, holding Eline's little hand and carrying the rations on his back. Little El, if you're really too tired, don't push yourself. I can carry you. After walking for a while, seeing that Eline had only been hugging her pillow and hadn't said a word, Yuno assumed she was uncomfortable and offered, don't be shy. You weigh about the same as a kitten. Carrying you for 20 kilometers is no problem for me. Actually, taking a 12-year-old girl on a mission would be extremely unwise for any mercenary group. Everyone came to the desert and joined mercenary groups, all for one common purpose, to make money. To make lots and lots of money. Under this premise, taking a child on a mission would undoubtedly increase the difficulty and the probability of unexpected events. It might even drag the entire team down, causing the mission to fail. But before leaving the city, whether it was Captain Halsey, the team's only female mage Yuno, or the other team members, they all unanimously decided to allow Erline to come along. This wasn't because they were all captivated by Erline's beauty and lost their judgment, nor was it a spur-of-the-moment decision to increase the difficulty of their mission. Rather, everyone agreed that there was a reason for doing so. Erline's identity was very mysterious. At first, everyone simply thought she was a child accidentally carried away from the northern city by a dragon, but after calming down and thinking carefully, they discovered this explanation had many flaws. Dragons are only interested in glittering treasures. Even if a nobleman in a northern city did indeed build a supersized house out of gold, and someone happened to live in it, and the dragon happened to take a liking to this golden house, carrying the house and its inhabitants to the southern desert, such a long distance, could the child inside survive? Even if this child was a superhuman, a powerful magician, how did she escape after being carried to the dragon's lair? What did she eat and drink after leaving the dragon's lair? Even if, hypothetically, this child was incredibly lucky, surviving thousands of kilometers carried by the dragon and managing to escape from the lair on her own, why would she choose to watch the show from that conspicuous spot, while everyone else was fighting the desert dragon? A child with no strength to even kill a chicken, yet not afraid of a beast over 10 meters tall. Who would believe she's just an ordinary person? In conclusion, although Halsey and the others couldn't guess Arin's identity, the fact that Arin isn't an ordinary person gave them ample reason to keep her by their side. It's like finding a strange weapon on the roadside. A magical girl's one that's cute but useless. You don't know how to use it, but your subconscious tells you, this thing will definitely be useful in a critical moment, so you still choose to bring the one when you go out to fight. That's the current situation with Arin in Halsey's team. Although she looks harmless like a kitten, cute but useless, and has a huge appetite, almost everyone in the team has an intuition that this little one might save our lives in a critical moment. Therefore, no one refused Yuno's suggestion to have Arin accompany them on missions. Bringing another child along just means having an extra fork at mealtimes. Even if she can eat a lot, she can't just devour 7 people's 7 days worth of food like a dragon, can she? Under the scorching sun, facing Yuno's suggestion, Arin hesitated only slightly before nodding. Okay, thank you, Yuno-nichan. With that, she climbed onto the female mage's back, much to Yuno's delight. Ah, little Arin is so cute. Feeling the soft fabric of the little girl on her back, Yuno exclaimed, you smell so good, a wonderful blend of cheese and flowers. This was also the reason Halsey's team agreed to let Arin come along. She could provide them with almost endless emotional support. Chapter 748. When Eline woke up, she found that Halsey and Yuno's team had arrived in an area where the sandstorm wasn't as severe. Strictly speaking, this place was no longer a desert, but rather resembled a landform called Yardong, with huge wind-eroded mushroom boulders scattered everywhere. However, the overall ecology here was similar to that of a desert region. There was no greenery or human habitation within several kilometers, only a few strangely patterned lizards and beetles, and occasionally some swirling sand pits, with a pair of enormous claws vaguely visible in their centers. It's amazing. This is the first time I ever experienced walking for 3 or 4 hours straight without feeling tired. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, walking beneath the giant wind-eroded mushroom mountain, a team member exclaimed, "It's incredible. I'm in the same condition as before we set out. I feel like I could walk another 100 kilometers without a problem. We already exceeded our mission goals for today." Team leader Halsey pointed to a giant wind-eroded mushroom ahead. "It's getting late. Let's spend the night at the foot of that mountain. At this pace, we should reach the desert giant lizard's lair by tomorrow noon." "Captain, I have a question," a team member asked curiously. "This state of not consuming stamina or magic is indeed very comfortable. Will we be able to maintain this state tomorrow?" "I can't guarantee it." Halsey glanced at the sleepy-eyed Eline behind Yuno. "Who can say for sure about tomorrow? Why don't we take advantage of our high energy today and rush to the desert giant lizard's lair in one go? Yeah, since none of us know if this buff will disappear tomorrow, let's strike while the iron is hot tonight, forget about sleep, and get going." "That's what I was thinking too. This strange buff is hard to come by. Who knows when it will disappear? While it's still there, wouldn't it be better to travel through the night?" "No, you're thinking too narrowly." Hearing the chatter of the team members around him, Halsey calmly retorted, "As you all say, no one knows what's happening to us right now, and we don't know why we have this unlimited energy and unlimited magic. Is it some kind of special magic? Or a curse? Do you know?" The group looked at each other, and all instinctively shook their heads. "It's precisely because we don't know the specifics that we can't act recklessly," Halsey said seriously. "You might think that everyone's unlimited magic and energy is a good thing, and we must make the most of this state to go as far as possible. But have you considered what if this state comes at the cost of draining our future energy? We indeed had a very easy journey today, but what if our time runs out, the state disappears, and we become weaker than usual, even unable to walk? What then?" Halsey's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. "Right. That's certainly a possibility." The captain is thinking further ahead. "My God. If the situation is really a curse or a spell that drains future energy, as the captain says, what if the curse takes effect while we're walking in the middle of a desolate desert, and there happens to be a monster's lair nearby? I can't even imagine that scenario." "That's right, so we can't be greedy." Halsey sighed softly. "Precisely because we don't know why this happened, we can't gamble. This endless energy and magic has already taken us a long way. We should know when to stop. Our primary goal now is to set up our tent camp before dark, so that even if the curse takes effect tomorrow morning, we have some means of defense." "This isn't a curse." Seeing everyone around her chattering away, Eline on Yuno's back yawned slightly. "It's just a very ordinary blessing spell." "Blessing spell?" Halsey was dumbfounded. "Does that mean? Are there no side effects?" "Little Elle's awake?" Yuno, carrying Eline on her back, looked happy. "Want something to eat? Or some juice?" Not for now, thank you, Yunone." Eline peeked her head out from under the pillow, looking around. "Where are we? This is Taklamakan Region B, or around C1. We be camping at the foot of the mountain ahead, spending the night there." "Okay." Eline patted Yuno's shoulder. "I want to get down and walk around." Yuno hesitated for a moment, then crouched down to let Eline jump down. "Little Eline, you just said that state of unlimited energy and unlimited magic is just a blessing?" Halsey clearly wasn't going to miss the opportunity to find out more. Pressing, "Can you tell everyone what exactly happened?" "It's a kind of blessing magic, or rather, a blessing aura." Erin, who had just landed on Yuno's back, moved around a few times on the sand with her dragon dance steps until her cute little feet, wrapped in white silk, had adjusted to the soft terrain. She then explained to Halsey, "Simply put, it's a blessing aura centered on me, with a range of about 200 meters. As long as you brothers and sisters are within this 200-meter radius, you have unlimited energy and magic power. Oh right, by the way," Erin added, as if remembering something, "it's a blessing aura and also a life aura. Except for fatal injuries, like having your head blown open or your entire body dissolved into a paste, this aura can instantly heal everyone's injuries." "Huh?" Halsey was dumbfounded by Erin's description. "Aside from fatal wounds, like a blown open head and a body dissolved into mush, healable? Infinite life, infinite energy, infinite magic power. Any one of these three abilities would be considered god-level magic, and you can enjoy it simply by standing within 200 meters of me? Could this child really be a god from somewhere? How could such terrifying aura magic exist in the world? So everyone, there's no need to worry. Saying this, Eline yawned again. Even that little desert lizard you all fought before, if it appears, it's okay, I can catch it all by myself. Chapter 749. Although they weren't quite sure what Elian meant, the small team belonging to the Coyotes' mercenary group still arrived at the foot of the wind-eroded mushroom mountain marked on the map, and found a relatively calm spot to set up camp. You know, tonight you sleep with Elian. Kevin and I will be in one group, and you two will be in another. While setting up the tent, Halsey brought over several large rocks, securing the four corners of the tent while saying to his companions, although the climate in the Taklamakan region isn't as harsh as in the heart of the desert, if we really encounter a sandstorm that only comes around once every 10 years, it will still be a headache. Make sure the tent is securely fixed, and absolutely do not let your guard down. Actually, sandstorms are a minor issue. What I'm worried about is encountering those giant magical beasts. Yuno looked around. I remember this area seems to be inhabited by desert fire boars. That thing weighs almost as much as an elephant. Even a tiger wouldn't survive a prick from its tusks. Desert fire boars and forest tigers have absolutely no interaction. Besides, those things make a huge commotion when they walk. I personally think the desert cobras here are a bigger threat than the fire boars. Snakes like to slither into warmer areas at night, and it would be a real problem if they crawled into the tents. As he spoke, Halsey seemed to notice something. Where's Eline? Yuno pointed upwards. She said she wanted to go for a walk on the mountaintop. The mountaintop? Halsey was dumbfounded. What mountaintop? It's that mountain right above us. Yuno gestured for Halsey to look up. Up there. No way. Halsey instinctively tilted his head back. You can actually climb a mountain like that? Wind-eroded mushroom mountains are a very typical and peculiar type of mountain in the desert region near Annual City. Its appearance resembles a mushroom cloud, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with various shapes. Some look like the giant puffshroom from Plants vs. Zombies, some like the sunshroom, some like the doomshroom. Basically, twisted and contorted in every way imaginable. For example, the wind-eroded mushroom mountain, where Halsey's team was currently camped, was shaped like a doomshroom. The mushroom stem at the bottom was over 100 meters high, and the mushroom cap was over 50 meters thick. Leaving aside how an ordinary person could climb such a structure, even if there were a way to ascend, a mountain nearly 200 meters high was clearly not something a child could climb in a short time. However, Yuno actually said, the little girl, Erin, whom they had just rescued not long ago, had actually climbed to the top of the mountain, while everyone was setting up the tents. No, I have to go check it out. Thinking this, Halsey handed his tools to his companion, and ran towards the edge of Mushroom Mountain. Only after running out of the area covered by the mushroom cap could he barely make out, using the last rays of the setting sun, to spot a small black and white girl sitting on the edge of the mountain. Holy crap! After confirming that the little one had actually climbed to the top of the mountain, over 100 meters high, Halsey was completely stunned. Little girl, how did you get up there? Huh? Eline, who had been admiring the sunset on Mushroom Mountain, lowered her head slightly, and waved her small hand to Halsey below. Need any help? Because of the distance, Halsey couldn't hear what Eline said at first, so he simply raised his hands to his mouth, making a megaphone shape. Little sister, isn't it dangerous up there? No, it's not dangerous. Eline shook her head. It's only about 170 meters above the ground. Don't worry, my halo can reach you. It's not about the halo. This time, Halsey understood. He quickly waved his hands. We're about to eat here. When are you coming back? Eating? Hearing this word, Eline's Ahog, a single strand of hair sticking up, bobbed, and she quickly stood up on the mountaintop. I'll be back in a bit. To be honest, in places like the desert, the view from the top of any mountain is quite expansive. Eline had originally chosen to come to the world of EP770 to enjoy the scenery and relax. Having finally encountered terrain covered in wind-eroded mushrooms, she naturally wanted to climb the mountain. However, on the other hand, it seemed that Yuno's team's journey had attracted the attention of some strange prey. From the mountaintop, Eline's gaze fell upon 3 fire boars in the distance. These were enormous boars, exceeding 3 meters in length, their manes ablaze with flames, appearing from afar like 3 balls of fire rapidly moving towards them. While sleeping on Yuno's back, during their journey from Annual City towards this location, Eline had already sensed the presence of these fire boars. At that time, She hadn't expected these fire boars to be targeting her small group. Thinking about it, it's understandable. Due to the extreme scarcity of food and water in the desert, most creatures there are on high alert, practically paranoid and cautious. Most top predators will relentlessly pursue their prey once they smell its scent. Cats, for example, are quintessential desert children. Cats' ancestors came from the desert, so almost all their seemingly bizarre habits were honed in the desert. For instance, cats are adept at walking with a cat-like gait. When walking, their hind paws will most likely step on the paw prints of their front paws. This is because the areas where their front paws have stepped are at least safe, so stepping on them with their hind paws won't be a problem. This also minimizes their tracks in the desert, not because cats love elegance. Cats are afraid of water because water is scarce in the desert. If their bodies get wet, they leave very obvious tracks behind them, making them easy targets for predators, a death sentence for them. Similarly, cats bury their feces after using the litter box because they fear predators will track them by scent. Therefore, most cats are born with a litter box. It's ingrained in their instincts. Eleanor didn't know the specific habits of the various creatures in Annuland, especially elemental creatures like the fire boar, but she could roughly guess their hunting habits based on the climate and environment. Most boars have an extremely keen sense of smell, similar to dogs, so the fire boar is likely the same. Prey caught by a desert boar has a hard time shaking off such a predator unless there are special circumstances. Thinking this, Eleanor threw the large pillow she was carrying down, jumped forward, sat on the pillow, and covered her skirt. I spotted several strange, large wild boars over there. As she quickly descended towards the campsite on her pillow, Erin gestured to a bewildered Halsey, indicating something like, "About this big. Can we have wild boar meat tonight?" Chapter 750. Fire boar? And 3 of them? Under the giant wind-eroded mushroom, Halsey, who had just finished setting up his tent, widened his eyes instantly after hearing Erlini's report. "Are you sure it's a fire boar?" The fire boar is a fearsome beast in the Taklamakan Desert. An adult fire boar, excluding its tail, can reach 5 meters in length and about 3 meters tall when standing. It's considered the third-tier fierce beast in the desert region, after the desert dragon, desert scorpion, and desert giant lizard. Simply put, if the desert dragon's overall combat strength is unparalleled, then the desert scorpion and desert giant lizard would be ranked top tier, and the desert fire boar would be in the superior category. Many people, upon seeing a wild boar, immediately picture the pink-skinned domestic pigs raised in cities, assuming there's little difference. However, wild boars and domestic pigs are vastly different. In the wild, an adult wild boar can reach 1.5 to 2 meters in length and possesses remarkably sharp tusks with an astonishing bite force, capable of easily breaking a human hand. If an adult were to face a wild boar unarmed, they might not fare well. An ordinary person's fists are ineffective against the thick hide of a wild boar, while a human undefended would likely suffer severe bleeding if gored by its tusks. Therefore, it's generally not recommended for ordinary people to engage in one-on-one combat with a wild boar. If an ordinary wild boar is already this formidable, what about a super wild boar exceeding 5 meters in length, standing 2 to 3 meters taller than a person? How would one fight it? What's more, these super boars are elemental creatures, with maxed out physical and magical resistance. You can't penetrate their defenses with magic, and you can't pierce their hide with guns or spears. They might even enter a blood rage state, charging forward and ramming your belly with their tusks, piercing through your magic shield and inflicting bleeding. What do you do then? Therefore, these fire boars in the desert have been known as a nightmare for mercenary groups since their discovery, especially large herds of them. Virtually no mercenary group dares to provoke them. Now, Erin was saying, there were 3 fire boars approaching from not far away, which gave Halsey a major headache. It's definitely fire boars. They're engulfed in red flames. Under Halsey's gaze, Erin gestured with her small hands. They're huge, all 3 are huge, they should be this big. All adult fire boars? Yuno frowned. It looks like they're coming for us. We're the only mercenary group nearby. That doesn't make sense. We were extremely careful when we came here, fire boars. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed a creature that big like a pig, Halsey said with a bitter face. It can't be that we're all unlucky enough to have missed the fire boars on the way here, only to be spotted by them, by scent shortly after we left, right? I think that's very possible. One of the team members thought for a moment. We've been traveling all day, haven't we? Although we're not physically tired, we've been thirsty and sweating a lot, and we've been drinking water constantly. Could it be that the smell of our sweat is too strong, which is why the wild boars are attracted here? The fire boar's sense of smell is indeed better than a dog's, or rather, Most creatures in the desert rely on their sense of smell to survive. Yuno looked at Halsey. Captain, what do we do? Stay here and fight, or retreat? Fight? How can we fight? Halsey's face darkened further. I'm a fire mage. If the opponent is a fire boar, I can't help at all. Yuno, you're a wind mage. Your wind element might even have a flammable effect when it encounters fire. Are we supposed to send our team's only water mage to fight 3 fire boars? If we can't fight them, then we have no choice but to retreat. Yuno turned to the tents that were almost set up. Is it too late to take them down now? Little L, Halsey looked at Eline with a sliver of hope. How far are the fire boars you mentioned? Which direction are they in? Over there. Eline pointed to a strange rock formation to the northwest that looked like a melancholy mushroom or an 8-spore mushroom. They should be at the foot of that mountain. They're less than 500 meters away. Halsey instinctively ran in the direction Eline had pointed, finding a high vantage point. Then he saw the 3 fire boars the little girl had described. At the same time, the 3 fire boars ahead noticed him, adopting a wary posture, their flames burning even brighter. Well, now we don't even have a chance to run. Halsey's lips twitched. How can a bunch of 2-legged people outrun 4-legged ones? Hearing this, Erin looked puzzled and went to Halsey's side. Why should we run? Not run. Are we just going to wait here to be roasted alive by those fire boars, or riddled with holes by their tusks? Halsey, seemingly remembering Erin's description of the healing aura, suddenly felt a renewed sense of hope and knelt down beside the little girl. Speaking of which, does your aura really grant immunity to death? It doesn't grant immunity to death. Erin shook her head. If your head gets blown to pieces in an instant, you still die. We're mages to some extent, and the only thing in this world that can blow our heads to pieces in an instant is a dragon. Halsey pointed to the boars. What I mean is, if we fight it, will we need extra people to protect you? What if those boars' tusks pierce our hearts? Will we even survive? Brother Halsey wants to fight those big guys himself? Erin thought for a moment. It's not impossible. As for if your hearts are pierced, aside from a little pain, there shouldn't be any major problems. This aura will heal your injuries instantly. Does such terrifying aura magic really exist? Halsey, somewhat skeptical, pulled a dagger from his pocket, striking a pose like, Erin, watch this. This is how you use the power of a titan, and slashed his wrist. After a brief pain, to Halsey's horrified gaze, his hand, where the dagger had cut his skin, healed at a visible speed. A second later, apart from the surrounding blood, not even a scar remained. No way. Realizing what had happened, Halsey felt his heart leap out of his chest. Everyone. He then turned to the mercenary squad members, and gestured to the dagger in his hand. With such a powerful ally as Eline, we don't need to run anymore. Prepare for battle. Chapter 751. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, Halsey drew 2 daggers from his waist, their blades pointing directly at the 3 giant fire boars ahead. Gentlemen, we had a bit of bad luck today. During our mission, we run into fire boars, thick-skinned beasts that are quite hostile towards humans. As he spoke, as if to show off, Halsey twirled his daggers with a whoosh sound. Clearly, these 3 fire boars see us as their dinner tonight, and in a sense, they certainly deserve it. At the same time, we are also lucky, because we met little sister Ellen and Garland on our journey. With her by our side, we are invincible. At this point, Halsey raised the dagger in his right hand to his lips, licking the surface of the blade reflecting the afterglow of the setting sun. Now, the hunter and the prey have switched places. The fire boars are the prey, and we are the hunters. This is the bond between us and little Elenin, and the faith that our blades must protect. Everyone, don't hold back your fighting spirit and magic power. Bravely follow me. Where the sword points, lies the faith of the coyotes. Charge! 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 Under Elenin's curious gaze, Halsey's squad drew their weapons and charged towards the 3 fire boars. Halsey, wielding 2 swords, charged ahead. Since fire magic was ineffective against the fire boars, he drew his daggers and prepared to engage in close combat with them. He was determined to die, like a husband who had told his departing wife that he would come home and get married after this battle. He showed no fear in the face of fire boars that were several times his size. Behind Halsey, Yuno, with her deep blue twin tails and a magic staff, chanted incantations as she ran, conjuring wind blades. Several of her fellow mages joined Halsey as they charged towards the fire boars, weapons raised high. Water prison. Lightning storm. Whoosh. This display of force caused the 3 enormous, fiery boars to abruptly halt, staring in bewilderment at Yuno, Halsey, and the others hundreds of meters ahead, as if to say, are these people crazy? In the local desert region, in most cases, no mercenary group possessed the strength to independently confront fire boars. Ordinary people encountering them had no choice but to flee. Furthermore, even if there were some high-level mercenary group with dragon-slaying abilities, they wouldn't leave the city alone, leaving such obvious trails of sweat along the way. Therefore, the fire boars judged that the mercenary group they had caught up with was likely of weak background. They figured that if the mercenaries realized they were being followed, they would abandon their supplies and flee like most mercenaries. However, these seemingly weak individuals had chosen to engage in battle, leaving the three fire boars utterly bewildered. Were these people out of their minds? While they were still wondering, Halsey had already charged to the foremost fire boar, his dagger aimed at the giant beast's eyes, burning with intense flames, and thrust it forward. Roar! Despite its large size, the fire boar was remarkably agile. It deftly dodged Halsey's attack with a backward step, then suddenly raised its tusks and charged at him. Just then, reinforcements from Yuno arrived in time. Countless sharp wind blades clanged and clattered as they struck the fire boar, but instead of breaking its defenses, they only intensified the flames on its back. Roar! The fire boar let out an angry growl and charged at Halsey again, sending the dual-wielding men flying high into the air. Fortunately, the fire boar's tusks didn't hit Halsey's abdomen, they only pierced his thigh, sending him flying several meters into the air before he crashed heavily to the ground. Haha, as expected of Little L's healing aura, awesome. Logically, such severe injuries would be half dead even for an adult, yet Halsey, who had been pierced in the thigh by the fire boar and thrown to the ground, got back up in less than 3 seconds. The wound on his thigh healed rapidly at a visible speed. This is the bond between us and Eleni. You beasts who only wander the desert will never understand. Halsey roared and charged at the fire boar again. Don't underestimate the faith of us coyotes, you bastards. Bang! The next second, he was once again blasted high into the air. Several team members who arrived looked distressed. Captain! Don't worry about me. Forward! Attack! Don't stop! Halsey, still bleeding profusely in the air, pointed at the fire boar. Even for Eleni, we absolutely cannot lose. The team members were instantly inspired by Halsey's courage and turned towards the three boars. Blade storm. Surging wave. Lightning strike. Boom. For a moment, the members of the Coyotes' mercenary group were locked in a fierce battle with the three fire boars. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm on fire? On the other side, Erin, hugging a large black and white pillow, sat down on a clean rock, watching the battle of Halsey's squad ahead. While taking firewood from her backpack next to the tent to start a fire and cook, she suggested to Halsey, if it's really too much, stop fighting and let me handle it. Clearly, faced with overwhelming power, even with the buffs of infinite health, infinite mana, and infinite stamina from Halsey's squad, they would find it difficult to harm the fire boars in the short term. After all, the fire boar's defense was terrifyingly high. Ordinary knives and daggers simply couldn't penetrate its armor. While the principle of constant dripping wears away as stone exists in nature, theoretically, if Halsey were to repeatedly stab the same spot thousands of times with that short knife, it might be possible to pierce its hide, but by then, it would be too late. No. I must kill this beast. Right here today. While Rin's life aura ensured Halsey and the others wouldn't die, it didn't have an anesthetizing effect. When the fire boar tossed them around, they still felt pain, and pain fueled rage. So, towards the end, with countless pangs of pain, Halsey's team was practically bloodthirsty, as if they had entered a state of blood rage. By the time you finish off the boar, the food over there will be cold. Reluctantly, Erin also headed towards the battlefield. Let me handle this. Chapter 752. Little Sister Erlini. Danger? Under the setting sun, seeing Erlini actually walking towards the center of the battlefield, Halsey panicked. Although the aura can protect you from harm, being poked by this thing's fangs still hurts a lot. And the torn clothes won't come back. Halsey said, looking at Erlini's thin dragon nightgown. Your clothes must be very precious, right? Don't ruin them. It seems like only I can ruin this dress. Erlini lowered her little head and looked, glancing at her baby dragon nightgown, then at Halsey and the others around her, whose clothes were mostly torn to shreds from the battle with the fire boars. She said, sorry, Halsey Gidge looked so confident earlier, I thought you guys could take down these fire boars. Eline had initially thought that since this coyote mercenary group wanted to show off, she wouldn't bother refusing them. With her healing aura, they only get hit a few times by the boars. No one would die, and the battle should be decided in 10 minutes or so. However, Eline hadn't expected the difference in strength between this group and the fire boars to be so vast. Forget 10 minutes, at the current pace, they might fight for 2 or 3 hours, even 5 or 6 hours. At best, the boars would be too foolish to keep fighting Halsey and the others, eventually collapsing from exhaustion, only to be stabbed in the eye or other vital areas and die instantly. Of course, Eline believes that when the time comes, the fire boars will surely escape with their last breath, rather than fight to the death with these living zombies. The reason Halsey and his group were described as living zombies was because their fighting style was very similar to a League of Legends streamer Eline had watched. This is a total feed. I'm done for. Don't worry, I have a zombie. I give him a really hard hit first, 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. I still have a zombie. Brothers, I still have a zombie. I'm done for. The zombie will hack him down. Anyway, it was incredibly awkward and agonizing. To prevent Halsey and his group from developing cyberbullying from this life or death pain, Eline had to step in and interrupt the two sides' death match. We can definitely take down these wild boars. Erin's words made Halsey somewhat unwilling, but it'd take a while. That's taking too long. Erin turned to the boars, half laughing and half crying. I give you a chance. Leave now, and I pretend nothing happened, okay? Humph. Whether they understood Erin's words or not, the largest boar let out a disdainful snort and assumed an attack stance. If you choose to stay here, you become everyone's meal tonight, okay? I'm serious. Walking past Yuno, Erin held up a cushion and gave the 3 fire boars a cute yet deadly smile. I only give you 10 seconds, okay? 10. Humph. The largest fire boar exhaled hot air from its nostrils, and the flames on its body burned even more fiercely. Little sister Erin, Halsey, standing behind, was puzzled. He clutched his tattered clothes and asked, you. Even if you're going to fight them, you at least bring weapons, right? Erin didn't reply, but continued walking towards the fire boars, her little mouth counting down in an even cuter voice. 9. Humph. Seeing Erin approach, the remaining 2 boars went into battle mode. 8. The little girl in the setting sun raised her cushion, which was enveloped in a ball of icy blue light. 1. Having counted down 8, Erin jumped straight to 1, a devilish smile spreading across her cute face. Time's up. She instantly appeared in front of the largest fire boar, swung the cushion with both hands, and slapped it in the belly. Boom. Chapter 753. The sight of Erin swatting away the fire boar left everyone in Halsey's team completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that the seemingly most delicate little girl in the group was actually the strongest fighter, and abnormally so at that. You see, an adult fire boar is about the size of an elephant, typically weighing 7 or 8 tons, or even more than 10 tons. An ordinary person couldn't even budge it, let alone swat it away. Yet Erin had actually swatted it away, as easily as an ordinary person hitting a golf ball, effortlessly sending the 10-ton fire boar flying, and with a pillow that didn't even resemble a weapon. This clearly exceeded Halsey and the others' understanding. You? Little sister Erlini, who exactly are you? After a nearly half-minute of stunned silence, Halsey finally snapped out of it. He swallowed hard, ignoring the ripped rags in his clothes from the fire boar, and stared at Erlini, still dressed in her nightgown, trembling as he asked, Who are you? Strictly speaking, I'm not human. Erlini patted her slightly disheveled skirt. I'm a dragon king, but not the dragon king of this world. I come from another world. You are? A dragon king? Halsey was clearly still reeling from the shock. What does dragon king mean? In this world, Eve 1770, there was no concept of a dragon king. If you had to put it in perspective, the term Dragon King to the locals would probably mean something like a supersized dragon, similar to Turtle King or Durian King on Earth. The Dragon King is. Erin tilted her head, her ahogue, a strand of hair sticking up, bobbing, momentarily speechless. She realized that explaining the concept of Dragon King in the local language wasn't quite right either. Well, to put it simply, I come from a completely different world. To help them understand better, Erin casually summoned a portal. I can travel between different worlds. The concept of dragons in my world is somewhat different from here. The dragons there are larger and more intelligent. Humans have concepts like foreign lands or lords, right? A dragon king is essentially a human king. Huh? This explanation only confused Halsey more. Dragons. Dragons are such terrifying creatures, and they're intelligent? They even have dragon kings? Is there any room for humans to survive there? Yes, there is. On the continent of Eve, dragons and humans are not adversaries. Erin smiled. For hundreds of thousands of years, we lived together peacefully, rarely fighting. In fact, Even if humans and dragons fought, they wouldn't escalate it into a conflict between their entire race. Because humans don't have the ability to injure dragons, and most dragons don't even consider humans a threat. Wait a minute, if Eline is a dragon, then our battle with the desert dragon just now. It was only then that Halsey realized that Eline's claim of being a dragon seemed rather serious. She was a dragon, and Halsey's Coyotes mercenary group had just recently fought a desert dragon. Did that mean? Don't worry, the dragons of this world are not the same creatures as the dragons of the Eve continent, even though they both have dragon in their names. Halsey's embarrassed expression prompted Erin to explain, so I was just watching you fight the desert dragon. Little Erin. Hearing this, Yuno walked over with an incredulous expression. You said you're a dragon, but I never heard of dragons transforming into humans. Is this some kind of magic? Or, it's a kind of magic called transformation where we're from. Of course, transformation doesn't exist in this world, so I use some kind of mystical power. These things are a bit complicated to explain. Nay, just know that I'm a dragon. Feeling that further explanation was going on, Erin handed the cushion to Yuno and ran towards another wind-eroded mushroom mountain not far away. Wait a few seconds. Her small feet, encased in white stockings, kicked several times on the sand, leaping onto the 200-meter-high wind-eroded mushroom mountain with near cannonball speed. At the summit, Erin dispelled the transformation spell and transformed into a dragon in a flash of light. Seeing the over 30-meter-long white dragon spread its enormous wings and soar into the sky, everyone in Halsey's team was simultaneously stunned. Yuno, who was still clutching a black and white Erin plush pillow, knelt down on the sand with a thud, gazing up at the blue sky where Erin hovered, his mind repeating the same question. What did I just bring back? Halsey and the rest of the team weren't much better off. While Erin's dragon form was undeniably cute, her sheer size was overwhelming. In the world of EP701, most adult dragons were only around 10 meters long, while the juvenile Erin was more than twice that length, exceeding everyone's understanding of what a dragon truly was. From the perspective of the Coyote squad, Eline simply said, "Wait a few seconds," before leaping to a nearby mountain. A beautiful light erupted, and a colossal dragon soared into the sky, a spectacle even these seasoned mercenaries had never witnessed before. If all the dragons in this desert were this size, would humanity still have a chance? Moreover, judging from Eline's appearance, she was clearly still a juvenile. Even in her juvenile form, she was nearly 30 meters long. Wouldn't she be hundreds of meters long when she matured? At that point, wouldn't a single dragon be able to easily destroy any human city? Huff. Halsey and Yuno were still in a daze when Eline, high in the sky, had already circled extensively in the sunset, landing on the wind-eroded mushroom-shaped mountain that had been collapsed by the fire boar. She easily lifted the 10-ton fire boar with her dragon claws and returned to the front of Halsey's squad. At this distance, the pressure exerted by Eline in her dragon form was undoubtedly immense. Irene, over 30 meters long, was nearly 10 meters tall even when lying on the ground. Humans, whose average height was less than 2 meters, looked like ants before her. Thump. Under Irene's gaze, Halsey and the other team members also knelt down. Although they knew Irene wasn't an enemy, facing a creature several times their size, instinct made their legs go weak, and they uncontrollably knelt. Don't be so scared, everyone. Placing the already dead fire boar in front of Halsey, the dragon's mouth emitted Irene's cute voice. It's me, little Irene. Hearing Erin's ethereal, childlike voice, Halsey's tense heart eased considerably. He tentatively raised his gaze, examining Erin's enormous dragon head in the air. Are you really Erin, my little sister? Yes, that's me. This is my dragon form, so everyone should understand now, right? Erin glanced around at everyone, then used her dragon claw to push the fire boar forward. My true form is a dragon, but because my dragon form is too large, daily life is a bit inconvenient, so I usually live in human form. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards anyone or this world. Then Yuno asked curiously, Erin, why did you come here? This world. I just wanted to wander around here. Wander around. It's kind of like a vacation. As for why I chose this world, I can't really explain it. I've been to many worlds, and this is just one of them. Saying this, Erin took a few steps back. If everyone's okay, I change back, okay? Yuno nodded blankly. Okay. Alright then. Erin took a few more steps back, flapped her huge dragon wings, and flew towards the summit of the wind-eroded mushroom mountain, where she had transformed earlier. A moment later, Erin, now in her human form and dressed, descended from the sky. Sister Yuno, catch me! Yuno, caught off guard, instinctively opened her arms. The impact of the little girl falling from the sky sent her stumbling back several steps, crashing to the ground. I'm so sorry. Eleni stood up, hugging her pillow, and helped Yuno up from the floor. Now, Yuno Nichan and everyone else should have a general understanding of my identity, right? Chapter 754. As the sun set and countless stars dotted the black night sky like a curtain, Halsey's team at the foot of the mountain completed their preparations for setting up camp. In the center of the 3 tents, a flickering campfire was lit, and a pot of wild boar meat, glistening with spices, was placed beside it. With Ellen's help, a large pot of mushroom soup was also being cooked. We dessert folks prefer dry, easily preserved foods, like dried beef or ham, mainly because they're easy to carry. Seeing Ellen skillfully shred wild boar meat into strips and add them to the fragrant pot, Yuno's face was full of curiosity. I rarely try boiled meat. How does it taste? This is a common dish among many nomadic tribes. They cook a bowl when entertaining important guests, and it can also be used as a noodle soup base. Ellen scooped some of the boiling broth from the pot, tasted it a few times, savored the flavor by the campfire, then turned and picked up some spices. Adding some seasoning at the end will make it perfect. Mercenary teams, like Halsey's, have to carry luggage and food everywhere every month. Given the hot desert weather, ordinary bread and meat are definitely out of the question. Only completely dry bread and jerky can keep them from spoiling for months in this environment. In other words, if it weren't for Ellen helping them hunt a wild boar today, everyone's only food for dinner would have been toast and dried ham. Moreover, in this southern desert region, having dried meat to eat is already considered a very good condition. According to Ellen's observations, back in Annual, many mercenary squads ate what looked like compressed rations, a mixture of various plant fibers, essentially human feed. It was mostly crushed hay, very filling, but probably not enough for energy. Nomadic people? Ellen's words piqued Yuno's curiosity. Little Ellen, have you ever seen nomadic people? I heard that almost every nomadic person in the north owns a large grassland, herding sheep and cattle every day. When they want meat, they kill a sheep or a cow and roast it with spices and sesame oil. Halsey chimed in, is that true? At least that's not how I remember it. I haven't encountered nomadic people in this world, but it's not like that in other worlds. Ellen added seasonings to the pot as she spoke. Cattle and sheep are very precious. They certainly don't eat them casually. They're usually only eaten during major festivals. Or they might slaughter a cow or sheep to celebrate when very important friends come over. Even during holidays, people rarely roast lamb unless it's a truly special day. Of all cooking methods, grilling is the most energy-intensive, although it's certainly delicious. Ellen gestured to the broth in front of her. Normally, they prefer to cook lamb or beef, especially when the weather is cold. Lamb broth can be eaten directly or drunk as a beverage. After the feast, the shepherds freeze the broth into blocks, and use some of the frozen broth to cook noodles or dumpling soup at mealtimes. That's basically how ordinary people live. The broth is very precious. Oh. Halsey looked somewhat confused. I thought the nomadic peoples in the north were all incredibly wealthy, able to eat mutton whenever they wanted, beef whenever they wanted, and even roast and fry it in all sorts of ways. No way, we're all just ordinary people. Rich people can certainly eat whatever they want, but that's a minority. As she spoke, Erin tasted the pot again, a satisfied expression on her face. Perfect. My broth is ready. Carrying the steaming pot aside, Erin turned to the roasting meat by the campfire. Is that ready to eat? It must be said, Halsey and his people did a good job preparing the wild boar. They meticulously removed all the parts, trotters, legs, tenderloin, tail, etc., and grilled the best parts, coating them with spices and sauces, and placing them by the campfire. The spices here in EP770 are similar to those on the EP continent, with a wide variety that can create many different flavors. Even the desert is home to many spice-like plants, and even mushrooms, so Erin could easily recreate the famous mushroom and wild boar soup from the Lehman Empire on the EP continent. It'd take about 10 more minutes. Under Erin's watchful gaze, the Coyote Squad members by the campfire fanned the fire a few times. Little Erin, do you like spicy food? I can eat it, but I generally don't unless necessary. Erin looked up at the night sky. The night view here is quite beautiful. Yes, I also love the desert scenery, especially at night. Yuno walked over and sat down next to Erin. Little Erin, are you missing your family? Family. Erin's mind drifted to the loving scenes of Nasod and Fafnir at Chio Shioyo's house these past few days. It's alright. I'm at the stage where I'm growing up and preparing to leave my parents and become independent. Yuno tilted his head. Even gods have their own worries. These aren't worries. This is an inevitable step for dragons towards adulthood. Bathed in moonlight, Erin looked at the pots and pans in front of her, and as if remembering something, picked up 2 bowls and a spoon. How about I sing a song for everyone? It should be time to eat after I finish. Huh? Yuno was a little surprised. The voice of a god? It doesn't have any special blessing effects, you know? Erin smiled, walked to the side, placed the bowl on the ground, and rhythmically tapped it. Rumble, rumble. Now, this world is stirring, accompanied by rich and colorful music. At the end of this endless journey, I quietly take your hand and walk to the ends of the earth. Tonight, on this sleepless night, I started counting the stars in the night sky, hoping that when we finally reach the stars, we can smile. The insert song from the anime girl's last journey was sung by Erin in her ethereal and lovely voice in the desert, almost instantly healing everything around her. Several desert lizards crawled out of their hiding caves, looking towards the direction from which the song came, along with the wild rabbits and cats nearby. With a beginning, there is an end. We surely meet again, won't we? A golden shooting star streaked across the night sky, disappearing towards the distant horizon. Ring ring. Chapter 755. Night fell. While everyone in Halsey's team was fast asleep, Erin quietly slipped out of Yuno's tent, carrying her pillow to the summit of the tallest mushroom-shaped mountain nearby. The wilderness of EP770 was different from Earth. This world had 3 moons, 1 gold, 1 blue, and 1 white. So sitting on the mountaintop at night and looking at the sky was like watching a science fiction movie, incredibly dreamlike. Erin sat down on the edge of the mountaintop, her little feet dangling out, gently swaying in the night breeze. She loved this quiet atmosphere. It felt like she had returned to nature, nestled in her mother's embrace, peaceful and pure. Palatricia, I hope everyone can find their own destiny. In the night, Erin stretched out her hands, making a photo gesture towards the 3 moons in the sky. And thank you for all the kindness you've given me. Then, she stood up and opened a spatial portal to the dragon forest of the Eve continent. Just now, Erin sensed a guest arriving in Dragon Forest. However, due to the guest's somewhat special status, Erin didn't immediately go to greet her, but instead went to the mountaintop to admire the scenery for a while. Now, feeling that the guest had probably finished exploring Dragon Forest, Erin opened the door. Taking one last look at the yellow earth behind her mountaintop, where countless tender shoots of vegetation had sprouted due to her dragon aura, Erin entered the spatial portal. On the Eve continent, it was still a clear, sunny day. Good afternoon, Sister Ignaisa. Following the scent, she located someone strolling leisurely in the ice crystal palace in the center of Dragon Forest. Eline looked at the dragon scale dress the person wore. Welcome to Dragon Forest. Ah, where did you come from? Seeing Eline, Ignaisa seemed startled. I couldn't sense your presence at all. Because I was teleported here directly through a spatial portal. Eline said apologetically. Did I scare you, sister? Not at all. I'm a dragon, after all. How could I be frightened by a little dragon king like you? Ignaisa scratched her head awkwardly. Is this the Dragon Palace now? Yes, this is Dragon Forest, so it can be considered the Dragon Palace. Then why is there no defense here at all? Ignaisa asked incredulously. I just passed by. Come on, I didn't sense any barrier, and there weren't even any guards. Where are those pseudo-dragons and wyverns? There are quite a few pseudo-dragons in the Minar Forest, and as for wyverns, there are a few in Aunt Ibel's Ice Forest. Aren't they all sleeping? They are indeed all sleeping. You're letting these dragons guard the gate? What if the monsters attack? The monster war ended a long time ago. Eline looked at the sky outside the Crystal Palace. Now only some small tribes and ethnic groups occasionally fight. For example, humans fight over territory or resource allocation, and some cats in the cat demon forest sometimes wander into the vampire territory. But a large-scale war like the one my sister experienced back then hasn't happened for hundreds of thousands of years. Oh. Eline's words left Ignaisa with a look of utter disbelief. I forgot again, there are no more monsters outside. That's right, it's a peaceful era now. Even if some monsters survive, they won't attack humans unprovoked, let alone as dragons. So, we don't need protective barriers or anything like that. Eline tilted her head. Sister Ignaisa's transformation magic is getting more and more beautiful. Ignaisa's human form gave Eline a feeling of a fiery red-haired mature woman. She was very tall, seemingly even taller than the male Nasods at the time, and her long, vibrant red hair made one feel as if enveloped in flames at first glance. If Sister Ignaisa wore a tight-fitting outfit, sunglasses, and rode a motorcycle, it would be perfect. Eline secretly thought to herself. Oh, don't flatter me like that. I'm still not quite used to being human. Under Arin's gaze, Ignaisa was a little embarrassed. Where are your parents? They're on their honeymoon. Honeymoon? Ignaisa's eyes widened. Don't they already have you? They're on their honeymoon? Yes, yes. Arin said with a smile. Strictly speaking, Mom and Dad's honeymoon phase has only just begun. Oh my God, in the 500,000 years I've been gone, what has this world gone through? Ignaisa's lips twitched. The monsters are all dead, and not only is the Dragon King's palace without guards, but there isn't even a proper dragon around here to greet guests. They made the newly appointed Dragon King personally come out to greet the guests. Because Sister Ignaisa is a distinguished guest, it's only natural that I come to greet her. Eline continued in a calm tone. By the way, Sister Ignaisa, what brings you to Dragon Forest? You didn't even give me a heads up. Based on her war achievements, Ignaisa was practically a great heroine of the dragon race. Regardless of whether she ultimately defeated the monsters, her act of daring to use a barrier to seal off the monster army on the other shore island, thus securing a glimmer of hope for the allied forces worldwide, already made this fire-breathing dragon sister practically a founding father in Eline's eyes. Therefore, Eline didn't feel that receiving Ignaisa as the Dragon King was beneath her status. Under the warm sunlight, Ignaisa made a shushing gesture, somewhat embarrassed. I didn't come here today on behalf of the fire-breathing dragon clan or the other shore island. In fact, our feud with the monsters on the other shore island hasn't been completely resolved. I came here simply out of my own will. Arin thought for a moment. Sister Ignaisa wants to see my father? Oh no, cough, what I mean is, I actually. Clearly, Ignaisa was flustered. She stammered for a long time, unsure of what to say. Finally, she steeled herself. All right, I am indeed very curious about Nasad's situation. That guy clearly knows about me. So why hasn't he come to the other shore island for so long? Is he afraid to face me? Dad probably hasn't had much time these past few months. Eleni quickly organized her thoughts. But if Sister Ignaisa has any needs in this regard, I can pass on the message. Forget it, no need. To put it bluntly, I'm just curious what he's become after 500,000 years. Is he still that little brat from back then? Ignaisa waved her hand and turned around. Little Dragon King, just tell Nasad that my matters will be settled in about half a month at most, and then I will formally pay him a visit. Chapter 756. While strolling through the Dragon Forest with Ignaisa, Eline dutifully chatted with this former hero about the past of the Eve continent. That war truly claimed countless lives. If it weren't for Sister Ignaisa setting up a barrier, trapping most of the demons on the other shore island, perhaps even more lives and civilizations would have perished. After that, Dad united all possible forces, formed an allied army, and launched several decisive battles against the demons, ultimately winning this war between gods and demons. Even so, the allied army paid a heavy price. Many races were wiped out, such as the lizardmen Ignaisa mentioned before, and the Anubis people in the desert. The elf population was reduced by 70%, and many elf trees were destroyed. Those elves who were forced to be born prematurely due to the destruction of the elf trees are called fallen fruit elves. 2 fallen fruit elves were born with disabilities. Lacking human-like pointed ears and a natural heart, they were unable to learn elven magic and were forced to wander the world. Their lifespans were also shorter than those of ordinary elves. Fortunately, these fallen fruit elves formed small tribes with other elves, which gradually developed into large nations. Finally, the human race was born. Humans are actually a mutant form of the elves. They have very short lifespans, but reproduce faster than elves and inherited the wisdom of the elves. They quickly became a very important race on the continent of Eve, and have continued to thrive to this day. The shape-shifting techniques we use now generally transform us into humans, because humans, in terms of both limb dexterity and physique, are very well suited to survive in the current environment. I'm referring to this relatively peaceful version. Back in the day, in the era of Ignaisa and Dad, larger creatures often meant greater combat power and a higher survival rate, because bigger and stronger meant less vulnerability to monsters. But now, monsters are practically non-existent on the continent of Eve. Even large creatures like Cerberus have pacts with dragons, promising not to harm humans unprovoked. So everyone wants to transform into humans. Secondly, besides the moderate size and relatively lower resource requirements, the human body can meet most daily needs. Sister Ignaisa, you see, while dragons are weapons themselves, our claws aren't as agile as human hands, and our movements aren't very. It's convenient. Even the largest forests sometimes aren't enough for us to rest in, and we need to consume a lot of elements or food every day. If we became cats, although we be cute, cats can't touch their own backs and heads, and injuries to those areas are difficult to treat. If we became birds, although we could fly, we wouldn't have the dexterity to handle them. Only humans, with their nimble fingers, stamina, and explosive power, can handle most daily situations. I think I understand. After listening to Erin's explanation, Ignaisa looked thoughtful. In this world, it's not about being stronger or bigger, it's about being good enough? That's right. Because the world is currently in a period of peace, people are living, not just surviving. There's no need to worry about combat power, or being afraid of being killed by powerful monsters the next second. Eline nodded. My father, seeing how the world has constantly changed, hasn't paid much attention to combat power in the last few centuries, even though he was the Dragon King back then. Ignaisa's situation is like an ancient soldier who has traveled to modern society. In ancient times, chaos reigned everywhere, and only the strong and healthy survived. A soldier's forte was, of course, various sword or spear techniques. But modern society doesn't need those. In peacetime, the only requirement for swordsmanship and spearmanship is that it look good. Whether it's making short videos to become an internet celebrity or acting in movies, as long as you can perform on screen, that's enough. Whether you can actually kill with these techniques is unimportant, and people don't care. This is why Ignaisa has acted like a caveman since leaving the other shore island. After all, in her mind, the world is still one filled with war, where might makes right. Therefore, she doesn't understand why people would abandon their powerful dragon forms to become weak humans. Looking at it this way, we could say our wish from back then has actually come true. After walking around Dragon Forest with Erin, Ignaisa sat down on a small chair at the entrance of the Crystal Palace, casually picking up a Tier 6 ice crystal from the ground. I remember back then, crystals like this were extremely precious, vital strategic resources. I never imagined that after 500,000 years, this treasure would have become nothing more than an ornament. That's just the situation here in Dragon Forest, Erin smiled. In human society, Tier 6 ice crystals are still quite valuable. If only we had an ice crystal like this back then. Ignaisa seemed lost in memories. When fighting black fire monsters, the power of our magical artifacts could have at least tripled. The dwarves who made those artifacts always complained to me, saying that if the crystals were of a higher grade, they were confident they could create artifacts with higher precision and longer range. Back then, we mostly used Tier 3 or even Tier 2 crystals. The energy supply inside low-grade crystals was very unstable, and some soldiers were even injured because of it, but they still fearlessly carried those rudimentary magical artifacts and charged into the monster army. Eline didn't speak, but listened quietly to Ignaisa's story. Because she knew that Ignaisa was like a veteran, who had just returned from a defensive war, and found herself transported 50 years into the future. Seeing her homeland flourish, having not only developed the atomic bomb, but also possessing the world's most advanced aircraft, destroyers, aircraft carriers, and missiles, she couldn't help but burst into tears, excitedly recalling the past, those difficult years. Even as the Dragon King, Erin felt she should give Ignaisa the highest level of courtesy and respect. I'm sorry, I might have been a little sentimental. Seeing Erin remain silent, Ignaisa said somewhat apologetically, was what I said boring to you? No. Erin shook her head. If it weren't for father and sister Ignaisa, if it weren't for those predecessors who sacrificed their lives for peace, there wouldn't be me and the Eve continent as we are today. So I'm very grateful to you, Sister Ignaisa. You silly child. Ignaisa reached out and ruffled Erin's hair. It seems Nasod has done a good job teaching you. I'm increasingly looking forward to seeing him. Feeling Ignaisa's large hand rubbing her, Erin hesitated for a moment. What kind of feelings does Sister Ignaisa have for Dad now? Feelings? We used to have a good relationship, but that was only when we were kids. We were kindred spirits, fought side by side for so many years, and were pretty good friends, like comrades in arms. Ignaisa teased, What, little one, are you afraid I steal your dad away? Don't worry, I don't feel anything more than love for him. Even if we were very close in the past, 500,000 years have passed. My impression of him has long faded. Now I just want to chat with him, reminisce, and talk about how the world has become what it is now after I left. Then if... Erin tentatively asked, if Dad's impression of Nasod differs even slightly from Ignaisa's. I mean, if Dad changes a little, would Ignaisa mind? Changes a little? He's a black dragon, how much can he change? His head might be a little bigger, his scales a little sharper, that's all. He can't possibly go from a grown man to a delicate little girl like you, can he? Ignaisa laughed. Igniza chuckled. You're quite an interesting child, actually thinking I care about such minor changes in the dragon race. I heard you're only a little over 100? Yes, I just turned 100 not long ago. Oh, back then, Nasod and I didn't dare send children your age to the battlefield. Igniza teased. Unless there's really no fighting force left, many 100-year-old dragons can't even breathe fire properly. It mainly depends on how their parents teach them. Eline thought for a moment. As for me, I actually learned most of the magic in 100 years. That means you're quick to learn and willing to study. Igniza said helplessly. You don't know? How difficult are dragons under 100 years old to raise? Forget teaching them magic or combat skills. Some dragons are 200 years old and still won't listen to you. Tell them to go east, they go west. Tell them to breathe fire, they run to the lake and take a big gulp, telling you they're the water dragon king. As she spoke, Igniza seemed to remember something. Little L, you know those catgirls in the monster forest, right? Most dragons are actually quite similar to catgirls. Curious about the world, active, wanting to try everything, and with a strong rebellious streak. How are you going to teach them magic? Besides, during times of war, most dragons' parents died on the battlefield. They're lucky to live past 1,000. Chapter 757. That day, several uniformed police officers arrived at the classroom door of Class 11, Grade 7 at the 36th Middle School in Shengjing City. Classmates, this morning reading session has been requisitioned by our police station. Speaking in a half-joking tone, one of the officers stepped onto the podium, holding up his badge. My surname is Wu, you can call me Officer Wu. Wow! What's going on? The students below stared wide-eyed at the sight of the police officer on the podium, their faces filled with disbelief. Why are the police here? Did someone in our class do something wrong? Holy crap! Can I record this? Could it be about the theft that happened in our class last time? They caught the culprit so quickly? Look, there seem to be several people outside who aren't wearing school uniforms or police uniforms. Could it be? Seeing the students in the classroom were clearly excited, the homeroom teacher, Li Mingzhi, quickly clapped his hands. Are you all crazy? Talking so loudly with the police here? The police will arrest you all and put you in jail. Haha, disrupting class order and talking loudly in the classroom are just violations of school rules, not the law, so everyone doesn't need to worry. Your heart might get taken away by the police. The officer, who identified himself as Officer Wu, gave a kind smile. However, we still advise all students to listen to their teachers at school. The key to success lies in self-discipline in daily life. Only by abiding by school rules and regulations, and then, by obeying the law in society can one become a successful person. Then, the officer gestured for Liang Kaiyu and two female staff members from the data research team to enter. Let's get back to the main point. You can think of these three as secret detectives from our police station. Without their help, this major campus theft case wouldn't have been solved so quickly. It really was the theft from before. I knew it. Haha, I can finally get my stolen learning machine back. I was almost at level 89 in the magic tower, about to beat it, and then it got stolen. That was incredibly fast. Or does our principal have connections? Amidst the murmurs, the two female staff members on the podium almost simultaneously looked towards little L, then gave her a little L in school uniform is so cute expression. To this, little L could only give them a comforting smile. Noticing the staff member's gaze, Lan Juiyue was instantly filled with curiosity. Classmate, do you know the police officers upstairs? Well, I guess you could say I know them. Those two older ladies often buy me cream puffs and small cakes. Xiao Ai nodded. They always prepare so much food for me every time we meet. I feel a little embarrassed. Really? The police officer upstairs just said. Those three are secret detectives from the police station. You actually know them? Lan Juiyue was even more curious. Can you tell me how you met? Sometimes I stop by their workplace, and that's how we got to know each other. Xiao Ai gave a vague answer, and maybe their company has great benefits. They have an endless supply of cookies every day, so they give me some. Wow, I'm so envious. Lan Juiyue turned to the podium. I wish I could know such big shots. The people you know are already big shots enough. Xiao Ai glanced at her classmate, subconsciously thinking to herself. Today, our secret detectives are going to visit your school to learn from you all and experience your learning in life. After the students' curiosity was piqued, Officer Wu on the podium continued. In other words, they will be just like you all today, attending classes in the classroom as students of Class 11, Grade 7 at number 36 Middle School, eating and chatting together in the cafeteria. Huh? So they're transfer students? No, they're not transfer students. They only be here for 1 day, and all 3 are adults. What kind of transfer is that? Why arrange for 3 adults to come to our class? They're not teachers, and don't need to sit in, and they're not students, and don't need to take exams. It's meaningless. Didn't Officer Wu just say that they're secret detectives? Maybe they're arranged to sit in our class to observe the children up close and gain a deeper understanding of our inner thoughts? I get it. So, it means the kids who stole things from our class before? I knew it must have been people from number 29 middle school. While the students were still chattering about why 3 adults were being brought in to sit in the class, only Xiao Er immediately guessed Liang Kaiyu and the others' intentions. Beijing number 36 middle school, as the first school to implement special psychological counseling courses, is a key research focus for Liang Kaiyu and his team. Even disregarding the unique circumstances of number 36 middle school, as the leader of the data research group, it is indeed necessary for Liang Kaiyu to personally experience the campus life of students in this era. According to statistics, the most severe psychological problems for the vast majority of people occur during adolescence, such as junior high or high school. Most elementary school students are carefree and not yet at the age of maturity. University students have more freedom in their studies and are relatively relaxed. Only during middle school do students face heavy academic burdens, significant pressure from their families, significant mood swings, a stifling school environment, and a higher risk of bullying. It can be said that junior high and high school are a clear microcosm of society. Although Liang Kaiyu's work involves compiling data on social stress and various instability indicators, data is ultimately just data. Even the most authentic data, without on-site investigation, remains cold, hard data to them, lacking genuine empathy. Just like many people in this era like to say, students these days don't have any pressure. When I was a child, I couldn't even afford a dictionary, yet they have so many reference books and still can't get into university. Back in middle school, I walked several kilometers to school every day, and now they have chauffeured cars and still complain about being tired. Kids have food and drink, new clothes every month. How can they be depressed? They must be faking it. As the saying goes, without investigation, there is no right to speak. Xiao Er is very clear about this data change brought about by the changing times. In a game, healers, especially paladins, are most popular during the early stages of the game. Once the early stages are over and everyone has better gear, healers are no longer needed, and everyone focuses on speedruns. Therefore, everyone chooses to form groups with 4 DPS characters and no healer/tanks. At this point, if a healer/tank was hastily built and doesn't bother to improve their DPS or switch to a DPS class, they will become obsolete. Similarly, in the early days of a novel, there wasn't much to read, so any title like The Way of Heaven would attract readers. Later, with the explosion of novels and countless choices for readers, novels like The Way of Heaven, whose plot is unclear from the title, often fail to hold a reader's attention for more than a second before being swiped away. Novels with titles that immediately grab readers' attention, such as My Wife Divorced Me and Gave Me Half of My Cultivation, I Awakened the Heavenly Tao System, are much more appealing. Authors who can't keep up with the times lamenting back then, any title would get readers, or the times are right now are useless. They either need to research trending topics and create catchy titles, or they have to change careers or wait to die. This is a harsh reality. A similar situation exists even on the continent of Eve. As Ignacia said before, back then, they could fight monsters to a standstill using only low-level magical artifacts crafted from 2nd and 3rd tier crystals and basic magic. Now, some unambitious monsters can't even defeat a single human mage. Does that mean that human mage can look down on the dragons of yesteryear? Many people don't understand why so many people have psychological problems in this era, why children are becoming increasingly extreme, or why there's so much pressure on the internet. It's like they can't understand why they could get into university when they couldn't even afford a dictionary, while today's children have tons of reference books, but can't even graduate high school. In short, it's the same situation. Without first-hand observation, one has no right to speak. Well then, please, my secret detectives, take your seats in the back of the classroom. Chapter 758. Ring ring. When the bell rang to signal the end of the morning reading class, and Officer Wu on the podium announced with an authoritative "Get out of class, dismissed," almost all the students in class 11 of grade 7 stood up with a whoosh. That's all for today's legal education class. Goodbye, students. Goodbye, Officer Wu. Goodbye, police officers. Watching the police officers lead the students from Beijing number 29 middle school and the 2 thugs away until they disappeared at the stairwell outside the corridor, The students in the class erupted like tofu being poured into a hot oil pan. Damn! That's exciting. They actually caught the thieves and brought them here to apologize to us. Do the police officers have that right? Theoretically, no, but didn't you hear what Officer Wu said? It was the parents of those people who asked Officer Wu to bring them here to apologize to us. Since the parents said so, they should. No problem, right? What surprised me most was how quickly this case was solved. I read online that the police almost never handle petty theft, or they only intervene randomly. Most theft cases are only mentioned by a convicted criminal trying to get a reduced sentence. It's highly likely our principal has connections. Haven't you heard our principal's story? Why can we eat out, order takeout, and bring cell phones to school? It's because our principal is powerful. I really didn't know our principal had such a strong background. I only heard people say he was quite arrogant when I enrolled. Amidst the noise, little L, as usual, put away his reading books, glanced at the blackboard, and placed the textbooks and reference books for the next class on his desk. Little L in her school uniform. Hee, so cute. The two data research team members behind her were still swooning over little L. Little L, have you had breakfast yet? Yes, I have. Little L turned around. Have you two eaten? Yes, we have. Today's company breakfast was very plentiful, with meat patties, fried eggs, spicy soup, and lots of snacks. One of the staff members took a box of velvet cakes out of her backpack. There's still a lot we can't finish, so Boss Leong asked us to bring it over, saying it could be little L's snack. Are you sure this is can't finish and not specially purchased? Seeing the well-packaged, perfectly sealed box of velvet cakes, still steaming slightly, little L showed a hesitant little glutton expression. On one hand, she knew these were snacks specially prepared for her by the data research team members. It was considered a tradition for them, and she had every reason to enjoy these little cakes. On the other hand, she felt a little embarrassed about always being fed by others, so she hesitated. Little L. Just then, class monitor Yao walked over, getting ready for morning exercises. Wow, what's this? Seeing the little cakes, Yao asked curiously, did you buy these? Aw, no. Little L handed the cake box to Yao, gesturing to Luan Jiayu and Kwang Shirui, the data research team members. These two older sisters bought them. They said they couldn't finish them. Then, Shower said to the two staff members, her name is Yao, she's our class monitor, and also my good friend. Hello, class monitor. Kwang Shirui waved to Yao, from now on, we are also members of class 11, grade 7. My name is Kwang Shirui, nice to meet you. My name is Luan Jiayu. Luan Jiayu then opened the box, took out the cake, and handed it to Yao, class monitor, please try it. Yao gave Shower an inquiring look. Shower just smiled and nodded. Thank you. Taking the two cakes from Luan Jiayu, Yao handed one to Xiao Aier. Let's go, it's time for exercises. Do you two sisters want to join us? We rather not. We completely forgotten how to do the exercises in middle school. It wouldn't be good if we messed them up and our class lost points. Luan Jiayu waved her hand. We still need to coordinate some work with the academic affairs office later. Oh. Yao took Xiao Aier's hand. Let's go then. Okay. After leaving the classroom, Yao ate a small cake while asking curiously, who are they? Does Xiao Aier know them? They're the members of the data research group I mentioned to you before. They're the ones who handed the video over to the police station. Oh. Yao came to her senses. Then they should know Xiao Aier's abilities, right? Yes. Xiao Aier was a little embarrassed. You could tell from how enthusiastic they were towards me earlier. No wonder, I was wondering why they were still offering cakes. Yao suddenly realized. So, it seems the reason the police brought those thieves from number 29 middle school to our class to apologize today was because of them? Most likely. Xiao Aier was a little uncertain. Their group leader must have said something to the police station. After the police caught them, they contacted the kids' parents. Their parents were probably very disappointed in their children, which is why they asked the police to bring the thieves to our school to apologize. No wonder things went so smoothly. We only been filming for a few days, and they already caught them. We have direct video evidence, and afraid we won't be able to catch them. Little L joked, they're just a bunch of kids, their defenses are easy to break down. Just take them to the police station, make them sit in the interrogation chair, scare them a bit, and they confess everything. Little L, may I ask a question that might be a little presumptuous? What question? Well, if we hadn't provided the video footage, and Little L hadn't identified himself, and asked the data research team to go to the police station. Walking with Little L towards the playground, Yao asked curiously, Would this case still have been solved in such a short time? According to the data I found in the back-end database. After the school reported the incident, although the local police station opened a case, they didn't seem to take it very seriously. The probability of solving it within a month was only about 24.8%. So, if Shower hadn't intervened in this case, the things that were stolen from our class would most likely never have been recovered? Not exactly. This is just a preliminary judgment I made based on the personal willingness of the officers handling the case at the local police station and the busyness of their workload. Shower shook her head. Many times, real-life events cannot be inferred from a single condition. For example, I haven't included any variables that could influence the police station's decision here. For instance, our school allows students to bring cell phones, and some students are popular online content creators, ups, or bloggers. These students have a 10%, 20%, or 30% chance of choosing to report on this matter on their channels. If they choose to report it, their blogs and videos also have a corresponding probability of being shared by their followers. After being shared, others who see it also have a chance to like, share, or notify their group members to see what's going on. The sheer number of outcomes that this multitude of probabilities can influence is terrifying. Chapter 759. It was a typical sunny weekend morning. At 7 o'clock in the morning, while the sky was still dimly lit, Little Elle poked her head out of the cardboard box in the living room, as usual. She first glanced at the large balcony connected to the living room, confirming that it was indeed morning, then licked the back of her hand with her little tongue, and then used that same hand to touch her tuft of hair and bangs, quickly tidying her hair. Afterwards, she stretched and jumped out of the cardboard box. It felt another quiet morning. Using her keen hearing to listen for any sounds from Nasta Fafna, Lucinu, and Chio Shio's rooms, Little Elle opened the balcony door, picked up the watering can, and began watering the plants on the balcony. Chio Shio's balcony didn't actually have any particularly demanding plants, just a few bougainvillea plants, some aloe vera, and 2 pots of dragon fruit. However, watering these plants every morning had become a habit for Little Elle. Based on the breathing sounds coming from both rooms, Shower knew that her parents and Lucinu and Chio Xiaoyu wouldn't wake up for at least another hour. Shower knew that Chio Xiaoyu had landed a big job last night, apparently drawing the character's skin for the new mobile game Aquarius Era, which had kept her excitedly working until late into the night. As her best friend, Lucinu naturally had to stay up with Chio Xiaoyu. At least last night, while Shower was resting in the cardboard box in the living room, she frequently sensed Lucinu making ginger tea for Chio Xiaoyu late at night. As for Nasod and Fafner, well, it's still the same as always. Little Elle felt that if she ever had time to write a transformation Yuri novel about this period, the focus would probably be on Nasod, not herself. Could today's breakfast be a little lighter? After watering the plants on the balcony, Little Elle went to the kitchen and checked the food in the refrigerator and cupboards. There were some sweet potatoes, and only enough chicken for a soup. There were also some leftover mushrooms, and a few eggs in the fridge. How about this? The sweet potatoes can be steamed, and the eggs can be made into steamed eggs. With a bowl of warm chicken soup, although it doesn't look like breakfast, it's at least nutritionally complete. Protein, meat, dietary fiber, starch, perfect. Phew. Skillfully, she took the sweet potatoes from the cupboard, washed and peeled them, then used an ice pick to carve them into cat paw shapes. She placed them in a steamer and turned on the heat. After finishing all that, Little Elle spent some time washing the chicken and white mushrooms, adding some salt to a pot to make soup. Finally, she poured all the eggs together, added the appropriate amount of salt and water, stirred well, and put it all in the steamer. She then used pre-prepared egg whites to write Eleni in dragon language on the steamed egg custard. Today's special breakfast was complete. Isn't it the weekend? Do I have to go to school too? To Little Elle's surprise, just as she finished, Nasod, who had woken up sometime earlier, came out of his room, sleepily eyeing the little girl in the kitchen. I made plans with class monitor Yao and some classmates from the next class to go to the park together. Seeing Nasod, Little Elle flashed a bright smile. Dad, so early today? I drank too much water last night. Nasod chuckled wryly. Don't even mention it, your mom. She's a devil. Wow. Sensing Nasod's unspoken meaning, Little Elle teased. So, Dad, have you ever thought about a counterattack or something? A counterattack? Is that even possible? Nasod still seemed a little sleepy. With my current body, let alone fighting back, I feel like even if I turned into a dragon, I might not be able to beat her. And I always feel like I'm not getting enough sleep. That's how it is on Earth. When you come to Earth, your bodies change according to Earth's laws. If you don't turn into dragons, your and Mom's physical strength is already a bit stronger than ordinary people. Little L said, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Sister Ignacia came to see me earlier. Ignacia? Hearing this name, Nasod instantly sobered up. What did she want with you? Chapter 760. Starry Nest is a small group created by Li Qi from Class 10 next door, and it's also the first group chat that Xiao Er actively joined. Li Qi isn't a class leader in Class 10 of the first year of junior high, and her studies aren't particularly outstanding, but she's a very kind person with a good personality, so Yi Yao has a high opinion of her. If you had to say, Li Qi's height is probably the tallest among the four, but only by a little bit. Among Li Qi, Lilia, Yi Yao, and Xiao Er, Li Qi's height is, according to her, 163 centimeters, Lilia's is 161 centimeters, Yi Yao's is only about 155 centimeters, and Xiao Er, including her Ahog, Cowlick, is 143 centimeters, making her the shortest. The reason it's called Starry Nest is because Li Qi herself has a hobby of stargazing. She's a member of the Beijing Astronomical Club, and also worked a summer job for her family for a few months. With the money she earned, she bought a telescope, and after finishing her homework at home, she would use that telescope to look at the stars and record the changes in each star. Of the four, Li Qi was the only one unaware of Xiao Er's true identity. In her own words, I think Xiao Er has a mysterious background. She's probably the daughter of some big-shot entrepreneur. Lilia knew Xiao Er could use magic, but her impression of her wasn't quite at the level of being able to send people to the moon or Mars at will. However, this didn't stop them from becoming good friends and going to the newly opened amusement park in the city together this weekend. I'm at school. Arriving at the gate of Shangjing number 36 Middle School, Xiao Er took a picture of the school and posted it in the group chat, captioning it, "Looks like I'm number 1 today." Soon Yi Yao replied, "Miss Jialan's cat, damn it, it's so good to live close to school. I have to walk 5 minutes after getting off the bus here." Seeing the group name Yi Yao had chosen, Xiao Er was both amused and exasperated. "Gallon L, what the heck is this ID? Miss Gallon's cat, that's right, it's me, I'm Little L's cat." Gallon L, but I never owned a cat before. Miss Gallon's cat, meow, looking pitifully at its owner. Immediately afterwards, Li Qi also sent a message in the group. "Xingqi, you two are showing off your love so early in the morning, right? At Peter Obi Wabi Wabi, come out here, let's show off too." Peter Obi Wabi Wabi, sorry, my heart has also been captured by Gallon. Xingqi, how could this be? The funny conversation in the group made Little L chuckle, and she quickly sent a cute kitten emoji. Gallon L, Xingqi, don't listen to their nonsense, they're all so frivolous. Xingqi, no way, I want to be Gallon's pet too. We already have a cat. So does Gallon like dogs or foxes? Gallon L, cat in shock. JPG as they chatted, Xiuqi sensed footsteps approaching. It was Li Qi. Good morning. Li Qi waved to Xiao Er and looked her over as she stood alone at the school gate. Looks like I'm the second one here. I think Yi Yao should be the last one. Xiao Er smiled. Her house is quite far from here. Not necessarily. It could be Lilia. That girl sometimes procrastinates. Li Qi walked over to Xiao Er, took out her water, and took a small sip. It seemed like there was a strong wind and a little rain in our city last night. How did Jialan sleep? Fine. Xiao Er thought of the cardboard box she usually slept in at Qiu Shio's house. I didn't even notice it was raining outside. Anyway, Xiao Er didn't need rest. Or rather, things like this, simply going out with friends, nothing strenuous, were considered rest for her. Neither her physical functions nor her brain's processing power was at a level where she needed to start up. Chapter 761. The amusement park that Shower and the others are going to today is located inside Lion Mountain Park in Shangjing City. That's right, it's the same park where Shower first came to Earth as the manager of the mysterious river and met Lu Xinyu. Lion Mountain Park is a free park, there's no entrance fee. The amusement park where Li Qi got a discount coupon is inside Lion Mountain Park and was just completed last month. It has many rides that children like, such as a carousel, Ferris wheel, roller coaster, and a fairy tale world. Of course, some of the more thrilling rides require adult supervision for children under 16, so theoretically, Shower's cute little girl team, with an average age of only 12, won't be able to ride many of the rides. Hey, I forgot to mention it on the bus. This is the itinerary I drafted last night. After getting off the bus, at the bustling entrance of Lion Mountain Park, Lychee called everyone to gather on a bench under a large tree and took a notebook out of his backpack. Here's my plan. Since the amusement park tickets have no time limit, we can get in early. After we buy the tickets and get in, everyone see if there's anything you really want to ride. If so, we go queue for that first, or we can see where there are fewer people and go there first. This is a list of all the rides available in the amusement park. Lychee placed the notebook on the chair, pointed to the list, and proudly said, I listed all the rides that require parental supervision. We can't ride any of the ones listed above, but you can ride the ones below as you like, and here are the prices. I also have 10 discount coupons here. You can see where you can use them later. Wow! Lilia's eyes widened. As expected of our Kiki, such a detailed list. Humph, now you know how amazing I am. Last night, I finished my homework at lightning speed, and then begged my dad for ages before he helped me turn on the computer to look up information. Lychee put her hands on her hips. For our friendship, I won't allow myself to be lazy. Impressive. Little Elle was also a little surprised. I don't think I ever been to any of these places. Haven't you been to any of these places, Joan? Lychee was a little surprised. I remember your family is super well off. Your parents must have taken you to an amusement park when you were little, right? Really not. Little Elle shook her head solemnly. From childhood to adulthood, my parents have always taught me to study, to learn martial arts, history, music, and various languages. They definitely haven't taken me to an amusement park. This refers to Elaine's childhood. Of course, there were no amusement parks on the continent of Eve. Even if there were, given Elaine's condition at the time, she could close her eyes and fall asleep at any moment. Naysod and Fafnir wouldn't have taken her to an amusement park. As for her time living on Earth, someone who grew up in an orphanage without parents naturally wouldn't have the energy or money to go to an amusement park. I'm sorry. Little Elle's words left Lychee somewhat at a loss. I thought Jialan was from a very wealthy family and had experienced many things. I didn't mean to say that just now, because I don't know you very well. I only heard it from my classmates. It's nothing. What they said isn't entirely wrong, Lychee. You don't need to apologize. Little Elle smiled. I just rarely went out to play when I was little. My relationship with my parents is still pretty good, and besides, we're already here now. Before Lychee could speak, Yao had already leaned close to Little Elle's ear. Little Elle, you really haven't played these games before? Really not? Little Elle shook her head vigorously. Even the ahog on her head looked questioning. She lowered her voice and said to Yao, you know, there are no amusement parks in this other world. I really don't remember. Yao stuck out her tongue. Little Elle is so down to earth. She feels like an ordinary classmate. I've forgotten you're from another world. You two are whispering and showing off your love again, aren't you? Lychee teased. Don't forget, Yao is still everyone's wife today. Hey! Yao puffed out her cheeks. Since you're all my wings, what's wrong with me showing affection to my own wings? Well, now that you mention it, you're right. You guys, stop fooling around. There are more and more people. If you keep fooling around, we have to queue for tickets. Lilia stood up. I think Chi-Chi's arrangement is fine. We won't go to the rides that require parental supervision. I looked at them, and most of them are roller coasters and pirate ships, which seem a bit dangerous. Okay, then we won't go. Lychee put away her notebook. Then let's do what we just said. Once we're inside, we go and play all the rides we can. If we get tired at noon, we rest briefly in the amusement park's rest area. After we come out in the afternoon, there's a famous barbecue area on the west side of Lion Mountain Park. We can all go there for a barbecue before heading back to school. Is that okay? No problem. Okay, let's go. It's clear that Lychee has a real talent for being a team leader. She has strong management skills and is very good at summarizing and organizing information about a task or project, creating very detailed plans. This is Lion Mountain Park. Yeah, I heard Lion Mountain Park is one of the top 3 parks on the Beijing City Forum's park check-in ranking. Many seniors have a farewell dinner here after graduation. After entering the park, Lychee said to the lush greenery and flowers, many of our seniors at number 36 middle school did this. On the day the high school entrance exam ended, we all came here to take photos, have barbecue, drink our first glass of wine, and then go our separate ways. Yao sighed. I really hope we can be like those seniors. And have a farewell barbecue here. Chapter 762. With Fafnir's arrival, Little Elle and Yao's adorable adventure team immediately became the focus of Lion Mountain Park. Although Little Elle had beautiful long sky blue hair and was exceptionally cute, She was so short that many people saw her from above, leading most to mistake her for a cosplayer. While Beijing wasn't a top-tier city, its cultural tolerance was quite high. Especially recently, with the popularity of Aquarius era, the image of Miss Garland had become widespread, and many streamers chose to cosplay her for their broadcasts to boost viewership. Therefore, when people saw a girl with light blue hair, they assumed she was a cosplayer. Fafnir, however, was different. Fafnir was very tall. As a princess of the Holy Dragon clan, her face gave off a noble young lady vibe. Combined with her beautiful long white hair and elegant Holy Dragon aura, many passers-by were instantly captivated by her. So beautiful. Is she the mother of these children? This lady is so beautiful. My goodness, who is so lucky. I lived for over 30 years, and never liked dyeing my hair, but now I changed my mind. Her white hair is simply stunning. Especially her eyes, they look like they stepped out of a fantasy world. Although Fafnir isn't considered old among dragons, and her human form makes her look more like a young girl than a lady, her deliberately mature appearance today led almost everyone to believe she was the mother of the children around her. Where's the baby's dad? Why isn't he here? Yeah, with such a beautiful mother, I really can't imagine what kind of man would be worthy of marrying her. Isn't their father a bit irresponsible? Leaving the mother to raise 4 children while he sleeps at home? Exactly, men these days are all the same. Hearing the surrounding whispers, little Elle, holding Fafnir's hand, raised her head curiously and asked, Mommy, have you had breakfast? Yes. Fafnir smiled slightly. I know what you want to say. You made those breakfasts in the kitchen, right? Little Elle was a little embarrassed, but Daddy made the noodles. How could she possibly make noodles? Even if you didn't tell me, I could guess. Our good daughter probably cooked the broth, washed the eggs and vegetables, and then that guy was responsible for throwing the noodles into the broth to heat them up, right? Fafnir's expression softened. Someone came to me shyly and said something like, Darling, I made you a bowl of noodles. At first, I was a little surprised, but when I got to the kitchen, I understood everything. Little Elle was even more embarrassed. I was the one who made Dad say that. I didn't expose her. Huh? I didn't expose her then. I finished the noodles with her and said thank you. Fafnir smiled. Then I saw she was still very sleepy, so I told her to go and rest. Dad, she... Hearing this, little Elle lowered her voice. Didn't you get a good rest last night either? What can I do? She's been so alluring lately. Fafnir licked her lips. The once majestic and powerful Dark Dragon King, who dominated battlefields and was considered by countless people as the world's only immortal emperor and superhero, can now only look at you with pitiful eyes after being bullied, saying arrogant things like don't think you won just like that, then hugging her chest and muttering pitifully. Every time I see her like this, I can't help but want to bully her a few more times. Hearing this, Yao and Li Qi almost reflexively covered their ears, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Only Lilia looked shocked, her face full of did I hear something terrible? Fafnir's words also made little Elle a little embarrassed. It's all because I couldn't control this power back then, that's why Dad turned into that. No, in fact, I'm quite satisfied with her like this. Fafnir said sincerely, if possible, it's best not to change back. It's fine as it is. Your dad seems to like this look too. Every time she goes live, people come to praise her, giving her more emotional value than I do. It's just that a few days ago, her live stream was banned for 24 hours because she didn't dress properly. Can a live stream be banned like that? Okay, let's not talk about her anymore. Your dad was really tired last night. Although she really wanted to come along, I think it's better to let her rest a bit. After saying that, Fafnir turned to Li Qi. Do you have any plans for today? Where are you planning to go first? Realizing Fafnir was talking to her, Li Qi quickly took out her notebook from her bag. We were originally planning to see where the amusement park was crowded and go to the ones without queues first. That's a good idea. After quickly flipping through the notebook, Fafnir handed it back to Li Qi. Now that you have parents with you, you can ride whatever you want, right? Really? Li Qi took the notebook. Then I want to ride the roller coaster. Wow, Li Qi, why do you want to ride something so thrilling? Yi Yao's eyes widened. I thought you were the kind of delicate, frail girl. Am I frail? Where do I look frail? Li Qi held up. With her right hand, she made a Popeye pose. I always get full marks in my physical education tests, okay? Li Qi really loves roller coasters, drop towers, and pirate ships. Before, when we went out together, she kept saying she wanted to buy tickets, but the ticket seller wouldn't sell us any because we were under 16. Lilia shrugged. I think it's related to her hobbies. She loves stargazing. Yes, that's right. The reason I want to experience these rides is because they look so similar to celestial motion. Li Qi's face lit up with longing. Imagine, roller coasters are like the interstellar motion of three bodies, drop towers are like gravitational slingshots, pirate ships are like satellite motion. How wonderful. Ah, of course. This is just my personal suggestion. After saying that, Li Qi seemed to remember something and looked at Xiao Yao. We're a team. It can't be just me making the decisions. If Jialan or Yao don't like a certain sport, feel free to say so. If we get 2 dissenting votes, we won't go. What about me? Lilia was dumbfounded. Doesn't my opinion matter? You're my wife, aren't we of one mind? I'm your wife again, you womanizer. How many wives do you have? As many as the stars in the sky. As expected, no womanizer is a good woman. Hey, you can't say that. There are so many stars in the sky. If I didn't fall in love with every one I saw, there's simply not enough time to research them all. Li Qi gave little Elle a questioning look. So, things like roller coasters, pirate ships, drop towers. Are you sure you're okay with that, little Elle? Huh? Me? Little Elle snapped out of her daze. I'm fine with everything. Really? Li Qi seemed a little skeptical. These rides are really thrilling, you know. I heard some roller coasters go over 100 kilometers per hour downhill, and people often faint during live streams. Don't force yourself if you really can't handle it. As for me, little Elle thought for a moment. 100 hours is actually quite slow. A few months ago, I even took 2 kings from different countries on a ride at several times the speed of sound for over 10 minutes, and we almost fell asleep. Chapter 763. Entering the dream world ahead, the first thing that catches the eye is the amusement park signature attraction, and indeed, the signature attraction of almost every amusement park, the carousel. The carousel at Lion Mountain Park seems to be a main attraction, located in the very center of the amusement park entrance, occupying a very large area, with white and blue as the main colors, and a theme similar to unfettered imagination and a castle in a dream kingdom. Of course, since little Elle had never ridden a carousel before, she didn't know what level this one was among carousels, but she personally quite liked it. Is this only for little kids? After entering the amusement park, little Elle looked at the carousel in front of her, her big sky-blue eyes full of curiosity. Even as the manager of the mysterious river, and a god in this world, she still retained a sense of mystery about these childlike attractions. Little Elle had never ridden a carousel before. In her mind, this amusement attraction had always been for little kids, and a little childish? Or perhaps innocent. A long, long time ago, this was definitely more for kids, but aren't we kids now? Li Qi said, taking out her phone to take pictures of the giant carousel in front of her. We can even celebrate Children's Day these past 2 years. That seems to be true. My dad asked me the other day what I wanted for Children's Day this year. Yao walked over to Xiao Yao and whispered, actually this thing. As long as you're not shy, old people, children, boys, and girls can all play on it, especially girls. When I browse forums, I often see many women in their 20s and 30s coming to amusement parks alone to take pictures with their friends on the carousel. Yes, there's no age limit, and the ticket seller is practically begging everyone to come. Li Qi chimed in, by the way, when I was researching last night, I saw that quite a few boys like to ride this, and some even come dressed in women's clothing. Women's clothing? Yes, wearing Lolita fashion, white stockings, chunky-heeled shoes, and cute makeup. You couldn't tell they were boys at all if they didn't speak. They come with friends just to take a picture on the carousel, like those influencer photo opportunities. Li Qi explained, I even did some research, and they said that because their parents never took them to amusement parks when they were little, and even if they did come, it was because boys can't ride this. Letting it slide is a childhood regret for them, so they wanted to come here to make up for it when they grew up. Yao nodded, maybe some places have similar prejudices. When I was little, my parents often said, girls can't play those kinds of sports that look barbaric, hee, like roller coasters, they wouldn't let me ride them. But now that I'm older, they don't care as much. So, there's really no gender or age restriction here. You can play however you want. Li Qi said, then suddenly seemed to remember something and said to Xiao Elle, wait a minute, didn't Yao just say that Xiao Elle is a god of this world? Why does he seem even more ignorant than us? He's never even ridden this before? Is it shameful for a god not to have ridden a rocking horse? During the discussion, Fafner walked directly to the ticket booth at the carousel entrance. I need 5 tickets. Okay, are all tickets for adults? Is there a difference between adult and child tickets? Yes, adult tickets are 25 yuan, and child tickets are 20 yuan. Perhaps it was the first time the ticket seller had encountered a beautiful foreign tourist like Fafner, as she spoke with obvious excitement. Child tickets require the child to be under 14 years old and under 1.6 meters tall. Under 1.6 meters? Fafner turned around and glanced at the group of four, then, 3 adult tickets and 2 child tickets, please. Okay. The ticket seller quickly printed the tickets, handed them to Fafner, and pointed towards the entrance not far away. There are 7 minutes until the next show. Please wait patiently. Thank you. Fafner took the tickets and returned to the group of children. Oh no, so Lilia and I can't buy children's tickets anymore? Li Chi was a little embarrassed, frantically pulling out her wallet. That. It's on me today. Fafner waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need to pay, and handed out the tickets to Yao and the others. Mommy will sit with you in a bit. After handing out the tickets, Fafner ruffled Little Elle's hair. I'm sorry, I didn't have much time to spend with you when you were little. Huh? Little Elle came to his senses. No, that's not true at all. I know Mommy has always been the one who loves me the most in the world. In Little Elle's memory, his mother Fafna was indeed the one who doted on him the most when he was little. Unlike his serious Aunt Ibel and his eccentric father Nasod, Fafna had always been a good wife and loving mother. Although she herself was a princess of the Holy Dragon clan, and Eline was likely not prepared to be a mother at birth, she still gave Eline all her love according to her own understanding. This was also the main reason why Eline didn't do well in dragon history class. With her mother spoiling her, she would sleep when she was tired, and pretend to be sleepy when she didn't want to listen to the lesson, leaving Iber with no choice. However, perhaps due to the different concept of time between dragons and humans, coupled with Eline's special tendency to sleep easily, Fafner and Eline hadn't actually gone out for a real trip together like this in the past 100 years, aside from learning various dragon-related trivia and magic. Galen and Mom, go ahead in a bit. Seeing such a heartwarming scene, Iya took out her phone. We take the photos outside. I do it. Li Chi even brought out a professional camera. I bet these photos will definitely be at the top of this year's top 1 list. Just then, the carousel in front of them slowly came to a stop. Some of the children of live streamers and girls, who had come with their boyfriends, also emerged from the exit, their faces beaming with happiness. Please have your tickets checked before entering. After everyone had left, the staff member at the carousel reopened the metal doors. Children, please have your tickets checked before entering. Let's go! Fafner handed her shoulder bag and sun hat to Li Chi and Yao, and took Little Elle's hand. Let's ensure our precious daughter's childhood is without regrets. Chapter 764. After most people had taken their seats, the giant carousel in the dream world of Lion Mountain Park in Shengjing City slowly began to move. Dingling. On the sky blue carousel, twinkling with lights, Fafner, sitting behind Little Elle, gently pulled the little girl in front of her into her arms. Feeling her mother's warmth and scent behind her, Little Elle's eyes welled up with tears. She remembered her struggles on Earth, the countless nights she stayed up studying, the unfinished cake she had bought for her, the helplessness and confusion she felt when she first opened her eyes in Long Lin and saw Fafner, and the stories her mother told her by her bedside every quiet night when she was a child. Once upon a time, there was a lost little fire dragon. She wandered through the dragon forest and saw a large lizard. The little fire dragon asked the lizard, "Are you my mother?" The lizard was frightened and ran away. The little fire dragon searched and searched until she found a 9-tailed fox. The little fire dragon asked the 9-tailed fox, "Where is my mother?" The 9-tailed fox liked the little fire dragon very much, so she lied to her and said, "I am your mother." The little fire dragon went home with the 9-tailed fox and learned many fox-like spells, such as invisibility, 9-tailed fox fire, and their most proficient charm spell. The little fire dragon always thought she was a fox, until one day, she saw a flock of dragons flying across the sky and asked her fox mother, who had always cared for her, Mommy, what are those?" The fox mother told the little fire dragon, "Those are dragons. You are a dragon like them, the most powerful and proud race in the world." For Eline, the stories her mother told her each morning before she drifted off to sleep were a delicious treat, no less delightful than a small cake. It wasn't until later that she learned Fafner didn't actually know how to tell stories back then. Fafner, a princess of the dragon race, was showered with love and affection by the holy dragons, and wasn't particularly interested in fairy tales. However, after having Little Elle, she almost without hesitation went to the dragon library every day to find storybooks, memorizing one story each day, and then returning to the dragon forest to tell it to Little Elle. This became a unique and cherished childhood memory for Eline. The way dragons treat their dragon babies might be slightly different from humans, but the love they give their children is no less. The winding river flows slowly. The gentle breeze sings. That's in my memory, you holding my hand, climbing together over the flower-covered hills. A moment later, the machine beneath little L completed its warm-up, and the rocking horse began to spin around the blue sky and white clouds in the center. The world I once longed for, why is it a little gray? Is it necessary to have a little imperfection, so that it's perfect? The star's eyes blink and blink, who is laughing at my foolishness in the wind? In the starlight, a familiar melody rang out from the carousel. It was Zhang Hanyun's The Eyes of the Stars. It was a fairy tale-like, very healing song, which little Elle had heard many times in heartwarming scenes. She never imagined that today she could sit in such a warm scene from her memories, bathed in similar music with her mother, embracing happiness together. Chapter 765. When little Elle and her mother Fafner got off the carousel, they found themselves surrounded by a large crowd. Almost all of them were young people, each holding a phone or camera, pointing the lens at little Elle, their expressions almost identical. My God, she really is that cute in person. I always believed the rumors online that Miss Gallen in the video just used beauty filters. So there really are girls this pretty in real life? And her skin is so good. My mind is completely confused right now. I read online that Miss Gallen just looks young and is short, and that in reality she's an old woman who's practiced magic for over 10 years. Now it seems like everyone online is just exaggerating. Can you believe everything you read online? Anyone can go online these days, and all sorts of anti-intellectual opinions are popping up everywhere. Miss Jialan is now confirmed to be a student at Beijing No. 36 Middle School, a transfer student in her first year of junior high. She's a genuine junior high school loli. Yes, a first-year junior high student is only 12 or 13 years old, definitely a loli. To learn such exaggerated magic at that age is absolutely genius. By the way, was that really magic? I'm actually quite skeptical. Walking out amidst a multitude of cameras, seeing so many people discussing her, little Elle was somewhat bewildered. Everyone. Why are you all gathered here? Excuse me. A young man wearing glasses, his backpack adorned with Aquarius-era ornaments and grains, mustered his courage and stepped forward. Excuse me, are you the teacher who cosplayed as Miss Jialan at the Little Bee Comic Con? The Little Bee Comic Con? That was months ago. How can you remember that so long? Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, little Elle thought for a moment. I did cosplay as Ms. Jialan at the Little Bee Comic Con before, but the official cosplayer couldn't make it at the last minute, so I was dragged up. It really is you. Seeing little Elle admit her identity, the bespectacled youth became excited. He hurriedly rummaged through his backpack and pulled out something that looked like Aquarius-era art book, handing it, and a pen to little Elle. Could you sign this for me? I'm willing to pay. Signature? Little Elle was a little embarrassed. I'm not a celebrity. Cosplay is just a hobby. It's okay. In my eyes, you're the cutest celebrity. Okay. Little Elle took the pen. Where should I sign? Just sign here on the cover. Sign my name, or the name of the character in the game? Either is fine. Quickly, with her distinctive lowly handwriting, she signed Gallen L on the art book, then returned the pen and art book to the young man. Actually, for a moment, she really wanted to sign Gallen or Miss Gallen, because signing her real name in this situation seemed a bit inappropriate. But then she thought, signing the character's name seemed a bit too arrogant. After all, the game character was created by so many employees of the game company. Game designers, illustrators, modelers, writers, voice actors, etc., over several months. She didn't have the right to represent a character designed by others. Just like a cosplayer dressing up as the classic game character Laffy at a comic convention, if someone asks for an autograph, the cosplayer can't just sign Laffy, right? That would be even more impolite. Thank you, teacher. Taking the buy in the art book, the young man's face flushed with excitement as he looked at the adorable Gallen L on the cover. Is this your stage name, teacher? Do you have a personal account? I can follow you. No, this is my real name. Little L was a little embarrassed. As for a personal account, I haven't posted any works yet. It's okay, I can follow you first. Perhaps because he genuinely liked little L's cosplay of Ms. Gallen, the young man, despite seemingly having some social anxiety, still bravely told little L, any website is fine. I have a personal account on Misaka Mikoto. Little L took out her phone. My name is Gallen L. Gallen L? Holy crap, you really have a personal account? Hurry up and add her. This loli will definitely become famous. Following her now means you're a longtime fan. As soon as little L finished speaking, almost everyone around her immediately took out their phones and opened their Misaka Mikoto apps. Which L is L? Are you stupid? Search for Gallon. The first result is Gallon L, the one with the cute profile picture. Wow, how does Misaka Mikoto, the website behind the Misaka Mikoto, manipulate its data? There are so many names with Gallon, and this new account with less than 300 followers is ranked at the top? You don't understand, do you? If I were a PUBG Mobile fan site or someone who works with big data, I rank her first too. Everyone knows that Miss Jalan's future popularity is absolutely explosive. After following Shower's account, perhaps seeing that this Miss Jalan seemed easy to talk to, many onlookers immediately crowded around Xiao. Miss Jalan, can I get a stamp? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to call her by her character name? Miss Jalan here refers to her surname. Didn't you hear? Her surname is Jalan. Wow! There really is someone with the surname Jalan. I never heard of that surname before. Miss Jalan, can you help me with an autograph? I'm a 10-year fan. She's probably only been around for 3 months, let alone 10 years. Seeing Xiao immediately surrounded by various passers-by and streamers after getting off the carousel, Li Qi, who was recording the whole scene with a high-definition camera not far away, was dumbfounded. Is our little L really that popular? Yes, he is. Yi Yao lowered her voice. Li Qi, you might not know this because you don't follow the gaming and anime scene, but Jia Lan is incredibly popular online, with one of her videos getting hundreds of millions of views. Chapter 766. Whoosh. Above Lion Mountain Park in Shengjing City, as the ball of light in Shower's hand transformed into specks of blue starlight and spread out, a cool breeze swept by, and goose feather-like snowflakes slowly drifted down. Huh? No, it's really snowing. Girl, you said you could do magic, and I thought you were just joking, but you actually did it? Seeing the white snowflakes falling from the sky, the passers-by who had been focused on Xiao were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the girl who said I can do magic as casually as I'm cute actually used the legendary magic in front of so many cameras. If the blue ball of light she threw out earlier could be explained as some kind of luminous liquid or ice, how could they explain the heavy snowfall now? Shengjing City is a typical southern city, where it rarely snows, even in winter, let alone on a sunny day like this. In other words, the only way to make it snow in the capital city at will, besides some high-tech equipment, is through the legendary magic. Fortunately, Little L's magic was only localized snowfall, which can be explained by there are shills among the crowd, or they must have a partnership with the amusement park. Otherwise, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. The existence of magic in this world is a truly extraordinary thing. Wow! Is it real? It's really snowing. Quick, quick, let's go see what's falling. It feels so cool. Could she really have magic? What are you thinking? How could magic exist in this world? It's most likely a show staged by Little L and the park's organizers, but the effect is undeniably realistic. Seeing the heavy snowfall, many onlookers ran towards the carousel. Meanwhile, Yi Yao, Li Qi, and Lilia, who were already on the carousel, also happened to turn in this direction. Fafner raised her camera, capturing the children laughing happily in the snowflakes. Click, click, click. This can't be real snow, right? It's so cold. It looks real, but I'm from the south and have never seen snow before. Haha, it must be magic. It's definitely magic. What are you thinking? No wonder the carousel here is blue sky-colored. It really creates a beautiful atmosphere in the snowflakes. So beautiful. Looking at the crowd standing under the snowflakes, several bloggers and streamers who had been constantly asking Little L questions showed thoughtful expressions. I think I understand. A moment later, a streamer pointed the camera at himself. I have to say, this was a truly successful publicity stunt. Huh? A passerby next to him asked, puzzled, what did you understand? The principle behind this magic trick. The streamer pointed to the cone above the carousel. See the thing? That's most likely a snowflake launcher. Huh? The passerby's eyes widened. There are snowflake launchers? Hee, there are a lot of things you don't know. With technology so advanced these days, artificial snow is nothing new. The anchor glanced at Xiao Aier, who had returned to Fafner's side, and was taking pictures of Yi Yao and the others with her mother's phone. Think about it yourselves. If this gets popular, who benefits? Definitely the park and amusement park. We post the videos online, and everyone will see how nice the amusement park is and buy tickets. A passerby looked confused. I still don't understand. Can you explain it more clearly? We've been used as pawns, don't you understand? The anchor was exasperated. Their goal is to advertise this newly opened amusement park. The amusement park hired Xiao Aier, prepared a light ball and a snow machine beforehand, and then arranged for several extras to surround her, asking her all sorts of questions, and finally asking her to perform a magic trick. Well, then Xiao Aier just throws the ball onto the carousel starts the snow machine, and it snows from the sky. It's that simple. Watching the snowflakes gradually disappear from the sky, the anchor seemed increasingly. Then we, the unsuspecting onlookers, thought, wow! This girl named Gallon L really knows magic. We excitedly posted the video online, which is exactly what these businesses wanted. Right? I told you so, didn't I? After saying that, the streamer glanced at his livestream chat. Brothers, isn't that right? How could magic possibly exist in the world? I'm not crazy yet. If magic really existed, it would have been monopolized by capital long ago. How could ordinary people like us possibly know about it? Seems that's true. Sigh, that's how capital works. If magic really existed, it would be impossible for ordinary people to know about it. The streamer is amazing. I was just wondering how she did that, and it turns out it's just such a simple magic trick. This little kid already knows marketing? Does that mean the train video at the Beijing Comic Con was also marketing? The beneficiary was the Little Bee Comic Con? Looks like we all been tricked by capital. Seeing the endless stream of agreeing comments on his phone screen, the streamer in the crowd smiled smugly. So you guys are still too young. This society is a dangerous place. Don't let Gallon's cuteness fool you. All those so-called grand magic tricks are just for money. Huh? Wasn't that magic? It was magic too? Of course it was magic. How could there be magic? It was a magic trick that couldn't be simpler. Extras, a hidden snow spray machine, and then Gallon throws a ball onto the carousel. With so many people and props working together, you could do it too. But something still feels off. Do they even have snow spray machines in this world? And the ball Gallon threw really did disappear after flying high into the air. We could just set up a few 3D projectors nearby, suddenly emitting bright lights, and nobody would know where the ball landed. Bro, you don't actually think that was real magic, do you? Oh, don't make me laugh. Meanwhile, at the Beijing Data Research Group, Liang Kaiyu was observing Little L and Fafner through the live streams of several amusement park anchors. I didn't expect Little L to use magic right in front of a crowd, and so many viewers still managed to interpret it as a magic show in collaboration with the amusement park. Seeing several clever broadcasters explaining the principle of snowfall on a sunny day to the camera, Liang Kaiyu was somewhat amused and exasperated. Who would be so bored as to build a so-called snow-spraying machine? And even if such a thing existed, isn't the cost of this advertisement a bit too high? You know what, Luan Jiayu, a female employee in the office, leaned over with a velvet cake in her mouth. His explanation actually makes some sense. Theoretically, if the coordination is good, a similar snowfall scene can indeed be simulated, but it certainly won't be as perfect as Little L's. But there's a major problem here. No one in this world can hire Little L. Chapter 767. As snowflakes gradually fell over Lion Mountain Park in Shangjing City, the battle of the desert giant lizard's nest in the Taklamakan Desert of EP1770 began. We offer our loyalty to the Dragon King, to vanquish all evil in the world, and to drink away all hesitation. Sizing up the desert giant lizard ahead, squad leader Halsey, weapon in hand, stepped forward. Come on. Let this giant show you our bond and courage. For Annuland. For Lady Eline. Relying on the aura of Little L, Halsey, chanting about friendship and the promise of a better tomorrow, charged towards the giant lizard, which was 3 stories tall. Cover Halsey. Behind Halsey, the squad members, also in battle mode, drew their wands and began chanting spells. Originally, the Coyotes mercenary group's plan was simply to explore the desert giant lizard's lair in the Taklamakan region and look for any treasures to take back. However, upon learning that Eline was a dragon, the group immediately changed their mission objectives to slay the desert giant lizard and plunder the treasure within its lair. Eline didn't stop them. She used her mysterious power to summon a special area beneath her, gracefully sat down, and swung her white stocking feet while watching the battle unfold. The desert giant lizard is a mutated lizard that can grow indefinitely, feeding on various small creatures in the desert and consuming an enormous amount of food. This creature is different from dragons. Dragons are semi-elemental beings. They rarely go hungry, don't eat incessantly, and don't cause significant damage to the desert's ecosystem. But the desert giant lizard is different. It needs to eat vast amounts of food every day, easily depleting an entire area of the desert. Basically, in the desert, seeing just one desert monitor lizard is enough to conclude that the surrounding ecosystem is nearing collapse. Therefore, Erin didn't object to Halsey's team temporarily changing their objective. In a sense, the desert monitor lizards here are similar to monsters. They only eat, and eat and eat. Once a juvenile individual grows to a certain size through eating, becoming a powerful life form in the desert, then a monster lizard nest will appear, and it will become the ruler of this area, causing devastating damage to the biosphere near the nest. Roar! Just as Erin, sitting in midair, was about to take a nap in the sunlight, a gust of wind blew by, and the desert monitor lizard, which had been unable to kill Halsey and the others, turned its gaze to the little girl. Little Erin, watch out. Although she knew that Erin's strength was no problem dealing with a small lizard, Yuno still instinctively shouted when she saw the desert monitor lizard about to attack the little girl. At the same time, the desert giant lizard, leaping into the air, opened its massive jaws and spewed out a gigantic fireball. Ugh! In a daze, Erin instinctively tilted her head, letting the fireball graze her hair. Why don't you fight them? Watching the giant lizard leap towards her, Erin landed from the air, gracefully stepping onto the soft sand, hugging her black and white pillow, and stretching. The giant lizard, almost as big as a small apartment building, roared angrily and charged at Erin without hesitation, opening its mouth to unleash a powerful bite, which the little girl easily dodged with a sidestep. Amidst the desert giant lizard's angry yet bewildered gaze, black and white dragon wings slowly unfurled from Erin's back, and dragon horns, symbols of the dragon race, sprouted from her head. Simultaneously, an exceptionally cute, yet undeniably painful, dragon tail emerged from the end of Erin's spine. At this moment, an incomparably powerful dragon breath was released, directly forcing the desert giant lizard to retreat several steps. Roar! However, despite sensing the dragon aura emanating from Erin, the predatory desire in the desert giant lizard's eyes remained undiminished. Its mouth was slightly open, seemingly searching for the little girl's weakness. Dragon breath is ineffective? Seeing that the desert giant lizard was completely unaffected, Erin shook her dragon tail in dissatisfaction. If this were on the continent of Eve, regardless of the circumstances, the mere release of her dragon breath would cause most creatures to kneel in terror, trembling, or even prostrate themselves in worship before Erin. The fact that the desert giant lizard in Eve 1770 was unaffected by the dragon's breath could only mean one thing. The laws of this world were different from those of the Eve continent. It had a using the sword of the previous dynasty to kill the officials of this dynasty feel to it. Looks like I have no choice but to fight. Seeing the desert giant lizard's determined stance, Eline grabbed her pillow, flapped her wings, and flew towards it. Ha! Sensing Eline's killing intent, the desert giant lizard opened its massive jaws in a threatening gesture. However, this cat-like hissing had no effect on Eline. The little girl in midair didn't even need to activate any magic or mystical power. She simply propelled herself to the desert giant lizard's side with a whoosh. The next second, Erin, holding a pillow high in the air, said, "Good night." The seemingly soft and weak pillow struck the desert monitor lizard's head with astonishing force. Boom! The desert monitor lizard, still panting, had no idea what was happening before its massive head was sent flying. Erin's pillow had severed the desert monitor lizard's head. Buzz! In the sunlight, the desert monitor lizard's several-ton head soared through the air, tracing a bizarre parabola, before landing hundreds of meters away at the foot of the wind-eroded mushroom-shaped mountain. A large amount of blood gushed from the headless desert monitor lizard's neck. The desert monitor lizard slumped to its knees with a thud, then slumped to the side, twitched a few times, and remained motionless. Wow! Seeing that Erin had defeated the invincible powerhouse here with a single move, just like before, Halsey, who had rushed over, swallowed hard. It's over just like that? Yeah, these little lizards are only considered level 4 magical beasts at most in our world. Erin nodded. Why don't you all go to the lizard's lair and see what you can get? Then Yuno trotted over. Little Erin, are you leaving? They had rested together all night, and this morning, little Erin had told the team that she would leave this world after defeating the lizards. After all, to the world of Eve 1770, Erin was merely a traveler, or rather, an observer. She came to Eve 1770 not only to relax since she had nothing to do lately, but also to broaden her horizons, and see what human societies in other worlds were like. As the manager of the Mystic River, Eline felt obligated to familiarize herself with every world within it. Therefore, when she saw the desert giant lizard being sent flying with a pillow, Yuno felt an immediate and intense sense of reluctance. Although they had only known little Elle for less than 2 days, the adorable smile and incredibly cute personality of this little dragon girl had left a very deep impression on everyone. Well, I'm going to the next world now. Little Elle turned around and nodded, giving Yuno a smile that revealed her little tiger teeth. Is there anything else you want to say, Sister Yuno? Or is there anything you need? Like a powerful magic staff that can one-shot a dragon or something? Faced with Little Elle's sincere gaze, Yuno hesitated for a moment. Can I hug you one last time? An hour later, Erin passed through the spatial portal and arrived at Qiu Xiu's cottage. Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaoyu. Following the scent to the dining table in the living room, Erin waved her little hand at the two who were feeding each other. We meet again. Didn't you go to the amusement park? Oh wait, this is Dragon King Erin. Lu Xinyu almost didn't react. She looked at Erin's dragon wings and tail with interest. Speaking of which, I think this is the first time I've seen Erin in her dragon girl form? I just fought with a lizard from another world. After making herself a bowl of chicken noodle soup in the kitchen, Erin returned to the table and sat down. You're up so early today? I can't figure out that project Xiaoyu took on. I've been having insomnia. Lu Xinyu said helplessly. It's the project for Miss Jiaolan's new skin. Huh? Erin raised her head. The game company asked the artist to draw the character art for the new skin. Don't they just give the character design and requirements? That's why the fee for this project is so high. Xiaoyu sighed. They let me do whatever I want, but I'm worried I won't do a good job. If the skin doesn't look good when it's released, everyone will criticize me. Not only do they give the character design and requirements to the artist, but they also wait for the artist to finish drawing the model before they start? Erin was even more confused. Is this game company really not involved? I guess they probably know we live with you. So they just dumped the character design task on us, or maybe they don't even dare to design it themselves. Lu Xinyu shrugged. Now that Miss Jiaolan's popularity has been boosted by Little Elle, the game company is probably afraid of taking the blame. After all, you know the current internet environment. If a new skin isn't done well, the art, modeling, and playing teams will be criticized mercilessly. They might even have their personal information exposed and be cyberbullied. So they simply went all out and dumped the design responsibility on Xiaoyu. Because everyone at the anime convention knows you, and we're good friends, no one dares to say anything if Xiaoyu designs it. It feels like they made a mistake. Erlini said helplessly, but I can understand. Right? So Xiaoyu has been having a headache these past few days, and even considered drawing it based on Little Elle's school uniform style. A school uniform style skin is fine too, that way everyone won't feel pressured to cosplay. Chapter 768. After breakfast, Erlini made some simple modifications to the large suitcase Xiaoyu had given her. She reinforced it slightly with mysterious power, and tied a handmade bow in the center. Thus, a nearly indestructible and incredibly cute little Erlini's home was complete. For aesthetic purposes, besides the bow, little Erlini added some details to the suitcase. For example, she wrote Erlini in dragon language in the center, or pasted on some handmade stickers that Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu didn't want, and even used high-grade gemstones from Longlin to decorate the surface. At its final stage, Xiaoyu's suitcase was almost unrecognizable from its original form. It didn't even look like something produced in an Earth factory. Its appearance was more like a magical device from another world. So Little Elle is a master blacksmith. The glittering bow-tie suitcase in the living room instantly caught the attention of Xiaoyu, an artist. The girl examined the artwork before her, asking curiously, what attributes would an item like this typically have in a game? Indestructible, increases ice damage, increases water damage, increases spell casting speed, increases final damage, and... Eline examined the magic crystal on the suitcase, thinking for a while, there should be other effects, but Little Elle isn't here, so I can't see the specific values clearly. Actually, when decorating the suitcase, Eline hadn't categorized it as a weapon. Who uses a suitcase as a weapon? For Erin, the suitcase was more like a makeshift camper van, allowing her to crawl inside and sleep whenever she got tired while traveling in this other world. Anyway, Erin was wearing a nightgown, and the suitcase was so big that she could sleep very comfortably inside by simply curling up. So, when she used her mysterious power to modify the suitcase, she basically went for the most aesthetically pleasing look. Those Tier 6 and Tier 7 gems had only one purpose: decoration. As for the gems' inherent bonuses, increased elemental damage, faster casting animations, increased maximum mana, etc., they were merely secondary to Erin. Is Little Elle planning to take this suitcase on a trip? A little while later, Lu Xinyu, having finished washing the dishes, returned to the living room. Seeing the suitcase, she was somewhat surprised. It's quite cute. It has the feel of an otherworldly artifact. Yes, I plan to take it to other worlds. Eline recalled her experience in EP 1770, That way, if we encounter any danger, we can hide. Encountering danger in another world, that's actually unlikely. For Li now, although her strength isn't as exaggerated as Little L's, her true form is indeed a dragon capable of using mystical powers. The kind of danger that could threaten Eline wouldn't be protected by this suitcase, and the danger the suitcase could protect against wouldn't need to be. The biggest reason she wanted to travel with the suitcase was that Eline liked this sealed, enclosed environment. There's a feeling of a little suitcase, a peaceful retreat. Otherwise, she can't just lie down anywhere whenever she gets sleepy in another world. Otherwise, when she wakes up again, she'd probably be dragged back by some mercenary group like a kitten. It's decided. Perhaps seeing how cute Irini looks lying in the suitcase, Chiao Xiaoyu made a snap decision. Little Irini's new skin will be designed based on this. Dragon girl form, black and white hair, dragon wings, dragon tail, dragon horns, and this? A suitcase. Walking to Irini's side, Chiao Xiaoyu took out her phone and snapped several photos of the large suitcase, which was only vaguely recognizable as a suitcase. A black and white-haired dragon girl swinging a suitcase at people. This design is definitely unique. Is this really okay? Lu Xinyu asked with some concern. Using a suitcase as a weapon, it feels like it would have a huge impact on skill effects and weapon modeling. It's a test. That's not something I need to worry about. The client made things difficult for me first, so I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Chiao Xiaoyu revealed a cunning expression. Weren't you supposed to design the character? Humph, I designed it this way. Let the art team, modelers, UI designers, skill designers, and planners work overtime. The dark side of Xiaoyu is terrifying. Lu Xinyu wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. I feel like if we do it this way, it won't just be the art and modeling team that will have to work overtime. The PR department will also have to work overtime. Players might not be able to accept such a drastically different style of skin. So what? I played several games before that had jitter-swapped skins. Little L is just a different race. Chiao Xiaoyu confidently stated. Besides, Shower is a dragon girl, so if they put pressure on us, we have a way to handle it. Erlini yawned slightly. So, Xiaoyojia, have you decided? I decided. I want the dragon girl skin. Chiao Xiaoyu nodded. I don't care how the cosplayers design the props, as long as our Shower can perfectly recreate it. Lu Xinyu chimed in. It feels like only Shower can cosplay this skin. Then let's go record a skin demo, and then Xiaojia can just pick a clip to draw as the original artwork. Erlini picked up her suitcase, and casually opened a portal to the dragon forest. Chiao Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu quickly followed. I feel like when this skin comes out, the internet will be in chaos again, with all sorts of flame wars flying everywhere. Then, when Xiao releases the cosplay video, a whole bunch of people will delete their accounts and run away. Arriving at the Crystal Palace in the center of Dragon Forest on the Minar continent, Erlini tried using wind magic to lift her suitcase, pretending to use telekinesis to control a prop, and wave the suitcase a few times. Feels perfectly fine. After getting used to the feeling of waving the suitcase, Erlini nodded to Chiao Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu. We can start anytime. In the setting of the game Aquarius era, Miss Jialan is a traveler from another world, and her weapon category is magical device. Unlike traditional weapons like swords, gauntlets, and firearms, the design of magical artifacts in the game is incredibly free. You could call a magic orb a magical artifact, a staff a magical artifact, or even an orange, a bottle of soda, or a cell phone a magical artifact. All are acceptable. Similarly, the suitcase that Eline uses to sleep in could also be considered a magical artifact. It all depends on how the game's modelers decide to design it. I'm all ready too. Seeing Irini standing on the ice crystal path outside the Dragon Forest Crystal Palace, Chiao Xiaoyu quickly pointed her phone camera at the little girl and started recording. By the way, when we get back, can I edit the video, add some special effects and music, and redesign it? Sure. Irini nodded. If you like it, Xiaojia, no problem at all. Little L really doesn't have any airs of a dragon king or a god. Lu Xinyu also started recording on her phone, sighing. Every time I come here, I can hardly believe that this is where the most powerful dragon king in this other world usually lives. You see, Lu Xinyu and Chiao Xiaoyu are just ordinary people. They don't have any special backgrounds. One is an author, the other an illustrator, both very ordinary professions. Their relatives and friends aren't anything special either. Lu Xinyu even has very few relatives left, yet she knows a god like Little L. Whenever this is mentioned, both of them find it incredibly unbelievable. What they found even more incredible was that both Little L and Little L had such kind personalities that they didn't seem like gods at all. The Crystal Palace in Dragon Forest is both the residence of Arini and the central hub of the strongest power organization in this other world. However, Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu, two ordinary people, have somehow gained the right to freely enter and exit this place. Even little Arini occasionally invites them to Dragon Forest, just like friends inviting each other over, very relaxed and casual. Maybe if I edited up some videos I filmed at the Crystal Palace and posted them online, people would comment, "Your background is so fake." Thinking this, Qiu Xiaoyu noticed that Arini had begun her skill demonstration. Normal attack, heavy attack, special skill, passive skill, combination skill, ultimate skill. Following her own understanding, Arini repeated Ms. Jialan's skills several times in front of the cameras of two phones. She also added some dragon-related elements, combining dark and light elements to make the skills look incredibly special effects packed. Swish, swish, swish. Boom! After demonstrating all of Ms. Jialan's skills in one go, and recording a 20-minute special effects video with Qiu Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu, Erlini finally placed the box that had been floating in midair onto the ground. Is that about right? Yes, absolutely perfect. Qiu Xiaoyu carefully saved the recording. I go back and work all day to make this skill demonstration video, then have Xiao Er post it on her personal account. It definitely go viral. Thanks for your hard work. Erin yawned again. Then I'll go sleep in another world first. Go to another world. To sleep? Yeah, I always need to travel around, but I also want to sleep, so I can only do this. Sleep while traveling around. With that, Erin opened a portal to the Mystic River. Goodbye, Sister Xiaoyu. Goodbye, Sister Xiaoyu. Oh. Goodbye. Watching Erin leave, Qiu Xiaoyu and Lu Xinyu almost simultaneously glanced at the Crystal Palace ahead. She really trusts us. Arriving at the Earth teleportation point of the Crystal Palace, standing at the entrance of the portal, Qiu Xiaoyu was filled with emotion. I always wanted to complain, the largest dragon forest and palace on the Eve continent. Yet we two ordinary people can come and go as we please this. It shows that Xiao truly considers us friends. Lu Xinyu reluctantly took out her phone and snapped several more photos of the Crystal Palace. No matter how many times I come here, I always say, it's so beautiful, like a dream. Perhaps this is the confidence of a god. Qiu Xiaoyu joked, maybe she can use some kind of divine power. To see our underlying code or something? Hee, who knows? But I still tend to think it's just that Xiao is too kind. Lu Xinyu took Qiu Xiaoyu's hand and walked into the spatial portal. Let's edit that video together. I learned editing and special effects when I made the hand-drawn animation for my novel before. Let's work together to make the video as beautiful as possible, and not let Xiao down. Okay, let's go. On the mysterious river side, Erlini, carrying a large suitcase, also found a suitable world among the stars where she could travel while sleeping. There are many worlds in the mysterious river, like stars in the sky. Theoretically, not all worlds here have civilization, and not all worlds with civilization have intelligent beings that look like humans. But because there are so many worlds here, almost infinite, with so many possibilities, Erlini can directly filter out worlds that have intelligent civilization and whose intelligent beings look like Earthlings based on her perception. Her current target is precisely this type of world. As for those barbaric worlds without intelligent civilization, or worlds where intelligent beings look particularly strange, Erlini plans to explore them after she has grown stronger. Chapter 769. Lion Mountain Park Amusement Park, Shengjing City. As the carousel slowly came to a stop, Xiao and Fafner immediately went to the exit and returned their backpacks and other personal belongings to Yao, Li Qi, and the others. Did it just snow? It's so beautiful. Li Qi took the backpack, her face flushed. This is the first time I ever seen snow in Beijing. And it's broad daylight. So many people are taking pictures of us. Is it some kind of little Easter egg in the venue? Yao, who knew Xiao's abilities, wasn't surprised. I guess it's Xiao's doing. Those people insisted I perform a magic trick. Xiao said helplessly, I had no choice but to make this area snow a little. It just add to the music and atmosphere of the carousel. Make this area snow a little? Localized snowfall? Xiao's words left Li Qi completely dumbfounded. Wait, what kind of ability is this? Can it really make a localized area snow? This ability is practically a god's, Li Qi thought instinctively. With current human technology, artificial rain and snowfall are theoretically feasible, but they require the assistance of modern technology. For example, using rocket launchers to propel snow-inducing agents like silver iodide into the clouds to stimulate snowfall. This level of artificial snowfall is not only costly, but the affected area is also not necessarily controllable. At least, an ordinary person couldn't possibly confine the snowfall area to the center of a carousel track. So how did Little O manage to do it? So this is a magical ability. Little L is a god of this world. Seeing that Li Chi still hadn't reacted, Yao quickly explained, if Li Chi still doesn't quite understand what abilities gods have, just imagine Little L as an omnipotent being. Omnipotent. It means he can do anything. As they were talking, the crowd not far away seemed to have noticed Little L, and immediately ran over with their phones and cameras. Gallon, would you mind being interviewed? How did you manage that localized snowfall just now? Was this a joint advertisement between you and Lion Mountain Park Amusement Park? The noisy crowd quickly pushed Li Chi, Yao, and the others out of the way. Faced with this, Thafner led the children to sit on small chairs nearby and gave them some juice. Wait a little while, she said. Human curiosity is always so strong. Human curiosity? Li Chi was completely dumbfounded. Isn't Jialan's mother human? No, I'm from the dragon race. Thafner took a small sip of pineapple juice and sighed. It was the same when I and several elders from Dragon Island came to the Human Academy, Minar Magic Academy. None of us had ever seen a dragon before, and when we arrived, a huge crowd gathered in the square. She then looked at Little L, who was surrounded by the crowd. But the situation here seems even more terrifying than on the Eve continent. It probably wouldn't have been like this 30 years ago. Yao thought for a moment. I heard my dad and the others say that 30 years ago, our society was much more peaceful. If an elderly person fell, someone would help them up. If someone needed help, a whole bunch of people would lend a hand, and no one would smoke or make noise in public places. It's different now. Now, traffic equals money, Lilia chimed in. Actually, what you're experiencing here, our country went through 70 or 80 years ago. If Little L is a god, she should be able to handle it, right? Li Chi asked, sipping her juice while glancing worriedly at Little L in the crowd. In short, those people seem a bit crazy. Jialan, what was that snow about just now? Among the crowd, the reporter closest to Shower, holding a microphone from Shanjing TV, exuded the strongest aura. He directly shoved the microphone to Shower's mouth. We heard from some anchors that this was a collaborative performance between you and the owner of the amusement park at Shirshan Park, intended to advertise the newly opened amusement park. Is that true? No. Facing the enthusiastic gazes of the surrounding crowd, Shower simply shook her head calmly. That was just an impromptu performance. No one wanted me to perform. A little magic trick? You mean? The reporter blushed deeply. The snowfall just now was magic? Not a magic show? Little L nodded. It was magic. Really not a magic show you did in collaboration with the amusement park owner? Don't you know each other? No. But that doesn't make sense. Magic doesn't exist in the world, and you had no reason to perform so-called magic for the audience. If you didn't collaborate with the amusement park owner, why would you actively create hype here? Because someone wanted me to perform. Perform a magic trick. Little L said matter-of-factly, so I just improvised. I don't know the owner here, and I didn't intend to boost the amusement park's popularity. Of course, judging from the results, its popularity has indeed increased. Judging from the results, the beneficiary is still the owner, so you. What the hell are you asking? Do you have any journalistic ethics? At this moment, a man next to him couldn't stand it anymore and directly took the reporter's microphone aside. If you can't conduct an interview, then stay out of the way. There are so many people waiting around. Chapter 770. On the boundless Black Sea, a crystal sailing ship billowing thick smoke struggled against the giant waves. A massive three-headed dragon could be seen following behind the ship, which flew a black and white clown flag. The dragon was about 30 meters long, its body covered in hard, blue scales. It was the Azure Profound, a super magical beast classified as level 5 in the area. At this moment, torrential rain poured down, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Several crew members stood at the stern of the crystal sailing ship, turning the giant cannon, loading and firing crystal shell after shell. Boom 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 boom. Turn left 3.5 units. Turn left 3.5 units. Armor-piercing shell, altitude 6.8. Aptitude 6.8. Fire! Boom! The giant cannon on the crystal sailing ship opened fire on the three-headed dragon. These specially crafted magic crystal shells traced arcs in the darkness, carrying the crew's burning rage as they hurtled towards the Qixin, bursting into fireworks across the night sky. Boom 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 boom! The specially made magic crystal shells exploded, blasting the three-headed dragon into a series of mournful howls. The rain intensified. Through the rain curtain, several bolts of lightning lashed down the night sky, seemingly offering nature's lament for tonight's battle in the middle of the sea. Captain! Magic crystal armor-piercing shells are ineffective against enemy targets. The Nautilus's engine is severely damaged. Qin Xian is preparing to unleash Quantum Death Ray. Everyone! Form defensive formation immediately. No! We can't hold on. When Remo opened her eyes from her unconsciousness, the sky was already beginning to lighten, and the terrifying level 5 magical beast Qin Xian had vanished. The blonde little girl, clutching her dizzy head, struggled to sit up from the beach, forcing herself to look towards the distant harbor. Sir, we are from the Fool's Theater, from Tenebris. We are here at Her Majesty's invitation to attend your country's Omnic Festival. We are not suspicious individuals. Under the watchful eyes of several guards at Edelstein Port, Captain Kaya of the Notre Dame raised his hands in surrender. We have declared our presence. Her Majesty should have the corresponding record. The Fool's Theater? Kaya's words caused the guards to exchange glances, and then one of them noticed Remo lying on the beach in the distance. Is that little girl one of yours too? Oh yes. Kaya looked towards Remo. Her name is Remo, the first mate of the Notre Dame. After speaking, Kaya gestured with his eyes towards the Notre Dame, which was now stranded on the beach, billowing thick smoke. Last night we encountered the level 5 magical beast, Qin Xian. The attack severely damaged the ship, preventing us from entering the port designated by your country as agreed. We are truly sorry. You, go and verify these people's information. Giving a glance to his subordinate, the captain of the guard slowly walked towards Remo. Is this all you have? Our fool's troop consists of 7 people. Last night, in the battle with Qin Xian, 2 were seriously injured and 3 were slightly injured. The injured have all been sent to your country's hospital for treatment. Captain Kaya followed the captain of the guards. The whereabouts of these people are recorded. Your first mate. The captain of the guard walked up to Rima. You chose such a young child? Sir, don't let her age fool you. She's incredibly talented. I rescued Rima from the sea when she was 6, and she's lived on the Nautilus for 7 years now. She knows the Nautilus very well, Kai explained. Besides, she's also a fool, just like me. Oh! Upon hearing the word fool, the captain of the guard noticed the golden rhombus-shaped gem embedded in Rima's right hand. No wonder she survived the attack of a level 5 magical beast. Yes, yes. Kia nodded repeatedly. So, everything's alright on our end, right? Everything's alright. The captain of the guard turned to the stranded Notre Dame. What do you plan to do with your ship? We plan to have the workers at Stars and Harbor help repair it. Given the extent of the damage, it should take at least half a month to complete the repairs. Kia secretly slipped a gold coin to the captain of the guard. Please bear with me for the next 2 weeks, sir. Not bad, quite good at handling people. The captain of the guard pocketed the gold coin. All right then. I'm all set. You, take care of the wounded, and pack your things. Turning to leave, the captain of the guard pointed to a cute suitcase with a bow behind Rima. Those are your things, aren't they? Pack them properly. Don't leave them lying around. Huh? Oh. Even though she didn't know when the suitcase had appeared, Kia gave Rima a go-get-it look. Take care, my lady. Watching the guards of Edelstein leave, until they disappeared from sight, Rima, carrying the suitcase, showed her displeasure and said to Kia, You just let me faint here without even checking on me. Ha ha ha, who told you to be? Where's the fool? Kaya turned around with a smile. That suitcase isn't ours, is it? No. Rima nodded. It probably fell from a nearby merchant ship. That's strange. We should be the only stranded merchant ship around here. Kaya walked over and examined the suitcase in Rima's hand. What's inside? I can't open it. Rima shook her head. It's very heavy, probably over 30 kilograms. I don't know what's inside. It's probably clothes or blankets. Kaya put his hands on his hips. Haha, it can't be a person, can it? I don't know, but I can vaguely sense something unusual inside. It shouldn't be just clothes. Rima handed the suitcase to Kaya. Why don't you take a look? You keep it. I need to check on our ship. Are the props still there? We can't delay the rest of the performance. Chapter 771. Because they were recognized by numerous passers-by and live streamers, Shower and her group's weekend amusement park plan didn't go smoothly. They originally planned to experience the legendary carousel, supposedly a bit childish for little kids, but just right for college students, take some photos, then head straight for the roller coasters and pirate ship, trying out all the most thrilling rides at the Dream World amusement park, and finally have a barbecue together at the Lion Mountain Park before heading home. However, because so many people wanted to take photos with Shower and Fafnir, The children were interviewed almost everywhere they went. With the sun about to set, and them having only experienced a third of the Dream World's attractions, they had to change their plans, abandoning the remaining rides and heading straight to the Lion Mountain Park barbecue area. Hello, sections 42 and 43, 2 barbecue sets, thank you. After the children found their seats at the barbecue area, Fafnir went to the service area to scan a QR code, pay, and receive 2 barbecue sets. Although the daytime experience was less than pleasant due to the constant harassment, the barbecue service at Shershan Park was excellent. It wasn't crowded at this time, and Xiao Yao and the other children quickly found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. The barbecue area is located deep in the woods within the park, reportedly with 200 spots, each accommodating about 5 people. Visitors simply need to inform the service area of their chosen spot and purchase the necessary barbecue equipment. Unlike other parks in Shengjing City, Shershan Park's barbecue area doesn't charge a fee. Visitors can bring their own barbecue tools and ingredients, or rent them at the service area, as long as they follow the park's regulations and don't disturb others. I'm so sorry, because of me. It affected everyone's experience today. At barbecue area number 43, after setting up the rented barbecue equipment with Fafnir, Little L, seeing Li Qi and Lilia, who were clearly still enjoying themselves, asked somewhat apologetically, "What would you like to eat?" Or, "Are there any dietary restrictions?" Little L, there's no need to apologize. I'm sure everyone is okay with it. We had a lot of fun today. Li Qi said, while helping to put charcoal into the grill. I don't have any dietary restrictions, but I personally like meat, especially lamb. I don't really like offal. Lilia thought for a while. Like pig intestines, pig liver, pig kidneys. I can't eat those, especially pig penis. My dad once made me eat it, and when I asked him what it was, he told me I'd rather drink 2 bottles of vodka than eat it. Indeed, I don't really like eating offal, at least not for barbecue. Yi Yao thought for a moment, then how about we skip the offal and get more beef, lamb, or vegetables? What vegetables does everyone like? Corn. Eggplant. I like chives and water spinach. Okay, I noted them down. I also get a little of each seasoning. Fafnir quickly jotted down a few notes in the small notebook she'd taken, then looked at Little L. My dear daughter, why don't you wake your dad up? She should be awake by now, so we can eat together. Oh right, we can also ask Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu if they want to come. At Fafnir's suggestion, Little L looked around to make sure no one was watching, then casually opened a spatial door to Nasad's room, poked her head inside, and knocked on the door. Dad? Li Qi had just picked up her water bottle to drink when Xiao El suddenly opened the spatial portal and poked her head inside, causing her to spit out all the water in her mouth. Wait, are you serious? Seeing Xiao El with half her body sticking out and the other half inside, Li Qi instinctively moved closer and tried to put her little hand into the portal as well. Then, when she saw her hand disappear into the center of the dark purple door, Li Qi felt her brain freeze. The other side of the door is Dad's room. Sensing the movement beside her, Xiao El pulled back and explained to Li Qi, this is called a spatial portal, or a spatial rift, a void portal, whatever you call it, because I haven't given it a formal name. The principle is to use mysterious power to connect 2 places in space, like a wormhole in science fiction. To make it easier for Li Qi, an astronomy enthusiast, to understand, Xiao El specifically used the term wormhole. A spatial portal? Mysterious power? Li Qi was clearly still reeling from the shock. What is going on? Perhaps to ensure a pleasant experience for visitors at the barbecue area and prevent smoke from spreading everywhere and bothering others, the Lion Mountain Park management had separated each barbecue spot quite a distance apart. Therefore, no one noticed Xiao Ai's situation, nor did anyone see the spatial portal that had opened in front of Li Qi. At this moment, everyone was either busy barbecuing or chatting with their companions. Furthermore, Xiao Ai's spatial portal was very well concealed, so even though it was openly floating in midair, it went unnoticed by anyone. Little L and I went to the moon, Mars, and Pluto like this before. Seeing Li Qi completely stunned, Yi Yao quickly leaned close to her ear and said, didn't we just discuss this? Just think of Little L as an omnipotent god. An omnipotent god, going to the moon and Mars. Yi Yao's words quickly brought Li Qi back to reality. After understanding the truth, this star-loving girl's eyes instantly lit up, and her gaze towards Little L became somewhat strange. That. Jialan. Classmate, no, Lord Jialan. Alright, I know what you want to say. Little L smiled slightly. If you're free tonight or tomorrow night, we can organize a space trip. After all, our group is called Starry Nest. Just then, Nasod came out of the room from the other side of the space portal. What's wrong? Dad. Little Elle poked her head back into the space portal. We're getting ready for a barbecue. Do you want to come? Mom's here too. Dad? This title left Yao, Li Chi, and Lilia all looking puzzled. Wasn't the person speaking from inside the space portal a girl? Why was little Elle calling her dad? A barbecue? Now? Hearing the words Mom's here too, Nasod seemed a little surprised, but she quickly recovered. Oh, you finished your trip today? Yes, we're getting ready to have a barbecue and then come back. Little Elle went back into the house through the space portal. I'm going to find Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaoyu. Arriving at Qiu Xiaoyu's room, Xiao gently knocked on the slightly ajar door. Sister Xiaoyu, Sister Xiaoyu, we ordered barbecue at Lion Mountain Park. Want to come and eat with us? Barbecue? Oh no thanks. You guys eat. I'm planning to go out to eat with Xiaoyu tonight. Qiu Xiaoyu quickly opened the door. Shower, you're just in time. We just finished the demo video for that skin. See if there's anything else that needs changing. Or, how about you add some dialogue to the video? It's done already? Shower was a little surprised. So fast. Humph, don't underestimate the bond between Xiaoyu and me. For any project we collaborate on, our efficiency absolutely crushes professional teams. Leading Shower to the computer in the room, Qiu Xiaoyu opened the video file on the desktop. Soon, a near-perfect Miss Jialan Dragon Girl Limited Edition skin demo video appeared on the screen. The video showcases the character's basic attacks, heavy attacks, special skills, passive skills, combo skills, and ultimate skills. It's incredibly well made, with perfect camera work, editing, background music, and special effects. While it may not rival professional game development PVs, it's excellent for a personal skin introduction video. If I had to point out a flaw, it would be that Elline didn't speak while using her skills, requiring little Elle to add a few lines. Chapter 772. Another World, Edelstein City. Star Sand Port. Inside a hotel, at the insistence of the patrolling guards, Kaya and Rima used their room cards to open the door to their room. Sir, this is the room we just rented this afternoon. There really aren't any contraband items. Leading the two patrolling guards into the room, Kaya said in a somewhat aggrieved tone, We're from the Fool's Troop. We perform in Edelstein almost every year at the Mechanical Festival. I think you misunderstood something. I know. One of the patrolling guards impatiently interrupted Kaya. We're just following orders. Someone reported you for possessing suspicious items. I need to see your room. Let me see your room card and ID tags. Kaya handed over his and Rima's Edelstein ID tags. Kaya. Rima? What's your relationship? We both work on the same ship. The Nautilus. I'm the captain, and she's the first mate. I'm asking about your relationship. The guard pointed to the mechanical registration device in his hand. I need to fill out a form. Oh. Kaya suddenly realized, Rima is my adopted daughter. Rima? 13 years old, adopted daughter. As he spoke, the guard noticed the golden crystals on Kaya and Rima's hands, and instantly showed a respectful expression. You two are. Kaya explained, Rima and I are both fools. We worship the god of joy. Not bad. Regardless of that, it's the first time I've seen a child so young gain the approval of the star god and become a star mage. The guard returned the identification tag to Kaya, his previous arrogance gone. Let me check your room. Is everything alright? He then pointed to the camera hanging around his companion's neck. We're recording the whole thing. If you have any problems, you can raise them with the Edelstein Security Bureau. No problem, we cooperate. Kaya gestured towards the room. Please, sir, make yourself at home. Does this little girl usually dress like this on stage? The guard first noticed Rima's attire. Does she dress like this when she's not performing? You could say Rima dresses like this most of the time. Kaya gestured for Rima to come forward, showing her red and white outfit, a mix of clown costume and Lolita dress. He lifted the large skirt and helped straighten the big bow on the little girl's head. Rima is a very talented acrobat in our troupe, and this is her favorite outfit. Oh, it is quite cute. The guard entered the room and glanced at the props on the floor. What about these? Are they all for the performance? Yes, these are props for the Mechanical Festival in a few days. Kaya came to the open space in the center of the room and introduced. This is a prop for walking on the tightrope. This is for walking through the fire hoop, and then this. These are Rima's performance props. Oh! The patrolling guard casually scribbled a few lines on the machine in his hand. You said you're from a theater troupe, and your troupe only has 2 people? We have 7 people in total, sir. Kaya was a little embarrassed. It's just that we haven't had much luck this year. On the way to Edelstein, we encountered a level 5 magical beast, Qixien. It not only caused a leak in my ship, the Nautilus, but also hospitalized all 5 of my crew members. Rima and I are protected by the Fool, so we're not in any major trouble. All 5 of you crew members are hospitalized, and the mechanical festival is starting in less than 3 days. The patrolling guard asked doubtfully, "What are you planning to do then? Will you cancel the performance?" "It's not that the 2 of us can't perform, it's just that the effect might be a little less impressive." Kaya shrugged. After all, there's precedent for this. It'd just be tough on Rima. She'd probably have to perform at least 3 acts by herself. Yes, it'd be tough on me. Rima sat down on a small chair to the side, puffing out her cheeks. "I remember always suffering since I was little." "Ha ha ha, there will always be a sweet day." Kaya scratched his head and said to the patrolling guard, "Boss, is everything alright? A lot of our props fell into the sea during last night's battle. This is basically all we have in the room." The person who reported us for possessing suspicious items. Well, I can understand. After all, our fool's troop doesn't really look like good guys, but we're really not bad people. Just routine. I need to check that bedroom over there. If there are no problems, today's inspection is over. The guard swiped a few more times on the machine in his hand, then pushed open the door to the bedroom in front of him, and went inside. As soon as he entered, the guard on duty noticed the large bow-tie suitcase beside the bed. "What's this?" "This?" Kaya followed him in. "It's a suitcase. Why is the suitcase so strange? And it has a bow on it? Are you some kind of circus performance artist?" "Well, it's a girl's suitcase, so being cute isn't a problem, is it?" Kaya tried to sound nonchalant. "Does the officer want to see the girl's clothes inside?" The patrolling guard squatted down in front of the suitcase, tried fiddling with the combination lock, and even tapped the suitcase a few times. "There aren't any contraband items inside, are there?" "Sir, if you're really curious about these cute little toys, you could open them and take a look yourself." Kia went to the side and poured herself a glass of water. "I don't know exactly what you mean by contraband. If clothes and sheets are considered contraband in Edelstein." "No, just make sure it's ordinary clothes inside." Perhaps not wanting to be seen as a pervert who likes to study women's clothing, the patrolling guard stood up, glanced around the room one last time, and pressed a button on his device. Inspection complete, passed. Kia held up her glass of water. "Sir, would you like to stay for a drink or have a meal together?" "No, thank you. We have other tasks." The patrolling guard handed Kia a document. "Sign here." Kia and Rima took the pen and each signed their names on the document. "Then I'd be leaving now. I'm very sorry to have disturbed you." After the 2 men signed the documents, the 2 officers put away the papers and left the room. If you have any further questions, please feel free to contact the Edelstein City Star Sand District Guard Bureau. Thank you. I'm also relieved that Edelstein City has such responsible officers. Watching the 2 patrol officers leave until they disappeared through the hotel exit, Kaya finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. I guess the person who reported it noticed this suitcase. While Kaya was still thinking about the theatrical performance at the mechanical festival a few days later, Rima had already returned to the room, dragging out a black and white suitcase with a bow. "Its appearance is indeed suspicious. I want to open it and take a look. The main problem is, we don't know the 4-digit combination for this suitcase." Kaya said helplessly. "Could it be brute force? Didn't you just say it looked cute and you couldn't bear to take it apart?" Rustle. As they were talking, the suitcase in Rima's hand suddenly made a sound like a small animal moving. Startled, Rima instantly teleported behind Kaya, her left hand covering the golden gem on the back of her right hand. Click, 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 click. Under their gaze, the combination lock on the top of the suitcase automatically switched to the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. Immediately afterwards, with a click as something was turned on, the lock on the suitcase opened. Chapter 773. Since true monster girls don't exist in this world, Erin's dragon girl image is quite unique in Kia and Rima's eyes. Upon their first meeting, the 2 were even startled by Erin. But as Rima said, it's okay because Erin is cute. After a brief moment of surprise, Rima handed Erin a few slices of sandwich bread. It's more accurate to call it a sandwich than bread. The middle part contains something resembling meat floss and jam, with a very good texture and taste. Without hesitation, Erin put the sandwich bread Rima offered to her mouth and began to nibble on it like a little hamster. This scene touched Rima slightly. She's actually not worried at all that I might poison the food. Thank you for the treat. After finishing her bread, Erin lazily climbed out of her suitcase, clutching a pillow. She looked at Kia, then at Rima, and gave him a genuine smile. My name is Erin Garland, and yours? Lynn? The language used in this world is different from that of the Eve continent, and there's no dragon language, so people weren't particularly fond of the pronunciation of Erin and couldn't understand its meaning. I'm Rima. Kia was still pondering the meaning of Erin when the blonde girl in front of him walked towards her. Nice to meet you. Hello, Rima. Erin made no attempt to hide her affection for the little girl. Your clothes are beautiful. Like Erin, Rima also possessed the appearance and figure of a little girl. She had incredibly smooth, waist-length blonde hair, like a porcelain doll, and unique heterochromatic eyes, gold and rose-colored. Rima was wearing a Lolita-style dress in red, purple, and white, resembling a clown costume. The skirt was very puffy, looking like a small cake, and paired with a conspicuous large bow in her hair. Even without her saying anything, the first reaction of anyone who saw her would probably be, "This little girl must work in a circus, right?" In contrast, in the distance, Kaya, a man of about 1.8 meters, had slightly curly brown hair and a distinctly Western-looking face. He wore a magnificent captain suit. While not exactly handsome, he also gave off a somewhat goofy vibe. While not mature and composed, his face had a frivolous air, like a pirate from a classic movie. But then again, why is even the little girl in this world taller than me? In the room, Erin walked up to Rima and tried to compare their heights. It's obvious Rima is taller. Including her ahogue, Kalik, Erin's height is about 143 centimeters. Rima is taller, and even with shoes on, her height is roughly estimated to be between 145 and 148 centimeters. Anyway, she's definitely taller than Erin. Why is it that even though I become a dragon king, my height hasn't increased at all? How does the shape-shifting technique in this world determine body size? Feeling a little frustrated, Erin could only silently comfort herself. It's okay, I have dragon horns, so I'm still a little taller than Rima, roughly speaking. Thank you. Hearing Erin's praise, Rima blushed slightly. Your clothes are cute too. Erin moved closer to Rima's chubby little face. Come on, let's touch. Touch? Rima was still lost in thought when Erin moved her face closer, and their soft little faces pressed together like dough. Huh? The scene of the two little girls being so affectionate left Kia dumbfounded. What's going on? First, they encountered a level 5 magical beast on the Black Sea, nearly losing their entire fleet. The Notre Dame was even damaged and started leaking. They barely made it to the port of Edelstein before dawn, managed to get the wounded crew to the hospital, and then, upon waking, First Mate Rima inexplicably found a strange suitcase. And inside that suitcase, a little girl was sleeping? Most importantly, this little girl didn't seem to be ordinary. She had horns, wings, and a tail like a magical beast, and she acted very affectionately towards Rima on their first meeting. Ah, it tickles. Rima didn't object to Erin's affectionate behavior. She took the little girl's hand beside her, examining the delicate, work of art-like hand. Are you still hungry? How about we go out for a late-night snack? Chapter 774. After a brief exchange, Erin quickly learned about the general appearance of this world from Rima and Kaya. Similar to what Little L had discovered, this world possessed both magic and technology. Humanity's scientific and technological level was roughly equivalent to Earth in 2030, but their ideologies and customs differed. They had televisions and mobile phones, as well as many things that didn't exist on ordinary Earth, such as wind wings that allowed flight when equipped with wind element crystals, and wind speed shoes that enabled incredible speed. In short, almost everything Earth had was here, and in fact, their technology was more advanced. They also had things that Earth didn't have, but due to differences in ideologies, the use of some technological devices differed significantly from that on Earth. For example, Earth's most important technology, the Internet, hadn't seen widespread development here due to historical reasons. People used the Internet primarily for research and communication. No one would specifically go online to argue with others. In traditional thinking, almost everyone believes that it's better to spend time practicing magic or studying than chatting and arguing online. Therefore, the Internet in this world doesn't have the pressure cooker effect, and relationships between people in reality are relatively warm. Situations like an elderly person falling on the street and no one daring to help are rare. Of course, since this is a world where magic reigns supreme, it's inevitable that there will be voices advocating survival of the fittest and strength is everything. Those with strong magical talent are worshipped and blessed by the star god. Those who possess a star mark are revered by countless people. This star mark. Was it a gift directly from the star god? I was just chatting with some troublemakers after a theatrical performance, when a blinding light emanated from the back of my hand, and then I became a star envoy. Regarding the star mark, Erin specifically asked Rima if she had ever seen the joyful star god in person, or if current human civilization had ever truly encountered a star god. The answer was no. The technology here is insufficient to allow them to leave their home planet, and historically, no one has ever seen a so-called star god. People only know that if one's obsession with learning magic is strong enough to arouse the interest of a certain star god, one can obtain a star mark, possessing unparalleled power. Otherwise, one can only start from scratch, diligently studying to become the founder of a magical sect. Edelstein, the city where Rin lives, is a nation that worships the mechanical star god. Its science, technology, and magical artifacts far surpass those of any other country. Located in the center of the sea, Edelstein is also known as the Sea Mechanical Kingdom. Our current situation isn't exactly good, Kaya sighed after leaving the hotel with Erin and Remo. Historically, we rarely have enmity with any nation, but the world is so big, and there will always be a few, or a group of extremists among the audience. Judging from the current situation, it seems we've been targeted by them. Having asked Rima for a pair of bunny-patterned slippers suitable for wearing outside, Erin, carrying a pillow and walking behind the two, thought for a moment, have you offended anyone before? No. Kia shook her head, but last year, we heard some scattered dissenting voices in Edelstein City. Dissenting voices? Edelstein City is the city of machines, and many people here have an almost fanatical worship of machines. Rima explained, this includes what they perceive as the coldness of machines, the seriousness of machines, and the heart of machines. Those machine fanatics believe that as long as you worship machines and worship Edelstein City, you must be completely in line with machines. Kia smiled wryly. For example, you must be meticulous in your work, rest as little as possible, not allowed any entertainment, and be hardworking without complaint. These are all things they advocate. Rima added, also, things like loudly laughter, running around excitedly, even shouting. These are clearly human behaviors, and they're forbidden by these extremists. Our theater troupe came to Edelstein to entertain everyone, so we've been attacked by these extremists quite a bit. Rima and Kaya's words stunned Erin. Liking machines means you can't rest and have fun, you can't even laugh? Rima shook her head. That's why they're called extremists. Most people in Edelstein are still very loving. Kaya gestured to the passers-by around the hotel. Actually, historically, those who believe in machines and those who believe in pleasure haven't gotten along very well. While the people of Edelstein aren't particularly extreme, most people generally give off a serious impression, especially those in the church. They always have a stern face no matter who they're talking to. Erin pondered. So, what happened to Kaya's theater troupe before? Might also be opposition. People of pleasure? I don't know, we can't draw any conclusions yet. Kaya scratched his head. I can only say that our troupe has always acted with a clear conscience and hasn't offended anyone much. But if we really think about it, theoretically, we do have quite a few hidden adversaries, such as some extreme sects or organizations on Edelstein's side, or institutions that oppose pleasure. If it really is those who oppose pleasure interfering, then our opponent this time will probably be very powerful. Rima touched the dragon wings on Erin's back. However, I will protect little Erin. Chapter 775. Clap, clap, clap. Under the watchful eyes of Kaya, Rima, and Erin, several people dressed in black and purple slowly emerged from the shadows not far ahead. As expected of the Star Messenger of Joy, her insight is truly remarkable. The leading man clapped his hands as he walked towards Kaya, glancing at Erin next to Rima. Is your circus so short-staffed lately? You're even taking in such a young child? Yeah, look at this one, still hugging a pillow, looking like she hasn't woken up yet, haha. Before the man finished speaking, several young men behind him, wielding short swords, immediately chimed in. Why is she wearing wings and horns? What kind of creature is she paying homage to? Can she even perform on stage looking like that? Probably not. This girl isn't even a star messenger. If she's not even a star messenger, she's going to be in big trouble following this circus. Don't talk nonsense. These circus monkeys are close friends with our princess, despite the age difference. Even though 5 of the 7 crew members are injured, they still want to go on stage and collect their paychecks. What right do we commoners have to speak so loudly? Oh! So that's it. Brothers from the Star Slaying Society, it's an honor to meet you all. By the way, what are your names again? The words of the men in black made Kaya laugh out loud. He held the playing cards in a fighting stance while chuckling. Never mind, names aren't important. Looks like you guys don't have any missions lately, So you have time to chat with a vulgar person like me. Chat? No, we're not here to chat with you, we just... As they spoke, the leader of the men in black couldn't help but glance at Eline again. Why is your new acrobat's costume so complicated? Wings and a tail. Doesn't she get tired wearing all that? Thank you for your concern. Hearing this, Eline used her dragon tail to roll up a cushion, freeing her hands to hold the hem of her nightgown, crossed her legs, and gave the men in black an elegant bow. I'm not tired, thank you. You? This sight made the men in black's eyes widen instantly. No way. Is that tail real? How could it be? It's most likely a cybernetic body. Don't forget this is Edelstein. The next second, a colleague behind the man in black patted him on the shoulder. Boss, those two little girls aren't our targets today. Why don't we finish the mission first? Right. Reminded by his colleague, the leader of the men in black slowly pulled out. He brandished his twin swords, pointing the blades at Kaya. Although I know this is probably pointless, I still want to ask you the usual question before we start. Are you really not planning to leave Edelstein? Sorry, we have an agreement with Her Highness the Princess to perform in Edelstein every year for the Mecha Festival. Kaya waved his hand, and several playing cards flew out of his jacket pocket, surrounding him like an automatic shield for a mage. Also, I'd like to remind you a bit, although this isn't the downtown area, there are still quite a few people here. Are you really planning to make a move here? Glancing at the passers-by who were now staring curiously at Arin and the others, drawn by the tense atmosphere, Kaya flicked his cloak. As far as I know, there's zero tolerance for disturbances here. If there's any commotion, the guards can get to the scene very quickly. That'd be enough to deal with you before then. The leader of the men in black said, suddenly throwing the short knife in his hand at Kaya. Leave the men to me, you guys deal with the two women. Yes. The short knife, gleaming with a metallic sheen, drew a strange arc in midair, spinning towards Kaya. Clang. In a flash, the playing cards in Kaya's hand materialized into pale green wind blades, caught by the man, and collided with the flying short knife with lightning speed. Clang, clang. The rushing man in black seized the opportunity, caught the flying short knife, quickly closed the distance, grabbed the hilt, and launched a fierce attack on Kaya. Ha! Sometimes I really have to admire your courage, actually choosing to fight right here in the street. Kia, holding playing cards between his hands, struck a cool defensive pose, fending off the attacks of the men in black while leading the battle away from Rima and Arin. But you won't even reveal your identity, let alone your star mark? Hey, you're not even a star envoy, are you? For someone like you who uses playing cards as weapons just to look cool, I don't think there's any need to reveal your identity. The man in black gave his comrades behind him a look. Go! Ha! The group rushed towards Rima and Arin. Watch out! Rima bravely stood in front of Arin, raising her small hand. Instantly 5 juggling bottles of different colors floated up. Rima grabbed the yellow and pink bottles, her body glowing with dark elemental light, and with a few clangs, she blocked the attacks of 2 men in black. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 bottles flew towards the black-clad men attempting to attack Eline, blocking their path. Boss is right. No wonder you're called the Fool of Pleasure. None of you circus guys have any decent weapons. Staring at the juggling bottles floating before him, one of the black-clad men carefully held his long sword horizontally in front of him, sizing up Eline. So that girl's weapon is a pillow? I don't believe it. One of the black-clad men leaped over the juggling bottles, his feet pushing off the nearby rooftop, pouncing on Eline like a hungry wolf. This girl doesn't even have a star mark, she can't possibly. Before the black-clad man could finish speaking, Eline, clutching her pillow, struck a bowling pose, and the pillow glowed faintly. Boom! With just a gentle flick of the pillow, the man in black was sent flying by Arin in an incredibly elegant motion, crashing heavily into a mechanical bungalow dozens of meters away. His ribs and internal organs shattered instantly, his head lolling to the side as he lost consciousness. What? Seeing their companion half dead in a single exchange, the leader of the men in black was shocked. He involuntarily took a large step back, distancing himself from Kaya. You had another trick up your sleeve? A trick? Sorry, my friend, we in the troupe occasionally work as magicians. One trick isn't our limit. Kaya teleported back to Rima and Arin's side, manipulating playing cards to form a small shield. If you want to see, we can show you many more tricks. You? Before the men in black could say anything more, the piercing wailing of police sirens rang out in the distance. Hey! You lot! What are you doing? How dare you cause trouble in Edelstein City? Grab them! Hearing the sirens and the officer's shouts, the men in black exchanged glances, then simultaneously took a step back, hoisted their companion, whose fate was unknown, onto the mechanical bungalow, and disappeared into the darkness. Don't run. The belated security personnel glanced at Kaya before turning to chase after the men in black. That's suspicious. After confirming it was safe, Rima carefully put away the juggling bottle floating beside her and placed it under her skirt. Why would the Star Slayers contact us? They're not from the Star Slayers. Kia also put away his playing cards and shook his head. The Star Slayers wouldn't be so bored as to take on this kind of request. Erin turned her head away. The Star Slayers? Well, you can simply think of them as an assassination organization. They usually operate on the dark web. We take orders, we pay people to solve their problems. Kai explained, but as far as I know, the Star Slaying Society isn't that high profile, and they certainly wouldn't carry out an assassination in public. Besides, those guys were incredibly weak. It's highly likely someone was trying to make things difficult for us, then frame the Star Slaying Society, and ultimately reap the benefits. An organization that isn't that high profile? A question mark appeared on Erin's hogue. She hesitated for a moment, then pointed to a corner not far away, like the older brother standing there eavesdropping on our conversation? Erin's words made Kaya, who had just relaxed, become wary again. He pulled out another playing card and held it between his fingers. Heh. Under the gaze of the three, a blue-haired man dressed in a black bodysuit and leather pants, wearing sunglasses, slowly walked out. Kid. The man tilted his head up at Erin as soon as he appeared. How did you find me? I'm not a kid. Erin puffed out her cheeks, displeased. Finding you is easy enough. You aren't even hiding your aura. As the Dragon King of the EU continent, even without using mystical powers, detecting the aura of strangers within a kilometer radius was not difficult for her. The person who had been hiding in the corner was stronger than the ordinary people around him in terms of both physical strength and accumulated elemental power. Erin had noticed him quickly after leaving the inn with Kaya, Remo, and the others. I wasn't hiding my aura. Eline's words elicited a visibly surprised expression from the blue-haired man. Are you serious? Destroyer Star Envoy? At the same time, Kaya noticed the black crystal star mark on the back of the man's hand. You are. You can call me Deep Blue. The man removed his sunglasses, giving Eline an admiring look. All right, since you can even detect my aura, I won't beat around the bush. The Star Extermination Society has indeed noticed the Fool's Theater, but not in the same way as those idiots earlier. We handle those people. Noticed us? Kaya was taken aback at first, then chuckled several times. Should we feel honored? What I can tell you is that something big will happen in Edelstein in the next month. The man who called himself Deep Blue walked past Kaya with his hands in his pockets. Get ready, fool, and a little sister with a moving tail. Chapter 776. Only after the man who called himself Deep Blue disappeared did Kaya put the playing cards back in his pocket and let out a long sigh of relief. Evolution and fanatical mechanical believers, huh? Looks like Edelstein City hasn't been very peaceful lately. Saying this, Kaya turned to Erin. Sorry for dragging you into this. I'm fine. Erin shook her head. I experienced similar things many times, so it's perfectly fine. In fact, in Erin's eyes, she didn't consider this getting involved in something strange. With Erin's current understanding and worldview, this kind of petty squabble between humans was about as common as a few stray cats hissing at each other over territory. As the cats fought, one of the hissing wildcats swatted another away with its paw, winning the fight. The defeated wildcat, before leaving, said, We, the Hakimi Green Bean Gang, won't let you get away with this, and ran off. Then, the wildcat on Erin's side said, Sorry to drag you into our cat war. Just like when Nasod carried her out of the dragon forest and handed her over to Carrick of the Piarista family, and then the Piarista family was bullied by the Osborne family. These things might be very important to humans, but in Erin's eyes, the Osborne family's provocation of the Piarista family was really like a wildcat hissing at her doorstep. It didn't matter much. Are there similar people and organizations in Erin's hometown? Perhaps misunderstanding Erin's meaning, Rima showed a somewhat distressed expression. She went to the little girl's side and gently hugged her, a hug to comfort you. Feeling Rima's unique scent on her nose, Erin hesitated for a moment, then reached out and hugged her back. Hug? Actually, Erin wanted to explain, although there are similar people and organizations in my hometown, they don't dare to be mean to me anymore, but she ultimately didn't say it, because she felt there really was no need to explain such things. That big brother who liked to pose earlier. After hugging and cuddling with Rima for a while, Erin turned to Kia. What exactly do you mean by born of derivation believers? Clearly, born of derivation in this world should also be a kind of star god, and the literal meaning seems to be related to procreation, But since Erin didn't understand the specific rules here, she decided to ask Kia directly. They're followers of the star god of derivation, similar to the followers of the star god of machines here. Kaya snapped out of his reverie. For many years, derivation and machines have been at odds. Derivation followers believe that childbirth is inherently contrary to machines, so whenever they want to cause trouble, they always target machines first. It's the same on the machine side. Whenever something happens in Edelstein, the authorities usually blame it on derivation, portraying derivation as a very evil enemy, and calling on the people of Edelstein to unite against derivation. Rima pulled a white juggling bottle from her skirt and deftly twirled it in her small hand. In a sense, what the Edelstein authorities say isn't wrong. The followers of derivation are all extremely fanatical. They stop at nothing to witness the birth of life. Insects basically reproduce the fastest in our world, so the followers of the derivation sect are all experts at manipulating insects. Kia sighed. I can only say, if the information that Deep Blue brought is true, I hope Edelstein isn't overrun with insects. I don't like insect plagues. Rima hates insects too. Huh? Erin was puzzled. While insects do reproduce very quickly, I remember ocean sunfish seem to have an advantage in reproduction, right? An ocean sunfish can lay over 300 million eggs at once, and if they all hatch. It's probably because ocean sunfish aren't very aggressive, and most insects have a queen/mother insect. That kind of talk is easier to control. Ahem, let's not talk about that now. Let's find a late-night snack shop to eat and chat, so those guards don't come back and arrest us for questioning. Kaya glanced at the crowd in the distance and the surveillance cameras around the metal bungalows. Speaking of which, Little L's pillow was really powerful. It sent those annoying guys flying so far. Will he even survive? A dozen minutes later, Eleni, Kaya, and Remo arrived at an open-air, food stall-like place in the city center and found a corner to sit down. Unlike the deserted suburban hotel they had visited before, this open-air restaurant, perhaps because it was closer to the city center, was surrounded by tourists and patrolling police officers. Various small robots floated along the roadside, and there was light pollution from LCD screens and billboards everywhere. Its level of modernization was several levels higher than the seaside. Hello, welcome to the 4th grade restaurant. I'm waitress number 2, Sheep. You can call me Little Sheep, or Meow Meow Sheep Meow, it's all fine. Just as Kaya Remo, and she sat down, a girl-like robot with pink hair and a maid outfit quickly approached Sharon, handing her the menu. What would you like to order? Please tell me, and I write it down and relay it to the kitchen. This robot had almost identical facial features and skin to a human, and spoke with great emotion, which surprised Sharon slightly. Your tone doesn't sound like a robot at all. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Actually, I'm already 7 years old, and I've been studying on this street for 7 years. The maid robot showed a happy and natural expression. I always tried my best to make myself as human as possible to gain your approval. Beep beep. As soon as the maid robot finished speaking, a man in a simple uniform walked over expressionlessly, pushing a tea cart. Here's your tea and tableware, sir. Although the man was human, his face was expressionless, his tone numb and hollow. His body was stiff as he placed the tea and tableware, as if he were playing a robot. Edelstein is truly a strange city. Robots play humans, and humans play robots. Eline thought to herself. If this phenomenon isn't corrected in time, it inevitably erupts sooner or later, won't it? Either an AI crisis, or a backlash from the resentment of the lower classes. Chapter 777. After having a barbecue at Lion Mountain Park, everyone took a group photo, and agreed to go out stargazing together again that night. Little El then went home with Fafnir and Nasod. Back at the cabin, Chiao Xiaoyu and Lucinu had finished the promotional video for Miss Jialan's new skin, Young Dragon L, and left a note on the refrigerator. Little L, we finished the video. The computer's on. Just copy it, and upload it to the video website when you have time. Also, I just checked, and your personal account gained at least 50,000 followers in just one afternoon. The video should be trending tonight after it's released. Xiaoyu and I are going out to treat each other. We'll be back around 11 p.m. If you need anything, just call us. On the back of the note, Chiao Xiaoyu, showcasing her excellent drawing skills, also drew a cute chibi-style sketch of Lucinu being bitten on the cheek. I feel like their relationship is getting better and better. After reading the note, Shower picked up a pen, ticked it off on the paper, and then magnetically reattached the note. She vaguely remembered that when she first met Lucinu, she was just an ordinary, unremarkable author who had become withdrawn after being bombarded with negative comments from readers and chose to go to Lion Mountain Park late at night to relax and relieve stress. Back then, Lucen, you seem to have said something like, "Whenever I come to a place like this from my rented apartment, my troubled feelings turn into fear of the environment, and staying a little longer might make me forget those sad things." Moreover, Lucinyu's depression was particularly severe at that time, and she had already shown obvious somatization-related symptoms. Fortunately, with Chiyoshiryo's help, her condition improved significantly. For at least the last 2 months, Xiaoel hadn't seen her take her medication much, and her physical condition had stabilized considerably. If things continued like this, she should recover in about 6 months. And, after checking the food in the refrigerator, Xiaoel turned her gaze to Nasod and Fafner's room. "Nana, I know." In the room, Fafner seemed to be helping Nasod tidy up. "I help you. Focus on your game. Don't drag your teammates down." "What? My wife is so good to me." "Really? I treat you well tonight too." "Eh?" Feeling that there was nothing for her to do here for the time being, Xiaoel casually opened a portal and arrived at the Mystic River. Little Sprite. After routinely checking the state of the Mystic River with his mysterious powers, Little L waved to the little sprite playing with several Eldar sprites on a small paper boat not far away. "Any time?" "It's Little Sprite, big one." The little sprite floated over, puffing out its cheeks. "What's wrong?" "That star." Little L pointed to the star world where Eline was not far away. "Is there anything special about it?" The little sprite circled around Little L, showing obvious hesitation. Should I use a more riddle-like way of saying it, or a more sacred way, or tell a fairy tale?" The sprite's answer surprised Little L. "Is it really special?" "It is both special and ordinary." Hearing the commotion, the nearby Eldar sprites floated over, some landing on Little Eldar's shoulders, others rolling onto the paper boat. She is the rose Little Eldar hid, and the crescent moon hiding behind the clouds at night. She is the carefree breeze, and the elegant evening wind. Yes, just like Little Eldar's eyes, a starflower hiding so many secrets. The various whispers of the sprites around him quickly brought Little Eldar to his senses. "I understand, thank you." Little L sat down on the little paper boat with a cute, ladle-like posture and waved to the elves. "So, did I ever name this star?" "No." "No." "Then." Little L hugged a green Elda elf to her arms. "How about we give this star a name? How about Mar?" "Mar? Why that pronunciation?" "Because I remember learning about dragons from the Elder Dragons on Dragon Island. When I first saw the word in their dragon language dictionary, it was Mar, and I remember the explanation for that pronunciation was a hesitant heart." "Mar? A hesitant heart?" Little L took a while to react. "You mean Lumar, right? There's another character before it, you probably missed it?" "Ah, right, that should be Lumar. But Mar sounds good too, let's use it." "So, shall we talk about the past of this star?" "No need, I already guessed." Little L shook her head, glancing out of the corner of her eye at the star Mar, who had just received a new name. "Everyone's told me so many stories these past few months. Tonight, it's my turn to tell you a story. A long, long time ago, there was a black and white dragon. She was born at dawn in hope, and she was always sleepy and tired. Meanwhile, in a roadside restaurant in Edelstein City, Erin, whose memories were synchronized with Little L's, looked up at the city's night sky. Mar. Rima tilted her head. "Little L, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Erin came back to her senses. "Speaking of which, what do people here usually call this world?" "World?" Kia, who had been engrossed in eating, looked up. "You mean the planet we live on?" "We call it Azure Star, or Origin Star. It's a bit bigger than the concept of a planet, I mean. Something like the universe." "I don't know." Kaya shook her head. "Azure Star is the third planet in our home star system. As for anything bigger, the only concept I can think of that can refer to the entire world is the universe." "Then, what do you think of the name Mar?" "Mar? The pronunciation sounds a bit like Blue Rose where we're from." Kaya asked curiously, why did Little L suddenly decide to name the world? "Maybe it's because this world is a little special." Eline sighed softly. "Originally, I only planned to stay here for a week or two, see Edelstein's mechanical festival, and then go back, but now, I might stay here for a relatively longer period." Chapter 778. No, wait. The cyborgman's words made Kaya stand up. "Why is the council taking us away? What law allows you to do this?" "This is an investigation order." The man took a document covered in red writing from his henchman and handed it to Kaya. "Is it all right now? The lounge? The celestial tower?" After briefly reading the text, Kaya frowned. "What's the reason?" "Sir, we are acting under orders. Please don't make things difficult for us." The cyborg man took a few steps towards Kaya. Our mission is to take you to the lounge of the Celestial Tower. If you two have any objections to the Council's actions, you can apply for administrative review after arriving at the Celestial Tower, or file a lawsuit with the Council. Kaya subconsciously glanced at Eline, then somewhat reluctantly put away his communication device. Tool, we had enough these past few days. First, there was that inexplicable sea monster, then the reports, and then the lounge. You all know what the lounge is. To put it nicely, it's a place for people to rest and have tea. To put it bluntly, it's software. Under the gaze of the cyborg man, Kaya scratched his head and gave him a pleading look. We just ordered supper, paid for it, and the food hasn't even arrived yet. You're going to take us away? Can you let us finish eating first? We can leave one person here and pack up the food for you to take to Tyernla once it's all served. The cyborg man's tone became somewhat impatient. Sir, I've been very polite to you. Please don't make things difficult for us. All right. Kaya sighed and said to Erin, the council is an administrative body in Edelstein, composed of counselors, vice speakers, and a speaker. It's similar to the power center of Edelstein. The laws and customs here are all decided by the council. Yes, I know. Erin nodded. I dealt with the council before. The council suddenly sent people to take Rima and me to the Celestial Tower. They probably intend to put us under house arrest first, and then slowly discuss the theater troupe's affairs with Her Highness the Princess. It seems the council is leaning more towards certain extremists this year. Kaya returned the documents to the cyborg man. They completely disregard our theater troupe, even the fools. They're even arresting people to save face. It's probably premeditated. The Celestial Pavilion is where they handle these kinds of things, Rima explained. While it's not as bad as a prison, the security is still extremely tight. It's mostly used to guard celebrities and politicians with a certain level of fame, ostensibly to invite them for tea and relaxation. I understand. Erin stood up too. I go too. Huh? Is that all right? It's possible, but I suggest Erin stay here. Our supper hasn't arrived yet, and Kaya lowered his voice. And once you enter a place like that, you're unlikely to get out anytime soon. It's fine. Erin turned to the men who looked like soldiers. Can I come along? The cyborg man closest to the dining table paused. What's your relationship? Erin looked at Kaya, then at Rima. I'm Rima's sister. Rima blushed. Huh? Is that all right? That document you just wrote only said to bring Kaya and Rima to the Celestial Tower, and that no one could be missing. But it didn't say we couldn't bring more people, did it? The cyborg man hesitated, but finally said helplessly, Little sister, you can come along if you want, but I'm warning you, whatever happens after you get there, you're responsible. Okay. Erin finished her tea in one gulp. Let's go. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, Kaya, Rima, and Erin got into another hover car next to them. Little heir, you really shouldn't have come. After getting into the car, Rima's expression was conflicted. That Celestial Tower uses incredibly sturdy construction materials. If they're determined to imprison us, let alone ordinary people, even star envoys might not be able to escape. It's all right. In contrast, Herlini, after getting into the car, was full of curiosity. She stared wide-eyed at the hover car beneath her. This car has such a cyberpunk feel to it, it can even float. What's cyberpunk? It's a way of life. Oh, I still don't quite understand. Like Edelstein City, it's a standard cyberpunk city, and the people here seem even more cyberpunk than real cyberpunks. Riding in the official hover car, they traversed the brightly lit city, traveling straight along the main thoroughfare in the city center. Soon, Eline and her companions arrived at the legendary Celestial Tower. It was a disc-shaped building completely suspended in midair. Rather than a building, Eline felt its first impression was more like a legendary UFO. The hover car rapidly ascended along the track near this giant UFO, taking nearly 10 minutes to slowly climb to the entrance of this massive metal building and come to a stop. It feels like we've been abducted by aliens. After getting off the hover car, Erin, clutching her pillow, tilted her head back, examining the enormous spacecraft before her. Was this built so high to prevent the people inside from escaping? Probably. This is our first time here too. Kia walked up to Rima and Erin. By the way, what are aliens? They're intelligent civilizations from outside of Azure Star. Haven't you encountered any? No, currently we only know that Azure Star is a planet with 2 satellites. As for what the outside world is like, our science hasn't advanced to that point yet. What about ancient civilizations? Kia remained noncommittal. Maybe even more ancient civilizations might know. As they talked, the group, led by officers, entered the UFO spacecraft through its doors. Ignoring the overall structure, it did resemble the entrance to a typical office building on Earth. There was a reception area, a waiting area, elevators, stairs, and various cubicles. Room 3115. After handing Erin and the others over to several people dressed in formal attire at the door, the cyborg man behind them saluted, B-grade treatment. Understood. A refined-looking young man bowed to Kaya. Gentlemen, your lounge is in room 115 on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. Your council suddenly sent someone all this way to bring us here. Kaya stepped forward and stopped the young man. Not only do you not give a reason, but why are we already here and haven't seen a single member of the council? I'm very sorry, sir, tonight the council. There's a rather important meeting. It probably take another 2 hours to finish. The young man said with a forced smile. Someone will come to explain after the meeting. Don't let us end up being locked up here for weeks instead of getting an explanation. No, sir, I assure you, this isn't a prison, and we won't restrict your movements. The young man maintained his smile and said, let us show you your lounge first. All right, I can go with you, but please don't think this is me showing weakness to Edelstein City. I just don't want to affect the friendship between the troop and your country. Kaya gave Erin an apologetic look. I'm sorry, little Erin, we really didn't expect Edelstein City to suddenly pull this stunt this year, dragging you into it too. It's really alright. It's not a drag, it's part of the trip. Erin gave a cute smile. I'm a dragon, they can't hold me, not even my friends. Chapter 779. When Little L returned from the Mystic River, the sky over Shangjing City was completely dark. At this moment, a sliver of moonlight fell, twinkling stars hung high in the night sky, and the faint sound of someone playing the piano could be heard outside the window. The large residential area exuded a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Dressed in casual clothes and rabbit slippers, Little L landed on the top floor of the building where Chio Shio's house was located, sat on the outer edge of the railing, and gazed at the moonlight above. In the moonlight, several cracks appeared beside her, and some Eldar sprites slowly peeked their heads out from the cracks. This is a night belonging to the night world. Little L glanced sideways. What do you think? It feels very peaceful. The little elf tilted its head back, gazing at the night sky. Those stars look like the world in the Mystic River. In fact, they are a world. Little L reached out and ruffled the little elf's hair. In this universe, every star represents a galaxy, just like the sun here. We can only see the stars in that galaxy. That galaxy might be nothingness, or it might have many, many planets orbiting the star. Some of these planets might give rise to life and civilization. Those intelligent civilizations might be fighting with their companions like cats fighting for territory, or they might be like us, sitting on tall buildings, gazing at the distant, radiant sun, wondering if the galaxy where that star resides also has a civilization like theirs. It's clear that Little L really likes this world. A tiny elf flew out and landed on Little L's lap. After all, this is the only world that Little L chose to retain her memories of. In the moonlight, Little L's body trembled slightly. Now, after a moment of silence, Little L raised her head again and sighed. I can't remember why I chose to retain my memories of Earth. Little L told us to keep it a secret. We said not to tell anyone, no matter what happened. Little L wanted to return to the continent of Eve and relive her life by retaining her memories of Earth, so she told us not to tell you the truth later. One after another, Eldar elves floated out and landed on Little L's head and shoulders. Yes, I know. Little L reached out her tiny hand and touched each of the Eldar elves. I won't dwell on why I made that decision back then, since it was my own choice. I just continue along the path I once walked. Is that so? The little elf on her lap rolled her soft body a few times. It feels like Little L is still the same as before, not changed at all. Not changed. Little L was a little surprised. The me of the past and the me of now? This was something Little L couldn't quite understand. Because, according to her impression, a person's personality largely depends on their past experiences. Little L, who had experienced so much, was almost the same as herself when all her memories were erased, only retaining her Earth-era self. Yes. The little elf gave an affirmative answer on Little L's lap. Whether it's her temperament, personality, or that sweet, pudding-like feeling, it's exactly the same. What's it like to have a little pudding cat? Little L chuckled, picking up the tiny elf. Does the Mystic River have things like that? Well, it's a description of something that looks cute and tastes sweet. But I can't eat it. Little L gently flicked the Elder elf with her little hand, then placed it back on her lap. Speaking of which, Didn't I travel to many worlds and make many friends? The elder elves exchanged glances. Even if we didn't say it, little L probably already knows. I only realized it recently. Little L shyly reached out and curled a strand of hair, fiddling with it a few times. Going to a new world. I met so many people in this world, said goodbye to everyone, and gone to the next world. I feel like I'm being a little pathetic. Little L's friends should understand. After all, little L is a god, and there will always be a day when she leaves. Can I go back to visit them? I think. If little L goes back now, her former companions would be very happy. It's not that I'm going back right away, I just suddenly remembered this, and my other body has already gone to a world where there's a high probability that someone knows me. As she spoke, little L glanced at her phone. It's about time. I'm going to go stargazing with some new friends I met at school. Anyone want to come? No, we should leave some space for little L and her friends. Several Eldar sprites flew into the air and opened a rift leading to the Mystic River. We head back now. When we have the chance, little L will come back to the boat to tell everyone stories. Yes, we will. Watching the sprites go home, little L opened a portal to a corner of the school and went inside. Sitting on a bench outside the gate of number 36 middle school, Shower took out her phone, opened the group Starry Nest, and sent a message. Galliner, haven't you all arrived yet? I'm already at the secret spot at the school gate. Soon, messages appeared in the group from Yao, Li Chi, and Lilia. Miss Gallon's cat, coming soon. I was a little delayed cutting watermelon, but we can go to the moon together in a bit and enjoy the earth while eating watermelon. Petra Wavy, eating watermelon on the moon? If we spit the watermelon seeds on it, will moon watermelons grow next year? Xing-Chi, no, there's no air on the moon, no suitable temperature for watermelons to grow, and lots of cosmic radiation. Miss Jolon's cat, not necessarily. If Shower is willing, she can use her magical abilities to modify the seed and the surrounding soil, so the seed can take root and sprout. Xing-Chi, are you serious? Miss Jolon's cat, yes, Shower can really do that, right? Wife. At Jolonel looking at the messages from the girls in the group, Shower was a little amused and exasperated. She quickly replied in the chat box, Jolonel, in that case, when our country's first manned spacecraft lands on the moon, seeing a pile of watermelons will make them question their existence. Jolonel, by the way, it seems like a new milk tea shop has opened near the school gate. Do you guys want something to drink? I go buy some. Chapter 780. After waiting for less than 10 minutes at the secret star base, all the girls from Star Hunt had arrived. Good evening, little L. Yao was the first to arrive, dressed in similar clothes to her daytime attire, carrying a small bag. I made a fruit platter for everyone. It has watermelon, cantaloupe, and oranges all pre-cut. A fork is included in the box, just open it, and you can eat. Sorry I'm late. Lilia, the second to arrive, seemed to have just showered, a faint scent of shower gel lingering on her. I told her I wanted to come out and play, but Mom insisted I take a shower first. It's okay. We're going to outer space anyway, a completely vacuum-free and sterile place. At most, there might be a little radiation, but with little L here, the radiation won't get in. I'm late. The last to arrive was Li Chi. It was clear this little girl had dressed up carefully, wearing a pretty top and skirt, and sporting pigtails, as if she were going to some very important party. Hey, I didn't expect our Lord Li Chi to be late. Yao, who had already prepared the fruit platter, leaned over, her little mouth forming a kitten-like shape. So, how about you be everyone's wife for a day tomorrow? If we could really go to the moon. Perhaps genuinely curious about the stars and the moon, Li Chi, for once, didn't refute Yao's teasing. Being everyone's wife for a week afterward is fine too. Wow! Yao exclaimed incredulously. This is the first time I've seen Li Chi like this. It's like, she's in love? She's really obsessed with stars. Whenever she thinks about stars or the moon, she's like a completely different person. Lilia, standing beside her, covered her mouth and chuckled. I went to the school library with Li Chi before, and she talked to me for ages about constellations, teaching me how to identify the Big Dipper and Polaris, and explaining what's on Pluto. There's actually nothing on Pluto, because it's too cold, and everything is rock hard. Yao lowered her voice. Although it's the same on the moon, you can see a huge Earth from there. It's very beautiful, so I still prefer traveling to the moon. You guys. Li Chi was stunned by Yao's words. You really went up there? You're not just conspiring to fool me, are you? I really went up there. Yao took out her phone and showed Li Qi photos she had taken with Xiao AI. Look, I posted these on my WeChat moments, and my classmates all said they were AI generated. They asked which photo studio we went to, which special effects artist we hired, and said the backgrounds looked so fake. They didn't know these photos were real. Oh my god. Looking at the photos on Yao's phone, Li Qi was speechless with surprise. So this is what the moon looks like? Did you use any beauty filters or effects? No, this is what it looked like after we got up there. I even checked the settings and turned off all the filters and beauty effects. This is the most realistic view. Yao, hands on her hips, proudly said, actually, I never expected little L to have such a powerful background. It feels like a dream. But Li Qi was still somewhat incredulous. Even if little L can send us to the moon using that strange portal, there's no air there, and so much cosmic radiation. How are we supposed to move around there? Or are we just going to go up for a few seconds, hold our breath, take some pictures, and come back? You can stay up there as long as you want. Yao gestured frantically. I already said little L is a god. You can let your imagination run wild. Don't limit yourself to those rules. Gods can even modify the laws of the world itself. What can't they do? Under Yao's gaze, Li Qi clearly. Somewhat hesitantly, Li Qi said, I still can't figure it out. You learned about linear equations in two variables, right? Oh no, not even linear equations in two variables, just ordinary equations. Yao handed Li Qi a fruit platter. Like in math, little L can add an extra variable to this universe, define a new law, like a round bubble, and then after we get to the moon, let this bubble envelop us, blocking out cosmic rays, but not light. As she spoke, even Yao herself seemed confused, her eyes full of bewilderment. And then what was it again? It's not that complicated. Little L was amused by Yao's expression. I just need to use some mysterious power to temporarily modify the laws of the universe around everyone. Let's not stand here anymore. Let's go to that new milk tea shop and buy some drinks. Saying this, Shower gestured to the newly opened shop not far away. Then let's go to my house. And we go to the moon when we're almost ready. After buying drinks at the milk tea shop, Shower led everyone to Xiu's small house. Excuse me. After opening the door, Shower gestured for everyone to make themselves at home. Currently my parents and I are sharing an apartment with Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaoyu. Sister Xiaoyu is an author, and Sister Xiaoyu is a painter. They both went out tonight, only my parents are here. Shower's parents are the two beautiful ladies, who had barbecue with everyone at Lion Mountain Park today, right? Yao whispered. Actually, I've been wanting to ask them ever since. Why did you call that long-haired black-haired lady Dad? Isn't she a girl? Yeah, I want to ask. Lilia turned around as well. She has a super good figure. She can't be a man, right? It's a bit complicated to explain. Little L, wearing bunny slippers, hopped into the kitchen, made a bowl of mung bean porridge for everyone, and placed it on the table. Anyway, the current situation is that my dad has become a girl due to some irresistible force, but she will always be the proudest dad in my heart. The girls looked at each other, and unanimously revealed a look of as expected of a god. Does little L usually sleep with his mom and dad? Somewhat reservedly, Li Qi sat down in the living room, looking around the room with curiosity. This is the same as my house. My house is also a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. No, it's not that. Little L shook her head. Mom and Dad sleep in the master bedroom now, and Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Xiaoyu sleep in the 2nd bedroom. Their rooms are separate, but lately Sister Xiaoyu has been getting dragged into Sister Xiaoyu's room all the time. Li Qi was even more curious. Then where does little L sleep? Little L pointed to a cardboard box in the corner of the living room. There. Huh? Li Qi felt her brain was a little overwhelmed. Where? There's just a cardboard box there. Little L means. She usually sleeps in the cardboard box? Yao got up and walked towards the cat head cardboard box. Go. She gently opened the cardboard box. There's a small blanket inside, just like I thought. No way. Sleeping in a cardboard box? Li Qi explained, rushing over and covering her mouth with her hands. Oh my god. It's so cute, like a little kitten. Because there are no rooms here, and I don't really need to rest, just having a place to lie down is fine, so when I want to sleep, I just lie down in the cardboard box. Little L was a little embarrassed. Okay, let's not discuss this anymore. Are you all ready? If you are, I open the portal to the moon right here. Chapter 781. Mar World. Room 3115, 3rd floor, Celestial Tower, Edelstein City. Staring at the seemingly intangible, non-existent rift summoned by Erin, Kia and Rima stood frozen at the doorway. What is this? A few seconds later, Kia snapped out of her daze, her face full of curiosity as she approached, tentatively touching the edge of the dark purple rift, over 3 meters high and 70 or 80 centimeters wide. Erin, is this your special ability? Sort of. I can record the coordinates of any location in this world. If I need to, I connect to the recorded coordinates and achieve something like spatial travel. Simply put, a spatial portal. Erin yawned slightly, stepped into the spatial rift, and disappeared from the room. I go get the sleeping box first. Her action once again stunned Kia and Rima. That's it? Kia's mouth gaped open, his face filled with disbelief. With trembling hands, he reached into the spatial rift, staring blankly as his hand disappeared into the dark purple area at the center of the rift. What's that place over there? Can we get through? As he spoke, Kaya turned to examine the back of the spatial rift. Nothing there. The spatial rift seemed to be one-sided, its shape was completely invisible from behind. Only from the front, at a certain angle, could it be seen as a huge dark purple opening. Kaya's hand, which had reached into the dark area, looked as if it had been severed in midair, its appearance slightly eerie. This was enough to prove that the spatial rift before them didn't belong to any matter, but was a creation similar to magic. The problem was, even star envoys couldn't use similar magic, and there was no record of it in human history. What was going on? The appearance and effects of the spatial rift left Kaya and Rima momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Should they follow that dragon girl lowly inside? No one seemed to have mentioned that ordinary people could enter the spatial portal. Would they be in danger if they rashly followed? Or was this just some kind of prank by Little L? Kaya and Rima didn't know much about the dragon princess, Elian, especially her identity and abilities. They only knew that Elian had introduced herself as a dragon girl, but they had never seen a real dragon, nor did they know just how powerful a dragon truly was. In terms of combat, Erin only recently had to show her skills when she was approached by several extremists of unknown origin. She slapped one of them away with a pillow and then recognized the Star Extermination Society member hiding in a corner. Based on this performance alone, Erin is simply a humanoid creature in Kia and Rima's minds, who possesses special combat skills, great strength, and amazing perception. As for the specific abilities of this dragon girl Loli, and just how powerful they are, Kia has no idea. But regardless, spatial teleportation is just too amazing. If this ability has no limitations, wouldn't she be invincible in this world? I'm back. While Kia was still in a daze, Erin had already dragged her suitcase to the vicinity of the portal, popping her head out with a plop. Kia and I, what are you doing sticking your hand in here? Whoa! The sudden appearance of the little girl's head startled Kia, who stumbled back several steps, clutching his heart. You scared me to death. Where did you go? I was just hesitating whether to follow you in. Going back to the inn to bring my sleeping suitcase. Erin pulled her head back in, then dragged her suitcase through the portal to room 3115. Kia and I and Rima-nichan, is there anything else you need? Huh? Seeing the familiar suitcase, Kia was completely dumbfounded. You brought it back already? Wasn't this suitcase left in the hotel room when she left? The hotel is dozens of kilometers away. How did she manage to bring it back in less than half a minute? Rima, who had watched Erin open the portal, seemed to understand. Can we go back to our hotel through here? Yes, as I said, it allows for spatial travel. Erin nodded, dragging the suitcase to the bedside and placing it down. That's why I decided to come here with Kia and I and Rima-nichan. They can't hold me. Your ability is terrifying. Kia pointed to the portal. This door. Can we go in too? Of course. Erin tilted her head. We're comrades, aren't we? Although the dark purple crack before her looked somewhat terrifying, remembering that Erin had just come out of it, Kaya mustered her courage, took a deep breath, and plunged into the black space. Seeing this, Rima lifted her skirt, her little leather shoes making cheerful tap-tap-tap sounds on the floor of the room, and followed. Just as Erin had said, the other side of the door was the hotel that Kaya had specifically rented to store the luggage from the theater troops Notre Dame. My God! Standing on the clean floor of the inn, Kaya felt a tiny bit unreal for the first time. We're back just like that? We bypassed the guards of the Celestial Tower, bypassed countless robots, and traveled dozens of kilometers back? Erlin's ability is terrifying. Rima followed behind Kaya. I don't recall any records of spatial abilities from even the ancient civilizations, yet she can use them so easily. I don't know the specific limitations of this ability, but judging from its performance, it's truly terrifying. Kaya said, turning around to examine the equally thin, dark purple spatial portal behind him. If war breaks out, Erlin's ability will be highly coveted by all strategists. Whether it's transporting supplies, delivering weapons, or flanking attacks, it can have an overwhelming impact on the battlefield. If Kaya was still somewhat confused about Erlin's self-proclaimed title of Dragon Girl before, he now had a more vague impression of Erlin's power. Or rather, it can no longer be summarized by the word powerful. Chapter 782. The Moon. In a place invisible to probes and telescopes from all nations, a dark purple portal quietly opened in the quiet space. Little L was the first to emerge from the portal. He glanced at the night sky above, then slowly walked to a large nearby rock and sat down. A short while later, Li Qi and Lilia, led by Yi Yao, also passed through the portal and stood on this tranquil lunar surface. This is... Upon seeing the surrounding scenery, so distinctly different from Earth, Li Qi's legs went weak, and she almost stumbled with every step. Is this really the moon? Yes. Little L opened the fruit platter prepared by Yi Yao, and sat on a lunar rock, eating in a rather adorable pose. This is one of the few areas where you can see Earth without being detected by Earth's telescopes. But Li Qi's big eyes were filled with confusion. I remember there's no air on the moon, but we can talk now. Haven't you noticed that the sounds we hear are much purer? Yi Yao explained. This is one of Little L's abilities. She used a mysterious power to temporarily add a property to our voices that allows them to travel in a vacuum. Also, we don't need to breathe here. This is also Little L's ability. She programmed our bodies to use a mysterious power function, so even without breathing, we won't suffer from oxygen deficiency. After saying this, Yi Yao turned to Little L. Is that right? If I were to explain it in detail, it would be much more complicated than that, but that's roughly it. Little L waved her little hand at Li Qi. Li Qi, relax, you're too tense. I can't relax. Li Qi tried to take a few steps forward, then stumbled and fell to the ground, kicking up some dust. This is probably the most realistic reaction of an astronomy enthusiast. Lilia, watching from the side, helplessly stepped forward to help Li Qi up. This is the first time I've seen her so flustered. Wait, let me calm down. Sitting on the ground, Li Qi clutched her chest with one hand and tried to scoop up the dust with the other. Is this lunar soil? Space experts on Earth spend their entire lives trying to see the same lunar soil. The gravity here is so fun. Seeing Li Qi's insistence on not needing help, Lilia had no choice but to let go and bounce around beside her. I can jump really high. Lilia's bouncing made Li Qi lift her head. Then, she saw the blue planet in the black night sky. Is that our Earth? Why do I feel a little scared? The real universe is like this, silent, pure, and it makes you feel incredibly lonely. Little L stood up, gazing at the azure planet against the black backdrop. It's not like Earth. On Earth, we have air. Even in the dead of night, we can hear so many sounds, the chirping of insects, the wind, the sounds of people going up and down stairs, and the noise of our neighbors. These things don't make us feel lonely. But there's nothing on the moon. Also, the moon doesn't have an atmosphere like Earth. From here, the sky is the purest black. There's no light pollution like in cities, no moon screen. Looking up, there's just darkness, a deathly silence. Humans would feel uncomfortable in such a world. I originally thought the world on the moon would be incredibly romantic. Li Qi took out her phone, pointed it at the azure planet overhead, and pressed the shutter button several times with trembling hands. And looking at Earth from the moon doesn't seem as breathtaking as in the movies. This Earth is smaller than I imagined. It's definitely not as big as in the movies. If Earth occupied most of the night sky like in the movies, this distance would mean the moon has entered Earth's Roche limit. Yi Yao gave Xiao Ai a smug look. Is that the term? Roche limit. You taught me that before. Yes. Little L nodded. Yeah, those scenes in movies where you can look up and see half the Earth blocking out the sky. If we're being serious, the moon is probably heading straight for Earth. Then, hearing Yi Yao and Little L discussing the Roche limit, Li Qi, for some reason, asked if one day, the moon really does crash into Earth due to some unavoidable force, Little L, would you still be able to save the world? Yes. Little L nodded. I can use background permissions to format the moon's trajectory and position. However, due to the influence of gravity, Earth's oceans will likely be affected. Some areas might experience tsunamis, earthquakes, typhoons, and other natural disasters. After all, the process of the moon crashing into Earth would disrupt Earth's ecological balance. If the impact is significant, causing many casualties, Could little L still save them? Theoretically, yes, but in most cases, I wouldn't interfere with human life, death, illness, or natural disasters. Under Li Qi's gaze, little L smiled slightly. Of course, if it were you, I would intervene. Lilia, who was skipping and jumping in the distance, turned around. What do you mean by intervene? It means if something unexpected happens to you or your family, like being in a car accident on your way to school, I would use my abilities to restore you to health. Little L blinked. Am I being selfish? No, in a sense, I don't recommend little L intervene. After all, if little L were a god, saving one would mean saving a second, a third, and eventually, there would be more and more things to worry about. After taking the photos, Li Qi seemed to have recovered. Now I finally understand what Yao meant when she said little L was a god, and it matches my understanding of gods. Lord Ming, you're slightly off. I originally thought the gods you spoke of were just capable of space travel and such. I never imagined little L could bring people back to life. Bringing people back to life actually involves a philosophical question. For example, if someone is already dead, and I reshape their body and memories, creating an exact replica, wouldn't that count as resurrection for them? So it's best if little L does nothing. Yi Yao leaned closer. Besides, we can't make all sorts of demands on little L just because she's a god. Yes, that's what I think too. Li Qi nodded. While that's true, when I truly experienced little L's divine power, I still felt it was somewhat unreal. Chapter 783. Hello, room 3115, your midnight snack. On the Mar World side, after Kaya and Remo had mostly moved their personal belongings from the hotel to their room at the Celestial Tower, the soldiers delivered their ordered food. Oh, thank you. Opening the door, Kaya was about to thank the soldiers when she discovered they had simply stuffed all the midnight snacks into a large bag. The hover car had bumped along the way, and now the snacks in the bag were all mushy, completely unrecognizable. Wait, what do you mean? Examining the mushy mess in the bag, Kaya frowned. I don't expect you to deliver the food exactly as it was served, but asking a waiter for a few bags shouldn't be difficult, right? What is this? A provocation? To celebrate Erin joining the troupe, Kaya had ordered 7 or 8 dishes at the restaurant earlier. The meal included vegetables, fruit, broth, roasted meat, and many local specialties and desserts. And then the soldiers just dumped everything into one bag and brought it over? Isn't this humiliating? Mixing broth, roasted meat, fruit platters, cakes, and other completely unrelated things together, this can't be called a midnight snack, it's just a slightly more upscale swill. The soldiers could have easily asked the waiter for more bags while packing up, and packed the food separately, they wouldn't have had to pay. What? Seeing Kaya's displeasure, the soldier outside the door said impatiently, It's good enough that you have anything to eat. Why are you being so picky? Sir, I be honest with you now. I'm suppressing my anger, and waiting for your explanation. I think I've been polite enough. Kaya pointed to the mixed midnight snack in the large bag. Why don't you call your captain over? He knows me, I talked to him. Why would you want to see our captain? He's busy. Who do you think you are, wanting to see the captain? The soldier slammed the bag against the door. Our job is simply to bring your things here untouched. Whether the flavor has changed or not is not our concern. He then looked at those around him. You agree, right? Haha, indeed. Exactly. We serve the Edelstein royal counselors. We don't want to be ordered around by clowns like these. We brothers are already being kind enough to help these clowns carry things, and he's so picky. I told you long ago, we can't be swayed by these fools. Is that too much? Look at you, taking advantage of my kindness. The soldier's words outside the door made Kaya's face even more gloomy. You see, the main reason he went out to order this late-night snack was for Erin. Because Erin said she was hungry and wanted to eat, and the dragon girl lowly claimed it was her first time in this world, he decided to take her out for a walk and get something to eat. After the Space Gate incident just now, Erin was practically a half-creator god in Kaya's eyes, her status even higher than the kings of various countries. Now, Erin's much-anticipated late-night snack had been ruined like this by these parasites of Edelstein. Even with Kaya's good temper, he was about to explode. What's wrong? During the conversation, Erin and Rima emerged from the small room. Has our midnight snack arrived? Yes, little sisters, enjoy your meal. The soldier chuckled at Erin. By the way, you better take off that strange horn on your head, as well as your wings and tail, while you eat. I know your fool's troupe works very hard performing on stage, and likes to wear strange things, but don't make it so difficult when you eat. Strange horn? Erin stretched out. The little girl touched the dragon horns on her head, puffing out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. You can't say that. It's the symbol of the dragon race. Dragon race? Ha 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 ha. She says she's a dragon. Aren't you getting too into character? Do you all get this immersed in your roles after the stage? Little girl, you say you're a dragon. Ha ha, then tell your uncle, what kind of dragon are you? One of those omnipotent, flying, and earth-burrowing dragons from mythology. Enough. Kaya's angry shout interrupted the soldier's banter. I want to see your captain. No, I want to see the governor. Saying this, Kaya held 2 playing cards between her fingers, adopting an aggressive stance. You can humiliate our troop, you can humiliate our fools, but if you humiliate her, sorry, I won't allow it. What? Humiliating her isn't allowed? A soldier stepped forward and patted Kaya on the shoulder. Besides, we didn't humiliate her, did we? That little girl said she's a dragon. A dragon? Do you even know what a dragon is? The soldier leaned closer to Kaya. Dragons are fictional mythical creatures, and we're in the real world now. Do I need to remind you, Mr. Kia? Why are you serving food like this? At the same time, Irin noticed the mushy mess of food by the door, her already puffed up cheeks looking even rounder. I'm angry. So what if you're angry? Hit me. The soldier outside pointed to his head. Come on, didn't you say you were a dragon? Hit me with your tail. Chapter 784. Edelstein Royal Guard. Several guards from the Royal Guard were working at their desks. Behind them, a device resembling an Earth television was broadcasting the latest news. Recently, the ship Nutters from the Fool's Troop ran aground in Star Sand Port. According to Captain Kai of the Nutters encountered the level 5 sea monster, Qi Xian, a few days ago during its voyage. The attack caused severe damage to the ship, injuring at least 5 crew members, who have been rushed to the hospital. Mr. Kaya seemed a little tired when talking about this year's theatrical performances. Dear Edelstein family, I am your old friend Kaya. It's been a long time. It's been almost a year since I last visited Edelstein. Time flies. The blessings you all gave me when we parted seem to still echo in my ears. Listening to the conversation on the photograph behind him, a royal guard sat up and stretched. Kaya. I remember him. He comes to Edelstein every year. Doesn't his troop have a special bottle-throwing talent? The amazing clown girl? The one in the huge red and white dress? Yes, her name is Rima, I think. Another royal guard looked up. I specifically went to see her last year. To be honest, I don't really understand many of the troop's acts, but little Rima is so cute. It's a pity, their ship was blown up by the sea monster this year. I don't know if they can continue performing. Didn't Kaya just say that we have to wait for the hospital's notification? If the crew recovers, they perform as planned. If not, he arranged another show with Rima. The news story ended quickly during the casual conversation. The camera switched to another news item. Recently, a spokesperson for the Edelstein royal family stated that the mechanical Queen Ilil has shown signs of revival. They expect to activate the internal program of her chip within 3 days, at which time the truth behind the legendary unsolved mystery of the ancient civilization may well surface. According to historical records, Edelstein City has always been a legacy left to us by the machines. His Majesty the King has said countless times that whether it is us, the people of Edelstein, or this city, all the machines here belong to the mechanical Queen Ilil. She is merely their agent. The mechanical queen is awakening? This is big news. Upon hearing this, almost all the royal guards in the office turned around, staring incredulously at the 3D projection screen. I remember His Majesty the King has been trying to repair the mechanical Queen Ilil for almost 10 years, hasn't he? Yes, the main problem with the mechanical Queen Ilil is that the information in her chip is incomplete, which is why she hasn't been able to awaken. The officer sitting by the window looked relieved. Now this mechanical. Finally, she's about to awaken. It's truly a joyous occasion. The name Ilil can refer to the mechanical queen, the era name of the mechanical age, and ancient civilization over 5,000 years ago, and also the 3 unearthed mysterious chips. The main reason is that Queen Ilil's computing power is simply astonishing. Even with the chip shattered into 3 parts, leaving only a third, it can still keep our entire Edelstein running. No, actually, the computing power supporting our city's operation is less than a third of Queen Ilil's. Our scientists have only developed less than 1,000th of the capabilities of that fragment. Yes, it is, after all, a damaged chip, only a small portion is intact. But even so, we are extremely fortunate, because this damaged chip contains all the information about Queen Ilil's body. Our scientists only need to provide the corresponding materials for the chip to automatically assemble the Queen's body. I bet if Queen Illo really awakens within the next few days, His Majesty the King will definitely designate that day as Edelstein City's birthday. Just as these royal police officers were discussing the mechanical queen, a soldier hurriedly knocked on the glass door of the guardhouse. Huff. The soldier took off his coat as soon as he entered and sat down in the reception chair, panting heavily. Upon recognizing the man, the two Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers quickly returned to their chairs and shook hands with him. Hello, Mr. Willie. Long time no see. What brings you here for tea? Are you here to file a report or? I'm here to file a report. The officer, referred to as Willie, took a few moments to catch his breath. However, my case might be a bit strange, but I swear on my honor it's true. You have to believe me. The two officers immediately adopted a respectful expression, exchanging a glance. We've been friends for years. What's there to believe? Please speak, we're listening. One of my brothers just, the officer in front of him said seriously, was beaten up by the dragon girl and sent to the emergency room. The two royal police officers exchanged glances. One of them picked up the smart monitor on the table, browsed the database, found a picture of a cat-eared girl, and showed it to the officer. The officer glanced at the picture. It's a dragon girl, not a cat girl. The officer browsed the database again, and found a picture of a dragon dancing girl. It's a mythical dragon, like a large winged lizard, not this kind of divine dragon. The officer swiped the screen, showing the officer a picture of a mythical dragon. A dragon girl. A union of dragon and mother. The officers were getting a little frantic. Have you ever read the myths? A terrifying dragon transforms into a maiden, and comes to the mortal realm to abduct a princess or prince. That's a dragon girl with horns, wings, and a tail, understand? Understood. The officer put away his device. Mr. Willie, please calm down and continue. She complained about the food we brought back, saying the dragon girls don't eat this kind of pig swill, and threatened us to make everyone apologize. Right there in the celestial tower, we said a few words to her, and she got angry, rushed out, and slapped my brother with her tail, sending him flying into the wall. We couldn't even pry him out, and we were like... One officer couldn't help but cover his mouth. What are you laughing at? I remembered something worth celebrating. What's worth celebrating? Our mechanical queen, Lady Illo, is about to awaken. What are you laughing at now? The news just said that the Emperor of Edelstein is returning, and we will all join the glorious evolution. I say it again. The officer was getting annoyed. This may sound fantastical, but I'm not joking. There really is a dragon girl. Yes. Hello? Well, we still believe you're Mr. Willie. The officer, propping his face up with his hand to stop himself from laughing, said, and then we want to know, you mean this, cough cough, this one, no this one, this dragon girl. Is she cute? It's not a matter of cuteness. The officer looked conflicted. She really is. A very rare, very beautiful, unknown type of creature. At first, we thought what was on her was the fool. The props. Her eyes were like golden suns. Her hair was half black and half white, and she had horns on her head. She wore very soft clothes, like a girl next door. Unfortunately, she attacked too quickly. Before we could react, my brother was down. Still laughing? I've been holding back for a long time. The Emperor of Edelstein City is returning. What does this have to do with the Emperor of Edelstein City? How about this, Mr. Willie? A police officer quickly typed a few lines on a keyboard, printed out a receipt, and handed it to the officer in front of him. You go back to the hospital to take care of your... Well, the brother injured by the dragon girl. We let you know as soon as we have any progress. Okay, you guys quickly activate the emergency plan, bring more weapons, and then notify His Majesty the King. That dragon girl is terrifying. If she attacks our country, the consequences will be unimaginable. The officer picked up his clothes and stood up. It would be best to thoroughly investigate her identity, why she possesses such power, whether she's a spy sent by an enemy country. All right, Mr. Willie, take care. Willie walked out of the Royal Guard Hall looking dejected. Ha. Before Willie had gone far, thunderous laughter erupted from the Royal Guard Hall. Ha. Especially the two officers who had received Willie's men, they were practically doubled over with laughter, clutching their stomachs, and convulsing at their desks. He actually said he saw a dragon girl. Does a dragon girl even exist? Seeing a cat girl would be more believable than a dragon girl, wouldn't it? Let's not even talk about whether there are dragon girls. Whether there are even dragons is still unknown. At least our archaeologists haven't found any dragon skeletons. Either the dragon girl he's talking about is a mechanical dragon, which is more credible. Amidst the laughter, a huge, dark purple rift suddenly opened in the center of the guard hall. Excuse me. Eline, clutching a large pillow, emerged from the spatial rift. Excuse me? Is this the Edelstein Royal Guard? Eline's sudden appearance silenced the previously cheerful guardhouse. It's like this. I want to report some officers from the council. They not only wasted food but also mocked and provoked my comrades. In a sense, they represent Edelstein and are a symbol of Edelstein's security efforts, yet they treated Edelstein's distinguished guests with such an attitude during their work. I think this is unacceptable. Chapter 785. After receiving permission from the Royal Guard officers, Eline happily opened a drawer and took out a large bag of snacks that looked like filled chocolates, which she then began to eat in a rather adorable manner. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Watching the incredibly cute little girl diligently eating on the desk, the Royal Guard officers in the office exchanged glances, all seeing helplessness and indulgence in each other's eyes. Everyone seemed to be saying, "Let the child eat what she likes. Anyway, the royal family will reimburse it in the end. It's not worth much." Especially the female officers. Eline's adorable appearance and white silk nightgown made them cover their mouths, afraid that if they opened their mouths, they would exclaim, "So cute." It wasn't that they were naive or ignorant. After all, Erin was undeniably adorable. Her slightly chubby face and bright, sparkling eyes perfectly captured everyone's aesthetic sensibilities, making her look like a newborn kitten. If it were an ordinary person, the officers inside would have been terrified and drawn their guns the moment they barged into the Royal Guard's office eating. But Erin's cuteness made her seem like a lost kitten who had wandered in for a drink, and no one had the heart to chase her away. After happily eating several chocolate-covered liqueurs, perhaps due to the alcohol, Erin's face flushed slightly. She turned her head. Don't you have anything you want to ask me?" "Ah?" "Oh." Only then did the officer seem to snap out of their daze. Little girl, what did you just say?" If they remembered correctly, she came to report a crime? What case did she mention? Something about soldiers. Wasting food? No, that's not the point. The point is, how did this little girl get in? Why are the wings on her back moving? Is it some kind of machinery? I said, I want to report those soldiers. Eline jumped off the desk and handed a file to the officer in front of her. This is their information. Let me see. The officer took the file, opened it, and his eyes widened after just a few glances. Willie's information. Wow, how did you get this stuff? The file in front of him, besides the information on the soldiers who had previously provoked Kaya and Eline, also included a lot of evidence of their past oppression of the people and acceptance of bribes in Edelstein City. Just search their safe, Eline said casually. Is this enough for you to start your investigation team? The officer carefully examined Eline's wings and tail. Is that some kind of mechanical device? Mechanical? Eline turned around, wiggling her large tail. Is this what you mean, officer? His. It can move. Of course. It's my tail. I'm not a cat. People and tails do their own thing. Eline turned her tail to the front, grabbed the end with her small hand, and shook it. See? There's no mechanical part. His. This action caused everyone in the office to gasp. You mean, it's real? The officer closest to Eline leaned forward, including the wings on your back? Yes. Eline extended her left dragon wing. Officer, would you like to touch it? As if possessed, the officer instinctively reached out and touched the tip of Eline's wing. Why who are you? One of the officers behind her panicked. What are you doing here? Well, if I had to say, I might not be human, I'm a dragon, or more precisely, a dragon girl now. Retracting her wings and letting her tail fall back down, Erin patiently explained, as for why I'm here, I already made it clear. I'm here to complain. The soldiers responsible for delivering our midnight snacks ruined the food, and I'm furious, so I collected some of their dirty laundry to report. Then, how did you? You came here? Something like teleportation magic? Teleportation magic? Like this. Eline opened another portal. Alright, I submitted the relevant evidence to you. Go arrest them. I should go back now. Oh, right. After stepping through the portal, Eline seemed to remember something and turned back, waving to everyone in the office. Thank you for the treat, the liqueur chocolates were delicious. Liquor? Chocolate? Before the officers could say anything, Eline had already stepped into the portal and closed it. Chapter 786. In Shangjing City, after Xiao returned from her trip to outer space with Li Qi, Yi Yao, and Lilia, she saw that Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu, who had gone out to reward themselves, had also returned. Let me introduce you. This is the first friend I made after coming to Earth, Sister Lucinue. Standing between the two groups, Shower took the initiative to introduce her. Sister Lucinue is a writer. She's written over 10 million words of novels online. She's amazing. I can't really call myself a writer. I'm just a web novelist at most. Lucinue was a little embarrassed. And the most low-class kind, a Yuri writer. How is she low-class? I think she's quite high-class. Chiu Xiaoyu, standing next to Lucinue, laughed. Yuri novelists are so amazing, they can easily befriend someone with just a few words, and many intimate actions are normal in their eyes. And then until that night when I ate her, Everyone thought I was joking. Hey! Lucinue glared at Chiu Xiaoyu. Don't say these things in front of children. Well, and this is Chiu Xiaoyu, an artist. She likes to draw cute girls. Her style is dreamy, with rich colors and well-developed characters. She's very famous online. Seeing Chiu Xiaoyu teasing Lucinue again, and noticing the topic was getting a bit off, Shower quickly steered the conversation back on track. And this room also belongs to Sister Xiaoyu. We're all tenants. Shower, you flatter me. Drawing is just a hobby. I also like baking, making small crafts or snacks. Chiu Xiaoyu looked at the three little girls beside Shower. These three are your classmates, right? No, only Yao is, and these two are from class 10 next door. Xiao stood next to Yao. Her name is Yao. She's our class monitor, and this is Lilia, from Russia. She's mixed race, and this is Li Qi. Hello. Chiu Xiaoyu gestured for the girls to sit on the sofa. You remind me of my middle school days. Back then, our class was very close to the class next door, but I was rather introverted, and even after graduation, I only knew a few of the more noticeable girls in my class. Huh? You're introverted? Hearing this, Lucinue looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Xiaoyu, if you're introverted, then there aren't many extroverts in the world. I am indeed introverted, of course, if it were some older sister who writes about Yuri, lesbian romance, I wouldn't mind being a little outgoing, otherwise how could I possibly eat her up? Chiu Xiaoyu gave Lucinue a provocative look. Right? Little Yu? Ugh, reduplicated word, disgusting. Lucinue stood up. What would you little sisters like to eat? I get it for you. I'm fine with anything. Yao sat down next to Xiao generously. Hee, as long as I can be with Xiao I'm satisfied. I don't care what I eat. Me too. Li Qi was clearly still reeling from the shock of leaving the moon and then circling around Venus, Mars, Uranus, and Pluto, still somewhat absent-minded. I'm fine with anything. Then I want a bottle of Fanta. Lilia, however, was quite outgoing. Coke will do if you don't have any. They ate some snacks and drank some beverages together. By the time little Elle took the children home, it was already 10:30 p.m. The amusement park and space travel were so much fun today. On the way back, Li Qi turned around and bowed deeply to little Elle. Galen, you fulfilled my long-held dream. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Then study hard, and let's go to the same high school again, and continue being good friends in the same class. Little Elle gently tiptoed and patted Li Qi's head. Also, I hope you can carry this dream firmly on your life's path. Don't lose it, don't give up hope, and strive for the future through your own efforts and the true power of humanity. Back to the moon, and plant the watermelon seeds we left there. Yes, I will. Li Qi nodded. I won't give up my dream of stardom. Yao and Lilia too, don't give up on your dreams. If you feel lost, just say so in the group chat. We solve any difficulties together. Okay. Then, do you all need me to open the door and take you back to school? No need. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. We can just take a taxi later. Watching Yao and the others' backs as they walked away, little Elle, under the moonlight at the entrance of the residential area, waved her little hand and softly repeated the word dream several times. The world that carries people's dreams. The Garden of Eden of the mysterious river. Only after the three girls had boarded the bus home did little Elle turn around and open the spatial portal to Lumilon. Or rather, to the salsa continent of the Lumilon world. There, too, lies the Beaster girls and the magical continent of the setting. Chapter 787. Eastern Forest of the Salsa Continent. As the first rays of morning sunlight slowly pierced through the treetops and shone into the cave through cracks in the rocks at the entrance, a cat girl with long white hair and heterochromatic blue-green eyes slowly opened her eyes. From a high mountain not far from the cave entrance, a girl seemed to be singing loudly. The girl's howl echoed repeatedly through the valley, its mournful sound lingering and drowning out the songs of several small birds at the cave entrance. This sound seemed to displease the heterochromatic-eyed white cat girl in the cave. She popped out her cheeks slightly, covered her cat ears with her hands, and rolled over. Awooh! However, the wolf girl above the valley seemed to grow increasingly excited, her howls growing louder with each passing moment. Ah! Unable to sleep any longer inside the cave, the heterochromatic white cat girl reluctantly sat up, licked the back of her hand, and then smeared the saliva on her cat ears and beautiful long white hair, giving it a quick comb. During this process, her tail swayed incessantly from side to side, as if telling the outside world about her troubled feelings. A few minutes later, the blue-green heterochromatic white cat stretched, slowly crawled to the cave entrance, moved the large rock blocking the exit aside, and slipped out of the cave. Awooh! Outside the cave, the white cat girl easily leaped onto the crystal red fruit tree by the entrance, with an elegant movement, bit off a huge crystal red fruit with a soft woof, then, carrying the fruit in her mouth, leaped again to the nearby mountainside and gracefully climbed quickly towards the summit. Just as pear blossoms blanketed the cliffs, Katyusha stood on that beautiful shore, her song like the bright dawn. Meanwhile, the wolf girl on the mountaintop seemed no longer content with just howling, and began to sing to herself. The girl sings a beautiful ballad. She sings of the eagles of the grasslands. She sings of her beloved. She also hides her lover's letters. Following the song, the white cat girl quickly climbed the steep cliff to the summit, and found the singing wolf girl. There, on the edge of the cliff, the wolf girl, wearing a t-shirt and skirt printed with the words World Peace, sat on a large rock, happily singing to the valley. The white cat girl released her grip on the red fruit, hugged it to her chest, and slowly walked towards the wolf girl, stopping less than 2 meters away. Ah! This song. The girl's song. Fly with the bright sun. Fly to the soldiers guarding the distant frontier, convey Katyusha's wish. Only after the wolf girl finished singing did the white cat girl slowly walk over, carrying Hongwa. So noisy. Whoa! The sudden sound startled the wolf girl so much that the fur on her tail stood on end. She slipped and instinctively lunged forward, about to fall off the cliff, when the white cat girl swiftly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Whoosh! With just a gentle pull, the wolf girl, weighing less than 40 kilograms, was pulled up. Why you? Looking at the cat-eared girl in front of her, wearing an off-the-shoulder nightgown and white silk stockings, the wolf girl was somewhat puzzled. When did you get here? When you sang about her singing of the eagle of the grasslands, the cat-eared girl said lazily, I was woken up from my dream by you. Ah? Oh, sorry. Hearing this, the wolf girl was a little embarrassed. I really didn't know there were people on this mountain. Compared to Earth, this world does have fewer people. The cat-eared girl looked at the wolf girl's t-shirt with the words World Peace printed on it. You must have just arrived recently, right? Yeah, I just arrived yesterday, and I was a little excited, so... The wolf girl touched her head, her wolf ears. Her head drooped slightly. I'm so sorry, I disturbed your sweet dream. The cat-eared girl was silent for a few seconds. It's nothing, it wasn't really a sweet dream. This for you. The cat-eared girl handed the wolf girl a crystal red fruit she had picked along the way. Although I don't know what this fruit is called, it tastes really good. Thank you. The wolf girl happily took the red fruit, which was almost the size of a watermelon. Her paws glowed red, and with a whoosh, she split the fruit in two. We each have half. Giving the other half to the cat-eared girl, the wolf girl sat on a large rock beside her, gazing at the sun slowly rising on the horizon. This world is so beautiful. The dawn's light fell on the girl, casting a lively little shadow on the flower-covered mountaintop. The cat-eared girl walked over. When I heard that voice, I thought it was a hallucination before I died, but I never expected. The wolf girl turned her head. You died too? Yes, a car accident. I'm sorry. It's nothing. I remember that voice saying that almost everyone qualified to travel to this world is a kind child who has no attachment to Earth or their past and hasn't done anything bad. The cat-eared girl said lazily, so you don't need to apologize to me. I really have no attachment to my past life or that other world. In fact, when I saw that big truck driving towards me, I felt a sense of relief. I just don't know if the driver will have to pay compensation. With that, the cat-eared girl took a big bite of the half-ripe red fruit. Me too. The wolf girl sat down next to the cat-eared girl. Little cutie, what's your name? Little cutie? The cat-eared girl's face instantly flushed red. No, not little cutie, you can just call me Laffy. Laffy? Well, we don't have ID cards or anything here anyway. The cat-eared girl avoided the wolf girl's gaze, a little embarrassed. I can't use my old name, it's a bit weird. Oh yeah, then you can call me Lucy. The wolf girl leaned over, looking the cat-eared girl up and down. You're so cute, such beautiful long white hair, fluffy ears, and your eyes are a different color. The sudden intense gaze made the cat-eared girl turn her head away. What's so interesting about that? Are you shy? I'm not shy at all. You used to be a boy, right? Huh? This question instantly made the cat-eared girl's face turn as red as an apple. How did you know? Intuition. The wolf girl, Lucia, extended her wolf tail behind her and subtly coiled it around the cat-eared girl, Laffy's, tail. I used to really enjoy joining anime, game, and novel-related groups. The cutest kids in those groups were often boys. Is that true? Of course, it's not that all cute people are boys, but someone as cute and easily embarrassed as you is most likely a boy who has almost never had a girlfriend and has a rather introverted personality. A few words made the cat-eared girl's face flush red. Red face to the roots of her neck. After the car accident, in my dying moments, I talked for a long time with a voice in my head. When she asked me what form I wanted to take in the world of Lumilan, I don't know why, I chose the beast-eared girl continent of Salsa, and set my appearance as a white-haired cat girl. At the time, I specifically emphasized that I wanted a cat girl with heterochromia, because I thought I was dreaming, a hallucination before I died. And when I opened my eyes, I really had become a white-haired cat girl with heterochromia. Lucia gazed at the rising sun ahead. Actually, it was similar. I once played a two-dimensional game and really liked the wolf girl in it, so when asked this question, I asked the creator god in return, can you turn me into a cool wolf girl older sister? Me. I'm always invisible, no matter where I am. My parents have been arguing and throwing things since I was little. I was terrified, so I just buried myself in my studies until they got to the point of divorce. Then came the division of property. I thought my parents would argue about my custody, but in court, neither of them wanted me, they only wanted to divide the assets. Lucy sighed. Later, I was awarded to my mother, and she always looked down on me. From middle school and high school to graduating from university and starting work, the thing she said to me most often was, grow up and get married quickly, you're a burden. I only been out of school for a few years, and I'm already living in a rented room. The cat-eared girl, Raffi, gently hooked her tail around Lucia's wolf tail. Sorry, I brought up some sad memories. It's not really a sad memory, I'm used to it now. Lucia raised her wolf tail, forming a heart shape with Raffi's tail in the air. I just wanted to say. Just like that voice mentioned, those who come into this world are all kind souls, with no lingering attachment to their past lives, regardless of gender, so don't worry about your past gender. Actually, I didn't quite understand what that meant back then. A kind soul. Raffi nodded. Although I haven't really done anything bad in my entire life. As for me, well, I did some things when I was little. Well, I don't know if they count as bad things. Lucky picked up a red fruit and took a bite. I once surrounded an ant nest with sugar water and watched them get trapped inside all day, or I would shake the mango tree on my way home from school and pick up the fallen fruit to eat. These can't really be considered bad things, right? Raffi covered her mouth and laughed. Compared to me, you're practically an angel. Then what bad things has Raffi done, little sister? Raffi thought for a moment. When I was little, I saw a dog tied up on the street. I found a stick and tested its maximum range of movement. Then I stood just outside its reach, bought 2 sausages, ate them right in front of it, and even put the skewers on the ground. Apparently, the dog barked all day afterward because it was so hungry. That doesn't really count as bad. At most it was a prank. Then what's worse? What's worse? Well, it's just... Speaking of this, the cat-eared girl's face, which had just recovered, flushed again. Back in college, one of my roommates had a collection of nearly 30 gigabytes of adult films. It was my first time seeing this kind of thing. I saw him watching them in the dorm, and I was really curious, so I asked him if I could copy them over. He agreed. There's nothing wrong with watching these. I've seen them too. I wasn't finished yet. When he heard I hadn't seen them, he generously offered to lend me his computer to copy them. Then he went out to buy something, leaving me to use his computer. After I plugged in the USB drive, I accidentally clicked cut instead of copy. At this point, Raffi's face turned completely red again. She held up half a red fruit to cover her face, and her cat ears drooped down. However, then, I didn't realize I had used clipboard, and my roommate didn't know either. It wasn't until he opened the movie folder again that day that he yelled out, saying how could someone be so despicable as to secretly delete movies from his computer. That's when I remembered that I seemed to have cut and pasted them. Finally. I never dared to tell my roommate about the movie I did until graduation. That was really bad. Lucia covered her mouth and chuckled, but I think it's been so long, your roommate should have forgotten by now, right? Yeah, we barely kept in touch after graduation. It's okay, since we haven't been in touch, let's just forget about the past. Lucia gently ruffled the cat-eared girl's hair, and forget that you were ever a boy. I remember that voice saying that there are only girls in this world, and since everyone is a kind girl, we can definitely become good friends. Yeah, that's true. Raffi was silent for a moment. I talked to that voice for quite a while. She introduced me to the world here, including that there are only girls in the world, the trees grow very fast, everyone can be trusted unconditionally, all plants are edible, and you won't die even if you fall from a great height. It's super complicated. It's also very romantic, isn't it? Lucia leaned closer to the cat-eared girl. Do you like it here? Yes. The cat-eared girl answered almost without thinking. I really feel like it's all a dream. This body has no illnesses, I'm full of energy, and so cute every day, and I heard that everyone here in Salsa is a beast-eared girl, and everyone has a very long lifespan. Just this. A few minutes is already a blessing for me. Yes, I feel full of energy now, able to do anything I like. Lucy stood up and stretched. Look, the first thing I did after waking up here was sing to the rising sun. Hee hee, my voice is so beautiful. I remember that voice also said that everyone in this world is exactly as they imagine themselves, whether it's appearance, figure, or voice. Raffi also stood up. At first, I always felt this world was a bit unreal, but when the sun shines warmly on my face, when the flowers and grass tickle my cheeks while I run, and my hair flies behind me, the constant whooshing sound made it all feel so real. That's right. So let's welcome a true new beginning. Lucy looked at the sun ahead. Come on, let's sing together. I can't sing. It's okay, let's start with the basics. How about two tigers, running fast, ready, sing. Isn't that a children's song? It's not suitable for us. Do you look any different from a child right now? With cat ears, you're barely 1.5 meters tall, right? Hurry up, or I tickle you. Ah. No, Tail. Your tail tickles. Chapter 788. High on the warm, sunny mountains of the Salsa continent. As the gentle morning light gradually enveloped the world, the two girls playing on the mountaintop stopped what they were doing. I surrender. Faced with the relentless attacks of the wolf girl, Lucia, the cat-eared girl, Laffy, finally gave in, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. I can't take it anymore, you're so strong. Let me rest for a while. Now you know how powerful I am, right? After all, I'm a real wolf, taking down a little kitten like you is a piece of cake. With a whoosh, Lucia released her grip and sat down on the grass beside Laffy. How about it? Any regrets? Regrets? The cat-eared girl wagged her tail, expressing her dissatisfaction at being bullied. Regrets? What? Your current body. Lucia turned her head away. If I'm not mistaken, your appearance is probably based on Laffy from Azza Lane, right? Laffy nodded. A little embarrassed, she said. Actually, I didn't tell the voice in my head what kind of image I wanted. I just told her out of spite that I liked cat girls with heterochromia. And I don't really believe in other worlds or afterlife. I just wanted to get some sleep and be free. And then you came here and found yourself turned into such a tiny lowly, kind of like a cat-eared version of Laffy? Yeah. Me too. Lucy stretched her tail next to Laffy, and the wolf and cat tail swayed back and forth in the grass, keeping up with the rhythm. I feel like the owner of that voice knows my likes and dislikes. Back on Earth, I dreamed countless times that I was a big gray wolf in the forest, running freely and singing. As I grew up, the part of my day that I looked forward to most after get off work, when I went to sleep and dreamed, Lucky said, brushing her long hair lightly in the morning breeze. I never been in a relationship. My family rarely contacts me except to pressure me to get married. According to my parents, as a girl, I should get married as soon as possible, receive hundreds of thousands in dowry, and give it to them as repayment for raising me all these years. This environment makes me wonder what the meaning of my life is. I feel that even if I find a rich man willing to give a dowry, my married life will definitely not be happy. And I don't want others to pay for my failed life, so I keep putting off my family's pressure to get married, making every holiday when I go home very unpleasant. But dreaming. Just like in my dreams, I can run freely, I don't have to go to work, I can become whatever I like, with these big ears and a tail. As she spoke, Lucky turned around, looking at the soft, cat-eared girl beside her. Like this. Do you like wolves? Raffi thought for a moment. It's okay, I wouldn't say I particularly like them, but I don't really hate them either. I absolutely love wolves. Lucky wagged her tail. When I was very, very young, when I was still in school in the county, before my parents divorced, an older girl in the next class gave me a book on her birthday called Wolf Totem. I read it over and over again, I could almost recite it from memory. It was because of that book that I loved wolves since I was little. What Sister Lucy likes. Hearing this, Raffi said, actually, it's the freedom of a wolf, the freedom to run freely on the grasslands, without being pointed at or locked up. Eh? Lucy was surprised. How did you know that, little guy? What little guy? Raffi muttered. Although my physical age looks young, my mental age might be older than yours. Ha ha, it's okay. That great God said that the average lifespan in the salsa world starts at 1,000 years. When everyone's average age reaches 1 or 2,000 years, whether we were 30 or 40 years old won't really matter. After all, 1,230 years old and 1,240 years old are just a fraction of the difference. Lucy patted Raffi on the shoulder. At least for now, you are a little guy in my eyes. Okay. Raffi wore a resigned expression, and then I really wished I could grow wolf ears and a wolf tail. Back then, anime-style mobile games were just starting out, and a lot of people liked cat girls, but I liked wolf girls, or dog girls, since wolves are canines, after all. Lucky sighed, I never told anyone about this. Every night I looked forward to transforming in my dreams. It almost became a dream of mine. A dream that could never be realized in the real world, only in dreams. What I didn't expect was that the Creator God could sculpt my ideal appearance so precisely. Wolf ears, a wolf tail, such a handsome and beautiful face, and such prominent fangs. When I first woke up, I stared at the lake for over an hour, swooning over it. Hee. Raffi blushed slightly. Sister Lucy. Can I call you sister? Lucy nodded. Sure, what's wrong, little one? Actually, before I met you, I always thought it was all a dream. Raffi used her tail to press down the wolf girl's constantly swaying, fluffy tail beside her. Before coming here, the voice in my head told me that salsa is a very magical world. Although many settings are the same as Earth, all the unpleasant things have been removed. Things she wanted me to find happiness in salsa. Like, falling from a great height and not dying, only fainting from lack of oxygen and water, and immediately entering a dormant state, all plants being edible, unconditionally trusting all humans. All of this felt incredibly unreal. I thought to myself, aren't these just game mechanics? Even when I opened my eyes again, and found myself transformed into this little girl, trying to experience this world, I still didn't believe it was real. I thought it was just a fantasy from my dying moments. Wasn't there a saying that before death, the human brain reviews its past like a revolving lantern, and finally has a particularly happy dream where time flows incredibly slowly? I was certain that I was in a dying dream state until I met you, and only then did I reluctantly believe it wasn't a dream. Eh? Why would meeting you make me believe it's not a dream? Lucia's eyes widened. Maybe I might be a fictional character in a dream too? My intuition tells me it's not Lucia. The cat-eared girl, Raffi, shook her head. Because I also heard that the human brain doesn't dream about things it hasn't seen before, at least not things that suddenly pop up. Like the book Wolf Totem you mentioned earlier, I never read that book. Maybe Raffi has heard of that book? That's possible, but combined with such a realistic world, I don't think so many coincidences can be explained by dreams. The only possibility is that I really time traveled. In the soft light of the morning sun, Raffi hesitated for a moment. Well, actually, there's another crucial point. As a boy, I couldn't possibly know what a girl's body feels like, not even in a dream. Oh! Lucia took a while to react. You mean I accidentally touched it just now? Yes. Sorry. Lucia walked behind Raffi, grabbed her soft cat ears with both hands, and said with enjoyment while rubbing them, as for me, the moment I opened my eyes, I realized this was a real world. Or rather, I always been this way, even if it's a dream, I treat it as real and enjoy it. After all, no matter how unreal the content of a dream is, it still exists in this world. Feeling the comfortable rubbing of the girl's small hands on her cat ears, Raffi raised her head slightly and twitched her ears. So, we've been transported to a world where gods exist. That's how I understand it, and it should be a magical alternate world where the transmigrators and the local residents live together. Lucia raised her little hand, her claws glowing red. Look, this is the magic I learned on my first day here. It can easily slice open all kinds of delicious fruits. Lil Raffi, Do you have any unique talents? Well, Raffi thought for a moment. Does being incredibly fast and having exceptionally quick reflexes count? Running incredibly fast? Lucia was a little surprised. What do you mean by incredibly fast? It means being able to run on very steep walls without falling, like in a game. It's a bit against the laws of physics. But since there's no fall damage in this world, it seems there's no need to discuss physics. Raffi stretched out her snow-white little hand. This body can run for 1 or 2 hours straight without getting tired. This was unimaginable for me before. Was it because you used to play games at home all the time and rarely went out that? Has it made your health worse? Don't say that. I'm so tired after work every day, I don't have time to exercise. Haha, don't worry about it, I'm the same way. Lucky opened her mouth and took the girl's fluffy cat ear into her mouth, mumbling then. How did you tell I was so quick-witted? Around this time yesterday, I found a tree laden with oranges. There were so many oranges on the tree. When I passed by, some oranges fell from the tree. In that instant, almost without thinking, I bit into the falling orange. Raffi recalled, then I got curious if I could catch all the falling fruit, so I stood under that orange tree and waited. When the wind blew, whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 oranges fell down at once, and I caught them all. Wow, that's great. Lucy clapped her hands and asked curiously, did you wait under that tree for a long time? Not really, a gust of wind blew by every 10 minutes or so, and the oranges would fall down. Besides, I can't eat that many. So cute. I can already picture it in my mind. Under a tree laden with golden oranges, an adorable cat girl sits obediently on the lawn in a duck-like position, her little head tilted back, gazing at the fruit on the tree, eagerly waiting for the little fruits to fall. Damn it! I just didn't know. I knew I could climb trees. If I'd known, I would have climbed up and eaten all the oranges. Don't cats dislike the taste of oranges? I'm not a cat. Cat girls are practically the same as cats to me, aren't they? Humph, I'm not arguing with you about that. You're acting like a child. Raffi stood up angrily. Anyway, I don't know magic, but I'm very satisfied with my body, so it's okay. Is that so? Lucy nodded. Now I understand what that deity meant by absolutely kind soul. Eh? What do you mean? Lil Raffi doesn't feel like a boy at all. You could even say she's more like a girl than me. Super cute. As she spoke, Lucy pulled the cat-eared girl beside her into her arms, constantly rubbing her cheeks. And Lil Raffi is so fragrant and soft, even softer than a kitten. Fragrant and soft is because of her body, and has nothing to do with me. Raffi, her voice slurred from being rubbed, stammered, and aren't you yourself? A sweet, soft girl. That's different. I can't hug myself, so hugging Lil Raffi is more enjoyable. Rustle, rustle. As they spoke, a girl with rabbit ears peeked out from the nearby bushes. You too. Wow. There's another girl? The commotion in the bushes made Lucy turn around, her eyes widening. It's a rabbit-eared girl. I heard singing, so I thought I'd come and see. The rabbit-eared girl wore a thin dress, her face flushed. But this mountain. It's so high, it took me ages to climb. It's all right, it's all right. Lucy walked towards the rabbit-eared girl. Are you from Earth too? Earth? The rabbit-eared girl tilted her head, looking puzzled. What's that? Aren't you from the landing star? Huh? Lucia was taken aback at first, then quickly realized, they're actually natives of Salsa. Yes, my home is at the foot of the mountain opposite. The rabbit-eared girl pointed to the neighboring mountain peak. This is the first time I've seen friends other than rabbits. Would you two like to come to my house as guests? Chapter 789. In the Mar world, Erin, returning from the Royal Police Station, shared liqueur-filled chocolates with Kaya and Rima in their room. These are delicious, but a little intoxicating. Under Kaya and Rima's curious gazes, Erin proactively unwrapped a liqueur-filled chocolate, took a bite, and said, perfect as a late-night snack. The fight with the soldiers at the door had resulted in them being under house arrest. Room 3115 was locked, and the butler outside declared, they can't leave until the matter is investigated. Although this level of house arrest was insignificant to Erin. Thank you. Taking the liqueur-filled chocolate, Rima tried a bite. So sweet. Right? Erin said happily, many places I've been to have similar sweets. They're super delicious. Actually, Erin wasn't surprised at all that chocolate existed in this world. Because on any planet similar to Earth where animals use oxygen to generate energy, plants would almost always evolve fruits similar to cocoa beans. Earth-like places would inevitably have microorganisms capable of synthesizing various nutrients from stars. These microorganisms would make the land fertile, and this fertile land would then give rise to plants and animals. Plants would absorb nutrients from the soil and sunlight to grow, while animals would survive by eating the plants. Therefore, some plants, to avoid being eaten by animals, would evolve alkaloids in their leaves or fruits that could poison living organisms. Theobromine is one such alkaloid, poisonous to most small animals. Only animals like humans, with their powerful ability to break down alkaloids, would consider cocoa beans, this poison, as food. The same principle applies to alcohol. When fruit falls to the ground and remains there for a long time, it is broken down by microorganisms, and the resulting metabolites are alcohol. If a hungry savage were to pass by during this period, he would have no choice but to eat this rotten fruit containing alcohol in order to survive. If the savage's body couldn't metabolize the alcohol, he would die from alcohol poisoning. Only savages who wouldn't die from eating rotten fruit could evolve into Homo sapiens. With this evolutionary process, it's actually quite logical that modern humans eat liqueur-filled chocolates as snacks. This packaging. I remember it's from the Royal Guard. While eating the chocolate, Kaya recognized the sticker on the snack in her hand. Little L, you didn't actually go to the Royal Guard, did you? Yeah, I went to see their sheriff. Oh no, I mean the squad leader, and told them about those soldiers. At the mention of it, Eline was a little angry. That's so awful, wasting food like that. Calm down. Kaya thought for a moment. What did the Royal Guard say? I don't know, but I think they should be willing to help arrest them. Arrest them? Gaia was somewhat surprised. Because they wasted our food? Erin shook her head. No, I just went to those soldiers' houses and found evidence of their embezzlement and other misdeeds in their safes. Gaia, who had just finished his chocolate and picked up his water glass to drink, spat out his water at Erin's words. What did you just say? You went to their houses? And found evidence in their safes? Yes, safes usually contain valuable things, right? I just ransacked the safe when I got there. Erin's cheeks were puffed up, clearly still angry about her wasted midnight snack. You don't need mercy with people like that. Little Erin is still too gentle. Rima covered her mouth and chuckled. Even though her little head is already as angry as a kitten, she still hasn't shown any murderous intent. If Kaya had Erin's strength, those soldiers would be corpses by now. Hey, am I that scary? Kaya looked innocent. Besides, I'm not. Perhaps she possesses the immense power of Little L, right? Her ability to freely traverse space alone is theoretically enough to make her a queen in our world. Quite the queen. I don't want that. Eline recalled the pressure she faced when she first received the title of Dragon King from Nasod, and a slight headache shot through her head. A king bears far too many responsibilities. Although the Eve continent had entered a period of complete peace under Nasod's rule during the Dragon King handover ceremony, various doubts and strange incidents still followed after she became the Dragon King of Eve. Whether Eline became Dragon King at only 100 years old, or doubted her ability to govern Eve continent, were relatively mild. The most unpleasant were those who outwardly expressed absolute support, but secretly engaged in all sorts of underhanded tactics, always finding ways to cause Eline trouble. Lenny couldn't imagine how much pressure Nasod would have been under in a time of war, when the conflicts between various races were so great that they even wanted to eliminate each other before dealing with the monster problem. Chapter 790. Edelstein City, the Mechanical Graveyard. Looking down from the city, it's a massive crater over 3 kilometers in diameter. The crater was clearly dug by humans, filled with twisted, strange machines and parts, including numerous remnants of cannons. At this moment, several robots are busy in the central crater of the Mechanical Graveyard. I heard that our Mechanical Empress Ilil is about to officially awaken in the next few days. His Majesty the King has prepared enough mechanical materials for her. Beside the robots, 2 engineers on the night shift are chatting over a late-night snack. Empress Ilil has brought so much glory and wealth to Edelstein while she's asleep. If she really awakens, won't our overall national strength be the best in the world? That's true, but I don't think we should be too optimistic. Like last year, His Majesty the King also said the Empress would awaken, but it ultimately failed, didn't it? Back then, we were lacking some rare earth elements, weren't we? Not just rare earth elements. Well, back then, we couldn't even manufacture some of the alloys. The materials needed for Empress Ilil's body were too numerous and complex. Hans told me a few months ago that we supplied the royal family with over 9,000 tons of steel last year alone. Doesn't that just prove that Empress Ilil's body is 1 in a million? I'm so fed up with those machine enthusiasts. They act like they don't need sleep. All they do is eat and roll around. Do they really think they're machines? Even if they didn't eat or sleep, working 24 hours a day, a true machine god wouldn't favor them. At least, I never heard of anyone in Edelstein becoming a star envoy through hard work. Unbeknownst to the two engineers and the surrounding robots, a spatial rift suddenly opened above the mechanical tomb in the darkness, and Erin, flapping her adorable dragon wings, slowly descended. I don't think they build their research lab here. This is probably some kind of excavation site. Skillfully avoiding the various robot monitors within the mechanical tomb, Erin arrived at a small tent and turned on the computer on the table outside. Using her mysterious power, she easily hacked into the computer and tried to examine the data inside. Cat-eared girl, meow meow meow, darling, that's not love, the incompetent husband and the art of sleep. What kind of content did they put on their work computers? After searching for a while, Erin finally found the data she wanted. Empress Illo BC 992 material list. The person in charge of the list is Hans. And the location of Hans's office is. Got it. Having memorized the information about Hans, Eline closed her computer, then bent down, took a small cookie from the drawer, and reopened the portal. Hans's office is here. Emerging from the portal, Eline found herself at the entrance to a secret base behind the Edelstein Palace. Passing through the base's gate, and using her powerful senses to bypass the patrolling robots and human guards, Eline, still munching on the cookie, quickly found the door to Engineer Hans's office. I say, is this news of Queen Illo's resurrection just another ploy by the royal family to mislead people? As she approached the office, Erin heard an impatient voice from inside. The conflict between the mechanists and humans in Edelstein is almost irreconcilable now. If Queen Illo doesn't awaken this year, Edelstein might even face a split. Why are you yelling at me? I'm just in charge of materials analysis. Christopher sends over the chip data, I analyze the necessary materials, and then I integrate the resources from the mines. What they do with the materials, how could I possibly know? A deeper voice followed. Besides, even if the mechanists and humans really fight, it has nothing to do with us, right? No matter how much trouble they cause, can they outmaneuver the royal family's apocalypse? So many celestial towers. Did we build this for nothing? Shoo, are you crazy? Keep your voice down. The celestial tower is an absolute taboo. If anyone hears us, we're both dead. What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders here. Besides, the celestial tower itself isn't a big secret. Surely no one really believes that such a huge flying machine is just floating in the air providing tea and rest services. Are there really people that stupid? Even if someone guesses that the celestial tower is a weapon, they don't know how powerful it is, right? Most importantly, the Edelstein people don't care. Just don't let the World Federation find out. So you came here today just to talk nonsense? Of course not. I came for Yandan. Yandan? You mean? Click. Lord Hans. At this moment, a man in formal uniform walked over from a distance, and Erin quickly stepped aside. Chapter 791. Inside the Edelstein Palace, in the council hall. In the opulent room, several counselors and members of the royal family were arguing heatedly over documents on the table. This is utter nonsense. I don't agree to this plan. Beside the desk, an elderly man with white hair slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Cooperate with the people of Yandan? I'd rather go find Huan Yu and be a clown with that. That Kaya. Don't get so worked up. Beside the old man, a young counselor waved his hand, gesturing for the old man to sit down. Aren't we just seeking opinions? It's not like Edelstein will definitely cooperate with Yandan this year. Not even next year. The old man said, his neck red. You young generation probably haven't seen the real Yandan. Let me tell you what birth is. It's proliferation. It's the beginning of something wild and unrestrained. In plain terms, it's a swarm of insects, a wild and unrestrained swarm, an overwhelming horde of insects. Have you ever seen a swarm of insects? No. You grown up in palaces, you never even seen a war. Let me tell you what a swarm of insects is. Wherever a swarm goes, nothing grows. They eat everything they can. The city's greenery, the lawns on the playground, the reeds by the river, the fish in the water, even people. Then the city will be covered in insects, even the locusts we can easily crush. Each one will take a small bite, tearing off a small piece of flesh. 10,000, 100,000, even 1,000,000 insects can turn a living person into a skeleton in an instant. Calm down, calm down. Seeing the old man becoming increasingly agitated, a member of parliament across the table quickly stood up. This plan only proposes a possible way to save Edelstein. It doesn't mean we necessarily have to. Cooperation. This possibility is already unbelievable to me. The old man roared, Edelstein is a city of machines, a city of progress. What is evolution? It's disaster, it's destruction. Has our nation really come to this? Would we actually choose to cooperate with them? Shouldn't we in evolution be locked in a life or death struggle? Edelstein is indeed on the verge of collapse. A member of the royal family, who had been observing for a long time, sighed, "You should also know the current situation in Edelstein. Nearly half of the population advocates for humans to live like machines, while the other half calls for liberation from machines. The two factions have been arguing for years, and are currently in a state of stalemate. According to Sheriff Christopher's data, in the past year, crime in Edelstein has increased by 327% compared to last year. This is a terrifying figure. Many people are taking advantage of the conflict between the two factions to interfere, for example, impersonating members of the human faction to attack shops that are still open at night, while simultaneously calling for an end to involution. While looting shops, the mechanists also attack humans seeking pleasure. Several entertainment venues, and even computer and game console shops in the city center have been burned down. If this continues, Edelstein City will be in chaos within 6 months. And what about Queen Ilalu? The old man frowned and said, "Didn't we already announce that Queen Ilalu was about to awaken? Queen Ilalu is the core of the ancient civilization. She definitely knows how to handle these kinds of social conflicts." "Wake up," the royal member said, shaking his head. "Queen Ilalu's core isn't complete, and none of us can be sure she helped us resolve this crisis in Edelstein after she awakens. Don't forget how Edelstein was established," the old man continued. "We obtained Queen Ilalu's core, cracked some of its components, and used their computing power to serve the nation. This wasn't Queen Ilalu's own will." "Yes," the old man continued, "no one can predict the specifics of Queen Ilalu's chip, its internal programming, or whether she helped Edelstein after she awakens. Frankly, awakening Queen Ilalu is essentially the same as, like any cooperation, it's a gamble that she can definitely save Edelstein." The counselor beside the old man said helplessly, "Furthermore, if we choose to awaken Queen Ilalu, there's another risk. The vast majority of Edelstein's people might instantly become her followers. His Majesty the King promised that he was only acting on behalf of the Queen, and Ilaru's prestige among the machine people is higher than His Majesty the King's. His Majesty the King is now in a bind." A member of the royal family gave a bitter smile. He dug such a huge pit for himself, gained so much faith in such a short time, and now it's too late to jump out. "I rather believe that Queen Ilalu will bless Edelstein after she awakens than consider cooperating with Yandan. Don't even think about it." After hearing this, the old man, though still somewhat agitated, slowly sat down. "Furthermore, I suggest you thoroughly investigate those officials, whether any are still cooperating with Yandan. Arrest them all immediately. It will be too late if Yandan's followers manage to infiltrate Edelstein." While the council hall was abuzz with heated debate, a spatial rift quietly appeared in a small room filled with food. "Come on!" Emerging from the spatial rift, Erin waved her little hand at it. "There's lots of food here." "Ah." A moment later, Kaya and Rima also emerged from the rift. "Where is this?" "The royal palace's council hall." Erin pointed to the still warm food before her, then went to the door and turned on the lights. "Well, to be precise, it's the reserved dining room behind the council hall." "Reservation dining room?" As the lights came on, Kaya noticed the room filled with tempting food and asked in surprise, "What does reservation dining room mean?" "It's basically a place for people who haven't eaten enough to have a late-night snack." Erin sat down at the table and picked up her knife and fork. "I've been to many royal palaces in various countries, and these places almost all have a similar problem. Food waste is extremely serious, especially during important meetings. Their kitchens prepare at least 10 times the usual amount of food. It all ends up being thrown away. The royal family and members of parliament in the next room are still arguing. They haven't even touched their food much. There are also preparatory dining rooms numbered 2 and 3, and this is number 4. If we don't eat, all this food will be thrown away. Consider it compensation for their soldiers wasting our midnight snack." Chapter 792. In short, no matter what you say, I oppose any form of cooperation with Yandan, not even communication with them. In the magnificent council hall, after a heated discussion, the elder who had spoken earlier declared, "I would rather Edelstein perish than let her become a slave of Yandan." "Perish is unlikely. Didn't we just discuss that? If all else fails, we can awaken Queen Ilalu. Even handing over the entire country to Queen Ilalu is better than being devoured by a bunch of insects. Yes, Queen Ilalu is, after all, a machine. She is our last resort." A counselor sighed, "But don't forget, everyone, Edelstein is not peaceful right now. Those enemies lurking in the shadows are probably watching Queen Ilalu right now. If we really use this card, they will definitely take action." As far as I know, besides Yandan, quite a few members of the Starslaying Society have also entered Edelstein. If even they covet Edelstein's wealth, or even Queen Illil, and if Yandan goes to war with us, we likely be caught in a precarious situation with both internal and external troubles. Have you all thought about how to turn the tide? Should we ask Huan Yu for her opinion? Huh? The only thing we had contact with Huan Yu is that circus, right? If I remember correctly, didn't one of our counselors recently use a visit to the Celestial Pavilion excuse to put those two fools under house arrest? To correct you, it's 3. 3 fools? No, not 3 fools. According to the intelligence sent back by those soldiers, those 2 fools picked up a strange little girl from somewhere, or something like. A dragon girl? What do you mean by dragon girl? Who knows what it means? I only glanced at their report. Those incompetent reports were all a mess. Something about being whipped into the hospital by a dragon girl's tail. Something about the dragon girl having levitation magic. I really don't have the energy to analyze it word by word. At this critical juncture, I hope they don't cause any more trouble. Why don't you call back now and ask what's going on? It's alright, I go to the Celestial Tower myself after the meeting. I feel like I shouldn't have listened to those mechanical idiots' nonsense. Amidst the argument, Eline and her group in the next room had already finished their midnight snack. Wow, little eye are you? Rima was surprised to see the entire table of food completely devoured. You can actually eat so much? This was a huge table that could seat 60 or 70 people, piled high with food, yet little Ire had cleaned it all in just half an hour. This, it seems physics-wise impossible, right? Although little Ire is a dragon girl, she looks like a human 12-year-old girl. Even with her large stomach, a small bowl of rice, and a few pieces of meat should be enough to fill her up. How could she eat an entire table of food? Or, is there actually a spatial rift inside her stomach, and the food she ate was transferred elsewhere? Rima stared incredulously at Erin's belly, which was barely visible beneath her pajamas. So I am a dragon. Erin patted her little belly. But if I remember correctly, this is the first time I ever eaten so much. For a dragon whose true form is 30 meters long, the food in the room was barely enough to fill its stomach. Dragons are elemental creatures, primarily surviving by absorbing elemental energy from the air. Eating isn't essential for them, but if there's food, dragons won't mind eating more. Anyway, dragons can convert ingested food into energy, and they can also convert elemental energy from the air into energy. It's just a matter of which is more convenient. The way elemental energy is expressed in the Mar world is different from that in the Eve world, making absorption somewhat difficult. It wouldn't hurt for Erin to eat more. This is a fitting reward for the hard work of the palace chefs. After eating and drinking their fill, Erin took one last look towards the conference hall and opened a portal. Let's go. I already found out the location of Queen Illil's chip. Let's go see what's going on. Kia stood up. Should we go straight there? Yes, there's no one guarding it at this time. Erin stepped through the portal first. Yandan will probably start fighting with Edelstein soon. If this place is reduced to ruins, Kia and I and Rimane's performance will be delayed, right? Little Erin actually went to such lengths for us. Slightly touched, Kia and Rima quickly followed. On the other side of the portal was a huge and spacious mechanical base. Chapter 793. A normal, human form. In the brightly lit base, Erin's words only confused Kia more. Is Empress Illil human? Maybe it's for differentiation. This says Illil has 2 forms. One is her original form, which is basically her human form, and the other is the Titan form I just mentioned, which this says is her overclocked form. Erin quickly tapped a few buttons on the control panel in front of her, entering a special interface. The large screen in front of her also displayed this interface. A Titan with the physique of a young girl, over 40 meters tall, and a little girl about 1.4 meters tall. In her original form, Illil's appearance is similar to an ordinary person, and her computing power is at full capacity, but she has virtually no combat ability. Aside from being a bit tougher and heavier than an average person, she's no different from a human. Pointing to the large screen in front of her, Erin explained, her giant form. Or rather, her overclocked form, is her combat form. Do you guys have those tank-like machines in battle? The kind that don't move normally but require someone to sit inside and fire? Of course, Edelstein has quite a few. Kia nodded. Armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles. There are so many. Yes, so Queen Illil's overclocked form is similar to those armored vehicles, generally used only when the queen herself needs to go to the battlefield. Rima's eyes widened. So the people of Edelstein have been busy for so many years, preparing so many materials, just to build Queen Illil's exclusive armored vehicle? Not entirely. We can think of Queen Illil's chip as a person's soul. She needs a physical body to communicate with the outside world. For Ilil, both her original form and overclocked form can directly connect to her soul, awakening her consciousness. So, King Edelstein's direction is correct. Erin switched the interface to the Weapons tab. Furthermore, I understand His Majesty's concerns. A 40-meter-tall, 45,000-ton mechanical girl, even just walking on the streets of Edelstein would be too much for the country's road surface to withstand. She'd likely leave a deep crater with every step, let alone with such extravagant weapons. Weapons. Kia leaned closer. What weapons? Quantum death ray. This is one type. It's an energy ray that can quantize or annihilate anything it hits. Erin clicked on the detailed weapon category. And this, well, according to the transliteration, this is called the Gauss lightsaber. It can cut through almost anything. If Ilil wielded it, one strike could cleave half a street. A 50-meter-long lightsaber? Rima noticed the data on the screen. During the ancient civilization, with such a powerful Empress Ilil, how did the machine suffer such a devastating calamity? Perhaps it was an extraterrestrial civilization, or perhaps a natural disaster related to the star god. We have to wait until Empress Ilil awakens, and find her remaining chips to find out the specifics. At this point, Erin glanced at the distant corridor. The king and several ministers of this country seem to be heading this way. If their target is indeed this place, we expect to be discovered in 10 minutes. Your Majesty? Kia subconsciously pulled a playing card from his pocket. What should we do? Should we leave? I don't plan to leave. I want to try to wake Ilil. They prepared enough materials. Erin pointed to the high-temperature molten metal in the center of the base, although Ilil's memory module. It's almost completely damaged, and we can't find any information, but it feels better to ask her directly about some things. How long will it take to wake Ilil up? About half an hour. If we stay here, won't we be waking Ilil in front of His Majesty the King? It's all right. We can ask His Majesty about the current crisis in Edelstein. He's a smart man. He shouldn't fight us here. Erin clicked on the hidden code and walked towards the location of the Ilil chip, which resembled a furnace core. She raised her small hand and used mysterious power to unlock the sealed power of this core fragment. Chapter 794. A crown. Actually, I have one too. Seeing the king and the surrounding engineers clearly panicked, and the guards at the base exit drawing their weapons, a battle seemed imminent. Erin casually opened a spatial portal and took out her Dragon King crown. Your Majesty, King of Edelstein City, all the diligent engineers, and the guards who protect your Majesty's safety, good evening. Fluttering her dragon wings, Erin floated into the air and placed the crown on her head. Let me introduce myself. I am Erin Garland, the Dragon King from another world. You can call me Traveler, Wanderer, Star Dweller, or simply Erin, Little Erin, it doesn't matter. Everyone, there's no need to be so tense. I was brought to your country's Star Sand port by ocean currents, and then Rimene found me. Currently, I live with Kia and Rimene. I have no ill intentions towards you or this world. The main reason we came to Ilil's core and initiated her reorganization process is that I want to meet with Ilil, ask her some questions, and will not interfere in your country's internal affairs. We have no interest in the throne or power. The king took a while to process the sheer amount of information in Erin's words. You said you're the Dragon King? What kind of dragon? The daughter of the Black Dragon and the Holy Dragon King. Erin floated in front of the king. Actually, my identity isn't important. Your Majesty only needs to know that we have no ill intentions. Awakening Empress Ilil in her original form is simply to have a chat with her. Heh, you say you meant no harm? Who would believe that? A guard beside the king, the blue gem in his right hand glowing, stepped in front of the king, drawing his twin pistols. Entering Edelstein's forbidden territory without a word. According to our laws, someone like you should be executed on the spot. The problem is you can't kill me, Eline said in a childlike voice. So the law doesn't apply to me. You? Alright, Bill stepped back. In contrast, the king was much calmer. He examined the wings and dragon tail behind Eline. I ask you, you said you wanted to awaken Queen Ilil. How are you going to solve the material problem? Our engineers have tried countless times. Without sufficient materials, the restart process cannot be initiated. You only access Queen Ilil's overclocked form. To truly awaken her, you don't actually need that many materials. Erin pointed to the surrounding Ilil safe mode startup. Progress 58% interface. Like this is fine. That's what I wanted to ask you too. The king suppressed his inner turmoil. How can you guarantee that Queen Ilil awakened in this mode will be the same as Queen Ilil awakened in full mode? Because I've seen the background program. You mean you're more capable than all the engineers in our empire? I didn't say that. I mean, I have a special ability to bypass the technical barriers and directly view the chip's internal program. What if something goes wrong? Can you bear that responsibility? Something happened? Elaine's dragon tail swayed like a kitten's. What exactly happened? For example, a malfunction in Queen Ilil's chip, or irreversible damage to this base because of your reckless actions. If your majesty is worried, I can vouch for you. Elaine thought for a moment. My abilities are so powerful that even an asteroid strong enough to destroy this planet could be sent flying back along its original path. So your majesty doesn't need to worry about anything happening. Nonsense. Before Elaine could finish speaking, the guard previously called Bill couldn't take it anymore. He charged towards Elaine, his twin pistols transforming into twin swords, with a click-clack-clack sound, the blades pointing directly at the little girl's head. I see just how powerful your claim of protecting an entire planet really is. In a flash, Elaine simply turned gracefully towards Bill, her dragon tail lashing out at the twin swords in his hands. Clang! The dragon tail struck Bill's twin swords, sending the two specially crafted mechanical weapons flying. Not bad, let's try again. Using the recoil, Bill staggered back several steps, his sapphire-encrusted right hand glowing, transforming into a double-barreled shotgun. How about this? Boom! The shotgun fired two small, glowing red projectiles hurtling towards Elaine. Just as the projectiles were about to hit Elaine, a semi-transparent water shield appeared in front of the little girl, easily enveloping the projectiles and dissipating all their kinetic energy. Ring ring. To everyone's astonishment, the water shield vanished, and the cannonballs inside landed on the hard floor. While Bill was still stunned, a dark purple crack suddenly appeared in the space behind him. Erin extended her tail into the portal and lashed out at the completely unprepared Bill. Bang! The instant Bill was sent flying, another spatial rift opened in front of him. On the other side of the rift, Erin was standing next to the king. Plop! Having been struck by her tail, Bill landed in front of the king through the portal, tumbling on all fours. That should be enough, right? Slowly descending from her levitating state to the ground, Erin walked towards the king, and I also want to explain to His Majesty how we got here. Chapter 795. Seeing the blue-haired little girl inside the glass core of the base open her eyes, Erin immediately opened a spatial portal, retrieved a fire-resistant light blue dress from Long Lin's own wardrobe, and hugged it to her arms. Buzzing. Whether it was the absorption of the fragments of the Ilila chip causing system instability, or the sudden loss of too much metal and heat within the core causing imbalance, the base, which had been trembling continuously, shook violently the moment the little girl opened her eyes inside the glass core. What's going on? No, it's not going to explode, is it? Protect His Majesty the King. Several guards immediately rushed to the king's side, casting protective magic to surround him. Erin gave Kaya and Rima a don't panic look, and walked towards the shaking glass window with the dress in her arms. Cracking. Just as Erin was about 3 meters away from the core of the glass core, a crisp cracking sound rang out, and a noticeable crack appeared on the surface of the specially made high-temperature resistant glass in front of her. Crack. 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 Boom. The next second, the seemingly impenetrable glass shattered, and waves of heat thousands of degrees swept in all directions. Oh no! The core chamber has exploded. That's a temperature that can melt even steel. Quick! Cover His Majesty the King. Mage. Shield. Shield. Casually casting a cool water shield on Kia and Rima, Erin, clutching her dress, stepped into the heatwave, heading straight for a little girl in the center of the spray. You? Seeing Erin, the little girl in the smoke and dust revealed a happy smile. I waited for you for a very, very long time finally. This little girl had incredibly long hair, reaching past her waist and even her hips, and her light blue eyes gave her an exceptionally pure look. Her body had clearly not yet begun to develop. She looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. Aside from a gleaming golden halo on her head, she wasn't much different from an ordinary human. I might not be the one you're waiting for. Facing the little girl's gaze, as if she finally found a lover, and since the girl wasn't wearing any clothes, Erin felt a little awkward. I have no memories of what happened before. I know. The little girl shook her head, her eyes filled with tears, but I don't care. As long as I can meet you again, I'm already very happy. Why does it sound like I was a heartless man? No, a heartless little girl. Erin suddenly didn't know what to say. Judging from the situation, things on Mars planet really were as she had imagined. The younger Elle, her past self, had come to this planet and helped its people fight some kind of disaster, earning the affection of the little girl Eliru. When they parted, She had said something like, "Forget me. Even if we meet again in the future, I won't remember you." And then Elira waited for thousands of years. This was even with 97.3% of her memory fragments missing. The moment Elira saw Eline, she said, "I waited for you for a long time," instead of "Who are you? Where is this?" This shows that even with only 2.7% of her memories remaining, the little girl still recognized Elle. Under the little girl's blissful gaze, Erin handed her the dress. "Put your clothes on first. There are still many people watching outside." The little girl took the dress. I wore this when I was little." Erin was a little embarrassed. "It might be a little small for you." "Lord Erin's clothes?" Hearing that this light blue dress was actually Erin's, the little girl's already rosy cheeks flushed bright red. She couldn't wait to put the dress on, then hugged herself, smelling the dress, and showing an incredibly happy expression. "Ah, I never change my clothes again." This girl's affection for her is actually maxed out. As they talked, the sweltering heat outside gradually subsided, and the blurry figures of the engineers, the king, and Kaori could already be seen. "I have a few simple questions." Despite feeling a bit overwhelmed about how to interact with this little girl, Erin could only patiently ask the blue-haired girl before her, "Are you Queen Illil?" "My name is Illil. Queen is just what humans call me." The little girl blinked her large, light blue eyes. "In front of Lord Erin, I prefer to be a child." "What's the current state of your memory and computing chips? Are many damaged?" "About 97% of my memory components are missing, but please rest assured, Lord Erin, all memories related to you are directly imprinted in my core components. Unless I am completely destroyed, it's absolutely impossible for me to forget you. Just call me Little Erin." Erin was even more embarrassed. Then, "You can't find your other memory components, right?" Chapter 796. Monday. A day when a child goes to kindergarten, teenagers go to school, and adults go to work. However, for the family that little Elle lives in, only she, theoretically the highest-ranking god, needs to go to school on Mondays. Nasod, the Dark Dragon King who quelled the turmoil on the continent of Eve, has essentially entered retirement after passing the throne to his daughter, Eline. He's currently enjoying a brand new life befitting a beautiful young girl. He sleeps in until he naturally wakes up, eats the breakfast and lunch prepared by his daughter, then turns on the computer to play games and stream online. In the evenings, he's thoroughly exhausted by Fafnir, tossing and turning until he falls asleep. As for Fafnir, since her daughter Eline entered human society and became the Dragon King of the continent of Eve, her dragon life has also entered a second spring. During the day on Earth, she watches dramas on her phone or goes shopping for clothes and various delicacies. At night, she comes home and bullies Nasod, tossing and turning him until he falls asleep. Needless to say, Lu Xinyu and Qiu Xiaoyu, this model couple, are both freelancers who often skip breakfast. If it weren't for Shower's insistence on cooking every day, they might even skip lunch, spending their days in their room, one writing and the other drawing. When they run out of ideas, they go to bed to find inspiration. Only Shower, wanting to experience the life of an ordinary high school student, not only has to get up early every day to cook, but also has to do homework every night, check for potential errors in the Mystic River and various worlds. She's so busy she's almost overwhelmed. If it weren't for the fact that high school homework is basically a 1+1 difficulty for Shower, and that the 36th middle school in Beijing strictly adheres to the Education Bureau's call to reduce the burden on students, assigning minimal homework that doesn't take too long, and that Shower doesn't need to sleep, her current computing power would truly be struggling to keep up. "Dad, Mom, Xiaoyu, I'm going to school." After making breakfast and eating alone, Shower changed into her school's British-style girl's uniform, along with the matching white stockings and little leather shoes. Standing at the doorway, she lifted her heels, tapped the toes twice to make her feet fit better, and called out to the living room, "Breakfast is keeping warm in the pot, remember to eat." With that, Shower picked up her small school bag, opened the door, and went out. Compared to the previous weeks, today's weather was exceptionally clear, without a single cloud in the sky. The entire sky was a deep blue, like a giant jewel. "Wow, whose daughter is so pretty? Good morning. She must have moved here last week, right? I remember that hair color so clearly. I heard her hair is naturally like that. It's not dyed, is it?" "No, because her mother's hair is about the same. I talked to her mother." "Good morning, child." Just as she stepped out of the stairwell, little Elle encountered elderly people doing their morning exercise, and young men and women taking their children to school. People greeted little Elle. "Morning." Little Elle nodded back to these friendly people in the dawn light. "This is probably the meaning of my return to Earth." walking along the refreshing tree-lined path in the neighborhood with her little school bag on her back, listening to the pat-pat sound of her little leather shoes hitting the pavement, little Elle quietly thought to herself. Back at the Beijing Data Research Center, on Liang Kaiyu's computer hard drive, Xiao Ai once saw a set of data. The question was, if you had a choice, would you want to go back to your middle school days? The result was that more than 90% of people chose yes. For almost everyone, the 10 years from junior high to high school, and then to university, are filled with regrets to varying degrees. Regrets about not studying hard enough in junior high, regrets about not having confessed to the girl you liked, regrets about not recognizing the sincerity of your friends, or even the regret of not having seen your loved ones one last time. Many people believe that if they could go back to their junior high school days, they would be better prepared to make up for these regrets. Besides making up for regrets, many people have similar reasons for wanting to return to their junior high school days. In junior high, they were healthy, free from various age-related diseases and chronic illnesses, had a high quality of life, were full of energy, and could do whatever they wanted. The pressure in junior high was not as great as in the real world. They didn't have to worry about not earning money, about pleasing their bosses, or about dealing with family pressure to get married. Xiao's regret is probably that she didn't fully savor her junior high school days, didn't embrace true youth. This is probably also the reason she chose to erase most of her memories. After all, if little Elle at this stage still remembered so many messy things, then the wish to embrace true youth would be infinitely diluted, perhaps even relegated to a corner of her insignificant wish list. At the same time, little Elle was certain that the Mystic River had a true creator. She herself was the administrator of the Mystic River, so the Mystic River, and the countless worlds within it, including Eve, Mar, and Earth, were all created by that creator. At this moment, the creator of the Mystic River was most likely fast asleep somewhere, or observing her in some strange way. Maybe little Elle even made a bet with that creator back then, saying things like, even if all my memories are erased, I still be me. Perhaps little Elle's memories were erased by that creator. Speaking of which, have you noticed lately that everyone's health has improved a lot since that pretty girl moved into our neighborhood? As she walked along the tree-lined path, little Elle heard the elderly people exercising on the central exercise equipment in the neighborhood still gossiping behind her. My knees have been hurting for 30 years, but suddenly they're all better now. I thought I was getting senile. Really? Aunt Wang, is it your imagination? Hey, it's not an imagination at all. Asked Grandpa John. He just had a checkup yesterday. His high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol are all under control. Others have had coronary heart disease for years. After the checkup, the doctor was stunned, asking how he was treated. It's a medical miracle. Now that you mention it, I think I noticed it too. My rheumatism and gout from the past few weeks are gone. I thought it was because of those health supplements I bought. What good can health supplements do? It's purely psychological. It can't be because of some other girl, right? She's not some Tang monk's flesh, or that smelling her will prolong your life, or something. The main thing is that the biggest change in our neighborhood in the last 2 weeks is that this family moved in. Sigh, I don't expect anything else. As long as my newly improved condition doesn't relapse, this old woman will be content. Leaving the neighborhood, Xiao, as usual, strolled along the road, admiring the scenery on both sides, towards the direction of Beijing No. 36 Middle School. She enjoyed this process of walking alone to school in the morning as a girl, a way for her to observe the pressure of the world. In Xiao's mind, the morning scenery of a city best reflects its humanity. Chapter 797. Today, the classroom of Class 11, Grade 7 in Shangjing City was unusually lively. Holding hands with Yao, Xiao stepped out of the elevator. From afar, she heard the excited discussions of her classmates in the classroom. So Jiao is really that well connected? She can even collaborate with the official team of Aquarius Era to make a video? You don't think that a girl who can transfer here midway through the semester and is so highly regarded by the school has no family background at all, do you? If I draw a Jialan, does that mean I drawn a Jialan L? Can I have her do my math homework? That's too low level. You drew Jialan, and you only want her to do your math homework. Then what's your brilliant theory? If I drew Jialan, I have her do all my math, physics, chemistry, and biology homework. Wow, that would be so awesome. No, I already drawn her, and I maxed out my gear, so it's fine. Surprisingly, through the classroom window, Xiao saw that the usually silent Lan Zhuiyue had also joined the conversation. Aren't you guys being a little cruel? You drew Jialan's name and made her do your homework? Isn't that a bit of a waste of her talent? Lanjuyue, don't be so arrogant. Don't think you're so great just because you're Jialan's desk mate. The monthly exam is next week, and the seating arrangements will be changed. With your grades, you probably won't be able to get Jialan's spot. Can we not talk about grades? I already decided to study hard. Haha, Zhuiyue, you're only just realizing this. Jialan is the darling of our class. No, the entire 36th middle school. I've seen at least 30 people in the grade group saying they're trying to get on the same ranking list as Jialan in the monthly exam. I expect the competition this month will be especially fierce. How about we get back to the new skin for Miss Jialan in Aquarius era? I'm really curious. How does our Jialan manage to get such good grades and still find the time to collaborate with the official Aquarius era team on a video? It's not necessarily a collaboration with the official team. Didn't you see what Xiaoer said in the video description? This video was just something they edited on a whim. It has nothing to do with the official team. Hearing this, Xiaoer and Yao walked into the classroom. Good morning, everyone. Wow. Coming. The big star is here. I'm Miss Jialan's dog. Facing a large group of obviously excited classmates, Xiaoer was a little amused and exasperated. What's wrong with you guys today? Did the chipmunk release your rice jar? Something strange? Gallon. Ahem. A boy stepped forward. Tell me honestly, what did you get in return from Aquarius era to get a role in the skin demo video? No. I didn't get any benefits. Little Elle explained as she walked towards her seat. That was just a personal video I filmed with my 2 roommates. It has nothing to do with the official team. The character skin is based on the in-game gameplay demo. But the official team has already shared your video and promised that Miss Gallon's skin will be based on the Dragon Girl and the special effects. The boy persisted. I guess once the skin is made, Miss Gallon will be able to transform into a Dragon Girl when she uses her ultimate skill, and the already gorgeous special effects will be taken to another level. This skin is going to be quite difficult to make. Yesterday, the official Aquarius era account reposted your video. Seeing Xiaoer's confusion, Yao quickly explained, the official Aquarius era account has 23 million followers. You probably didn't check the website last night. After reposting your video, they did say they would release a skin based on it, which is why there's such a big buzz. Xiaoer felt her expression was probably similar to Datsungming's 0W0. Oh, I see. No wonder her video, which Lucinu and the others filmed and edited simply, generated so much discussion. It turned out the official account reposted it. It has to be said, the official Aquarius era team is really lazy, even skimping on skin design ideas. Looks like I have to visit their development team sometime, and grab some crispy shark cookies or something. I guess Lucinu and Xiao Xiaoyu probably already knew about this last night, but I was already back in the cardboard box, focused on controlling Erlini's situation with Illil, so they didn't tell me. Well actually, it doesn't really matter whether they tell me or not. This video was originally made for the official Aquarius era team. Amidst the admiring gazes of the surrounding students, Xiaoer sat down in her seat at the back of the classroom. Sit in, buddy. For some reason, Lan Zhuiyue's expression was slightly distant, giving off a "you're a big star, I'm just an ordinary person" vibe. You really collaborated with the official Aquarius era team? You could say it's a collaboration. Xiaoer smiled and placed the books she needed for morning reading on the desk. What's up? Need something? Chapter 798. Class monitor, please check if everyone is here? Yes. At the homeroom teacher signal, Yao, who had just finished breakfast, stood up and carefully looked around the classroom. Then, in a serious tone, she said, reporting, teacher, everyone is present. Good, then I get straight to the point. Homeroom teacher Li Mingzhi cleared his throat on the podium. Do you all remember the psychological counseling group and related courses that Officer Wu and our school's academic affairs office mentioned last week? A boy raised his hand and asked, a department that provides psychological counseling? Doesn't our school already have one? It's obvious you weren't paying attention in class. The homeroom teacher rolled his eyes at him. This new psychological counseling group, besides providing psychological counseling to students, can also provide some services related to public relations. Assistance in this regard. If something happens at our school, like a vice principal pulling out a girl's car keys while she's eating a sausage outside the gate, that's a serious public relations crisis. What should the school do internally? How should the vice principal be dealt with? How should the wrong girl be comforted and compensated? What should the public announcement be about, and what wording should be used? These are all part of the work of the psychological counseling team. Why would our vice principal pull out another girl's car keys? This is just an example. Our school's vice principals aren't that abstract yet. The homeroom teacher said helplessly. I already said example, so let me put it another way. If you get food poisoning at the school cafeteria, how do you communicate with the school to protect your rights? Do you just bring an AK-47 and storm into the cafeteria yelling I fight you to the death, and blow up the cafeteria ladies, right? Well, it's not impossible. Impossible, my foot. What does your food poisoning have to do with the cafeteria ladies? Who should you seek redress from? Find the chef? After all, he's the one who made the food. Find the chef? But what if the chef followed school rules and hygiene standards? The chef has his own complaints too. I can't control the ingredients. My kitchen is hygienic enough for you to interview and visit. I can even live stream my cooking without a problem. I'm definitely not the one to take the blame. What are you going to do then? Then find the person in charge of food management. Anyway, if we have food poisoning, there are so many links involved: food procurement, warehouse hygiene, chefs or cleaning staff. Someone has to be responsible. Right? That's why our school has a psychological counseling group. You could also call it a data counseling group. The homeroom teacher waved for the boy to sit down. I remember some of you in the class like to do otaku dances, cosplay, and post dance videos at home, right? If you're into cosplay, what if you cosplay a character from Aquarius era today and a character from Pisces era tomorrow? And if there are extreme fans of those characters in both games who hurl insults at you in the comments section, even verbally harassing you and publicly revealing your personal information, what would you do? Huh? A girl exclaimed incredulously. Surely not. I just cosplay a character I like, make a video, and post it to show off a little. People are going to criticize me for that? I can't be bound to that character just because I cosplay one, can I? Yes, you might not know, but Aquarius era and Pisces era are two different games. Because the gameplay is somewhat similar, there are some extreme opposing players, who often hurl insults and attacks at each other online. The homeroom teacher patiently explained, in this environment, if you first cosplay Miss Jialan from Aquarius era, and then post another video cosplaying Wuxin from Pisces era, people might go to your video and accuse you of double dipping, claiming you're profiting from both Aquarius era and Pisces era, calling you a play-it-all, or even escalating to private messages and texting your phone with insults. Do you know about this? No. The girl shook her head sharply. Although I uploaded a few otaku dance videos, they only get around 10,000 to 20,000 views. The comments are mostly praise, or a few pointing out areas for improvement. The overall atmosphere is quite friendly. I haven't encountered such an extreme situation yet. That's why our data consulting group was established. Let alone otaku dance, even in the gaming community, even in basketball, which is popular with boys. Similar situations exist in sports, table tennis, and even the mobile phone community. Various forms of abuse and pressure abound. Before encountering these issues, you would never imagine you face something like this. The homeroom teacher sighed. If you consult a regular school counselor about this, they most likely just advise you to ignore the online insults. Sometimes even counselors themselves can't understand why people would argue over these things. If a student really becomes depressed or develops psychological problems because of this, it's too late for counseling, and it's already seriously affecting their studies. So, do you all still think this data-driven counseling group is unimportant? Seeing the students' confused, bewildered, and suddenly enlightened expressions, Yao stood up after receiving a signal from the homeroom teacher. This data consultation group actually aims to guide everyone on how to avoid feeling lost on the path of life. It's not just us students who need to learn, but also some of the school leaders. We can't live without the internet now. Whenever our entertainment and studies require internet access, we inevitably encounter similar situations. Some students have never encountered similar information before, and suddenly being attacked and insulted for no reason can leave them feeling helpless and develop psychological problems. These are problems that our parents' generation probably never encountered either. We can't talk to our parents about them. If we encounter them, we can only keep it to ourselves. Problems can easily arise over time. Like Xiaosheng just now, he's a prime example. We girls like to post pretty photos and videos on WeChat Moments or other public platforms, while boys tend to play games and watch sports. If something similar happens, how should we protect our rights? What should we say and do? How should we preserve evidence? These are the things the school hopes to teach us with this new course. After all, only with mental health can our learning be healthy. After Yao sat down, the homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction. It's pretty much as Yao said. This course, and this new psychological counseling department are designed to address the mental health of all students in various aspects. In more mature terms, it's a kind of psychological public relations. Our task for this morning reading session is simple: to elect a class representative for this new course. This representative is a bit special. Unlike a regular class representative, they're a psychological representative, similar to a study committee member. Come to think of it, our class hasn't elected a psychological representative before, has it? Several students shook their heads. No. Great, then today we're electing a special psychological representative. The homeroom teacher took out a pen and wrote psychological representative election on the blackboard. This class representative's main task is to help classmates with their psychological problems, check the mental health of all students, and may also need to report on the mental health of each student to the Academic Affairs Office weekly, and answer related questions related to psychology and public relations. That's just. A boy's eyes widened. Isn't that just? The legendary Confidant Sister? It feels like the workload is heavier than the Confidant Sister. A girl shook her head. The Confidant Sister's main task is just to listen to everyone's troubles and then offer comfort. Our responsibility as the psychology representative is much greater. We also have to offer opinions and such, and I know absolutely nothing about public relations. Me too. By the way, what are the benefits of running for psychology representative? Extra conduct points? The benefits. Seeing that the students had already started discussing the benefits, the homeroom teacher went along with it, saying, there are quite a few benefits. The whole classroom fell silent. First, everyone needs to understand that this student counselor is different from a regular class officer. They have direct access to the data advisory group. And since the actions of the school, including the Dean of Academic Affairs and the principal, are all subject to the supervision of this newly established data advisory group, and to put it more broadly, that department is backed by our district's police station, the student counselor is theoretically a class officer who can supervise the school. Do you understand what I mean? The homeroom teacher said in a very enticing tone. Each class in the school only has one student counselor. This counselor can directly contact the people in the data advisory group. If classmates encounter any problems, have any questions, or have any suggestions for the school or even the police station, they can all talk to them through this student counselor. Chapter 799. Unsurprisingly, the position of psychological counselor ultimately fell to Xiao Er. Since everyone else had no choice, only Xiao Er went on stage to participate in the election. Xiao Er believed the main reason was that the class officer ecosystem in Class 11 of Grade 7 at number 36 middle school had stabilized after a semester of adjustment. The students had either adapted to their status as ordinary students or, having witnessed the thankless task of being a class officer, had completely lost interest in running for a new position. It should be noted that although the overall pressure level in Beijing in 2030 was not high, it still experienced a declining birth rate, similar to most cities in this world. A declining birth rate leads to a decrease in the enrollment rate of new students, which in turn leads to a decrease in the number of students in each class. Class 11 of the first year of junior high school, where Xiao is enrolled, has only 43 students. This number is almost half that of the schools where Xiao was in middle school, where classes often had 70 or even 80 students. However, the number of class officers has increased dramatically. In addition to representatives for each major and minor subject, there are class monitors, vice monitors, life committee members, labor committee members, study committee members, discipline committee members, and art committee members, etc. Especially in recent years, a whole host of strange class officer titles have been added, such as organization committee members, publicity committee members, and girls committee members. If each person can only hold one class officer position, then more than 80% of the 40 students in a class will be class officers. So, let's congratulate Jialan Ayer on becoming the psychology committee member of Class 11 of the first year of junior high school. If you have any psychological problems in the future, or any questions about internet social networking or public relations, you can talk to Jialan Ayer. Of course, this must be done without affecting your studies. Morning reading time is almost over, and the principal will probably mention it during the flag-raising ceremony. Everyone, pay attention and don't whisper. Alright, everyone, get ready for the flag-raising ceremony. A morning passed quickly. Clearly, as middle school students, they weren't very interested in things like the internet pressure cooker or the pressures of contemporary society. The most common topic they discussed with Xiao during breaks was, where is Jialan from? Are your parents and grandparents' hair this color? Could you please talk to the official team of Aquarius Era and ask them not to sell the new skins so expensively, not to have cumulative recharges, and not to have a lottery system? Ideally, it should be in the 98 to 198 yuan range. Students really don't have the money, please. In Aquarius Era, characters and skins can always be obtained through grinding, right? You can buy them, you can draw them, and you can grind for them, if I remember correctly. Really? I never played this game before. I watched Jalan's skin demo last night. I was just about to get into this game after watching the video. Don't worry, this game is officially operated by the city of Shangjing. Our mayor even showed up, saying he doesn't expect the game to make a fortune, as long as it doesn't lose so much money that the city government has to subsidize it. So there are many ways to get character skins and such. Rich players can just buy them directly, those who have saved up some in-game currency can try their luck, and regular players can wait for events and get them as rewards. Haha, I only recently discovered there are so many ways to get them. I saved up a lot of in-game currency from exploring the world, and as soon as the new character, Miss Jalan, came out, I immediately tried to get her. My neighbor, the fat guy, was too lazy to grind the world, so he spent over 1,000 yuan to buy her. Now that Miss Jalan is in a permanent event, he can get her in 2 or 3 hours of gameplay, no problem. Holy crap, this game is so generous. Of course, it's a national game. What did you think? After school in the morning, Shower and Yi Yao held hands and arrived at the door of Class 10, Grade 7, intending to wait for Li Qi and Lilia, who had been kept late, to finish their class and have lunch outside the school. Class monitor. Seeing that the math teacher in Class 10 was talking non-stop and probably wouldn't finish in 10 minutes, Shower, leaning against the corridor, outside the classroom, controlled Erlini and Kai in the Mar world, and Remo returned to the Celestial Tower while saying to Yi Yao, "Can I ask you a slightly sad question?" "What is it?" Yi Yao joked, "Our newly appointed psychological committee member wants to ask me, the class monitor, for psychological counseling?" "What's the question?" "Well, for example, there is a god who has been to so many worlds, too many to count, and she has helped the natives of those worlds solve countless problems." "Crisis?" Little L said, as if realizing something. "Oh right, for example, I'm a god now. I came to Earth, met you, met Li Qi and Lilia, met so many classmates. We studied together in the classroom, went out to play together after school, and became best friends who could talk about anything. I stayed with you all until you went to high school and college, becoming best friends who could talk about anything. Then, on the day of parting, I left Earth and told you that I would erase my memories of ever being on Earth. It's very likely that the next time we meet, I won't recognize you all. Wouldn't the class president think such a decision is cruel?" Chapter 800. At a fast food restaurant on the commercial street near number 36 Middle School, for girls, Xiao Aier, Yi Yao, Li Qi, and Lilia, stood obediently at the back of the queue, waiting for their turn. This area is also called Shangtia Commercial Street, its full name being Shangjing Railway Bureau Commercial Street. It's said that a relatively well-established food street had already formed here before number 36 Middle School was built. The restaurant Xiao Aier and her friends chose for lunch today was a 20-year-old establishment on Shangtia Commercial Street. This restaurant didn't have a server, it used a tray-style self-service fast food model. There were 2 dining areas, one on the left with stronger flavors, and the other on the right with lighter flavors. At the food selection entrance, customers simply took their assigned tray, placed it on the slowly moving conveyor belt, looked at the pre-portioned fast food in the window, picked what they liked, and finally paid at the end of the conveyor belt. Because the restaurant's kitchen is transparent and completely open, the ordering process is very convenient, it looks clean, and the prices aren't particularly expensive. It's very popular with nearby students and working-class people. Why are those 2 girls dyeing their hair? Just like before at Lion Mountain Park, Little L and Lilia instantly became the center of attention as soon as they entered the restaurant. It doesn't look like they dyed their hair. One of them is probably a foreigner, and as for the other, I'm not sure. They're students from the nearby number 36 Middle School. Don't you know Miss Joan? What, Miss Joan? Is she famous? Yeah, haven't you heard of the wildly popular mobile game Aquarius Era from the last 2 years? She's been super popular lately because she cosplayed a new character from the game and performed magic at a comic convention. I never imagined she was only in middle school. What kind of magic trick? This is the first time I ever heard of it. I don't usually follow games or anime conventions. Oh, just go to any video website and search for Miss Joan or Little L. Sort by views, the top few videos are it. Amidst the whispers of the surrounding crowd, Little L and her group quickly arrived at the flavor fork in the line. Little L and Li Qi chose the mild flavor side, while Yi Yao and Lilia went to the strong flavor, extra spicy side. I thought you liked spicy food too. Picking up their plates together, Shower said softly. Yao's family owns a fruit shop, so I guess her tastes might be a bit bland, but I didn't expect. I never been able to handle spicy food very well. Lychee shook her head. Don't even mention spicy. When I cook at home, I rarely add oil or salt. Most foods are steamed or boiled directly, like corn, sweet potatoes, broccoli, and cauliflower. I just steam them and eat them. After saying that, Lychee looked at Shower. So, even the goddess prefers bland food? I don't have any particular taste preferences when it comes to food. I eat whatever I feel like. Oh, as expected of the goddess. After getting their food, the four girls found a small round table nearby that could seat 4 people, and sat down together. Instantly, this small table became the focus of attention again. Not to mention the customers, who had already ordered and started eating nearby. Even those who were still in line couldn't help but look towards Little L and whisper to their companions. Chapter 801. Evening. In room 1001 of the Guomao building in downtown Beijing, several operations planners from Aquarius era were eating pork trotter rice, while watching a video of Bebe and Dongdong's interview with internet celebrity Jialan L playing in front of them. Brother Fei. After watching the video twice, one of the operations planners looked at another planner beside him. Jialan said that what she performed before was magic. Do you have any clues? I have a pig. The planner known as Brother Fei pointed to the pork trotter rice in his bowl. My recent operational ideas have been completely disrupted by this little girl. I'm completely. Have you two finished eating? If you're done, get back to work. Before Brother Fei could finish speaking, a woman wearing glasses and an office lady's suit walked in from the next room carrying a large stack of documents. Here, this is the reader questionnaire from the past 2 days. The lead planner said, don't go home until you finish watching tonight. What? So many? Feiji put down his pork trotter rice and took the documents. Why are there so many more players filling out the questionnaire these past few days? It's because of the buzz surrounding Ms. Jialan. Lots of people are guessing if we're collaborating with her to advertise the game. The female staff member yawned. Actually, the buzz started months ago, when Ms. Jialan's video went viral at the Little Big Comic Con. The reception hall next door was packed every day, you all know that. It can't be that exaggerated, can it? Ms. Jialan's event is over, we just released a skin for her recently. Alright, hurry up and eat. The female staff member said impatiently, we still have work to do after we finish eating. The chief planner asked me to come and discuss some issues with you. What issues? Brother Fei wiped his mouth with a tissue. I'm free now. What else could it be? It's about that Ms. Jialan who's recently become so popular. The female staff member said, glancing out the window. It seems like the people from the Beijing Data Research Group came to see our editor-in-chief before. Do you think that Ms. Jialan might actually be collaborating with us? Impossible. Another planner denied this almost without thinking. Jialan's identity has been exposed. She studies at number 36 middle school in our city. She just transferred here, and is still a junior high student, probably not even 13 years old. We're going to do business with a minor? If we get caught, wouldn't it cause a huge uproar? The main problem is that the readers don't believe it. Besides, there's so much chaotic information online these days. Let alone if we didn't collaborate with her. Even whether she's a middle school student or not, people are speculating about conspiracy theories. The female staff member sat down in the chair next to Brother Fei. The head planner asked me to come here today to sort out things out regarding this Miss Jialan. What exactly is it? Tell me. Just comparing the suspicious points circulating online. The female staff member picked up a document. Then I get straight to the point. First of all, at the Little Big Comic Con, you really didn't invite the Jialan L? No. Brother Fei shook his head vigorously. We invited another cosplay. It was just a very ordinary PV, a live performance. We didn't have much of a plan at the time. We just had the cosplayer go up in her cosplay outfit, dance a couple of lines, set up some lighting backstage, and that was it. Who knew this big shot would show up halfway through? And the subsequent interviews and skill demonstrations, weren't those also planned by us? We didn't use any special effects or anything? Where would we get the money for such exaggerated special effects? Chapter 802. Hello. Seeing the planner enter, Little L quickly stood up. Am I disturbing your work? No. The planner walking in front quickly replied, we're open 24 hours. Even when no players come to chat, it's still a coffee shop. As he spoke, the planner gestured to the bar not far away. We're overjoyed that someone as important as you would grace us with your presence. This wasn't just the planner flattering Little L, they genuinely felt that way. Because Little L's first impression was simply stunning. Flowing, smooth, light blue, super long hair. Large, clear, sapphire-like eyes. A cute, slightly chubby face, and a figure perfectly proportioned for anime characters, all combined with snow-white, delicate skin. Especially Little L's skin, it was as flawless as those heavily filtered and whitened celebrities on TV, without a single blemish. Generally speaking, such a perfect girl simply couldn't exist in reality. Girls with connections aren't necessarily exceptionally beautiful, but those who are exceptionally beautiful, almost perfect, usually come from a privileged background or family. Even if someone is naturally beautiful, if they were born into a very poor family, working in the fields for hours every day under the sun, and occasionally getting bumps and bruises, their skin certainly wouldn't be in good condition. Therefore, when seeing Little L in real life, even the well-informed game planner of Aquarius era was speechless with astonishment. Their intuition told them that Little L's background was definitely not simple. "I'm not some big shot," Little L said with a slight smile in response to the compliments from the planners. "I'm Jialan L, my surname is Jialan. Just call me Little L. How should I address you two older brothers?" "Ah, I'm Lu Pingfei. Everyone in the industry calls me Planner Fei Ji. He's my colleague, also a planner in the game. His name is Li Darong." The planner who introduced himself as Lu Pingfei gestured to his colleague beside him. "He's the numerical planner, and I'm the operations planner. We're both on duty tonight. If Little L wants to talk to other planners, I can give them a call." "Ah, no need, no need." Little L quickly waved her hand. "I just came here today to see what this game company that everyone's playing is like, and then chat briefly with you all. No need to name names." After saying that, Little L pulled Yao next to her. "She's my classmate, and also my class monitor's monitor, Yao, the Yao in distant." "Hello, Yao." Lu Pingfei pointed to the seat opposite Little L. "May I sit here?" "Of course." The two planners carefully sat down. Xiao Xian. After settling in, Lu Pingfei turned around and called out to the barista, "2 cappuccinos, no sugar." The barista blinked. "Okay." Lu Pingfei looked at Xiao Yir. "Would you like something to drink?" "We already have some." Xiao Yir held her milk teacup in both hands. "We already have some." That barista thought Xiao Yir was so cute, so she gave us milk tea for free. Yi Yao explained from the side. "We wanted to pay, but she wouldn't. They really are cute. You two are the cutest girls I ever met in real life." Lu Pingfei nodded. "So, what would you two like to talk about tonight?" "Just a simple chat about the game content, the development of the game's subsequent plot, and the operation plan and promotion of Aquarius era." Xiao Yir thought for a moment. "We might also talk about sociology or psychology, like the pressures that everyone faces in society today, and the psychological problems that middle and high school students encounter at school." Chapter 803. Design an outfit for me based on the style of the game? The waitress's words left Shower momentarily confused. "What do you mean?" "She basically means that the costume designers and artists of Aquarius era think you're very cute, so they want to design an outfit exclusively for you in real life." The planner, Lu Pingfei, explained, "Not clothes from the real world. We all know that clothes in real life. Right? Not only do we need to focus on aesthetics, but they also need to be appropriate. So, the design of clothes in real life isn't as unrestrained as in the game. The clothes of characters in the game are generally very personal, like asymmetrical socks, leg rings, butterfly-themed dresses, or specially made high heels. Simply put, if we add a new character named Jialan to the game. As for the characters, we design their attributes and uniforms. The designers then hand over the designs to the factory to make the clothes, not to the modelers." Li Darong added, "You could say the designers have a professional habit. They can't resist designing suitable clothes for super cute girls." "But doesn't Miss Jialan in the game already have her own uniform?" "It's quite recognizable." Yi Yao was confused. "Little Air has that outfit too, a little camisole-like nightgown with soft slippers. That cosplay outfit has been selling like hotcakes lately. It's perfect for cosplay at conventions, or for casual wear at home. Why design another one?" "It's not about designing clothes for Miss Jialan in the game, but for Little L. Cough cough, a special outfit for Jialan L. It has nothing to do with the game." Lu Pingfei gestured with his hands, "Like you. For example, if I'm an artist, my job is to draw illustrations for game characters. Today at the company, I saw a super cute girl, and I said to her, 'Can I draw one for you? It's free, and I give it to you after I finish.'" "Oh, I understand now." Yi Yao suddenly realized, it means the costume designer in charge of character costumes for Aquarius era wants to design an outfit similar to the one in the game, Because little L is so cute, right? Yes, that's it. The waitress smiled. Oh, by the way, because they heard little L is coming here, the costume designers are on their way now. They should be here in about 10 minutes. Ah. Little L was a little. Excuse me, did I really bother you? No. Really no. Lu Pingfei shook his head repeatedly. Little guy, don't feel guilty. Doing a good job with the game and receiving visiting players are part of our job. The designers came because they really like you. Little L is really popular online. Many people say that after get off work, just watching your videos for a while makes them feel completely healed, and it relieves a lot of the fatigue from the day's work. The waiter covered his mouth and chuckled. Have you considered debuting as an idol? This. Little L felt his face getting a little hot. Idol or something, please. Right now, I'm focusing on my studies. Actually, in another world similar to Earth, Little L did try being an idol for a while as a god, but he had to admit, the experience wasn't very good. Little L still prefers things as they are now, going to class every day, chatting with classmates during breaks, doing things he enjoys after school, and sleeping in a cardboard box like everyone else. That suits him better. Didn't you just say you were a god? What, you turned back into a middle schooler? Lu Pingfei laughed. Just kidding. We just say idle things casually, don't take it to heart. Chapter 804. Alinea. This pronunciation means comet or star with a tail on the continent of Eve. However, in the language of the Eldar elves of the Mystic River, it represents wish, desire, and hope. Coincidentally, alinea also means paragraph or clause in French on Earth, often used in legal, administrative, or very formal, official texts. I remember Alinea is French. We usually call her Eileen, or Sister Nia. Seeing Shower's thoughtful expression, Lu Pingfei mistakenly thought she was still curious about this designer, and quickly explained, although Sister Eileen has a high official position, she's never arrogant towards anyone and is very gentle. Mainly, Sister Eileen's skills are indeed very high. Li Darhong added, she is not only the lead artist, but she also has some knowledge of programming and game operation planning. We launched a new event for our game before, and the player feedback wasn't very good, many people. The comments section was a cacophony of conflict, and we were still racking our brains trying to figure out how to handle it when Sister Eileen came over and pinpointed the crux of the problem in just a few words. Right, Feiji? The previous damage font skin incident, if it weren't for Sister Eileen, would have really blown up. Yeah, that's why when you asked me who the lead artist was, I honestly couldn't remember for a second. It's mainly because Sister Eileen knows so many things. If she didn't say, who would remember she's an artist? Lu Pingfei nodded vigorously, adding, and I really don't speak French. I only remember everyone calling her Sister Eileen. Ding dong. Just then, the elevator doors opened outside the hallway. Two girls stepped out of the elevator under Little L's gaze, and pushed open the transparent glass door to the reception area. The woman in front was wearing a dress in the same style as Little L's camisole nightgown and slippers, looking like she had just finished get off work, changed, and was about to rest when she suddenly changed her mind and went to work. Gallon L. It really is you. The girl in pajamas ran straight towards L as soon as she entered. Wow. Xiao Xian just told me you came to our company. I was stunned for a while, and asked who it was. Xiao Xian said Gallon L, and I didn't understand at first. I asked who Gallon L was, and Xiao Xian told me it was the Gallon L cosplayer you've been so excited about lately. I was about to go to sleep, but I was so excited when I heard this that I didn't even bother to change my clothes. I just called a taxi and came over. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bai Xiangyi, and I'm the costume designer for the game Aquarius era. After saying that, the girl even took Little L's hand, held it to her nose, and inhaled deeply. Ah, you're just as cute as the rumors say, so small and fragrant, like a little cake. Hello, Sister Bai. The girl's enthusiasm made Little L a little flustered. This is my first time playing this game. I heard you can eat free snacks here, so I thought I'd come and check it out. Yes. You can eat as many snacks as you want here. The girl inhaled deeply again at Little L's soft little hand before reluctantly looking at another girl behind her. Sister Erin, aren't you going to introduce yourself? This is the super popular Miss Jalan. Arinea. Raising her little head, Little L cast a curious glance behind the girl Bai Xiangyi. Actually, even if Bai Xiangyi hadn't said anything, from the moment the elevator doors opened, Little L's attention had been fixed on this very fashionable French girl. She looked to be in her early 20s, about 160 centimeters tall, with a very clean face. She wore a soft, light blue long dress and low-heeled sandals, and her long, flowing hair was as smooth as the finest silk. While the girl wasn't as stunningly beautiful as Little Elle, her features were very soft, and she had a great figure with slender, long legs. She would definitely be a top-tier beauty in a crowd. Moreover, if she really was the mysterious river keeper that Little Elle had been searching for, her appearance could change at any time. Chapter 805. This was the first time Shower had shown any signs of nervousness. Sitting in a corner by the window in the reception room of the Aquarius era, Shower, holding her milk teacup, felt like a child who ran away from home and got caught working, her expression, demeanor, and body language all somewhat restrained. Wearing a soft nightgown, Shower sat with her legs turned slightly inward, knees touching, in an adorable posture, head down, drinking her milk tea the entire time, afraid to speak. Shower's actions and demeanor also caught the attention of Yao, who had come with her. Yao knew Shower's identity as a goddess. In Yao's memory, from the day they met, Shower had always been very confident and cheerful, whether interacting with others or doing things alone. Never before had she been like this, like a child who had done something wrong, looking rather pitiful. Waiter. Seeing this, Yao, whose emotional intelligence was always high, proactively walked towards the counter. "I'd like a bubble tea, 30% sugar, please." "Okay." Xiao Xian, the waitress behind the counter, nodded. "Have a seat for a while." "Okay." After returning, Yao deliberately didn't sit with Xiao Ai, but chose a seat a certain distance away, yet still within easy sight of the adorable little girl. Yao had met Xiao Ai's parents, and knew how Xiao Ai acted around them, so she knew very well that the lead artist of Aquarius era was definitely not a relative of Xiao Ai. After all, Xiao Ai was no different from usual when interacting with her parents, always appearing optimistic, cheerful, and confident. The one who could elicit this good baby expression from Little Elle was most likely a being of a higher rank than mom and dad, meaning Little Elle's superior. What kind of superior does a deity look like? Yao didn't know. The only thing she knew was that as an ordinary person, she had no right to get involved in such matters. She could only observe from afar. At the same time, based on Little Elle's reaction, Yao understood why the game Aquarius era was so popular. Assuming that this Ilenia was indeed Little Elle's superior, then she was a deity of an even higher rank. With such a deity leading the way and overseeing the game's quality and operation, it would be strange if Aquarius era didn't become a hit. But why? Why would two deities be so concerned about a game? Yao ate her cookies, while curiously observing the two people in front of her. Aquarius era is a game that was initiated, developed, and finally launched under my supervision. Currently, I am the lead artist, the operations manager, and the game's chief planner. Ahead of Yao, after sitting down with Xiao Ai by the window, Ilenia gently placed the teacup that Bai Xiangyi had handed her on the table and poured a small cup of tea for the little girl beside her. "You seem quite curious about this game?" That's true." Xiao Ai maintained her upright posture. "Rather, I'm more curious about your identity as the person who could make such a good game, Sister Eileen." "Just call me Ilenia." Ilenia presented the small teacup to Xiao Ai with both hands. "I prefer you call me Ilenia. It's more intimate." Chapter 806. Next to the brochure introducing the age of Aquarius, there's also a book titled Summary of Character Elements and Inspiration, which details the design inspiration for each character and the origins of their clothing and accessories. For example, there's a lowly character named Floro in the game. She has a skill that allows her to merge with darkness, becoming invincible and restoring a certain amount of health. When using this skill, she shouts for "duh." Many players don't know the meaning of this pronunciation, but the book provides a very detailed explanation. This character design and skill combination comes from Freud's observations in child psychology. Freud discovered that some young children would actively shout "fort," disappear, and then actively reappear with "duh," reappear, thus establishing their control over separation and reappearance. Just like some children will deliberately hide until an adult can't see them, but they can easily observe the adult's movements, watching the adults frantically searching for them, enjoying this feeling of controlling disappearance and reappearance. Almost all children fear being left by adults, which causes them anxiety. Therefore, some children have evolved a psychological defense mechanism similar to wanting to control the power of separation and reunion. They will deliberately disappear from adult sight and then reappear, adapting themselves to this sense of separation so that they won't be overly sad when adults actually part ways. Children who have evolved this mechanism are generally those whose parents have unstable relationships or who come from unhappy families. In Aquarius era, Floro is designed as a child without paternal or maternal love. His Forta skill set foreshadows his tragedy, ultimately leading to his rescue by the protagonist. This serves as a prelude to his redemption and Floro's final mastery of the Forta, shaping the entire story's background and character. Many characters possess Fortas with clear significance, background, and meticulous research, similar to Floro's. Aquarius Era doesn't differentiate between 4-star and 5-star characters, nor does it have SR or SSR tiers. Under Ilenia's control, almost every character has found their place and comfort zone. The developers and writers don't favor any particular character, providing ample material for each. This is a major reason for the game's explosive popularity. This is the first time I've seen child psychology reflected in character design. Putting down the art book, Xiaoer picked up another booklet titled Case Studies in Game Crisis Public Relations. This book seems to specifically teach game designers how to handle crisis public relations. It's unclear why it's placed here for readers to peruse. Flipping to a random page, Xiaoer came across a crisis management case. One day, when the game's backend programmer was awarding rewards, he mistakenly sent players 10,000 star stones instead of 100. How should a competent crisis management planner handle this situation? A. Issue a reissued announcement stating that the programmer was outsourced and has been fired, and deduct 10,000 star stones from all players. If any player didn't have enough star stones, the deduction would be negative. B. Remain silent, deduct 10,000 star stones from all players, and immediately ban players with less than 10,000 star stones, specifying that they can only be unbanned by recharging 10,000 star stones. C. Immediately issue a new announcement claiming this was to commemorate the early distribution of rewards for a certain event, demanding the programmer atone by working overtime to add a new minigame to the game, and to make up the difference for all players who didn't receive 10,000 star stones. Chapter 807. Lumilon. As the first rays of morning sunlight gently fell upon the sunspot statue at the gate of El City, the little flowers in the city, glistening with dewdrops, opened their sleepy eyes and raised their little heads. Drip. A drop of morning dew fell from the branch of a red-fruited tree at the city gate, tumbled a few times on the vines twining around the trunk, and fell into the grass, wetting the fur of 2 chipmunks resting beneath the tree. Not far away, with a whoosh, a girl with long pink hair drew back the curtains of a small house, opened the door, and stretched on the main street in the center of the city. Across from the pink-haired girl, a large parrot, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, began to sing the anime anthem, a bird song, bathed in the morning sun. Children stroll along the summer railway tracks, the gentle breeze caressing their toes. Suddenly, I recall my long-gone childhood, wanting to raise my hands to that wish to take flight. The little bird in my dream gazes at the paradise in its heart, lifting up its hidden wishes. As the parrot sang, many shops along the city streets opened their doors with a plop, 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 and one adorable child after another emerged. Good morning, Lumilon. Good morning, anime. Today I'm making strawberry pie and blueberry pie, and a watermelon-flavored chow chow cake. I'm ordering a strawberry pie. Then I prepare vanilla cream chocolate rock candy. A gust of wind blew, carrying several leaves high into the air, landing in the hands of a girl with light blue hair on the city wall. The girl took the leaf, held it to her lips, and blew a melody in the morning sun, just like the birds in the city. That summer, we kept chasing the contrails in the sky that were gradually disappearing. From that day on, nothing has changed. Just like your always gentle gaze. Several early rising girls in El City noticed the music at the city gate and couldn't help but raise their heads, shielding their eyes from the gentle sunlight with one hand. A few companions who had finished hanging their clothes to dry ran over. What's wrong? In the light, only a single fallen leaf swayed down the city wall. Ah, it's nothing. The girl scratched her head a little embarrassedly. I must have seen wrong. Oh, by the way, I heard a new fallen star appeared last night. Want to go see it together? A new fallen star? Last night? Yes, supposedly she's a very shy girl, currently staying at Ilya's house. When she first arrived, she blushed completely because of her girlish body. Then it seems her past life was, most likely a boy, but it doesn't matter. Souls that become fallen stars don't have gender. I'm planning to go to Ilya's house to check it out later. Speaking of which, similar things seem to happen every day here in Lumilon. How about we build a fallen star library in El City? Right? Just write down the world laws of Lumilon, and how it differs from Earth in a book, and put it in the library for the newly arrived planetary inhabitants to read. Building a library is a massive undertaking. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to work hard, there's nothing you can't do in Lumilon. On the city wall, Watching the girls in L City gradually begin to get busy, little Elle smiled faintly, and returned to Chio's little house through the spatial portal. On Earth's side, the sky also welcomed a refreshing morning. Chapter 808. During break, little Elle went to the newly established Student Psychology and Public Relations Counseling Room on the first floor of the teaching building and found Irenia leisurely brewing tea there. Just like in the morning, she was still wearing a Lolita dress that resembled a small cake, sitting on a small wooden chair bathed in sunlight, looking as exquisite as a doll at a tea party in a princess castle. How are you finding the middle school courses? Seeing little Elle, Irenia smiled slightly and pushed a small cup of tea towards her. Nothing you're falling behind in, right? Her tone was like that of an elegant older sister concerned about her younger sister, who was struggling to keep up with the pace of the new class. It's a little difficult. Little Elle deliberately feigned a headache as she took the teacup. Especially psychology and French classes. Without a caring older sister, who understands both French and psychology to help with tutoring, this month's monthly exams might be disastrous. Oh! To little Elle's surprise, Ilenia stood up abruptly and walked to her side. Her round-toed heels clicked crisply on the floor, her already gentle voice now filled with tenderness. So, what kind of tutoring does our little darling want? As she spoke, the girl used her sparkly, starry-colored nail-polish-covered hand to hook little Elle's chin, her eyes full of provocation. Ilenia's action startled little Elle, who grabbed her chair and retreated several meters. Just kidding. Little Elle's reaction made Ilenia laugh out loud. We've known each other for so many years, it's not like I'm going to eat you up. Besides, Ilenia added, it's not like we haven't eaten it before. Huh? Little Elle's eyes widened. We wouldn't really be. You mean the kind of relationship you're thinking of? Ilenia smiled slightly. Little one, you're not trying to renege on your promise, are you? Little Elle felt her face burning. Well, Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing this, Ilenia decided to stop while she was ahead and poured little Elle another cup of tea. We were indeed very close before, I'm sure you could tell, but since you don't remember anything now, let's just stick to the way we met when we first met. It doesn't really need to stick to the way we met when we first met. Little Elle sat back down. Why did you suddenly decide to come to number 36 middle school? To be honest, it's because you're here. Ilenia adjusted the bow on her chest. To put it politely, I've been free lately anyway, so I came to soak up some of the youthful energy of the kids. Oh, by the way, there's another thing. I'm planning to open a cat cafe across from your school. Below, Ilenia looked into little Elle's eyes. How about you become the acting manager of this coffee shop? The acting manager of a coffee shop? Little Elle hesitated. I'm just a regular middle school student right now, and my other body is still traveling in the Mar world, so I might not have time to handle the shop's affairs. That's alright. The coffee shop is right across from the school. You can just go there after school every day and get acquainted with everyone. Just let people know you're the acting manager. If that's the case, I have no problem with it. Little Elle said lightly. Taking a sip of black tea, she said, the main issue is, Ilenia, are you alright? You have to oversee the operation and design of the age of Aquarius, review the data flow of this world, and you're also the psychology teacher at Beijing number 36 middle school. And if you open a coffee shop on top of that. That's why I was thinking of asking you for some people. Ilenia remained non-committal. A cat cafe definitely needs cats. After all, number 36 middle school is the first pilot university for public relations and psychology counseling. Some students might not like the rather serious atmosphere at school, so I plan to use the cat cafe to establish a second counseling room for the students. Chapter 809. Eve Continent, Lehman Empire. After listening to little Elle's description of Earth and the introduction of the cat cafe manager, it took Bilotes a while to barely digest the information. What little Elle means is, besides the continent of Eve, there's another independent world. That world has no magic, no magical beasts, no dragons, and its technology is more advanced than ours, with many technological devices we don't have here. And then, I hope I can go to that world and help out as the manager of a coffee shop, right? Seeing that Bilotes barely understood what she meant, little Elle nodded repeatedly, mainly because recently Sister Karachu and Sister Juliana have been busy with work. I thought Mom might be a bit lonely here, so I was thinking of taking Mom to see the outside world. As she spoke, little Elle added, of course, if Mom prefers it here, that's fine too. I'm just making a suggestion, not saying Mom absolutely has to go to Earth or anything. As the head of the household in the fire room, Bilotes' culinary skills are naturally excellent, She's quite adept at making coffee and baking small cakes. Most importantly, she loves children and is very kind-hearted. Considering that Elena's coffee shop is located opposite number 36 middle school, and most of the customers will be children aged 12 to 16, Little Elle's first thought for the ideal owner is naturally her mother, Bilotes. However, there's a major problem here. Little Elle has only known Bilotes for about 6 months and doesn't know if a noblewoman would enjoy this kind of work. Therefore, when she approached Bilotes, Little Elle used a very tactful tone. How could that be? I really like everyone in Piarista, but I also really like Little Elle. I'm very interested in what Elle mentioned about Earth and the other world. Under Little Elle's gaze, Bilotes smiled slightly, and I'm very happy right now. Eh? Little Elle's ahogue, cowlick bobbed. Happy? Yes, happy, because Little Elle hasn't forgotten her mother. Bilotes reached out and patted Little Elle's head. Little Elle is now the Dragon King of the Eve continent. Mom is proud of you. At the same time, Mom was a little worried that after becoming the Dragon King, Little Elle might be too busy and no longer come back to Piarista to visit. But now Mom isn't worried anymore, because even Little Elle has come back. Ah, Little Elle. Was a little embarrassed by what she was said. No matter how busy I am, I won't neglect to come home to visit. That's why Mom is so lucky. Bilotes picked up the information about Earth that Little Elle had prepared on the table again. Let's get down to business. I haven't really had much to do at the family these past few months. Carrick and the others have grown up, and I'd be able to come home less and less in the future. I'm still very happy to be able to go to other worlds with Little Elle and see the world. However, I've been mostly staying at home these past few years, so I might not be very skilled at greeting guests. It's okay, the shopkeeper doesn't necessarily need to greet guests. Little Elle quickly explained. There will be other staff in the shop, and the ordering system on Earth is basically assisted by artificial intelligence, which is very convenient. Chapter 8:10. We have no problem. 10 minutes later, Rem, accompanied by a calico girl, a black cat, and 2 chestnut-haired girls, arrived before Little Elle. The calico girl and I used to help the school cafeteria ladies serve food, so being a waitress is a piece of cake for us. The calico girl. The calico girl reminded her, that phrase is a piece of cake. Oh, it's the same thing. The calico cat put her hands on her hips. We're very smart. We can learn everything about Earth after just one reading. A world without magic, a world without cagirls, a world with technology more advanced than Eve's continent. We completely understand. Actually, the main problem isn't the world setting. Seeing that the two seem to have misunderstood, Little Elle quickly explained, being a waitress in an Earth cafe is very boring, you know? Are you really okay with it? I just discussed this with them. Rem handed the photocopied documents back to Little Elle. If my sister and I understand correctly, you, sir, need a few emotionally stable waitresses who can work in one shop for extended periods, right? Yes. Little Elle said with some concern. My main worry is that Hannah and the others might be too restless, or find staying in the coffee shop too boring. If that's the case, their 3 years on Earth will be torture for them. You can rest assured about that, sir. Hannah, Nan, and Ruri all love humans. Oh right, you might not know Ruri yet. Rem picked up the somewhat shy-looking black cat. Its name is Ruri, and it's 18 years old this year, which is quite young for a cat girl. Ruri, this is Lady Eline, the current Dragon King of the Eve continent. Greetings, Lord Dragon King. The black cat, Ruri, bowed slightly to Little Elle obediently. Please let me go to Earth with you. I will study and work hard. Ruri has always admired the work of waiters, especially shop assistants in places like school general stores and convenience stores. She thinks working for humans is a truly noble thing. After Ruri finished introducing herself, Rem explained, as for the question you raised about how boring being a waiter might be, that's only from a human perspective. From a catgirl's perspective, the appeal of interacting with humans far outweighs the idea of going out to play alone. For a catgirl, there's a place where you can simply sit in the shop. They can help humans, interact with humans every day, and meet different people every day. It's like paradise. They wouldn't want to leave the coffee shop, and they never feel bored. Rem paused here. This is probably the underlying code of the catgirl race. Underlying code. Little Elle instinctively retorted, where did you learn that word? Lord Emotion taught me. Okay, that's something only he would say. After all, Emotion is the great inventor of the Eve continent. He even independently developed the communication crystal. He's a true engineering genius, so it's not surprising that he understands the term underlying code. As for these two, Although they're not cat girls, I feel their personalities fit the adults' hiring requirements perfectly. After putting the black cat down, Rem walked over to the two little girls with chestnut hair and cute little ears on their heads. They're very emotionally stable, the most emotionally stable animal-eared girls in our kindergarten. They're very curious about the world without magic described by the adults, so they volunteered to apply. The most emotionally stable animal-eared girls. Under the two girls' gentle gazes, Little L couldn't figure out their species after a long time. He finally used his administrator privileges to check the two Lolis's races, and then blurted out, "Capybara girls? Or rather, capybara. Well, if they're capybara, then they are indeed the most stable species in the world, and certainly suitable to work as baristas at a coffee shop." Chapter 811. Across from the 36th Middle School in Shengjing City, a cat cafe under renovation. As a spatial portal opened, Little L emerged with 5 animal-eared girls. Arinia. Since the portal faced the cafe's counter, Little L immediately saw Arinia making milk tea at the counter. "Hello, Little L." Arinia turned around. "Oh my, did you bring so many cuties? This can't be considered bringing." "All right." Little L chuckled. They all volunteered. Then, Little L gestured to Eilenia and the other beast-eared girls. "This is the creator Eilenia mentioned in the document, and also the founder behind the coffee shop." "Creator?" Flower's eyes widened. "Does that mean the world we live in was created by Eilenia Nichin?" "You could understand it that way, but compared to creator, redeemer, or anything like that, I prefer you just call me by my name. Eilenia." Nia carried the tray to the center of the beast-eared girls and placed the 5 cups of milk tea on the table. "Here, you must be exhausted from your journey. This is something I made myself, with black tea as a base and some milkshake and coffee added." "Thank you. Thank you, Sister Arinia." The beast-eared girls, somewhat flattered, picked up their teacups. This taste. Such a rich milky aroma. I love this aroma." Seeing the beast-eared girls starting to drink the milk tea, Arinia smiled and said, "I also added some, knowledge written by the mysterious to these milk teas. It will allow you to quickly learn most of Earth's languages, such as Russian, French, German, Japanese, American English, Latin, and other foreign languages. You be dreaming about them every night these past 2 days. And then?" Eilenia rubbed the black cat's fluffy ears. "When you woke up, you could all speak these foreign languages." "That's amazing?" Flower blinked its big eyes. "Is this a special kind of magic?" "Yes, besides language, I also added some basic knowledge of Earth society. It can help you quickly understand this world and learn how to use the tools here, such as mobile phones and computers." Eilenia smiled. "However, the side effect is that for the next few days, you might be a little confused about whether you're in Eve's world or Earth. So, mysterious power can be used like this?" Eilenia's action surprised Little L. "You can directly program it and add it to food so that others can drink it? So, all the suffering Nasod endured after coming to Earth was?" "Yes, there are many ways to use mysterious power. You used to be very good at using mysterious power." Arinia reached out and scratched Little L's chin. "So it's confirmed that the coffee shop staff are them, right? Also, Bilotes hasn't come yet, and as for Hudya..." Little L looked around the coffee shop. "Where did Hudya go? Didn't I open the door for her and let her come in first? That girl with the bright red twin tails? After she came over, I gave her some milk tea, and then she ran off to play inside number 36 middle school a few minutes ago." Arinia pointed outside. "Probably trying to make new friends using her newly learned language. A chipmunk befriending middle schoolers? She's not going to blow up the school, is she?" Chapter 812. Finally, the opening date for the Upper Capital Cat Cafe was set for this weekend. The cafe manager was confirmed to be Belodice Piarista, the patriarch of the Piarista family's fire room. As a gentle mother figure, Belada's uniform was a heartwarming light blue dress incorporating elements like milkshakes, cat paws, and carnations, maintaining a waitress feel while exuding attentiveness and friendliness. Hudya became the cafe's cashier, accountant, and logistics manager. Considering her previous work in the Lehman Empire's underground organization Shadow Soul, she wouldn't need to personally serve customers at the cafe. Her daily duties included clocking in, checking the back-end system, cleaning, and inspecting the cat trees and litter boxes for any issues. Hugh's uniform was designed in a style similar to British school uniforms, paired with black tights and school shoes. It's somewhat similar to the middle school uniforms in Shengjing City, but cuter. Hua Hua and Nan Nan's uniforms are similar Lolita dresses, topped with maid headbands. Lu Li's cafe uniform is also a Lolita dress, but entirely black, like a black rose. Capibola's uniforms, Nuan Nuan and Mian Mian's uniforms are lively brown overalls, paired with white stockings and cotton slippers, giving off a stay-at-home little sister vibe. As for Xiao Er, although officially the cafe's assistant manager or acting manager, her uniform style is more like that of the cafe's mascot. To raise awareness of the cafe, Eilenia distributed numerous flyers near the school, sparking lively discussions among students of number 36 middle school and nearby residents. Have you heard? A cat cafe is opening across from number 36 middle school. A cat cafe? Is it the kind of cat cafe I'm thinking of? A tiny room, full of cats, with an entrance fee of 70 or 80 yuan, where you can play with cats all day. Yes and no. I saw the flyer, and this cat cafe seems a bit special. There's no entrance fee, and it's not as crowded as traditional cat cafes. It's actually a small restaurant selling coffee, milk tea, fried chicken, burgers, and various snacks. You can play with cats all day just by buying a 4 yuan lemonade. 4 yuan entrance fee? That's so cheap. Won't they go out of business? Or is it just a grand opening promotion? No. I think this place is different from other cat cafes. Other cat cafes focus on the cats, but this cafe seems to focus on the coffee. They probably make their money selling food, not petting cats. The cats are just a side thing. Besides, the manager of this shop is Gallon L, the one who's been all the rage lately. You've seen all those videos circulating in the group, right? Even the official Aquarius Era team has confirmed they'd be making new skins based on Gallon L's skin demo videos. Aquarius Era is backed by Shangjing City. Gallon L must have some incredible connections to get Shangjing to endorse them. So, the name Shangjing Cat Cafe isn't just hype. We definitely have to check it out. Wow, that's awesome. We get to get up close and personal with the legendary Gallon L? I have to go see this, don't lie to me. Really, I'm not kidding. Look for yourself, they even put up Gallon L's standee right at the entrance. Chapter 813. The coffee shop was making its final preparations for opening on Friday night. Lioli helped count the number of peak cat food cans. Separate the main food cans and treat cans, and put them in the warehouse. Hua, stop hissing at the cats. Come help. Nuanyuan, this is crystal tofu cat litter. Pour it all into the litter box, about 1 centimeter thick. Inside the coffee shop, under Bilotes' direction, all preparations were proceeding smoothly. The ever-curious Hua was in charge of assembling the cat tree on the second floor, while Nan guided Hua through the installation according to the instructions. Luli was responsible for the first floor decorating, connecting the automatic litter box to the power supply, filling it with litter, moving the automatic water fountain and automatic feeder to suitable areas, and confirming that all the machines were working properly. Meanwhile, the calm and unhurried Capibola's mother, Nuan Nuan and Mian Mian, were assigned to the food area, sorting and labeling the cat treats and toys with their corresponding price tags. With the substantial financial backing of Eilenia, the interior of this cafe was quite luxurious in terms of decoration and equipment. The litter box was fully automatic. The machine automatically scanned to detect if a cat was passing by and opened a small door leading inside. After the cat finished relieving itself, the machine automatically flipped over, filtering the litter and emptying the waste into a sealed bag. Meanwhile, several advanced intelligent robotic vacuum cleaners equipped with built-in AI have been installed on the first and second floors of the coffee shop. These robots can automatically identify trash on the floor, including cat feces, and clean it up immediately. Under these conditions, even with a large number of cats in the cat cafe, there won't be a particularly noticeable odor. The automatic food dispensers in the cat dining area dispense cat food at set times, and in measured amounts, and the automatic water fountains have multiple layers of filters inside. Even if dust falls in, it immediately filters out impurities from the water, maintaining a clean and hygienic fountain-like flow of water in the center of the machine, encouraging the cats to drink regularly. Just from these high-end facilities, it's clear that Arinia doesn't intend to make a profit, and is even prepared to operate at a loss. The internet in this world is truly amazing. On the second floor of the cat cafe, Xiaojia, who had already set up the cafe's ordering system, walked up to shower with her new phone. And I feel like a lot of people here are incredibly hostile. They attack each other at the slightest disagreement. Minar Academy on the Eve continent has a similar message system, and everyone there is quite friendly. Why is it like this on Earth? Probably because we're already in the post-internet era here, Shower said while checking the list on the shelves. And most people in this world live more stressful lives than those people, psychologically. I don't quite understand. Xiaojia, with her long, straight black hair with a princess-cut fringe and wearing a schoolgirl-style JK uniform, looked puzzled. I might not be familiar with other cities, but take the Lehman Empire for example. I was captured by that gargoyle father when I was very young and brought to live in the Lehman Empire. Lehman is considered a relatively wealthy country on the Eve continent, but some remote mountainous areas. There are still many people in the village who don't have enough to eat or wear. When I'm on missions and interact with them, I don't just start cursing. Reality is different from the internet. The internet amplifies the dark side of people's hearts. After all, after spending a lot of time online, many people subconsciously believe that they don't have to take responsibility for what they say online. Little Elle said helplessly, actually, most people you meet on Earth are kind and friendly. I just saw some discussions about our coffee shop, and it seems some people wish our employees' families were dead. Why is that? Hugh still didn't quite understand. Really? Is there that much resentment? Some people are just using this as an excuse to vent their emotions. Some are genuinely bad people, and some might be people whose interests have been harmed. It's quite complicated to investigate. Lil Elle smiled bitterly. So that's the reason the coffee shop exists. Chapter 8:14. On Saturday, Little Elle got up early and arrived at the coffee shop ahead of schedule to prepare for the new opening. Also arriving early were the coffee shop's employees, the behind-the-scenes owner, Irenia, the manager, Bilotes, the cashier and support staff, Hugh, and the several Animalier girls, Huahua, Nanan, Lioli, Nuanyuan, and Nyanyan. The newly renovated coffee shop had 4 main areas on the first floor, a dining area, a cat activity area, a staff and support area, and the otherworld entrance area. Upon entering through the main door, on the left was the cat activity area, also known as the cat petting area. This area was surrounded by a wooden fence of a certain height and connected to the stairs on the second floor. Most of the shop's cats were active or resting inside. The cat activity area was filled with cat trees, cat houses, scratching posts, running wheels, and other toys. In short, a cat paradise. Although there are wooden fences separating the area from the dining area, these fences are ineffective if an adult cat is determined to jump out. However, the cats allowed into the cafe have undergone professional training, and in most cases, they won't jump out. Even if they do, they go back on their own. Between the cat activity area and the dining area is the bar and service counter, managed by Bilotes and Hugh. The bar has ready-made cooked foods, like sausages, and roasted sweet potatoes. Bilotes is in charge of baking cakes, and making milk tea or hand-pulled pancakes, while Hugh handles the cash register and customer orders. Bilotes can also help when she's busy, as she's originally a logistics and assassin for the Lehman Empire Shadow Soul. Cooking is naturally no problem for her. Customers who like to pet cats can go directly to the cat activity area, buy some snacks or cat toys at the counter, and interact with the cats there. Those who don't like cats can go to the dining area and order some milk tea or burgers to eat and drink. The coffee shop also offers free board game equipment, such as Monopoly, Three Kingdoms Kill, Little Elle's themed playing cards, Mahjong, etc. Therefore, the dining area to the right of the entrance can be considered a relaxation area, where everyone can enjoy board games or mobile games. The staff support area includes a rest area for employees and a small storage room for ingredients and supplies. The entrance to the other world is rather hidden. The portal inside leads directly to Lumilon and the Eve continent, and only the shop's employees have the right to use it. Good morning, everyone. Upon arriving at the shop, Little Elle greeted the Animalier girls first. How did you sleep last night? Did you eat well after you got back? Yes. Nanan and I were so excited last night that we couldn't sleep at all. Flower was as lively as ever. I can't wait to pet people. In contrast, Ruri looked quite calm. Actually, I didn't go back. I slept on the second floor with the cats here last night. The 2 Kapibla girls had already started feeding the cats, scooping the litter box, and cleaning. You have a lot of work to do today, don't you? Bilotes handed over a cute acting manager uniform for the coffee shop. After you went back last night, I simply ironed it with something called an electric iron in this world and added some small decorations related to the dragon race of the Eve continent. You should like it. Thank you, Mom. Little Elle took the clothes and ran towards the stairs. I'm going to change first. Chapter 8:15. As more and more customers and food bloggers entered the shop, everyone in the coffee shop, including the cats, became busy. Is this menu for real? Or are prices in Shangjing City really this cheap? No extra service charge or tips. No, meow. The price listed on the menu is the price, meow. Of course, we do have an order system and a daily tipping leaderboard. Customers can tip if they're satisfied with our service. Meow. What's your name? Just call me Lioli. Lioli? That's cute. Is that your stage name? Or your nickname? No, that's my name. My full name is Jialan Lioli, sir. Jialan? You share the same surname as Miss Jialan? What's your relationship with Jialan L? No special relationship. Jialan is a compound surname, like Ouyang, Murong, or Xianyuan. Your rice balls and hand-pulled pancakes are ready. I go get them for you right away. Besides the magician and beast-eared girl from the Eve continent, this coffee shop, personally designed and decorated by Arenia, has a very distinctive personal style. First, the coffee shop has several 42-inch to 100-inch LCD TVs installed on the first floor alone. Besides playing various anime iconic scenes, music, and introductions to the 17 cats during downtime, these TVs also monitor the coffee shop's customers in real time, such as who enters, what they buy, and who buys treats for the cats. When placing an order, customers can choose to patronize anonymously, and can also tip their favorite staff members online. Holy crap! This ordering system is so advanced. And there's even a tipping feature? Soon, many food bloggers who had taken their seats in the dining area noticed something was amiss, pointing their cameras at their other phones. Look at this. This system and all these little TVs over there. Employee Fireworks Guardian ranking. Levels: Spark, Seed, Wildfire, Heavenly Fire, 3 True Fires, Divine Fire. The more tips you give, the higher the level? Let me see how many employees they have. Bellodis, Little L, Flower Girl Hugh. Ruri must be the black cat who greeted us earlier. Her cat ears look really realistic, and they even move. She's so cute. I try to tip her. Do I need to register? Give myself a name? Tip anonymously? I definitely won't be anonymous. I already paid money. Why would I be anonymous? Play the announcement? Of course I play it. Publicize the surveillance footage? Yes. As one of the streamers finished their frantic actions on their phone, an announcement quickly appeared on all the TV screens in the coffee shop. Customer Marissa's iron buttocks from table 7 tipped coffee shop employee Ruri a goat milk pudding worth 5 yuan. Thank you for the tip. Along with this tip announcement, the surveillance footage from the coffee shop's overhead cameras facing table 7 also appeared. Holy crap! What kind of tipping system is this? Is this coffee shop too advanced? The tip announcement caused an uproar in many of the coffee shop reviewers' live streams. The Fireworks Guardian ranking even includes cats. Does this mean I can tip a particular cat I like? The tipped employee will receive 100% of the tip amount. If the tip is for a cat, the amount will be converted into food expenses for that cat.